9 Sun God King Chapter 1360 to Chapter 1414. Chapter 1360, St. Tyr ruins. The first floor of Yalan Tavern's main building has a spacious lobby that is being used as the venue for the competition. Only people who have stayed in Yalan Tavern can come and watch the competition. Therefore, people who want to watch the competition have to pay a high fee. Most of the people who have come to watch the competition are very rich and powerful people. Most of them are here for Xianxia because they want to see the legendary delicate and fragrant beauty. After they arrived, they were disappointed because Xianxia's face is covered by a white veil. They cannot see her appearance clearly. Qingyan followed Xianxia to the lobby and saw that the lobby is completely surrounded by people. It is impossible to see what is happening inside. Everyone move aside. Xianxia loudly shouted. Everyone immediately turned their heads and saw the smiling masked man. They are all very shocked. Although many people impersonated the masked man and were beaten up, they can be sure that this masked man is the real deal because he was brought here by Xianxia. The crowd quickly parted to form a path. Xianxia swaggered to the front. He brought Qingyun and Little Phoenix to the center of the lobby where the competition is taking place. After Qingyun arrived, he saw Xiaoyuan. She nodded at Qingyun. Nangong Shuiru, Xiaoyuan and Xianxia are all wearing similar white clothes. They must have agreed on this. Only Xianxia is wearing a veil. Therefore, everyone can see Xiaoyuan and Nangong Shuiru's beauty and feel that they did not come in vain. Nangong Shuiru is sitting on a soft chair with a short table in front of her. She is concentrating on carving runes on a very thick beast skin. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates people are not here because Luo family has forbidden them from entering the city. However, Totem Pavilion's people are here. For example, Venerable Master He Lin is standing beside Xianchong Tian. Miss Gao is very tall and very thin. She is looking at Qingyun with a disgusted expression. Qingyun ignored her and looked at Nangong Shuiru's opponent. Nangong Shuiru's opponent is a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance. He is a 9th heavenly immortal. He is wearing purple ice sacred city's clothing and is earnestly carving runes on a beast skin. Qingyun also saw Elder Wu and Wu Xinghao. They are standing not far behind the middle-aged man. Because they wanted to be quiet, no one dared to speak loudly at this moment, lest they were chased out. Otherwise, when they saw Qingyun, they would definitely cry out in alarm. Now, most people were looking at Qingyun because Qingyun did not conceal his cultivation. He was now in the 5th level of the upper celestial stage. Previously, he was rejected by Purple Ice Sacred City because he was only a 2nd heaven exalted immortal. In such a short time, his cultivation had reached level 5 of the upper celestial stage. Many people found it unbelievable and they wanted to know how he could make a breakthrough so quickly. What made people curious was how he was able to kill so many people from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and 3 Xian Immortals. Everyone is very interested in this masked uncle because he has cultivated a very strong saint body. His cultivation has broken through very quickly and his relationship with Xiaoyuan and Nangong Shuiru is very good. Furthermore, the Luo family seemed to be supporting this masked uncle. At that moment, even Xianxia was extremely respectful toward the masked uncle. Yuan, what is the level of Shuiru's opponent? Qingyun suddenly asked. He asked directly, deliberately letting others hear. Venerable Master level. Xiaoyuan replied truthfully, Sister Shuiru has just become a Venerable Master. This kind of competition is not fair. Everyone can hear that Xiaoyuan is very dissatisfied. If I lose, will there be any loss? Qingyun asked again. If Sister Shuiru loses, she will have to join Purple Ice Sacred City. Xiaoyuan glanced at Miss Gao and said again, if we win, we will get 2 billion immortal jade beads. Qingyun frowned and said in cold voice, this is not fair, you shouldn't have agreed to this kind of competition. There's no other way, someone else agreed on our behalf. For the sake of Guanghan Palace's reputation, we can only force ourselves. Xiaoyuan coldly groaned. Everyone knows that she is very dissatisfied with Miss Gao. I am doing this for the sake of Guanghan Palace. Great Palace Master told me before to be on good terms with Sacred City. Even if we lose this competition, it won't be bad for us. If we win, we will get a lot of immortal jade beads. Shimen Qinglian lightly groaned and said, even so, we can't let Sister Shuiru face such a strong inscription master. Moreover, they are competing in fire talisman formation. How can Sister Shuiru compare to Sacred Desolate's venerable inscription master? Sacred Desolate's venerable inscription master has mastered sacred tier fire runes. The flame of his talisman formation must be very strong. It will be very difficult for us to win. Xianxia said in soft voice. Not far away, there is a group of people wearing white rune-long robes. They are Qin family people. One of them said with smile, Miss Yalan, you are competing with our Qin family. Our Qin family doesn't have sacred tier runes, you don't need to be afraid of us. If Xianxia loses, she will also have to join Purple Ice Sacred City. Purple Ice Sacred City needs outstanding inscription masters. So long as Guanghan Palace's Nangong Shuiru and Xianxia join, they will be able to attract even more people. Qin Yan looked at Nangong Shuiru. He knows that the quality of her runes is inferior to his opponents. It will be very difficult for him to win. Half an hour passed by. The competition is also over. Nangong Shuiru and Purple Ice Sacred City's venerable inscription master controlled their small-scale talisman formation to release flame. Then they used tools to test how hot the flame is. The flame released by Nangong Shuiru's talisman formation reached 3,500 heat. This is very good. And Purple Ice Sacred City's venerable inscription master reached 4,200 heat. This is mainly because he has mastered sacred tier fire runes. No one is surprised that Nangong Shuiru lost. Hi Immortal Shuiru, you don't need to be discouraged. Join our Purple Ice Sacred City and you will have the opportunity to obtain sacred tier runes, the venerable inscription master said with mischievous smile. Nangong Shuiru lost, but Miss Gao's face is filled with joy. This caused Xiao Yuelan to secretly grit her teeth. Big Sister Yalan, you are a venerable inscription master, you should be able to win, right? Nangong Shuiru lightly sighed and said. It's hard to say. Our opponent is Qin family, a hidden inscription family. Xianxia shook her head, I have no assurance, I can only do my best. Next is the competition between Xianxia and Qin family's venerable inscription master. The competition is the same as before, they will create a small-scale talisman formation and then compete to see whose flame is stronger. 1 hour passed by and the time limit is up. Xianxia's flame talisman formation reached 3,800 heat. And Qin family's venerable inscription master reached 3,900 heat, the difference is not too big. Xianxia lost, but everyone feels that it is very normal. Inscription is not Guanghan Palace's strong point. Nangong Shuiru and Xianxia lost to a venerable inscription master from Sacred Desolate, as well as a hidden inscription family. Yalan, Shuiru, you two should properly go to Purple Ice Sacred City. We have already signed the contract, if we don't do it, it will affect our Guanghan Palace's reputation. Miss Gao said with faint smile. Xianxia and Nangong Shuiru don't want to go to Purple Ice Sacred City because they don't have a good impression of it. Especially Nangong Shuiru, she hates Purple Ice Sacred City to the extreme. Suddenly, Qin Yin walked over, took out 4 core fragments and started playing with them in his hand. Seeing these 4 core fragments, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, their eyes are fixed on Qin Yan's hand. If this was not Yalan Tavern, many people would have tried to snatch them. Purple Ice Sacred City, Qin family. Qin Yan looked at the people from Qin family and Purple Ice Sacred City and said indifferently, I will compete with you. If you lose, Nangong Shuiru and Xianxia won't have to go to Purple Ice Sacred City. If I lose, these 4 core fragments will be yours. You? You are an inscription master? Purple Ice Sacred City's Elder Wu said with sneer, alright, since you want to compete with us, our Purple Ice Sacred City will also not be outdone. Come. Elder Wu is very happy to earn core fragments, moreover 4 of them. Shuiru is a 9th layer upper mortal and Yalan is a Xian immortal. Their blood spirit power is so strong yet they can't compare to Qin family and Purple Ice Sacred City's venerable inscription masters. Even if your cultivation increased so fast, your foundation must be very unstable. Even if you are an inscription master, your blood spirit power must be very weak. Miss Gao said with sneer. Damned old woman, shut up. Qin Yin coldly groaned. Hearing Qin Yan's words, everyone is secretly worried that Miss Gao will attack. What did you say? Miss Gao immediately roared. You are clearly a sharp and unkind old woman, yet you still want others to call you Miss Gao. Don't you think it's very funny? For your own benefit, you sold out your own disciple. Trash like you should scram from Guanghan Palace. Qin Yan said with sneer. Shiman Qinglian secretly gave Qin Yan a thumbs up. Shiman Chong Tian is also sweating profusely for Qin Yan. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Miss Gao furiously shouted. Miss Gao, if you kill someone in my Luo Tian city, you will also die. Luo Weizhuang suddenly said. Your Luo family wants to kill me for this bastard? Luo Weizhuang, you are just a little brat from Luo family. It is not your turn to make decisions in Luo Tian city, right? Miss Gao said with sneer. Luo Weizhuang crossed his arms across his chest and said with laugh, you can try. This uncle is my Luo family's distinguished guest. I guarantee that you will be killed by our Luo family's 9th level Xian immortal before you can even touch him. Do you believe me? Qin Yan is the Luo family's distinguished guest. He has already informed Luo Weizhuang that the Luo family has already sent experts to secretly protect him. Miss Gao does not believe it. Elder Wu and the Qin family also do not believe it. Most of the people present do not believe it. Elder Wu sneered. A 5th level exalted immortal can let your Luo family experts kill Miss Gao? That guy is only a 5th level exalted immortal. But Miss Gao is a 9th level Xian immortal and a grandmaster of inscription. She will soon become a member of the inscription profound sect. That masked uncle is nothing compared to her. Qin family's grandmaster of inscription said with a smile. As soon as they finished speaking, a few auras of 9th level Xian immortals came from all around and locked onto Miss Gao. It was a very cold and gloomy killing intent. The lobby immediately became silent. Miss Gao's body slightly trembled. Then, a few more intense murderous auras locked onto Elder Wu and a group of people from the Qin family. Limitless technique. There were so many experts from the Luo family in Luo Tian city. Luo Weizhuang definitely couldn't summon them. Now, everyone believes that Qin Yan is an honored guest of the Luo family. Miss Gao originally wanted to say a few more words, but now she didn't dare to. She suddenly realized that this masked uncle had an extraordinary background. This reminded her of the order Xian Rujing gave her. She thought that Xian Rujing only helped Qin Yan because of Xiao Yuan. But now she is certain that Xian Rujing knows that Qin Yan is very powerful because Xian Rujing said that she will personally come to Xuanzhou's Luo Tian city but did not say what she is going to do. Shiman Qinglian is also secretly alarmed, but she is very happy in her heart. Because by Qin Yan's side, she is not afraid of Miss Gao at all. Guys from the Purple Ice Holy City, didn't you guys despise me for only being at the 2nd stage of the upper celestial stage? At that time, Uncle could single-handedly beat up trash like Wu Xinghao. Now, even if you send out your strongest 6th tier ascendant immortal, they will not be a match for Uncle. Shiman Qinglian said with smile, not only Uncle's strength is outstanding, his inscription level is also very high. You snobs who look down on people, don't look down on people based on cultivation. In our Shiman family, we don't look at cultivation, we only look at the level of inscription. Shiman Chong Tian and his daughter are very clear about Qin Yan's runes. Grandmaster He Lin also knows about it. Now they want to see Qin Yan's true level. We will only know after we compete. Elder Wu said, quickly come and sign the contract. Qin Yan walked over to sign the soul contract. This also made both parties feel at ease. Purple Ice Sacred City felt that this competition was very worthwhile, because even if they lost, they wouldn't lose anything. Nangong Shuiru and Xiang Yalan didn't want to join their Purple Ice Holy City. If they won, they would be able to obtain 4 core fragments. The Great Desert Holy City was still brooding over those core fragments. They had suffered the greatest loss, and had always been thinking of ways to get it back. It's the same as before, it's a flame talisman formation competition. Elder Wu said, let's begin, the time limit is 1 hour. Originally, Xiang Yalan wanted to dissuade them, but seeing that Nangong Shuiru and Xiao Yuan did not say anything, she did not go over. She was curious about the masked man's identity and suspected that he was the person who had saved her before. Just as Xiang Yalan was feeling suspicious, she suddenly saw Qin Yun take out a long needle. When she saw the needle, her heart trembled. She was immediately sure that it was the mysterious man who had saved her. She had a very deep impression of the floating cloud divine needle. With just a few moves, it was able to get rid of those evil devil runes on her body. Xiang Yalan felt somewhat bashful when she recalled the time she spent with Qin Yun. She is worried that Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru would find out about this embarrassing experience. The beast skins used to make small talisman arrays were provided by the Purple Ice Sacred City. At the beginning, Nangong Shuiru brought Xiang Yalan to carefully inspect the beast skin to prevent Purple Ice Holy City from tampering with it. After the inspection, they felt relieved and went back. Miss Gao's expression turned ugly. She cursed Xiao Yuelan and company in her heart. They knew such a powerful person, yet they didn't tell her. Actually, Xiao Yuelan and the others had mentioned Qin Yun before. However, Miss Gao felt that Qin Yun's cultivation was too low, so she did not take it to heart. The floating cloud divine needle in Qin Yun's hand suddenly released a burst of golden energy mist that enveloped the entire beast skin. He is carving a mortal tear fire totem. It has already been evolved by MOMO. For many venerable inscription masters, carving immortal tear totem runes within half an hour is very difficult. However, Qin Yun has the wildfire inscription spirit and totem inscription spirit. When carving fire totem runes on the beast skin, he can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, the finesse is very high. After I cultivated the one thought imperial heaven art, my mental power has increased by a lot. My finesse should also have increased, right? Qin Yun said in his heart. In order to win, he must use his full strength. 12th level finesse should not be a problem. Ling Yuner said with smile, I am just afraid that the beast skin won't be able to bear it. The higher the finesse, the more blood spirit power they need to absorb. Ordinary materials are simply unable to contain the formidable blood spirit power, let alone carving a very complicated immortal tear fire totem. At this moment, Qin Yun released a very powerful blood spirit power. He possesses a powerful immortal devil body and his blood is very powerful. In addition, he has cultivated the nether moon, so his soul is also very strong. The condensed blood spirit power will become even stronger through the floating cloud divine needle. Because the floating cloud divine needle released a golden mist that enveloped the beast skin, no one can see the situation inside. They can't even feel the strength of the blood spirit power. This guy, can he do it or not? Pretending to be mysterious. A youth from the Qin family said with sneer. The tool that guy is using to carve runes should be very good. The energy mist released can block our mental power probing. Qin family's venerable inscription master said with smile, even so, he can't win against Sacred Desolate's venerable inscription masters. Sacred Desolate's venerable inscription masters have sacred blood and sacred spirit. Their blood spirit power is very powerful. That masked uncle only cultivates his body. His blood spirit power is far inferior to Sacred Desolate's venerable inscription masters. All the venerable inscription masters present nodded their heads one after another. Only Shimenchong Tian and Yilin don't think that Qin Yun will lose. Because in their hearts, Qin Yun is an existence similar to inscription profound sect. Moreover, he has sacred body. His blood spirit power is certainly not weak. Very quickly, 1 hour passed by. Qin Yun stored the floating cloud divine needle. Xiang Yalan and Nangong Shuiru walked over. They carefully looked at Qin Yun's beast skin and cannot help but be amazed. The nearby inscription masters saw that Qin Yun's beast skin is completely blank and cried out in alarm. Blank. No runes, he did not do anything? Impossible, this guy is not an idiot, it is impossible for him to give the core fragment to Purple Ice Sacred City for free. Then what is going on? Look at that Sacred Desolate's venerable inscription master, his beast skin is filled with runes. That guy's beast skin is completely blank. Don't make a sound, look at those venerable inscription masters, their expressions are very serious. Qin family people were mocking and ridiculing Qin Yun earlier but now they are speechless. Even Gao girl's eyes are wide open, she is looking at Qin Yun's beast skin with disbelief. Limitless method. A very old man said in a low voice, this is a kind of superb carving technique, it can perfectly conceal the runes. This kind of carving technique can not only conceal runes but also make them stronger. This so-called limitless method mainly allows runes to perfectly fuse with materials. This is a skill that Inscription Mysterious Sect must have. Shimin Chongtian said. Purple Ice Sacred City's venerable Inscription Master chuckled, even if Inscription Mysterious Sect comes, he won't be able to defeat me without Sacred Tier Fire attribute runes. Although he is laughing, he is also very surprised in his heart. This masked man's inscription level is not low at all. Let's start testing the flame. Qin Yun indifferently said. Nangong Shuiru knows that Qin Yun is an inscription master, but she didn't know that his skill is so high. It seems like he is far above her. Purple Ice Sacred City's venerable inscription master activated his flame talisman formation and tested the power of the flame reached 4300, 100 higher than before. Then it was Qin Yun's turn. Everyone wants to see how powerful the flame talisman formation created with limitless method is. After the test, the number that appeared shocked everyone. It actually reached 4500, all the inscription masters present are emotionally moved. 4500. What kind of rune did he use? Even if it is a sacred tier rune, it can't be that high, right? Sacred Desolate's venerable inscription master is very strong in all aspects, how can he lose? What kind of rune did that masked uncle use? This kind of flame is really too scary. He is indeed the Luo family's distinguished guest, truly a mysterious and powerful guy. While everyone is exclaiming in admiration, the flame talisman formation spontaneously combusted. It is mainly because it can't withstand the power of the flame. Moreover, the 12th level finesse fire totem rune damaged the beast skin. Purple Ice Sacred City and Qin family's people are very clear about the power of sacred tier runes, but now they still lost. This made them very curious about the runes Qin Yun mastered. Only sacred tier star, moon and sun runes can compare to my sacred tier runes. Sacred Desolate's venerable inscription master gritted his teeth and said in low voice. Elder Wu's heart is even more stifled because Qin Yun is truly outstanding. Even their Sacred Desolate's geniuses can only concede defeat. And this person was rejected when he went to seek refuge with their Purple Ice Sacred City. Later on, their Purple Ice Sacred City did not seize the opportunity to redeem themselves. If they had saved Qin Yun from the hands of those 3 Xian immortals, they might have been able to make up for it. Now, it is already impossible for them to redeem themselves. I won. Qin Yun said. Xianxia and Nangong Shuiru are very happy. Their beautiful eyes flickered with abnormal light as they secretly cast flirtatious glances at Qin Yun. They don't need to go to Purple Ice Sacred City anymore. Your cultivation is not high, but your level of inscription is outstanding. You are truly talented. To be able to meet an opponent like you is my luck. How about we compete again? Purple Ice Sacred City's venerable inscription master is now facing his opponent squarely. Elder Wu said, we will use a divine fruit to bet. Our divine fruit can help you break through at least 2nd level of upper immortal realm. A core fragment. Qin Yun said with smile, you must guarantee that I can break through 2nd level. We can guarantee that. Elder Wu said with certainty. They now only want to win back a core fragment. They know that their opponent's level is very high, so they don't want to think too much. Even if Qin Yun proposed to use 4 core fragments to bet, they don't dare to bet too much because if they lose, their losses will be very great. What will we compete in this time? Qin Yun asked. More exquisite than totem. Moreover, it will be carved on a mortal iron board. Purple Ice Venerable Master said with smile. Carving totem runes on a mortal iron board is very difficult. No problem. Qin Yun immediately agreed. 2 hours. Purple Ice Venerable Master said again and took out 2 stone slabs. The stone slabs are as big as a square table and are also very thick. Position of profound sect at this moment, the one with the ugliest expression should be Miss Gao. Because she knew that she had made an error in judgment. She never expected that a person with such a low cultivation level would have such a high level of inscription, seemingly on par with her. After signing the contract with Elder Wu, Qin Yun returned to his position and began carving totem runes. Just like before, he enveloped the immortal iron plate with the golden mist released by the floating cloud divine needle to prevent others from seeing his runes. No one dared to come to a conclusion about the outcome of this match, lest they get slapped in the face. The people from the Qin family who said that Qin Yun would definitely lose did not say a word. They are the inscription masters of the inscription aristocratic family, they know very well what the limitless carving technique means. Qin family, aren't you all very powerful? Didn't you just say that my uncle couldn't win against the Grandmaster of Purple Ice Sacred City? Say something now. Your Qin family is really something. Your inscription level is clearly not bad, why did you join a crappy power like the Purple Ice Sacred City? Is it because of sacred tier runes? Xianxia giggled and ridiculed Qin family. Stupid girl, shut up, the middle-aged man from the Qin family said angrily. Yo, your Qin family is really weak beyond my imagination. You actually don't have any saint tier runes. Xianxia said with charming smile, our Ximan family has saint tier runes and saint tier totems, so we will not kneel and lick those bullshit holy cities like dogs. After Xianxia finished speaking, he glanced at Miss Gao again. This caused Miss Gao to be infuriated, because Xianxia was implying that Miss Gao would kneel down and lick the holy city. Qinglian, cough cough, keep a low profile. Xianxia said in a low voice. Now, everyone knows that the Ximan family possesses saint tier totems and saint tier runes. Moreover, there are quite a few of them. Therefore, they don't need to rely on those holy cities. Furthermore, the Ximan family has many inscription beasts. This is something that many people know. Originally, the Purple Ice Sacred City had agreed to ally with the Ximan family, but because of Qin Yun, the Ximan family cancelled their alliance. This was a huge loss for the Purple Ice Sacred City. The time limit for this round was 4 hours. Carving the totem carvings on the immortal iron board required a lot of time. Moreover, one had to ensure the precision. Qin Yun is still carving fire totem rune this time. Because he has done it before, he is even more proficient now. He has the floating cloud divine needle. Carving runes on immortal iron board is as simple as carving beast skin. Therefore, it is not very difficult for him. The Purple Ice Sacred City's Grandmaster inscription was different. He frowned and his face was covered in sweat. Someone was constantly wiping his sweat. It looked like he was going through a lot of trouble. And everyone could understand, after all, for a Grandmaster inscription, this was an extreme challenge. 2 hours passed, the golden mist on Qin Yun's immortal iron plate suddenly dispersed and many runes appeared. From the pattern, it looked like a fierce flame with swords drawn. Just by looking at it, one could feel the burning aura, as if a very violent flame was flying over with its claws and fangs bared. This is a fire totem. Xianxia exclaimed. And it's an immortal level fire totem. He finished it? Lin exclaimed. Qin Yun has already put away the floating cloud divine needle and calmly stood there. Completing the carving of the immortal level fire totem in 2 hours, this caused all the inscription masters present to be tongue-tied. That Miss Gao is scared out of her wits. Xianxia's beautiful eyes are suffused with extraordinary splendor as she looked at Qin Yun's back. She already knew that Qin Yun's level is not bad, but she never expected him to be so terrifying. As long as it is an inscription master who has been in the sect for a certain amount of time, they all know why Qin Yun can carve the immortal level fire totem so quickly. It is because he has the violent fire inscription spirit. Violent fire inscription spirit. This is a very rare inscription spirit, it is actually on him. Elder Wu felt even more sad because their Purple Ice Sacred City actually offended such an inscription master with boundless future. There are not many inscription spirits, and inscription masters with inscription spirits rarely come out. The main reason is that they are afraid of being snatched by others or attracting unnecessary trouble. And now, everyone finally saw one. Xianxia is also shocked and absent-minded, she stared at Qin Yun in a daze. Luo Wei is overjoyed in his heart. Their Luo family has such a Grandmaster inscription, this is a good thing for their Luo family. The nearby Luo family Xian immortal experts all raised their vigilance to prevent anyone from attacking Qin Yun. Before, everyone did not understand why Luo family would use such great power to protect a high immortal. Now, they all understand that it is because Qin Yun is an inscription grandmaster with inscription spirit. We can test the totem's finesse. Qin Yun said indifferently. The first one to go over is Xianxia Tian, followed by He Lin. They took out tools to test and their faces are filled with shock. Soon after, many inscription masters came over and used all kinds of tools to test the fire totem on the immortal iron plate. After the test, everyone looked at Qin Yun with eyes filled with incomparable reverence. 10. 12th level finesse. Qin family's grandmaster's voice is trembling, his eyes are filled with reverence as he looked at Qin Yun's comical smiling face mask. If it was a 12th level finesse rune, no one would feel anything but 12th level finesse immortal level fire totem caused all the inscription masters present to tremble in fear. This is the level of inscription profound sect, a living and breathing inscription profound sect is right in front of them. This made many little inscription masters have the urge to kowtow. No more, I admit defeat. Purple Ice Sacred City's inscription master's hands are trembling non-stop, he is simply unable to hold the carving knife. He is very clear that no matter how hard he tries, he will not be able to carve a 12th level totem rune. No one laughed at him for admitting defeat because in front of inscription profound sect, a grandmaster is just a fart. At this moment, everyone does not believe that the masked uncle in front of them is a high immortal realm. After all, that is inscription profound sect, he must have lived for countless years. Uncle, this immortal level fire totem is so complicated, even my Xianxia family's inscription profound sect would not be able to carve it in such a short period of time. Xianxia Tian said in shock, he guessed that Qin Yun has another kind of inscription spirit. Elder Wu's face is filled with smile, he quickly walked towards Qin Yun and said respectfully, Senior, it is all our fault for having eyes but not seeing, please forgive us, this is the divine fruit you deserve. Even Xian immortal Elder Wu called Qin Yun Senior. Qin Yun leisurely extended his hand, took the divine fruit and said in calm tone, if you have any ideas about Shuiru again, I will take care of you. We have never had any ill intentions towards Lady Shuiru, we all feel that she is very outstanding, we want to rope her in to join our Purple Ice Sacred City, in order to strengthen our Purple Ice Sacred City's reputation, that's all, I hope Senior does not misunderstand. That's good, I want to focus on dealing with Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Great Desert Sacred City. I don't want to be distracted. Of course, if you truly anger me, I will tire myself out a bit more and deal with you. Qin Yun coldly groaned and said. Senior, we know we were wrong. Elder Wu bowed and said, I hope Senior can give us a chance to turn over a new leaf, we are willing to cooperate with Senior in all aspects. Let's talk about it later, I don't have time now. Qin Yun waved his hand, then turned around and left. Shiman Qinglian and Little Phoenix followed Qin Yun back to Nangong Shuiru's small building in a daze. Xiao Yuelan did not follow because she saw more than 10 Xian immortals secretly following Qin Yun, so she is very relieved. Miss Gao, now you know why Sister Rujing attaches so much importance to him. Xiao Yuelan said in cold voice. Yuelan. Who exactly is he? Miss Gao is still in a daze. An inscription profound sect. Moreover he has inscription spirit, this kind of status is much higher than her. I don't know, it was Sister Rujing who asked us to trust him and protect him. Xiao Yuelan indifferently said. Shiman Tian said with smile, he is our uncle, last time uncle easily broke old he's 12th level finesse high grade immortal bone talisman, I already knew that he is from inscription profound sect. Uncle looks like a young man yet his inscription level is so great, it is indeed very surprising. He Lin chuckled and said. He feels that his relationship with Qin Yun is not bad. Totem Pavilion, you destroyed our totem rune exchange with Xiao family. Nangong Shuiru said. This matter was not my idea, I also did not participate. He Lin's expression is somewhat unsightly, he hastily explained, how about this, I will help you contact Xiao family and have them exchange totem runes with you again. With uncle's inscription profound sect, Xiao family will definitely be willing to exchange with you. Purple Ice Sacred City and Qin family people have already left the lobby and returned to their residence. It is not like they have never seen inscription profound sect before. For example, Qin family has inscription profound sect in their family. Even if they cannot befriend inscription profound sect, they must not become enemies. Because inscription profound sect's rallying power is very astonishing, all kinds of powerful factions want to rope them in. After Qin Yun obtained the divine fruit, he hastily returned to Nangong Shuiru's small building. After returning, Xianxia very excitedly pulled Qin Yan's hand and jumped here and there. Uncle, you are too awesome. It is actually inscription profound sect. So fucking awesome. Did you see Miss Gao's ugly face? Ha ha ha. Qinglian, does your Ximen family not have inscription profound sect? Qin Yan said with smile. Of course we do, but not many. Moreover, they usually appear and disappear unpredictably, you can't even see them once a year. Qinglian charmingly smiled and said, those inscription profound sect are all very old, how can they be as interesting as you, uncle? Moreover, you are so handsome. Originally I didn't like men, but now I am a bit fond of you. Oh, that's right, uncle. What is the relationship between you and Wulan? She has been wanting to flatten the devil immortal heavenly gate these past few days. Why don't you just ask her? Qin Yan said with smile. He looked at the jade-like peach in his hand. It is the divine fruit Elder Wu gave him. It looks like it is of very high quality. At this time, Luo Weizhuang knocked on the door and walked in. He said with smile, Brother Qin, you can rest assured in our Luo Tian city. Our city master will be back soon and wants to meet you. I hope you can give me face. No problem, you can tell me the time and place. Qin Yan said with smile. Luo family is protecting him so much, he naturally has to give them face. The mystery of the soul Qin Yan became very interested hearing about the mysterious thing found in Divine Mountain. He said with smile, how about this, I will go with you to find the city master, I am very curious about that thing. That's for the best. Let's go now. Luo Weizhuang nodded. Qin Yan told Qinglian and Little Phoenix to stay here. Then he sent a message to Xiao Yulan and bid her farewell before leaving with Luo Weizhuang. With so many Xian immortal experts protecting him, and in Luo Tian City, Luo Weizhuang wasn't afraid of sneak attacks. Qin Yan sat in Luo Weizhuang's carriage and headed for the Luo family's villa. The city lord was a member of the Luo clan, and his name was Luo Dongchuan. According to Luo Weizhuang's description, he was a very forthright middle-aged man. He was of the same generation as Luo Weizhuang, but he was much older than Luo Wei, and his cultivation was also much higher than Luo Weizhuang. Not long after, Qin Yan and Luo Weizhuang arrived at the Luo family's villa. In a spacious and comfortable hall, a bearded middle-aged man with a square face and big ears wearing grayish-blue armor quickly walked in. When he saw Qin Yan, he laughed loudly and said, Uncle Qin, I finally get to see you. I've heard Ximen Chongtian mention you before, but I've been searching for treasures in the sacred mountain, so I haven't had the chance to meet you. Qin Yan was not wearing a mask right now. Furthermore, he was wearing white clothes, making him look even younger and more energetic. He did not look like an uncle at all. Fortunately, he was used to this form of address. City Lord Luo, how was your treasure hunt in the Divine Mountain? Qin Yan asked with a smile. Luo Dongchuan indicated for Qin Yan to sit down and said with a sigh, it went smoothly, but when we left the Divine Mountain, we encountered some accidents and almost couldn't come back. Fortunately, we reacted quickly, but many of our brothers were injured and are now recuperating. It's good that you came back alive. A mystic immortal level Divine Mountain will definitely be fraught with danger, said Qin Yan with a nod. There were many rumors about the Divine Mountains in the demonic mirror, and they were all filled with all sorts of dangers. However, most people who managed to obtain divine fruits from the Divine Mountains didn't have the life to eat them. They were immediately killed. Yeah. We're lucky. We've lost contact with many of the other teams that went to that Divine Mountain. As Luo Dongchuan spoke of this matter, he couldn't help but sigh. I remember, before we went up the mountain, we met a small team and even established a connection with their magic mirror. Later on, they sent us a cry for help. When we arrived, we saw their corpses scattered all over the place. They had died a horrible death. At that moment, Qin Yan could also see Luo Dongchuan's ferocious face with a slightly fearful expression. Brother Chuan, didn't you say you found something good in the Divine Mountain? Take it out for Brother Qin to appraise. Luo Weizhuang hurriedly said with a smile. Yes. Luo Dongchuan took out a hexagonal stone plate and placed it on the table. Qin Yan stood up and walked over to take a closer look. This hexagonal stone plate was relatively thick, but it wasn't very big. It could be carried with both hands. There was a layer of pale white transparent stone on the surface, and there was something flowing underneath. You found this in the Divine Mountains? Xianxia used the extinction spirit eye to look inside the stone plate. All he saw was a ball of golden light. Yes, it's very sturdy. Luo Dongchuan took out a large axe. Xianxia looked at the sharp edge of the large axe and discovered that there are many tiny cracks on it. The large axe is actually a very good immortal tool, at least a high-grade immortal tool. I hacked with all my strength over 1,000 times, but I didn't even leave a single mark on it. Luo Dongchuan sighed. Instead, my axe was damaged because of this. Xianxia took out the floating cloud divine needle and vigorously poked at the stone plate, but it couldn't pierce through. Uncle Qin, do you know what's inside? Can you open it? Luo Dongchuan is also very curious. I also don't know. I only know that there is a ball of energy inside. It should be a very strong soul body. Xianxia shook his head and then used the mysterious penetration divine ability to try and break the shell on the surface. Luo Dongchuan said in shock, soul body? Then it's best not to open it. I heard that someone came out with a soul body, but in the end, they were killed. I want to keep it for research. Xianxia said with smile, I am very interested in this thing, can you sell it to me? I'll give it to you. Luo Dongchuan said with smile. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, City Lord Luo, you are indeed forthright. But let me tell you, although I don't know what this thing is, it is definitely a good thing. I can't take it from you for free. Luo Weizhuang said with smile, Brother Qin, Brother Chuan's axe is broken and you are from the Inscription Profound sect, help him repair it. Uncle Qin, my axe was only refined by the Luo family's Inscription Grandmaster. My Luo family's 2 Inscription Profound sects don't have the time to refine this kind of broken thing. If you have time, can you help me repair it? This way, I don't have to go around collecting materials to refine it. Luo Dongchuan said with some embarrassment because he knew that the time of the Inscription Profound sect is very precious and they rarely pay attention to this kind of low-end thing. City Lord Luo, to be honest, although I can carve level 12 totem runes with finesse, in terms of forging and refining, compared to those old Inscription Profound sects, there is still a huge gap. Xianxia spoke and took out a box. He took out a small pinch of light golden powder from the box, placed it in another box and handed it to Luo Dongchuan. Luo Dongchuan took it and looked at it, then asked, Uncle Qin, what is this? Xianxia said with a smile, this is divine iron powder. Take this divine iron powder and find the Luo family's Inscription Profound sect. They will definitely rush to help you repair this axe. Divine iron powder. Luo Dongchuan's eyes immediately widened. Luo Weizhuang is also extremely shocked, they all knew the preciousness of divine iron powder. Although it was very common in the Divine Desolate, it was something used to refine true divine weapons. After many sun god stones fell, divine iron also appeared one after another. However, they were all very rough. Furthermore, with the strength of the immortal desolate inscription masters, it was impossible to refine this kind of high-quality divine iron powder. Where did this come from? Luo Dongchuan asked in shock. Altar, bestowed by the gods. Xianxia smiled. Alright, I'll contact the Luo family's Inscription Profound sect right now. Luo Dongchuan laughed heartily and said, Uncle, I will take my leave first. I need to quickly find them to repair my axe. Xianxia stored the hexagonal disc. Ling Yuner told him that there is a soul body inside it. As for what kind of soul body it is, Ling Yuner doesn't know. Luo Weizhuang escorted Xianxia back to Yalan Tavern and arranged people to protect him. When Xianxia returned, he did not see Shimin Qinglian. Little Phoenix said that she left with Shimin Chongtian to meet the Shimin family's patriarch. Shuiru still hasn't returned? Xianxia asked. He is very anxious to plant the mysterious seed in Namgong Shuiru's hand. Not yet. Little Phoenix saw Xianxia return and hastily brought him some juice. Xianxia took out the devil mirror and contacted Namgong Shuiru. He found out that they are currently exchanging totem runes with the Xiao family under He Lin's arrangement. Namgong Shuiru and Xiao Yuelan returned at dusk. The Xiao family's attitude changed so quickly. Xiao Yuelan lightly groaned and said, Isn't it because Xiao Yun is from Inscription Mysterious Sect? And there is also that damned old woman Gao. She was so arrogant and smug in front of us before, but now she has to look at our faces. Each and every one of them has become a coward. Yuan, isn't this a good thing? Qin Yan said with smile. He immediately poured a cup of tea for his cold and elegant beautiful wife. Nangong Shuiru said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, you have truly concealed yourself deeply. You are actually from Inscription Mysterious Sect. Even I have misjudged you. Qin Yun spread his hands and said with smile, I am only good at carving runes, I am still lacking when it comes to forging materials. He took out a seed and handed it over to Nangong Shuiru. This is the seed from Divine Desolate? It is so heavy. Nangong Shuiru is somewhat amazed and carefully looked at the seed. Xiao Yuan also moved closer, touched the seed and said in low voice, is it edible? Yuan, you can't eat it, don't act recklessly. Qin Yan hastily said. I will take it back and plant it. Nangong Shuiru said with smile, I have agreed with Nangong family that I will be staying in Guanghan Palace for a period of time. It is best to use Sun Moon Divine Bold Air. Little Phoenix has an expression of reluctance, it mumbled in low voice, Sister Shuiru, I don't want to leave you. Can I also go to Guanghan Palace with you? I heard that outsiders are not allowed to stay in Guanghan Palace for a long time. Little Phoenix, you are not an outsider. You are Sister Shuiru's little sister. Xiao Yuan said. Miss Gao said, she said that I am an outsider, a little girl. She also said that my aptitude is poor and I cannot pass Guanghan Palace's assessment to become a disciple. Little Phoenix said with some sadness. Miss Gao is just a fart, don't listen to her. Xiao Yuan lightly groaned, then looked at Qin Yun. Xiao Yun, Little Phoenix calls you brother Xiao Yun, don't tell me you don't want to help her enter Guanghan Palace? Nangong Shuiru and Xiao Yuan both know that Qin Yun and Xian Rujing have a very good relationship. So long as Xian Rujing says something, Little Phoenix can enter Guanghan Palace without any problem. Qin Yun said with smile, you want me to contact Rujing? That's easy. Oh that's right, why didn't you tell Rujing? Isn't your relationship with her very good? To become a disciple of Guanghan Palace, you have to go through several rounds of assessment. First round is Palace Master Bingxing's assessment, second round is Palace Master Yu's assessment and third round is Sister Yang's interview. Nangong Shuiru said, Sister Rujing is rather old-fashioned, she always follows the same procedure when we recommend disciples to Guanghan Palace. If you ask her for help, maybe Little Phoenix will be able to pass? Little Phoenix's strength is very good, she should be able to pass the assessment, right? Qin Yan asked. Not now but in a few years, it shouldn't be a problem. Little Phoenix's cultivation breakthrough is too fast, her foundation is somewhat unstable. But her aptitude is very good, after a few years of foundation building, she will surely be able to pass the assessment. Qin Yan also knows that the requirements to enter Guanghan Palace are very strict. An outsider like Little Phoenix can only enter for a few days before coming out. He took out the devil mirror and contacted Xian Rujing. How about this, I will let Shuriwei go find you. Guanghan Palace is hers, she has the final say in everything and nobody is dissatisfied with her. She has been acting strangely recently but I heard that she is on the way to Luotian City, I don't know what she is up to. Is she looking for me? Qin Yan's heart stirred as he asked. The person who obtained the arrow when Qin Yan learned that Yang Shiyu was coming, he was looking forward to meeting her. He wanted to see her attitude towards him. Xian Rujing has been waiting for the sun-suppressing divine arrow but since there is no progress, she decided to leave. Not only her, many people are also leaving because it is not easy to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. After Qin Yan contacted Xian Rujing, he said to Nangong Shuiru, Shuiru, you can rest assured and bring Little Phoenix to Guanghan Palace. Even if Little Phoenix can't become a disciple of Guanghan Palace, she can stay there for a long time. As long as I can follow Sister Shuiru, it doesn't matter even if I can't become a disciple of Guanghan Palace. Little Phoenix is very happy, she sweetly smiled and said, thank you brother Xiao Yun. Xian Rujing can't directly let Little Phoenix become a disciple of Guanghan Palace but letting Little Phoenix stay in Guanghan Palace is not a problem. Then I will go back now. Sister Yalan will also go back. We won't disturb you two anymore. Nangong Shuiru looked at Xiao Yuan and said with smile. Sister Shuiru, what are you talking about? Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold jade-like face became tender and rosy. Nangong Shuiru sweetly smiled and said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, if you want to eat the divine fruit, remember to eat the senseless immortal pill first. Qin Yun nodded. Nangong Shuiru bid farewell to little Phoenix and left the small building. Inside the small building, Qin Yun pulled Xiao Yuelan's lily-white hand and said with smile, Yuelan, that girl Qing Lian seems to worship you very much. She wants to pursue you. Did she succeed? That little girl has no sincerity at all. I asked her for runes but she refused. Xiao Yuelan lightly groaned, then gently caressed Qin Yun's handsome face and said in soft voice, Xiao Yun, were you tortured by those 3 Xian immortals? Qin Yun laughed, of course not. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun with deep feeling in her eyes and said with slight anger, you are lying. They must have tortured you. I am not lying to you. Qin Yun also did not want Xiao Yuelan to feel heartache. Because when she was young, she personally saw Qin Yun being tortured to save her. Although I have lost a portion of my memories, I know that you are lying to me with that look in your eyes. Xiao Yuelan lightly stamped her feet and turned around. Yuelan, I'm fine now. Qin Yun hugged her from behind and kissed her absolutely beautiful face. Xiao Yuelan tightly clenched her fists and said coldly, those bastards from the devil immortal heavenly sect, I will never let them off. Qin Yun could sense that Xiao Yuelan was very concerned about him. He felt very touched and warm in his heart. He gently hugged Xiao Yuelan and then sat on a chair, letting this ice-cold and domineering beauty sit on his lap. Like a delicate little woman, she nestled in his embrace. Xiao Yun, I really want to recover my memory. Xiao Yuelan listened to Qin Yun's heartbeat and muttered, when I think about forgetting everything that happened with you, my heart feels very uncomfortable. I clearly love you very much. How could I forget about you? I'm so useless. Xiao Yun, when you saw me forget about you, did you feel very sad? Qin Yun gently caressed Xiao Yuelan's beautiful hair and said with a smile, Yuelan, as long as you still love me, it's enough. Xiao Yuelan said firmly, I must quickly cultivate a sacred spirit. This kind of thing can't be forced. Don't go berserk because you're too anxious. Qin Yun said somewhat worriedly. Don't worry, Sister Lingxue has innate sacred spirit body. If I cultivate with her, I'll be able to cultivate sacred spirit very quickly. Xiao Yuelan chuckled and said, Xiao Yun, when I come back from the immortal Xian desert with you, I'll immediately go into seclusion and cultivate with Sister Lingxue. Qin Yun nodded. He can feel that this usually cold iceberg beauty has become tender and fragrant in his embrace. Especially that faint orchid fragrance, it is very intoxicating. Xiao Yun, quickly go eat the divine fruit. You have to break through quickly. Xiao Yuelan suddenly said, you've become stronger, I'll be more at ease. Alright, I will go into seclusion now. Qin Yun finished speaking and then said, Yuelan, how about you cultivate with me? I also want to but I'm worried that I'll break through. I want to enter the immortal Xian desert with you. Xiao Yuelan caressed Qin Yun's cheek and said with smile, Xiao Yun, we will have the opportunity to cultivate together in the future. Qin Yun kissed Xiao Yuelan's red lips and said with smile, I will go eat the divine fruit and cultivate now. Xianxia has a snow-white ship that is more than 10 meters long. Inside a small hall in the ship, little Phoenix and Namgong Shuiru are sitting at a round table and eating fruits. Xianxia is supporting her jade-like fragrant cheek, her elegant goose egg-like jade face is filled with indolence. Her watery beautiful eyes are flickering with blurred autumn ripples. Although she is looking at Nangong Shuiru and little Phoenix, she seems to be thinking about something. Shuiru, what is the relationship between Yuelan and Uncle Qin? Xianxia asked in soft voice. Husband and wife. They have known each other for a long time. Nangong Shuiru said with smile. Ah? They are husband and wife. What about you? I heard that you and Uncle Qin are very close. When he arrived at the Yalan Tavern, he went to find you first. Xianxia said with light smile, Shuiru, don't tell me that you are also Uncle Qin's woman? Nangong Shuiru's plump and moist face suddenly became captivating red. She said in low voice, Sister Yalan, what nonsense are you talking about? Xianxia saw that Nangong Shuiru's reaction is so big and smiled. Nangong Shuiru wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes. She lightly groaned and said, Sister Yalan, don't let your imagination run wild. Xiaoyun is just a friend of mine. Moreover, there are many women in the Guanghan Palace who know him. For example, Yi, Ruling, Wulan and even Sister Rujing. All of them have very good relationship with him. That's because you are all head over heels in love with him. Xiaoyun must have used some secret technique to bewitch you and make you unable to free yourselves. Xiang Yalan said with ridiculing smile. She very flirtatiously combed her beautiful hair and said with smile, and I will not be bewitched by him. Nangong Shuiru curled her lips and said, Sister Yalan, Xiaoyun is not a bad man, of course he won't go to Guanghan Palace. Besides, if you were in contact with him, you would also treat him very well. I won't. Xiang Yalan wrinkled her nose and muttered. Why does Big Sister Yang want to go to Luotian City? What important matter does she have that she can't let you handle? Nangong Shuiru curiously said, I heard that Big Sister Rujing also wants to go to Luotian City. It should be something very important but she didn't tell me about it. I think it must be about the alliance with Shiman family. Xiang Yalan thought for a bit and said again, could it be that she is going to find your Xiaoyun? Why is she looking for Xiaoyun? Nangong Shuiru said in low voice. Your Xiaoyun stole the hearts of many beauties from Guanghan Palace. Big Sister Yang found out, so she came forward to teach him a lesson. Xiang Yalan said with mischievous smile. Nangong Shuiru looked at Xiang Yalan with hidden bitterness and said, Sister Yalan, Xiaoyun is from Inscription Profound Sect and you are a venerable master, don't you think he is very awesome? You seem to be very dissatisfied with Xiaoyun, why is that? I don't like him very much. Xiang Yalan curled her lips and said, he acted so recklessly in my Yalan tavern, he didn't even give me any face. Little Phoenix said in soft voice, Sister Yalan, Brother Xiaoyun is very good to you. He didn't want you to go to Purple Ice Sacred City, so he defeated a venerable master of Purple Ice Sacred City. Nangong Shuiru nodded and said, indeed. Sister Yalan, you still haven't thanked Xiaoyun, yet you are still speaking ill of him. I already thanked him. I allowed him to stay in Yalan Tavern for free. He is the only man who can receive such preferential treatment. Xiang Yalan said with hidden bitterness. You still haven't thanked him in person. Nangong Shuiru said with smile, Sister Yalan, don't you also know Xiaoyun? Didn't something happen between the two of you? So you don't dare to go find him because you are afraid that Yuelan will find out. Don't talk nonsense. Xiang Yalan scolded with smile, Shuiru, don't talk nonsense to Yuelan. Nangong Shuiru and Little Phoenix are both women, they sensed something. In the chamber, Qin Yin ate the senseless immortal pill before eating the snow-white jade-like peach. Before eating, he took a picture of the peach and sent it to the little black donkey. Shuiru is truly awesome, after eating her senseless immortal pill, I don't feel any discomfort anymore. Qin Yin said with mischievous smile. He bit the peach bit by bit. Although it doesn't have any taste, it is many times better than eating golden grapes. Without any discomfort, Qin Yin can now focus on refining the impurities in his body and not have diarrhea. Xiaoyun, people must have eaten the divine fruit one after another. Why is no one talking about it in the devil mirror? Ling Yuner asked curiously. Probably because they don't dare to talk nonsense. Those who ate the divine fruit must be worried that they would be captured and eaten by some evil people. There must be many people who eat people in the immortal desolate, those bastards from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are one of them. Qin Yin said. After eating the divine fruit, Qin Yin gradually sensed energy rushing towards him. He immediately entered a state of cultivation. After cultivating for 5 days, the small flame hammer revolving around the nether sun has gradually taken shape. It has become bigger and more similar to the 9-sun divine hammer, but it is still not complete. And now he is already 6th level upper immortal realm. I will be able to attack 7th level upper immortal realm very soon. Qin Yin said in his heart. His devil mirror is also shaking non-stop. Luckily he did not feel any discomfort after eating the divine fruit, so he can communicate with the outside world. The person who contacted him is Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. Xiaoding, is there something urgent? Qin Yin asked. Lord Master, it's a big matter. Another sun-suppressing divine arrow has been pulled out. Do you know who pulled it out? It's your old man Qin Long. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor shouted in shock, "Master, how can your father be so awesome? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Otherwise, I would have treated him like my own father back then." Qin Yan is also endlessly shocked. He never expected that his own father would be able to take away a sun-suppressing divine arrow, and now Qin Long is also contacting him. "Time of Nirvana, Dad, how are you now? Is it safe?" Qin Yan quickly asked. He is very worried about his father. Previously, after Sect Master Wei Zhongxing obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he was chased by a large group of experts. "I'm safe now. I'm going to a place next. It might take a while before I can come back. If you can't contact me, don't worry," Qin Long said. "Alright, take care." Qin Yan also knows that his father has a mysterious matter to do. "Take care." With that, Qin Long cut off the connection. Qin Yan looked at the news on the magic mirror. Indeed, news of the sun-suppressing divine arrow being snatched was spreading like wildfire. Many people were very puzzled because the people who obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow consecutively were not those immortal emperors or great emperors. They were all nameless people. This made people doubt the strength of these immortal emperors. Dad was able to take away the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Could it be that he possesses the sun's core? Qin Yan was also very curious about this matter. "Xiao Yun, continue cultivating. Only with formidable strength can we deal with all kinds of incidents in the future," Ling Yin'er said. After Qin Yan ate the divine fruit, there is still a lot of energy that he has not refined. Now, he continues to cultivate. He wants to make himself stronger as soon as possible. The sun altar within the mysterious immortal desert was his target. He wanted to attack that sun altar and obtain the core fragment within. There were so many sun altars, but the sun altar in the mysterious immortal desert was the easiest to obtain. In the immortal mystic desert, Qin Yan had a powerful helper like old fox Huang. Even if he faced a mystic immortal like Qiao Tianxiu, he would still be able to put up a fight. Great Desert Holy City has also recruited many experts in the past few days. They are all 9th layer upper immortals because their mission is to find those inscription beasts in mysterious immortal desert. Now, it is not only the holy cities that want to capture the inscription beasts. Shiman and Qin family, these reclusive inscription families, are also organizing their people to go to the dangerous Holy Land or Divine Mountain to search for the inscription beasts. Qin Yan only knows that inscription beasts have very mysterious runes. These runes are formed by natural combination. He had obtained a set of runes but he had yet to completely refine it. Therefore, he did not know the specific power of the runes. Little cloud, this is the end of an era. Soon, Zhou Huang would enter the Nirvana stage. But this is also a good era, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Ling Yin'er said, therefore, you must seize this opportunity to become stronger before entering the Nirvana stage. Only then will you be able to explore the 9 desolates during Nirvana. Qin Yan also knew that before the world extermination, the sun's power brought great benefits to the immortal desolates' living beings. He was able to break through so quickly because he had eaten so many divine fruits. Yun'er, what do you mean by Nirvana? Qin Yan asked. According to the ancient records, when the 9 wastelands is reborn from the flames, it is also when the great calamity descends. This is the time of Nirvana. Most living beings will wander the starry sky in search of a new home. Ling Yin'er said, because Nirvana takes a long time, most of the creatures that leave will not come back. Qin Yan said with a frown, are you saying that there will be a phenomenon in the 9 desolates during Nirvana? I don't know. There are no relevant records regarding the 9 desolates during Nirvana. Therefore, I think that during Nirvana, something mysterious must have happened. Ling Yin'er said, if my guess is not wrong, it must be related to the rebirth of the 9 suns. Qin Yan heard before that in order to survive the great calamity, one must have very formidable power. Only then can one move freely within the great calamity. The divine fruit's energy is very strong and sufficient. Just as Elder Wu said, it can allow Qin Yan to break through 2 small realms. Now, Qin Yan is paying attention to the surroundings of the nether sun. Apart from the flame hammer and heavenly lion, something is gradually condensing. It is the form of his heavenly Tao arrogant force. As the nether sun absorbed more and more energy, the immortal power also continuously increased. The heavenly Tao arrogant force gradually condensed into a very small dragon. Dragon? The form of heavenly Tao arrogant force? Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. It should be a dragon. Moreover, it is a heavenly dragon, it should be different from other dragons. Ling Yan'er said with smile. Qin Yan nodded and said, Yuelan has her own heavenly Tao arrogant force. It seems like she has found her own cultivation path. After cultivating the embryonic form of a small dragon, Qin Yan also sensed the power of the heavenly Tao arrogant force. He suddenly discovered that when releasing immortal power, he can simultaneously fuse ferocious, wildfire and arrogant auras into one. This way, he can become even more formidable. 7th level upper immortal realm. Qin Yan somewhat excitedly said, 2 more levels, I will be a 9th level upper immortal. Now it is up to Mo. Qin Yan let Mo use the divine liquid to feed the sacred infant fruit. After the sacred infant fruit absorbs the divine liquid, it can recover its energy and then release the sacred infant fruit's power for Qin Yan to absorb. It is not easy to obtain new divine fruits, so Qin Yan can only rely on the sacred infant fruit's power to rush to 9th level upper immortal realm in one go. Qin Yan has been in seclusion for more than 10 days. After coming out, he did not see Xiao Yuelan in the hall. Yuelan, where are you? Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and contacted Xiao Yuelan. Immortal Xian Desert. Xiao Yuelan said, Guanghan Palace sent me a mission, they want me to immediately rush to Immortal Xian Desert. I was with old Luo and the others, originally we wanted to wait for you but because the matter is too urgent, we set off ahead of time. How many people did you send? Qin Yan promptly asked. He has been in seclusion for more than 10 days and so many things have happened. This is how it is now, all kinds of major events are happening. 209th level upper immortals. Our Guanghan Palace, Luo family, Shiman family, Shanyuan family, and some other small sects. Xiao Yuelan said. This caused Qin Yan to be very shocked. Dispatching so many powerful 9th level upper immortals means that something big has happened. What happened? Qin Yan asked. Great Desert Sacred City was attacked by Inscription Beast. That Inscription Beast is very strong, it destroyed Great Desert Sacred City's barrier and single-handedly injured a large number of Great Desert Sacred City's 9th stage exalted immortals. Moreover, the Xian immortals inside the Sun Altar don't dare to come out because they will be injured the moment they come out. Xiao Yuelan said. Later, the Sun Altar attacked and injured that Inscription Beast. You want to enter Immortal Xian Desert to capture that Inscription Beast? Qin Yan involuntarily shouted, this is very dangerous. No. Although that Inscription Beast is injured, we don't have the strength to capture it. After that Inscription Beast was injured by the Sun Altar, the experts of Great Desert Sacred City chased it all the way across Immortal Xian River. Finally, they chased it to the depths of the desert and discovered a city there. Xiao Yuelan said, there are many powerful creatures in the city, I don't know if they are humans or Inscription Beasts. Qin Yan is secretly apprehensive. Inscription Beast actually ran into a city, moreover, that city was not discovered by anyone before. Xiao Yuelan said again, we will now go to that city and see what's going on. We have so many 9th stage heavenly immortals going together, it will be much safer. I understand, I will rush over to find you as soon as possible. Qin Yan also wants to see that mysterious city. Through the devil mirror, he looked at the news circulating above and also saw the appearance of the city. It looks very strange, the walls are made of yellow sand, moreover, they are very tall and very thick, there is also a natural barrier. The sky above the city is shrouded by floating yellow sand. At night, the city will emit intense golden light, making people feel that there are many treasures inside the city. Great Desert Sacred City's people first went to the Yellow Sand City, followed by Purple Ice Sacred City's people. Later on, a conflict occurred and they fought there. Old Fox, did you hear about the matter of Yellow Sand City? Qin Yan promptly contacted Old Fox Huang. Old Fox Huang has already captured the horse monkey in Immortal Xian Desert. He promptly replied to Qin Yan, Xiao Qin, I originally wanted to go out to find you but because of Yellow Sand City, I immediately crossed Immortal Xian River and went to the depths of the desert. How much do you know about Yellow Sand City? Qin Yan asked. I am in the vicinity of Yellow Sand City. Old Fox Huang said, according to the Devil Mirror, there is a very strong inscription beast inside Yellow Sand City. It was injured by the Sun Altar and is hiding inside to heal. It was directly hit by the Sun Altar and still managed to run so far. If it really is an inscription beast, then it is definitely the strongest inscription beast in Immortal Xian Desert. Xianxia carefully looked at the Devil Mirror's content before. There is no image of the inscription beast. Reportedly, the inscription beast sneak attacked Great Desert Sacred City at night. Its concealment ability is very strong and its explosive power is also very dreadful. Xiaoqin, I want to see if I can contact that inscription beast. Old Fox Huang said, what I am puzzled about is that there is no aura of the inscription beast in the vicinity. Xianxia said, that inscription beast's concealment ability is very strong, it is very normal that you can't sense its aura. Old Fox Huang said in low voice, I suspect that it is not an ordinary inscription beast. If it is really strong, it is very likely to be a sun rune beast or even a totem rune beast. I will go meet up with you as soon as possible. Xianxia also wants to see the true appearance of the inscription beast. Inside the hall, he is earnestly looking at the Devil Mirror, understanding all kinds of news from the past few days. Suddenly, the door was opened. Xianxia looked over and immediately became startled. The one who opened the door is a tall and beautiful woman. When she walked in, a gentle breeze blew outside the door. Her simple and elegant snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, along with her beautiful waist-length black hair fluttering in the wind. She brought along a burst of fragrance as she walked in front of Xianxia. Xianxia has arrived. Xianxia looked at the intelligent and elegant jade face. He cannot help but recall the help he received from Teacher Yang back then. He recalled everything that happened between him and Xianxia. The elegant and refined peerless beauty has a warm and sweet smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes that are as gentle as water are looking at Xianxia. Hello. Xianxia promptly got up and said, Shuiru and Yulan are not here. I know they are not here. Seeing how nervous Xianxia is, Xianxia smiled sweetly. 1366 Chapter 1366 Yang Di Uncle, of course I'm here to look for you. You are now a very famous inscription profound sect. When Xianxia called him uncle, she could not help but giggle. Xianxia looked at the beautiful woman with a smile that was like a flower in front of him. He could feel a wonderful gentleness. I'm not an uncle, I'm younger than you. Xianxia scratched his head and said with a grin, Big Sister Yang, you might not remember me but that's how I used to call you. Xiaoyun, what are you nervous about? It's been so long since I've seen Big Sister Yang, don't tell me you're a stranger? Xianxia extended her warm lily-white hand and pinched Xianxia's handsome face. She giggled and said, You little fellow, you're already in the inscription profound sect. And you've even become a famous uncle. Xianxia was stunned as he looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He suddenly realized that Xianxia did not seem to have forgotten about him. Big Sister Yang, don't tell me you didn't lose that part of your memories? Xianxia said with wild joy. Sit down. Xianxia pressed down on Xianxia's shoulders and made him sit down. She said with a gentle smile, I originally lost that part of my memories. Rujing mentioned you a few times in front of me but I couldn't remember. Later on, I also realized that there was a problem with my memories. Then how did you recover your memories? Xianxia asked hurriedly. I cultivated a saint spirit. I originally had the Nether Moon Martial Spirit inheritance. That Nether Sun Martial Spirit was originally very strong. After I cultivated a saint spirit, I recovered that part of my memories. Xianxia faintly sighed, seriously, I actually forgot about you. I shouldn't have forgotten that part of my memories about you. Big Sister Yang, it's good that you can recover your memories. Xianxia said with a smile. His heart is blooming with joy. Finally, there is someone who has not forgotten about him. Xiaoyun, don't worry. As long as Yulan and the others cultivate a saint spirit, they will immediately think of you. Xianxia caressed Xianxia's cheek and said with a smile, even if Yulan and the others lose that part of their memories, as long as they see you, they will feel a sense of familiarity towards you. Xianxia asked, did they tell you that? I looked for Shui Ru, Ruoleng, and the others, and they all told me this. I'm guessing that little Mei Lian will be able to recover her memories very soon. She should be the first to discover that she has lost her memories. Xianxia also sat down. Her beautiful eyes flickered with tenderness as she looked at Qin Yun. I heard Big Sister Yang came here for an important matter, is that right? Rujing is also coming. Qin Yun said. The most important thing is the heavenly altar. That's related to your previous life, immortal King Fu Yun. Xianxia sighed softly, Xiao Yun, the situation in your previous life and this life are very similar, and it's getting more and more complicated. Now, even I don't know what you encountered in your past life. Qin Yun frowned and said, Sister Yang, Sister Kiru, also encountered an accident. Then, he told Xianxia about Xiaqiru. After hearing this, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Only Sister Kiru knows about her situation. We don't have to worry about her. Xianxia smiled, Sister Kiru has always been very strong. Qin Yun nodded and said with smile, she has turned into a little girl, she is very cute. I often pinched her face, she also often pinched me when I was a child. After Xianxia heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled, you, all day long you want to pinch other people's faces. Is that heavenly Tao altar related to my previous life? I just obtained the Fu Yun heavenly seal spirit from there. Qin Yun said. I also went because of this matter. When I saw Tian Daozi, he said that you took the seal spirit away, only then did I feel relieved. Xianxia laughed, Xiao Yun, your previous life should have paved a path for you, this way I can feel a lot more at ease. Sister Yang, what cultivation level are you now? Qin Yun asked curiously. I am now an immortal king. Xianxia walked over to Qin Yun's side, held his hand and probed the situation inside his body. Qin Yun said with smile, Teacher Yang, you haven't taught me cultivation methods for a long time. Although I can cultivate myself, I still like you to teach me cultivation methods. After Xianxia probed the situation inside Qin Yun's body, after feeling shocked, she said with annoyed smile, Xiao Yun, you are from Inscription Profound Sect. Also, you have cultivated Immortal Devil Sacred Body, this is Sister Kiru's cultivation method. Qin Yun talked about his experience in Immortal Desolate, Xianxia was shaken to the core. She doesn't know much about Ancient Desolate, she mainly heard from Xiao Yuemei. That damned girl Yuemei, she actually forgot about this big brother. Qin Yun also learned that Xiao Yuemei has returned to Guanghan Palace. Xiao Yun, Netherworld Great Emperor was your previous life's foster father. I actually didn't know about this. Xianxia said with deep emotion, some time ago, the news he posted on the Devil Mirror caused quite a stir. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, that was all posted by me. Oh that's right Sister Yang, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror was my previous life's disciple. He cheated me before and I counterattacked. Xianxia is very surprised because she doesn't know about Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. She said with great interest, quickly tell me about this matter. You actually successfully impersonated your foster father, you scared those two great emperors. Qin Yun told Xianxia about the secret competition between him and Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Xianxia is very astonished after hearing this. Because she doesn't know that Qin Yun's previous life actually started setting up the Devil Mirror very early on, it's just that he didn't finish it. Sister Yang, here you go. Qin Yun took out a white Devil Mirror and said with smile, I refined this. Thank you Xiao Yun, you are really awesome. Xianxia smiled sweetly, put away the Devil Mirror and said again, if you have time, refine some more, I want to give them to Guanghan Palace's disciples. No problem. Qin Yun laughed, then his expression suddenly became solemn and asked, Sister Yang, you should have heard about the matter in Immortal Shan Great Desert right? I heard. Our Guanghan Palace also sent people to investigate. Xianxia nodded and said, Xiao Yun, do you want to go in? Qin Yun nodded and said, I'm preparing to go immediately. Then be careful on the road. Xianxia also knows that Qin Yun's strength is not weak, so she is not very worried. She sighed and said, when you return from the Immortal Shan Great Desert, we'll talk. I also have urgent matters to attend to right now, I need to rush to the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Is Rujing not coming over? Qin Yun asked. She was going to come over but when she found out that the sun-suppressing divine arrow was taken away, she rushed back. Xianxia smiled, she must be very depressed. At this time, Qin Yun took out the mysterious soul body he obtained from Luo Dongchuan and placed it on the table. What is this? When Xianxia saw it, she felt that it is not simple. I got it from a divine mountain. There is a very strong soul body inside and the surface layer is very sturdy, it can't be broken. Qinyan said. Xianxia walked over and caressed it with her lily-white hands. Suddenly, a faint moonlight flowed out from between her eyebrows and entered the hexagonal jade plate. Ah! Xianxia suddenly shouted and almost fell down. Qinyan hurriedly walked over and supported Xianxia's delicate and soft body. Big sister Yang, are you alright? Qinyan asked anxiously. I'm fine. My soul suffered a counterattack. Xianxia quickly recovered and said with a happy smile, Xiao Yun, you definitely won't be able to guess what's inside. Qinyan was very surprised. Xianxia must have seen through what it was. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so happy. Xianxia said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, it should be the Yang Emperor inscription spirit that you were looking for in your previous life. Qinyan was startled. He had obtained the Yang Emperor inscription spirit just like that. Xianxia looked at the dazed Qinyan and said, Xiao Yun, how did you get this thing? The excited Qinyan quickly told Xianxia about the deal with Luo Dongchuan. Although there is the Yang Emperor inscription spirit inside, but this outer shell is very hard, it's very difficult to open. Xianxia said with a frown, even if you open it, I'm worried that you won't be able to control it or cause a huge commotion. This is a very strong inscription spirit. In the Immortal Desolate, there are many hidden experts who have tools to detect inscription spirits. If I open it, it will attract a lot of people to fight over it? Qinyan is also very surprised. Yes. But don't worry, when you have the ability to break it open, just find a place to hide. It's best if you can isolate the space so that the inscription spirit doesn't lose control and run away. Xianxia said. Qinyan put away the Yang Emperor inscription spirit and calmed the excitement in his heart. At this time, Xianxia picked up the magic mirror and said, Rujing is urging me. I'll ask Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror to help you. Qinyan said with a smile, he's my disciple, he listens to everything I say now. And, when I need help, I'll contact you. Xianxia smiled sweetly. Qinyan and Xianxia both had urgent matters to attend to. However, this short meeting was enough for them. The two of them left the city together. Qinyan watched Xianxia fly away. Just as he was about to hurry on his way, he suddenly saw billowing smoke and dust in the distance, like a dragon running wildly on the ground. Not long after, he saw a thin black-clothed man riding a large white pig running out of the smoke and dust. The person who came is Shiman Dazhuang and his divine pet Pippi Pig. Dazhuang. Qinyan is very surprised. Uncle, I'm finally out, I think your entire family. When Shiman Dazhuang saw Qinyan, tears immediately flowed down his face. He cried and shouted, from now on, you are my dear uncle. Qinyan is very surprised. In such a short period of time, Shiman Dazhuang actually comprehended his own Tao. Dazhuang, I'm about to head to the immortal Xian desert. Qinyan said with a smile. I've already heard about the matter of the immortal Xian desert. Uncle, you still haven't moved. You must be waiting for us, right? You really are my dear uncle. Shiman Dazhuang is very touched and said, Uncle, Pippi Pig can carry 2 people, let's ride it together. No need, flying is faster. Qinyan said with a dry laugh. Riding a pig is cool and domineering. Shiman Dazhuang is already riding on Pippi Pig's back. Invincible Heaven Qinyan flew in the sky. Pippi carried Shiman Dazhuang and flew behind Qinyan. Pippi Pig, do you know what is going on with the inscription beasts inside Yellow Sand City? Qinyan asked. I contacted old Fox Huang before, he doesn't know anything about the inscription beasts inside. Shiman Dazhuang laughed and said, Uncle, don't look at Pippi Pig's present strength as inferior to old Fox Huang, but he is much more respectable than old Fox Huang. He definitely knows more than old Fox Huang. Pippi Pig smiled wretchedly and said, Of course. The old fox is only formed from ordinary runes and I am a star and moon inscription beast. My potential is much greater than old Fox Huang's. Star moon inscription beast? It's a combination of star runes and moon runes? Qinyan couldn't believe it as he looked at Pippi Pig's flapping ears. Yes. Pippi Pig said smugly, I am still in infancy, furthermore, I can grow and evolve runes by myself. Pippi Pig, other than farting, do you have any other powerful abilities? Xianxia asked. I'm very fast. Pippi Pig proudly raised its fat pig head and said with a smile, I can still drill into the ground. My drilling speed is very fast. All right. Xianxia smiled. Although Pippi Pig was an exotic beast, it was not weak. Especially that stinky pig fart, it was the most terrifying. Shimendazhuang took out a talisman and handed it to Xianxia. After Xianxia took it, he asked, what talisman is this? Evading odor immortal talisman, I refined it. As long as you carry this talisman on you, you won't be injured by Pippi's smelly fart. Shimendazhuang chuckled and said, Uncle, do you want to try? I'll let Pippi Pig fart at you right now. No need, no need. Xianxia immediately refused. Even if he could really avoid the stench, it would still feel weird. Nickskin Pig said with a smile, Uncle Qin, you're really impressive. Because of your guidance, Dazhuang and I both comprehended our own Dao. You are much more powerful than that Tian Daozi. That old fellow doesn't know anything. He only knows how to talk about profound things all day long to show off. Oh? What kind of heavenly Dao have you figured out? Asked Xianxia curiously. Hee, it's a secret. Shimendazhuang rubbed his pig head and chuckled. Xianxia rolled his eyes at him and increased his flying speed. He wants to quickly reach Yellow Sand City in the immortal Xian Desert. When Pippi Pig saw Xianxia increase his speed, he hurriedly chased after him. His speed was indeed very fast. Even with Shimendazhuang on his back, he could still fly quickly in the air. Now, he even deliberately ran in front of Xianxia. Xianxia immediately flew higher because he was worried that Pippi Pig would fart at any time. After Pippi Pig saw Xianxia's worry, he chuckled with Shimendazhuang. These two guys are getting along better and better. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Pippi Pig flew to Xianxia's side and said, Uncle, now everyone thinks that there are many inscription beasts gathered in Yellow Sand City and many treasures. Actually, that is not the case. Yellow Sand City was shrouded in yellow sand, and the city walls were also made of yellow sand. At night, they would occasionally emit a golden light, as though treasures were glowing. What's the situation inside? Asked Xianxia. That's not a city, it's a cocoon. Pippi Pig said in low voice, there is only one inscription beast inside. It is hiding inside its own cocoon to rest and heal. Maybe it can even evolve. Xianxia's brows creased, he suddenly felt that Pippi Pig's words are very plausible. What kind of inscription beast is it? Is it very strong? Xianxia asked. Of course it's very strong. If not for Sun Altar condensing divine power to attack, it would have already been flattened by that inscription beast. Pippi Pig very solemnly said, if that inscription beast successfully evolves or recovers from its injuries, then everyone near Yellow Sand City will die. After Xianxia heard this, he hastily informed Xiao Yuelan, telling her to pay more attention. Previously, when Sun Altar appeared, there were many powerful inscription beasts in the vicinity. They wanted to attack Sun Altar, but later on, they all ran away and did not join hands to attack. It can be seen that the things inside Sun Altar are very important to those powerful inscription beasts. This made Xianxia think of Yang. Yang can be considered a kind of inscription beast. Although she is a sun spirit, she has totem runes on her body. However, Yang is now facing a crisis. In the future, she will fall into a deep slumber along with the sun falling into the Nine Desolate, just like Nine Sun Divine Hammer. The reason why the powerful inscription beasts in Immortal Xian Desert are so anxious to attack Sun Altar is most likely to be to obtain the Sun Core Fragment and avoid falling into a deep slumber. In other words, those inscription beasts that want to snatch the Sun Core Fragment are very likely divine beasts on the level of Ninth Heaven Xian Sparrow. Yang fought with Blue Snake before. Although her cultivation is lower than Blue Snake's, they were evenly matched. It can be seen that Yang's potential is very great. If she can reach Xian Immortal Beast level, she will be able to walk unhindered in Immortal Xian Desert. Pippi Pig, among you inscription beasts, are Sun Rune beasts the strongest? Xianxia asked. Yes. Sun Rune beasts are generally divine beasts, there are not many of them. In short, I am not too sure. After all, some Sun Rune beasts are from last era and have only awakened now. Pippi Pig said, "This is what my inherited memories told me." Qin Yan is certain that the one who attacked Great Desert Holy City was a Sun Rune beast. Only a Sun Rune beast has the power to sweep through the entire Holy City. A few days later, Qin Yan and company finally arrived at Immortal Xian Desert while flying along the Immortal Xian River. Immortal Xian Desert has two regions that are separated by a great river. Qin Yan and company are now on the other side. They are running on the desert towards Yellow Sand City. "Uncle, you are now a 7th layer Ascendant Immortal, your cultivation speed is really fast." Shimandazhuang said with envy, "Wait for Pippi Pig to bring me to many divine fruits, I will also be able to quickly break through." Ha ha ha, while running in the desert, Qin Yan's speed is far inferior to Pippi Pig's. Shimandazhuang is sitting on Pippi Pig's back. Along the way, he is very carefree and relaxed. Moreover, he is even wailing and howling with Pippi Pig, singing very unpleasant songs. Under the scorching sun, hot air is rising in the Immortal Xian Desert. Qin Yan used the soul-chasing talisman to determine Xiao Yuelan's location. After contacting Xiao Yuelan, he learned that Yellow Sand City is still very calm, nothing has run out. "We should be able to reach the vicinity of Yellow Sand City tonight." Just as Qin Yan finished speaking, Pippi Pig, who was running in front, suddenly drilled into the desert with Shimandazhuang. Qin Yan thought that they are just playing around, so he did not pay much attention to them. However, he immediately sensed the aura of 9th layer Ascendant Immortals nearby. There are 2 9th layer Ascendant Immortals. Qin Yan is slightly alarmed and promptly concealed himself. "Who is here? Don't hide." The person who spoke is a youth wearing blue armor. His voice is filled with cold arrogance. This person is none other than Lan Bufan. Beside Lan Bufan is a youth wearing black armor. He is none other than Xianxia. These are the people who defected to Great Desert Sacred City. Qin Yan also heard that these people helped with several live sacrifices. Therefore, even if others want to scold them, they will not scold Great Desert Sacred City. Lan family and Jing family both have immortal emperors. Lan Bufan and Jing Shuangzi are among the 10 great Ascendant Immortals. They are very famous and can represent the families behind them to ally with Great Desert Sacred City. Jing Shuangzi is holding a compass in his hand. The compass is emitting a kind of zzz sound and flickering with spatial fluctuations. It is a very powerful probing tool. Qin Yan has already concealed his soul fluctuations. However, the probing immortal tool is releasing spatial fluctuations to probe the surrounding space. "Over there." Jing Shuangzi pointed at the direction where Qin Yan is hiding and said with a loud laugh, "Just a 7th layer Ascendant Immortal. Another guy who is not afraid of death. This is a live sacrifice delivered to our doorstep." The first to rush over is Jing Shuangzi. Because he has a very powerful probing compass in his hand, he can find Qin Yan's location. Lan Bufan seems like he is too lazy to make a move. He is watching from the side with a smile. Qin Yan can run but he did not, he is just standing there. Seeing Jing Shuangzi rushing over, his heart stirred and he promptly controlled the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet to fly out. Bang! The Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet quickly covered Jing Shuangzi and then activated the barrier inside. After the barrier is activated, even if Jing Shuangzi wants to drill into the ground, he will have to break the barrier first. Jing Shuangzi is shouting and shouting inside the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and crazily attacked. Lan Bufan is very shocked to see the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet suddenly appear. He promptly took out a sword and rushed over. At this time, a grey gas suddenly shot over from a distance. Qin Yan is secretly startled, it is Pippi Pig's attack. Lan Bufan smelled the stench and immediately turned pale with fright. He is extremely afraid. He fainted because he was turned into a laughingstock by this kind of fart stench before. He did not expect that Pippi Pig would be here. That means Shimandazhuang is also here. Lan Bufan is worthy of being a 9th layer Ascendant Immortal. He promptly jumped to the side to avoid the incoming grey gas. What he didn't expect was that the grey gas would actually turn around and chase after him. Ah! Lan Bufan's face was hit directly, and he let out a kind of retching scream. Fortunately, the armor on his body released a protective shield, blocking that grey energy. However, Pippi Pig's smelly fart is very outstanding, it has very strong penetrating power. This time Lan Bufan did not suffer as much as last time, he did not immediately fall down. However, Qin Yan rushed over, his ninth heaven mysterious king saber hacked down diagonally on Lan Bufan's body. Boom, the ninth heaven mysterious king saber collided with Lan Bufan's armor and produced a loud explosion. Lan Bufan was also sent flying by the saber strike. Although his body's defense is very strong, he still received a very fierce shock. "Uncle, let me handle this." Pippi Pig suddenly appeared out of nowhere and sat on Lan Bufan's head. Boom, a deafening explosion sound spread out. Qin Yan shouted fuck in his heart, he suddenly sympathized with Lan Bufan in his heart. "This is my unparalleled heaven-shaking style." Pippi Pig laughed heartily. After he moved his butt, Lan Bufan started foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Yellow Sand City, 1368, although Lan Bufan is not dead, he is no different from dead now. Shiman Dazhuang came out from under the sand while chuckling. After running over, he took out his magic mirror and recorded Lan Bufan's miserable state. Xianxia is holding the red compass inside the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, his body is trembling because he saw Qin Yan. "You. Didn't you die?" Xianxia's voice is trembling in fear as he involuntarily cried out. "Uncle, how can he die? Old Luo tricked you bunch of idiots." Shiman Dazhuang laughed loudly and ran to the side of the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. Pippi Pig also ran over, his butt is facing the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, he yelled at Qin Yan, "Uncle, take this thing away, let me kill him." This caused Xianxia to loudly shout in fear. "Don't come over, the compass in my hand is releasing very strong spatial fluctuation, people in the vicinity will arrive very soon, you will all die." Xianxia took out the magic mirror and yelled, "Master Qiao, quickly save me, I have been captured by Qin Yan." Qiao Tianxiu's voice immediately came out of the magic mirror, "Xianxia, what are you talking about? Isn't Qin Yan dead?" "He is not dead." Xianxia yelled in panic. "Qiao Tianxiu, you are very carefree inside the sun altar." Qin Yan said with smile, "Relax, I will kill my way to your place very soon." "Qin Yan, Xianxia is my great desert sacred city's person, if you touch him." Qiao Tianxiu did not finish speaking, under Qin Yan's control, the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet continuously shot out thunder and lightning. Xianxia's body is immediately covered with cuts and bruises, he screamed again and again. Even if he has armor, the thunder and lightning inside the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet can still penetrate him. Qin Yan promptly lifted up the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet and took away the red compass. And Pippi Pig promptly shot out a gray energy towards Xianxia's body. Xianxia was sent flying by the fart. Shiman Dazhuang and Pippi Pig happily rushed over and continued to chase and attack. Qin Yan picked up the magic mirror from the ground, his voice is filled with killing intent as he said to Qiao Tianxiu, "If you did not control the sun altar to destroy my pagoda, I would not even care about you. Now, I'm back. Just you wait. Qin Yan, kill the Jing and Lan family members. You're dead meat." Qiao Tianxiu's furious voice rang out. Qin Yan said with a sneer, "Not many people from your great desert sacred city can return alive. This is the price you have to pay for destroying my star-traveling pagoda." With that said, Qin Yan crushed the fiend mirror. Then, he told Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror that he had killed Xianxia and Lan Bufan. He asked him to be careful and not let the news about this spread. Shiman Dazhuang and Pippi Pig were torturing the half-dead Xianxia and Lan Bufan, perhaps because they had been trapped in the heaven altar for too long. Back then, Shiman Dazhuang and Pippi Pig also hid inside Star-Traveling Pagoda to avoid the Star Monkey's attack. But later on, the Star-Traveling Pagoda was destroyed by the Sun Altar controlled by Qiao Tianxiu. Hence, they held a huge grudge against the people within the Sun Altar. Now that they had a chance to take revenge, they naturally wouldn't let it go. These bastards. Didn't they boast that they had cultivated a saint body? Absolutely not. Shiman Dazhuang curled his lips and said. He and Pippi Pig have already stripped off Xianxia and Lan Bufan's armor. Lan Bufan and Xianxia have not died yet, they are still conscious. Knowing that they were humiliated by Pippi Pig before dying, their hearts are filled with hatred but they can do nothing about it. Pippi Pig, go trample on them, I will record it and then send it to the Devil Mirror. I will let the people of Immortal Desolate know the fate of those who oppose me, Shiman Dazhuang. Shiman Dazhuang said with smile. Lan Bufan and Xianxia, who are seriously injured, are now continuously shouting in low voice. To them, this is even more painful than death. Quickly, someone is coming over. Qin Yin suddenly yelled. Shiman Dazhuang took out a large saber and ran over, killed Lan Bufan and Xianxia, then jumped on Pippi Pig's back. Pippi Pig ran very fast, it drilled into the ground and disappeared. Qin Yin can only run over to collect the corpses. He did not devour Lan Bufan and Xianxia's power, mainly because he and Ling Yuner agreed that it is best not to devour Pippi Pig's fart. Many people came because it is an urgent request for help. After the people of Great Desert Sacred City arrived, they immediately learned that Xianxia and Lan Bufan's life pearls have shattered, meaning that they have been killed. Master Qiao, we are late. A young man wearing golden armor took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Qiao Tianqiu. That compass has fallen into Qin Yin's hands. Xianxia is truly an idiot, he did not even know to protect the compass before dying. Qiao Tianqiu cursed in low voice, I will contact Xing and Lan family and tell them the truth. The young man asked, Master Qiao, there are only 3 of those compass in total. Xianxia lost one, how are we going to distribute it in the future? That is our sharp tool to investigate inscription beasts. We can only offer sacrifices and let the higher-ups teleport new ones from Sacred Desolate. Qiao Tianqiu said, you must find Qin Yin, this guy is actually still alive and his strength has increased by a lot. Xiao Yuelan also went to Yellow Sand City, Qin Yin will definitely go find her, the young man said with sneer, we just need to keep an eye on Xiao Yuelan. Idiot. Is Xiao Yuelan someone you can deal with? This woman can even kill Xian immortals, if you want to deal with Xiao Yuelan, you are courting death. Don't go near that woman. Unless you are tired of living. Qiao Tianqiu angrily rebuked. Master Qiao, we are all 9th stage upper immortals who have cultivated sacred body and sacred spirit. Our cultivation techniques also come from Sacred Desolate. My team has 29th stage upper immortals, with so many people, can't we take down Xiao Yuelan? The young man said in a very unconvinced manner. You 20 people, maybe you can take down Xiao Yuelan, but at least 10 of you will die, maybe you will be the one to die. I am warning you, don't clash with Xiao Yuelan. It doesn't matter if you die, but it will cause me to continue asking for people from Sacred Desolate. Got it, Master Qiao, the young man said, but he still has an unconvinced expression. They all teleported from Sacred Desolate later, they have never personally seen Xiao Yuelan's strength. At night, Qin Yin ran across the desert and finally saw Yellow Sand City. Shiman Dazhuang and Pippi Pig did not come over mainly because Pippi Pig is afraid of the things inside Yellow Sand City. Qin Yin took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Old Fox Huang. Old Fox Huang is nearby, he wants to meet him first. Because Old Fox Huang has obtained a divine fruit and also the corpse of a star horse monkey. Not long after, Qin Yin met Old Fox Huang. This old fox looks a lot more spirited, he no longer uses walking stick. After he saw Qin Yin, he said with smile, Xiao Qin, that smiling mask-wearing uncle should be you, right? That's me, don't call me uncle. It's all because of that bastard Dazhuang. Qin Yin scolded with a smile. Old Fox Huang took out a red god fruit. It was in the shape of a small dragon. Old Fox, I ate a peach-like divine fruit before, if I eat this again, will it have any effect? Qin Yin asked worriedly. If it's a divine fruit of the same level, then eating it will have no effect. Carefully look at this red dragon fruit and feel the energy inside, Old Fox Huang said. Qin Yin held it in his hand and said with frown, it seems a bit stronger than the one I ate before. Then it's a bit useful, Old Fox Huang said with smile, find some time to eat it. Soon after, he took out the star horse monkey's corpse, only the bones remained. Why are there only bones? Where's the meat? Qin Yin asked. The meat. I gave it to other inscription beasts to eat, this is also to make friends. But I left 2 horse legs for you. Old Fox Huang said with smile, Xiao Qin, did you refine the blue snake's bone last time? Did you obtain the blue snake's inscription ability? Qin Yin shook his head and said, not yet. It's very difficult to refine. Of course, after all, those runes are formed after many years. Moreover, it takes many years for them to produce their abilities. It takes some time. Old Fox Huang sighed. What kind of ability does the Star Horse Monkey have? Qin Yin said, this guy seems to only be able to spit out many threads. If you don't like it, don't devour it. I'm worried that you will devour too many inscription beast's abilities, causing you to be unable to obtain other powerful inscription abilities in the future. Old Fox Huang said with smile, just eat horse leg meat. The horse leg meat has been taken out by Old Fox Huang. Qin Yin only ate a part of it and left the rest for Yang Yang. He also stored away the Star Horse Monkey's skeleton. They are not far from Yellow Sand City. It is night time now, a large amount of sand is fluttering above Yellow Sand City, flickering with faint golden light. Suddenly a woo, woo, woo sound came out of Yellow Sand City. It is very oppressive and there is a pause. It is unknown what kind of thing is crying out. Qin Yin is currently eating horse leg meat. After hearing this sound, he immediately looked at Old Fox Huang and asked, what does this sound mean? Crying sound? Old Fox Huang said with frown, there is a very strong inscription beast inside. I am sure that it is a sun rune beast, we should be careful. Yellow Sand City's city wall is made from a large amount of sand, moreover, it is also flowing. At this time a several meter tall round hole suddenly appeared on the city wall. These days, there have been many daring people who wanted to enter Yellow Sand City but there is no entrance. Suddenly, an entrance appeared. Those who were more daring rushed in happily. Everyone knows that there are powerful inscription beasts inside Yellow Sand City. Therefore, the people in the vicinity are very vigilant and did not immediately enter. Qin Yin and Old Fox Huang are observing the hole on the city wall from a distance. The hole is emitting a very strong golden light, it is impossible to see what is inside. Xiao Qin, can you find anything? Old Fox Huang asked. Qin Yin took out a red compass, the needle on it is trembling crazily. This compass seems to be able to detect very strong inscription beasts. Qin Yin pointed the compass at Old Fox Huang and the needle immediately calmed down. Sun Spirit, seeing that someone had been sucked into the Yellow Sand City, none of the people outside dared to approach the Yellow Sand City. Instead, they quickly retreated. Qin Yin immediately took out the magic mirror and contacted Xiao Yuan, telling her to stay far away from Yellow Sand City. Many of those who were sucked in were ascendant immortals with decent strength. When they were sucked in, they simply could not resist the suction force. Xiao Yun, are you with Old Fox Huang? Xiao Yuan contacted Qin Yin through the magic mirror and asked. Yes. Qin Yin quickly replied, I am very safe with him, you don't have to worry about me. Be careful, don't get too close. Before he could finish, he saw a ball of golden light suddenly surge out of the hole in the city wall and rush towards the group of people in the distance. He's out. Old Fox Huang shouted in surprise. Cries of terror rang out from the crowd, and everyone dispersed. The ball of golden light that suddenly flew out carried a very strong aura, and its aura was very ferocious. After the ball of golden light appeared, it shook violently and exploded with a burst of golden light. It swept towards the crowd like a golden bolt of lightning. Xiao Yuan, Luo Weizhuang and company are not too close, nor are they within the attack range. Even now, no one could see what the inscription beast looked like. It was still enveloped by a golden light. Old Fox Huang promptly dragged Qin Yin away. He can sense a very strong power. He is an inscription beast, so he knows very well how strong this power is. However, just as he was running, the ball of golden light suddenly rushed over. They are coming. Qin Yin shouted in alarm, they are coming for us. What? Why did this guy lock onto us? Old Fox Huang saw that the power was approaching, he immediately turned around and charged towards the golden light. The people in the distance looked in the direction of the golden ball of light. When they saw an old fox that stood up like a human, they all cried out in surprise. Old Fox Huang controlled a very strong wave of mental power, condensing the yellow sand into a huge fist and punched towards the golden ball of light. Boom! The golden ball of light that flew over instantly dispersed the huge fist. Why did you attack me? I am just watching from the side. Old Fox Huang promptly said, I am an inscription beast, moreover, I am very gentle and kind, I am harmless. Boom, the ball of golden light suddenly spun and shot out two golden lightning bolts at Qin Yun and Old Fox Huang. Qin Yun immediately took out the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet and covered himself with it. The golden lightning struck the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, creating a loud explosion. Through the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, Qin Yun can sense how dreadful that power is. If not for the protection of the goblet, he would have been injured by that golden lightning. If you don't want to die, then scram. I want that human. A cold shout came from within the golden light. It was the voice of a woman. Qin Yun was not surprised that an inscription beast could make such a sound. Previously, when he was retrieving the golden grapes, a white wolf made such a sound. He didn't offend you, did he? Old Fox Huang was also very strong. He used his powerful mental power to gather the energy around him and form a shield to block the golden light. He didn't provoke me, but I want him. A cold and hoarse female voice came from the golden ball of light. What do you want him for? Aren't there very, very strong humans over there? Quickly go and eat them. Old Fox Huang unceasingly released his mental power, strengthening his protective shield, resisting the pressure of the golden light. I never eat humans. I also don't want to eat that human, I only want his body. The female voice said. Old Fox Huang said in shock, Don't tell me you are a soul body? You want to possess his body? I am not a soul body. I am a female, I want a companion. The female voice said again. What? Old Fox Huang is greatly surprised. He never expected that such a powerful inscription beast would take a fancy to Qin Yun. Qin Yun is also constantly cursing in his heart. He also feels that it is very strange. He has never met this inscription beast before, how could it have taken a fancy to him? He is a human, you are not very suitable. Old Fox Huang is now secretly worried. If Qin Yun is truly captured, the consequences can be imagined. I want him. I've taken a fancy to him, otherwise I wouldn't have come out with an injured body. Quickly let me take him away. Otherwise I'll kill you, the hoarse female voice is very anxious. Qin Yun suddenly felt that being handsome is also very troublesome. He has actually been fancied by a female inscription beast. Old Fox Huang is also very depressed, he can only use his life to resist. Xiao Yun, quickly leave. Xiao Yuan suddenly rushed over. Yuan, why are you here? Qin Yun said in alarm. He's mine. The female voice from inside the golden ball of light is filled with anger and jealousy. Boom, Old Fox Huang was suddenly pushed away by a very strong golden energy. Xiao Yuan sensed danger approaching, she immediately summoned her snow-white saber and slashed at the golden ball of light. Around her body, vibrating ripples appeared. It is a very strong vibrating power. The attacking golden power was bounced off by the vibrating waves around Xiao Yuan. He is my man, what do you want to do? Xiao Yuan said coldly, looking at the dazzling golden ball of light. From now on, he is mine. Inside the golden ball of light, a jade-white slender hand suddenly appeared and struck towards Xiao Yuan's chest. Xiao Yuan's figure flashed, dodging the jade-white palm that contains terrifying power. Boom, that power struck the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. Qin Yun flew out together with the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. Hoo! The ball of golden light suddenly disappeared, and a tall and beautiful woman appeared inside. She is wearing a pair of white shorts, her upper body's chest is wrapped with white cloth, revealing her slender and graceful body. Her captivating red and tender skin stretched out sexy and wild curves. The most shocking thing is that there is a pair of large translucent butterfly wings on her back. They are much bigger than her entire body. They are flowing with light golden splendor, they are clearly fairy wings. This is not an inscription beast but a fairy, her ears are long and slender, she has a head full of soft fluttering golden hair. Her dark green eyes are filled with majesty and coldness, they are filled with anger. You want to snatch my man? Xiao Yuan narrowed her eyes. She never expected that there would be such a fairy living in Yellow Sand City. Xiao Yuan is wearing a white tight-fitting outfit. Her figure is not the slightest bit inferior to the wild female elf. She is also the same height but their appearances are on par. The most terrifying thing is that the killing intent and aura they are emitting right now are somewhat similar. That man is mine for sure. The blonde fairy shouted, the wings on her back flapped, countless angry thunder roared, bringing along strong golden raging flames. They transformed into angry thunder and enveloped Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's surroundings fluctuated with a violent vibration power, shaking away the golden thunder and fire that suddenly attacked her. And her eyes shot out two red light beams. They are filled with extremely strong mental power and painful body power. The blonde fairy's pair of large fairy wings quickly wrapped around her body, blocking Xiao Yuan's mental power attack. When Qin Yan is dumbfounded, old Fox Huang suddenly leaped over and pulled Qin Yan to run. Yuan is still there. Qin Yan put away the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet and shouted. Nothing will happen to her. On the contrary, you should quickly run. Old Fox Huang said, that is a sun elf, a very terrifying existence. What the hell is that? She is bullying my Yuan, I can't just run away like this. Qin Yan turned his head and looked behind him. He saw Xiao Yuan and the blonde fairy fighting. The people watching from afar are all very astonished. They had originally thought that it would be a ferocious-looking inscription beast. However, it is such a beautiful and sexy blonde fairy. This matter immediately spread through the magic mirror. Most shocking thing is that Xiao Yuan actually ran over and started fighting with the blonde fairy. Their strength is equally matched. Old Fox Huang said, that sun elf is injured, Yuan will definitely be able to defeat her. Old Fox, go help Yuan. I am worried that something will happen to Yuan. Qin Yan said. We inscription beasts are very afraid of sun elves. I can't defeat them but Yuan can. If things go smoothly, Yuan will be able to subdue them, Old Fox Huang said with mischievous smile. Not long after, Old Fox Huang brought Qin Yan and ran far away. However, they can still see the night sky in the distance being illuminated by all kinds of light rays. Moreover, they can hear a burst of rumbling sound. Qin Yan took out the Lion King cannon and looked at the battle in the distance. He discovered that Xiao Yuan has already summoned Nether Realm Heavenly Lion and Nether Realm Violent Dragon to assist in the battle. Yuner, what the hell is a sun elf? You are also a fairy, do you know anything about this? Qin Yan asked. Ling Yuner has the appearance of a little fairy inside Qin Yan's mental space. Qin Yan also saw a star fairy before, it is Yu Shadian. There is also a magical fairy inside his 9-sun divine soul. Sun elf should be inside the sun, why did he come down? Ling Yuner is also very shocked. I don't know much about sun elves but I know that once they leave the sun, they won't live for long. This sun elf attacked the sun altar before, don't tell me it was to obtain the core fragment inside? To prolong its life? Qin Yan thinks so. It should be. Maybe this sun elf is very special, that is why it can survive in the immortal Shan Great Desert for so long. Xiao Yun said, Xiao Yun, it wants to obtain you, it might be because it sensed the nether sun inside your body. Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and suddenly saw great god Xian Wu's message, it is mainly about the sun elf. The appearance of sun elf means that a supreme sun treasure has arrived in the immortal desolate along with sun divine stone. Sun elf is a place with the strongest energy inside the sun. Generally speaking, it means that it can give birth to a supreme treasure and sun elf is the guardian of that supreme treasure. After hearing this news, Immortal Desolate immediately burst into commotion. Many great powers immediately ordered their people to rush into the Yellow Sand City. There is still a hole in the Yellow Sand City, the golden light coming out of it is very strong. Treasure inside the city, Chapter 1370, Treasure inside the city. Qin Yun saw the little black donkey's message and immediately contacted it. Little mortal, are you also near Yellow Sand City? The little black donkey said with smile. What's going on with the sun elf? Qin Yun asked. Just like I said, the sun elf fell down along with the sun divine stone and brought along the treasures on the sun. However, the sun elf is very strong. Don't even think about obtaining that treasure, you will be killed, the little black donkey said. Qin Yun cut off the connection and continued watching the fight between Xiao Yuan and the sun elf. If I were not injured, you would not be my match. The sun elf lightly shouted, his dark green eyes suddenly flashed, green light suddenly enveloped Xiao Yuan's body. Xiao Yuan frowned, she sensed a very strong mental power attack, moreover it is accompanied by a very scorching energy. Break! Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed and shot out red light. She is sacred pupil, she can strengthen her mental power, and in a short while broke through the green light enveloping her. The Sun Elf suddenly arrived behind Xiao Yuan in a flash, used his pair of very large and beautiful golden wings to wrap around Xiao Yuan and stick closely to her body. Everyone saw this and immediately burst into an uproar. Two extremely beautiful and ferocious women are now tangling together in such an ambiguous manner. You! Let me go! Xiao Yuan furiously said. Humph, you are just my bait, the Sun Elf spoke, turned into a light beam and rushed towards the hole in the city wall and entered Yellow Sand City. After she entered, the hole still hasn't closed. Those who wanted to go over were torn apart by the imposing aura of the Sun Elf rushing over. This? What is this? Qin Yan is startled and shouted, she stole my woman. This? Old Fox Huang also did not expect this, he said in shock, Xiao Qin, then now. What do you plan to do? Of course I will go in. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and said, Yuan is inside. At this moment, those who believe that there are treasures inside Yellow Sand City once again rushed towards the hole in the city wall. After approaching, they were torn apart by the power released from inside. Old Fox Huang said in low voice, Xiao Qin, there must be something very powerful inside Yellow Sand City. But if you go in, you'll be very safe. That Sun Elf won't kill you. Old Fox, you can just wait for me outside. I will go in myself. After Qin Yan became invisible, he quickly rushed towards the small hole. However, not long after Qin Yan rushed over, a white figure suddenly appeared from the ground. Xiao Yuan ran out from inside. As for the Sun Elf, he chased after them. Yuan ran out, so awesome. Qin Yan is secretly delighted, he doesn't need to take the risk to go in. After the Sun Elf came out, her face is filled with anger. She flapped her wings and quickly flew, catching up to Xiao Yuan in an instant. Her wings shook and golden thunder and fire immediately shot out, striking Xiao Yuan's back. Xiao Yuan, who was rushing forward, her figure flashed strangely and appeared behind the Sun Elf. She pushed with her jade-like palm and black shockwave surged out, transforming into a roaring dragon that struck the Sun Elf's back. The Sun Elf roared after being hit, and her body turned into a ray of light that quickly scattered in all directions. It was impossible to catch her at all. Roar! The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion suddenly appeared, roared and flew towards the Sun Elf. At the same time it let out Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar, it clawed at the Sun Elf. Scram! The Sun Elf raised her lily-white hand and shot out a very strong flame that transformed into a roaring dragon head and sent the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion flying. When Xiao Yuan saw the Sun Elf appear, she immediately flashed over and shot out red light with her sacred eye. You can't beat me! The Sun Elf proudly shouted, her sexy curvy body flickered with flame and shot out a burst of glaring sunlight. Those sunlight rays immediately swallowed up the red light shot out by Xiao Yuan's sacred eye. Xiao Yuan knows that if she doesn't defeat the Sun Elf, Qin Yan will definitely be captured. She furiously shouted and punched the sky. Suddenly, a shockwave rushed down from the sky. Boom boom boom, the power of the shockwave pressed down the Sun Elf who was flying in the sky. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion suddenly flew over, jumped up and pounced with all its might. It threw the Sun Elf onto the sand, its large claws pressed down on the Sun Elf's jade body. Bastard, scram far away from me. The Sun Elf became furious, a golden light dot suddenly appeared on his forehead and shot out a golden light beam that penetrated the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion's head. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion let out a low roar and suddenly dissipated. After being killed by the Sun Elf, it can only be reborn in the 9 Nether Realm. At this time, Xiao Yuan once again used her sacred eye to attack. Just now, the Sun Elf was careless and Xiao Yuan seized the opportunity. Ah! The Sun Elf was hit by Xiao Yuan's sacred eye. It is a very strong mental power attack as well as suffering divine ability power. The moment the Sun Elf was hit, he temporarily lost the ability to react. In a fight between experts, a moment of carelessness can be fatal. Xiao Yuan flew over and landed on the ground, her lily-white palm pressed down on the Sun Elf. A vibrating power, along with a very strong mental energy, charged downwards. Moreover, Xiao Yuan's sacred eye once again attacked the Sun Elf's head. This series of attacks caused the Sun Elf to let out a hoarse and angry roar. Scram, the Sun Elf shouted, his body ignited with golden flame and countless golden thunder and lightning rushed out. Xiao Yuan did not expect the Sun Elf to be able to counterattack. She was caught off guard and was sent flying by the golden thunder and fire. Her body was also wrapped up by the golden thunder and fire. You lost. Xiao Yuan is also seriously injured, she is gasping for breath. After she crawled up, she arrived beside the Sun Elf and said coldly, "If I were not injured, you would not be able to defeat me." The Sun Elf's face is filled with unwillingness, his blue eyes are filled with cold light as he looked at Xiao Yuan face to face. However, at this moment, 10 golden lights suddenly flew over from the distance. "It's Great Desert Sacred City's people, let's hurry over," Old Fox Huang shouted and hastily rushed over. At this time, Luo Weizhuang, Xianyuan Yefeng and Xianyuan Wanxi's group also rushed over. Great Desert Sacred City's people are very strong, their speed is very fast and the magic tools in their hands are very dreadful. When they rushed over, they threw a huge golden net towards Luo Weizhuang's group. After the huge golden net fell down, it was like a huge golden wave that submerged Luo Weizhuang's group, causing them to struggle inside. Yuzhuakuan followed the Great Desert Sacred City's people and charged over with a sinister smile. He shouted, "The Sun Elf is ours." Xiao Yuan and the Sun Elf fought until both sides suffered heavy injuries. Although they are very strong, they are currently unable to resist the Great Desert Sacred City's people. Suddenly, a large amount of yellow sand soared up and transformed into a huge dragon that swept towards the Great Desert Sacred City's group. Old Fox Huang attacked. "It's a Xian immortal beast level inscription beast, quickly use the formation." A middle-aged man from Great Desert Sacred City shouted. Qin Yan arrived beside Xiao Yuan and supported her weak and exhausted delicate body. "Yuan, your injuries are very serious," Qin Yan said worriedly. "I'm fine, Xiao Yuan looked at the seriously injured Sun Elf and said, "Take her away as well." "Once she recovers, will she kill us?" Qin Yan is very worried. Xiao Yuan gritted her teeth and looked at the hole in the city wall and said, "Let's go in." Qin Yan supported Xiao Yuan and then carried the Sun Elf on his shoulder and quickly rushed towards the hole in the city wall. "Old Fox, are you coming in?" Qin Yan transmitted his voice to Old Fox Huang. "I'm not going in. As long as you guys are safe, I'll go save old Luo and the others." Old Fox Huang found it very difficult to resist the Great Desert Sacred City's people. After all, he had to face a large number of powerful Saint-Tier magic tools and weapons. He used a very strong mental power to block the group of people and immediately rushed towards Luo Weizhuang's side to open the net. Yuzhuakuan and the others are secretly astonished. They never expected that this elusive old fox would actually help Luo Weizhuang and the others. This made them believe that it is an inscription beast subdued by the Shiman family. Qin Yan brought Xiao Yuan and the Sun Elf and entered Yellow Sand City. Many people saw them but they could not see Qin Yan's face. Luo Weizhuang and the others were attacked by the Great Desert Sacred City's people earlier. They are now very angry and ready to fight. After Qin Yan entered Yellow Sand City, he heaved a sigh of relief. The city was a sparkling golden space, and there were scorching flames everywhere. After entering, what made Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan alarmed is that the Sun Elf seemed to have suddenly come to life. It broke free from Qin Yan and flew towards the center area. Qin Yan is worried that he will be attacked by the Sun Elf. He wanted to bring Xiao Yuan out but the hole was suddenly blocked by yellow sand. "You will only be throwing away your lives if you go out," the Sun Elf's hoarse and ice-cold voice sounded. "Staying with me is the safest." Qin Yan hastily took out the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and covered himself and the injured Xiao Yuan. The Sun Elf floated in the center of the space filled with golden flames. He absorbed the flames inside and quickly healed his damaged body and soul. "Didn't you refuse to accept it? We can fight again." Xiao Yuan looked at the Sun Elf and shouted. "Humph. In my territory, it is impossible to defeat me." "Of course, even if you are not in my territory, you will still lose against me who is uninjured," the Sun Elf said with certainty. Xiao Yuan said with sneer, "Even in your territory, I can still defeat you." The Sun Elf said with sneer, "Human woman, you are too arrogant. I admit that you have some strength but you are still too lacking." Boom, suddenly, a trembling sound came from outside. Xianxia looked at the Sun Elf and asked, "Hey, is your yellow sand city reliable? Can it block the attack?" "Of course it can. In this desert, my city is invincible, indestructible." The Sun Elf's plump and beautiful jade face is filled with confidence. Boom, another trembling sound came, a sand wall has been blasted open. The Sun Elf's expression suddenly changed, it became incomparably ugly, he cursed in low voice, "It's the Sun Alter's attack, damn it. It can even attack from so far away." Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan can now sense that the Yellow Sand City is about to collapse. "Kill your way in," a middle-aged man from Great Desert Sacred City said excitedly, "With the Sun Alter's attack, we will definitely win." Qin Yan promptly brought Xiao Yuan and charged forward. When he passed by the Sun Elf, he shouted, "Are you leaving or not?" Divine-bowled Fox Huang immediately rushed in and came to Qin Yan's side. Xiao Yuan shouted at the Sun Elf, "What is so important? He didn't even want his life anymore? Come with us." The Sun Elf was indifferent. He had no intention of leaving. After speaking, Xiao Yuan rushed over and pulled the Sun Elf, wanting to take her away. "Attack!" a middle-aged man from the Great Desert Sacred City shouted. A huge mass of energy fell down like countless meteors. Old Fox Huang quickly released his powerful mental energy to form a protective barrier. "Yuan!" Qin Yin shouted, "Quickly go!" Sun Elf looked at Xiao Yuan and gritted her teeth. Her wings suddenly closed and wrapped around herself and Xiao Yuan, turning into a ball of golden light. The surrounding golden flames frantically rushed over and were absorbed by her wings. "You guys go first, I'll stop them." The Sun Elf's voice came out, "Don't worry, I'll protect her. I don't want that thing anymore. I have someone I want to protect now." Qin Yan is somewhat dumbfounded hearing this. The person the Sun Elf said he wanted to protect is Xiao Yuan? They were fighting to the death just now, boom boom boom. He did not know what the Great Desert Holy City used to attack, but they shot out many things that looked like meteors. When it smashed down, it released a rumbling explosion, producing a powerful force. Bright lights of various colors were flashing everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yan and Old Fox Huang were engulfed by the violent flames. "Let's go!" Old Fox Huang pulled Qin Yan and used his mental power to open up a path. Then, he quickly rushed out. However, not long after they left, a large ball of golden light fell like a small sun. "Damn it, it's the Sun Alter's attack!" Old Fox Huang cursed. Qin Yan also sensed the power of the tiny sun. It was familiar and terrifying. He is extremely worried because the Sun Elf and Xiao Yuan are still inside the Golden Flame Sea. Old Fox Huang's speed is very fast, he ran far away with Qin Yan in an instant. Within the damaged Yellow Sand City, the Sun Elves quickly gathered the golden flames. In the blink of an eye, there was only one left. One could see that inside the golden flame, there was a large flame sprite wrapped in its wings, forming a very strong protective shield. Xiao Yuan and the Sun Elves were inside the large wings inside the protective barrier. Boom, the small golden sun descended and burst out with multicolored light, causing the night to immediately turn into day. "Yuan!" Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly from afar. Together with Old Fox Huang, he withstood the intense light and the scorching heat waves. "Return!" A deep and cold shout came from afar. A huge jar appeared in the sky. It looked like a golden wine jar. Many golden runes flashed on its surface. It was a very powerful sacred tool. The huge jar produced a very strong suction force, sucking in all the remaining fierce sun flames on the ground. The Sun Elf and Xiao Yuan, who are wrapped in wings, were also sucked into the jar. Just as Qin Yan was about to rush over, he was pulled back by Old Fox Huang. He shouted in a low voice, "Those guys have very strong sacred tools and there are quite a few of them." In order to capture the inscription beasts, the Great Desert Sacred City brought many powerful sacred tools from the Sacred Desolate. "How many can you handle?" "Yuan has been captured." Qin Yan shouted anxiously. "That Sun Elf is very powerful. She should be in a very strong defensive state right now. She can even withstand the attack of the Sun Altar." "They will be fine." Old Fox Huang said, "If we go over now, we will definitely be captured or killed. Who will save them at that time?" That huge golden wine jar not only sucked away a large amount of flame, it also sucked in a lot of yellow sand. The original yellow sand city has also disappeared. All the flame has been sucked into the sacred tool wine jar. The night sky gradually calmed down, the faint flame energy cloud floating in the air is slowly dissipating. The people in the vicinity are all dumbstruck. After the desert fell into silence, a burst of jubilant exclamations burst out. Mainly Great Desert Sacred City's people are cheering and shouting because they have captured the Sun Elf. At that time, the situation was too chaotic. Great Desert Sacred City's people did not know that the Sun Elf would protect Xiaoyuan at the critical moment. Therefore, they did not know that they have captured Xiaoyuan. Great Desert Sacred City's people spread the news on the magic mirror, saying that they have successfully captured the Sun Elf. They even said that Great Desert Sacred City is invincible and so on. In short, Great Desert Sacred City's people are celebrating a festival, they are very happy. The Sun Elves had once attacked the holy city of the desert and caused great damage to it. Because of this, Great Desert Sacred City was laughed at for a period of time. But now, Great Desert Sacred City has used their strongest power and finally captured the Sun Elf. This is indeed worthy of celebration. At that moment, Xianxia was also on the magic mirror. He learned who the people from the Great Desert Sacred City were. It was said that the 10 battle kings of the immortal mystic desert came from the sacred desolate. They cultivated a sacred body and sacred soul. Furthermore, they were fully equipped with saint-tier equipment. After the Sun Elf was captured by Great Desert Sacred City, Yu family, Lan family, Xing family, Yao family, and other immortal emperors who have good relations with Great Desert Sacred City all congratulated them on the magic mirror. Even the 2 great emperors congratulated them again and again. In just one night, Great Desert Sacred City became famous in all directions. It is incomparably awe-inspiring. Furthermore, many great powers said that they would send people to Great Desert Sacred City. On one hand, they want to take a closer look at the Sun Elf, and on the other hand, they want to be on good terms with Great Desert Sacred City. Great Desert Sacred City, I will tear down your altar. Xianxia snorted. He is still very worried about Xiaoyuan. He recalled what happened before and felt astonished. After the Sun Elf's wings were wrapped up, his defense became extremely terrifying. He was actually able to withstand the altar's attack and didn't seem to be injured. Everyone knows that the Sun Elf is guarding some kind of supreme treasure. And now, the Sun Elf has taken away a large amount of yellow sand used to build Yellow Sand City. Therefore, they all feel that Great Desert Sacred City has obtained that mysterious supreme treasure. Great God Xian Wu also announced on the magic mirror that Great Desert Sacred City will become even stronger because they obtained the sun treasure or something. Xianxia and Old Fox Huang did not go far. The others also followed the people of Great Desert Sacred City and left. Xianxia contacted Luo Weizhuang and others and told them to return first. Xiao Qin, that Sun Elf must have been subdued by Yuan. Old Fox Huang said, I observed before, after absorbing Sun Flame, Sun Elf can recover very quickly. That sacred tool that looks like a wine jar has absorbed the sun fire that was shot out from the altar. She should be able to recover very quickly inside it. Her defense is very strong, it should be because she absorbed Sun Flame. Xianxia is now a lot more relaxed. If the Sun Elf completely recovers, dealing with a Xian immortal like Qiao Tianxiu won't be a problem at all. Old Fox Huang patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, back then, when Great Desert Sacred City was attacked, the Xian immortals inside didn't dare to take action. They all hid inside, it is clear that they are very afraid. Xianxia nodded and said, if that's the case, once the Sun Elf comes out of that wine jar, they will be in danger. Indeed. They definitely won't dare to release the Sun Elf so easily. However, we still need to find stronger helpers as soon as possible and attack Great Desert Sacred City to save them. Old Fox Huang said. Xianxia and Old Fox Huang looked at the large crater in front of them. That is the original location of Yellow Sand City. Let's go take a look, Old Fox Huang said. Xianxia followed Old Fox Huang and jumped into the large crater. He can feel the remnant heat. There's nothing. Xianxia sighed and then took out the red compass he obtained from Xianxia. Not only can it detect inscription beasts, it can also detect nearby objects. The needle of the compass is violently trembling, moreover it is constantly spinning, there is no direction. What's going on? There are inscription beasts down there? Xianxia cried out in alarm. No. This compass should be able to detect runes and have different reaction according to the strength of the runes, Old Fox Huang said with frown. It is constantly spinning, there is no direction, don't tell me it is under our feet. Xianxia shouted in alarm, the Sun Elf said she wanted to protect something. Is it still here? Old Fox Huang nodded and said, it should still be here. She gave up that thing to protect Yuan, that's why she didn't take it away. Don't those people from Great Desert Sacred City have a compass? They actually didn't discover it. There are only 3 of these compasses, one is in Xianxia's hands, the other 2 are in the hands of other disciples, those disciples did not come. Xianxia used the mysterious penetration divine ability and constantly drilled down. After a long time, he went several thousand meters underground and finally found a square golden crystal. The rectangular golden crystal is as tall as a person and inside it is a golden red longbow. This is the bow? Xianxia frowned and then put away the golden crystal. After he came to the surface, he took out the crystal. This is the thing that the Sun Elf is guarding, Old Fox Huang said in astonishment. If it was born from inside the sun, then this bow must be very strong. The longbow is very beautiful, golden red and carved with many runes. Xianxia is unable to tell what kind of runes it is for a moment. He only feels that it is very complicated and very strong. Take it out. Old Fox Huang struck the golden crystal with his palm. After a few consecutive palm strikes, cracks appeared on it. After the crystal was shattered, Xianxia took out the bow. He is secretly astonished because this beautiful golden red longbow is the same as his 9-sun divine hammer, it has fallen into a deep slumber. This means that a core fragment is needed to temporarily awaken it. Could this also be one of the sun souls? Xianxia can't believe it. It might not be a sun soul but it's similar. Ling Yin'er said, they are all divine objects naturally formed inside the sun. Xianxia took out the magic mirror and contacted Shimen Dazhuang. He told him to come over and prepare to set off for Great Desert Sacred City. Shimen Dazhuang and Pippi Pig ran far away earlier because they were worried that they would be affected. Just as Xianxia finished contacting Shimen Dazhuang and checked the news of the magic mirror, he learned that one of the sun-suppressing divine arrows was seized by someone during the night. The one who seized the sun-suppressing divine arrow was actually a little girl. After she obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow, she immediately disappeared, as if she had teleported. Although there is no relevant image, Xianxia knows that it must be Xiaqiru. 1372 Chapter 1372 Holy Nascent Power. Xianxia promptly contacted Xiaqiru. She said that she obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow and has something important to do, she did not say anything else. Originally, Xianxia wanted to tell Xiaqiru that he wants to attack the sun altar. Because he is worried that Xiaqiru will be distracted and unable to earnestly complete her mysterious mission, he chose to conceal this matter. Yang Shuriwei and Xian Rujing both know that the little girl is the amnesiac Xiaqiru but they did not contact Xianxia. They feel that Xianxia does not know much about this matter. Does this bow have any connection with the sun-suppressing divine arrow? Old Fox Huang said, this is a divine bow that came from inside the sun. If it is used with the mysterious and unfathomable sun-suppressing divine arrow, wouldn't it be very powerful? It should be. We don't have the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Xianxia looked at the golden red divine bow in his hand. It is very light in his hand, as if he does not feel anything. However, when he pulled the bowstring, he felt that it is very strenuous, he can only pull it a little bit. Old Fox Huang saw that Xianxia is strenuously unable to pull it and said, let me try. Xianxia handed over the divine bow to Old Fox Huang. Old Fox Huang shouted loudly and pulled it a little bit, it is not much better than Xianxia. Truly a very powerful thing, Old Fox Huang is extremely shocked and then returned the divine bow to Xianxia. After Xianxia put away the divine bow, he didn't wait long before Shimen Dazhuang ran over on Pippi Pig. What happened here? Those bastards from Great Desert Sacred City seem to have picked up a treasure. Shimen Dazhuang asked. Pippi Pig also saluted Old Fox Huang, this old senior. We are preparing to attack Great Desert Sacred City. Xianxia said, there are only a few of us for now, are you going? Shimen Dazhuang looked at Pippi Pig. Pippi Pig nodded and said, "We will go, but we won't go near, we will only stay outside, is that okay?" "Sure." Qin did not force Pippi Pig and Shimin Dazhuang because their strength is limited. He let Pippi Pig and Shimin Dazhuang go, because Pippi Pig's fart was still very strong. Old Fox Huang said to Qin Yun, "Little Qin, why don't we do this? Let's go to the vicinity of the Great Desert Holy City and hide there. Let's investigate the situation inside first. Eat the divine fruit I gave you and see if you can become stronger." Qin Yun felt that if his cultivation level was at the 9th tier upper immortal realm, he would be able to put up a fight against a mystic immortal. Even if Xiao Tianxia were to attack him, he would still be able to block it. "Alright, it's settled then." Qin Yun nodded. They immediately rushed to the Great Desert Sacred City. At this moment, many powers from the Immortal Desolate sent people to the Great Desert Sacred City to befriend them. The Great Desert Holy City had obtained a supreme treasure from the sun and captured a sun elf, causing its reputation to soar, and its prestige to soar overnight. Even the Purple Ice Sacred City, which had some conflicts with the Great Desert Sacred City, sent their congratulations on the magic mirror and even sent people to deliver gifts. Sun elves were extremely rare. It was said that they were the same as those sun-rune beasts. They were all heaven-defying existences. Moreover, the Sun Elves knew many secrets about the sun, which was what the various factions were paying attention to. While Qin Yun and company were on their way, the magic mirror announced the shocking news: the Sun Elf who had turned into a ball of fire was placed on the sun altar, inside a very strong barrier. Through the magic mirror, Qin Yun can see that the Sun Elf is still using her pair of large and beautiful fairy wings to wrap herself up. Moreover, the sun flame is still burning outside, turning it into a ball of fire. It is impossible to see the situation inside. "Xiao Yun, try and see if you can contact Yuan now," Ling Yuner suddenly said. Qin Yun promptly used the magic mirror and sent a message to Xiao Yuan. "Yuan, how are you guys?" We are fine for the time being, she is protecting me. We are all recovering from our injuries." Xiao Yuan sent a message, "Xiao Yun, don't come and save us. Wait until our injuries are healed, we will be able to kill our way out." Qin Yun immediately felt a lot more at ease. He sent a message and asked, "What is your relationship with the Sun Elf? Has she been subdued by you? We can be considered friends." "I can't subdue her." Xiao Yuan replied, "Let's not talk anymore, I want to rest." Shimin Dazhuang, who was riding a pig, also looked at the magic mirror and shouted, "Sun altar is condensing energy, it is going to blast open the Sun Elf's defense." Old Fox Huang's face is immediately filled with worry. Tens of thousands of people in the Great Desert Sacred City are surrounding the Sun altar. They all want to see the beautiful and enchanting Sun Elf. Boom! After a loud explosion, the small sun condensed by the Sun altar exploded on the altar. The Sun Elf, who is wrapped in a ball of fire, is beside the small sun. The fierce explosion shook the entire Great Desert Sacred City. That glaring light made it difficult for people to open their eyes. The highest level of the altar is protected by a very strong barrier. Even if the small sun exploded, it would not be able to blast open the barrier, otherwise the entire Great Desert Sacred City would be finished. After a while, the light gradually dimmed. The ball of fire wrapped around the Sun Elf is still there. Through the ball of fire, one can see the golden wings of the Sun Elf. There are no signs of it exploding. The most shocking thing is that there are many runes flowing on the surface of the wings. They are actually quickly absorbing all kinds of energy from the altar. The Sun altar's close-range attack is actually unable to break the Sun Elf's defense. Such astonishing defense caused all kinds of shouts to ring out from the surroundings of the Sun altar. Great Desert Sacred City's city master Qiao Tianxiu also announced that he will launch the second attack. Not long after, the second attack began. Just like before, it is still unable to break the Sun Elf's defense. Instead, most of the energy is being absorbed. After the Sun altar's second attack, Qiao Tianxiu announced that he will not launch the third attack because it is useless. He also took this opportunity to welcome all kinds of capable people from the Immortal Desolate to come to the Great Desert Sacred City and break the Sun Elf's defense. Now, Qiao Tianxiu and the others don't dare to open the Sun altar's barrier. They are worried that the Sun Elf will suddenly run out and start a massacre. The Sun Elf was hit by the altar before. After being injured, she ran very far away. Now that she has been hit twice in a row, she seems to be fine. That pair of sun elf wings are really strong. Old Fox Huang looked at the magic mirror, his eyes are filled with envy. He exclaimed in admiration and said, "This kind of creature is truly terrifying. No matter how powerful she is, being hit by Pippi Pig's fart will be very uncomfortable." Shiman Dazhuang said very disdainfully, "Many of my Shiman family's elders are scared to death after being attacked by Pippi Pig." This made Pippi Pig very happy. It laughed wretchedly, twisted its butt and ran away. Qin Yan is now a lot more at ease. He is only worried that Xiao Yuelan would be abducted by the Sun Elf. "Yuner, didn't that Sun Elf say that she wanted to capture me and make me her companion? Now she doesn't want to capture me and instead has taken a fancy to Yuelan. What is this?" Qin Yan has a headache regarding this matter. "Don't be afraid, Yuelan can handle it." Ling Yuner said with a smile, "When we are near the great desert sacred city, you should quickly cultivate. Become stronger first, otherwise you will be bullied by the Sun Elf in the future." "I won't be bullied by her." Qin Yan lightly snorted. However, he can indeed see that the Sun Elf and Xiao Yuelan's character are similar. They are both very good at fighting and very arrogant. Not long after, Qin Yan and company arrived near the great desert sacred city. Old Fox Huang used his mental power to open up a spacious stone room under the sand and then ran out to investigate. Qin Yan ate a senseless immortal pill in the stone room under the sand and then ate the dragon divine fruit. Then, he began cultivating. Shiman Dazhuang and Pippi Pig ran out to play. They are people who can't sit still. "Xiao Yun, if you want to attack the sun altar, you will have to use the 9-sun divine hammer. At that time, it will be exposed." Ling Yuner said. "It doesn't matter, when the time comes, Xiao Ding, the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor, will lose control of all the Devil Mirrors." Qin Yan said with smile, "Even if they see it, they won't be able to immediately release it." As Qin Yan's cultivation became higher and higher, the speed at which he refined the divine fruit became faster and faster. In just 2 days, the divine fruit was completely refined by him. Finally 8th level upper mortal realm. The heavenly Tao arrogant force has not completely formed yet. Qin Yan looked at the 3 things revolving around the nether sun. The heavenly lion and the flame hammer have very clear outline, the surface details are very fine. As for the heavenly Tao arrogant force that transformed into a dragon, it is still blurry and its color is uncertain, changing back and forth. Mo inside the 9-sun divine soul lightly shouted, "Big brother. Your divine liquid has been completely absorbed by the little baby." "Ah? So fast?" Qin Yan said in amazement, "Then can the holy infant fruit release energy for me to absorb?" "Yes, but not much." Mo said with light smile, "Big brother, let me out, I will let the little baby release energy for you to absorb." Qin Yan promptly took out Mo and the holy infant fruit and let them stay in his palm. The holy infant fruit is a very small person, it has green leaf-like clothes on its body. It naughtily jumped around in Qin Yan's palm and let out baby-like laughter. The holy infant fruit is very obedient to Mo and very quickly calmed down. Then its whole body released faint golden light. Qin Yan immediately absorbed it into his body. Very strong. Qin Yan immediately sensed 9 very strong energy entering his body. Through the 9-sun divine soul, he can absorb 9 very strong and mysterious energy from the holy infant fruit. This kind of fierce and formidable energy entered his body through his palm, it is as if it wants to tear apart his tendons and veins. The holy infant fruit's energy is truly crazy. Awesome. Qin Yan feels that using the divine liquid was very worth it. He is just puzzled that Mo can actually endure this kind of energy. Although Mo said that the energy released by the holy infant fruit is not much, after Qin Yan absorbed it, he feels that it is a lot. "I will become a 9th stage ascendant immortal very soon." Qin Yan is secretly excited in his heart. More and more people arrived at Great Desert Sacred City. These past 2 days, Xianxia and many other sacred desolate people have used all kind of tools to try and break the Sun Elf's defense. They can't even store the Sun Elf inside any sacred tool. They were able to store the Sun Elf inside the jar before, but now they can't. Even though Qiao Tianxiu and others captured the Sun Elf, they can't obtain it, they can't even see it. They are now deeply worried that the Sun Elf will suddenly run out. Desert Race Xiao Tianxu was very conflicted. He wanted to give up on the Sun Elf, but he had spent a lot of effort to capture it. If he couldn't get anything out of it, how could he explain it to the entire holy city of the Great Desert? Moreover, the entire Immortal Desolate is paying attention to this matter. They want to see the Sun Elf and that supreme treasure. At the top of the Sun Altar, there was a very strong enchantment, mainly used to imprison the Sun Elves. It consumed a lot of energy every day. He had even occupied the Sun Altar, causing it to be unable to launch any attacks or perform any teleportation or sacrificial rituals. This was something that Xiao Tianxu and the rest were very puzzled about. They did not dare to close the barrier now, because the Sun Elf had absorbed 2 attacks from the Sun Altar. It seemed like he could use that energy to heal his injuries. With that, Xiao Tianxu wanted to get rid of this hot potato even more and reap some benefits at the same time. Within the Sun Altar, Xiao Tianxu paced back and forth anxiously. Why is that Sun Elf's defense so powerful? Not even the Sun Altar could break through. If this goes on, we'll need to expend large amounts of energy to maintain the barrier every day. Xiao Tianxu sighed with a worried frown. The Sun Elves come from the sun, and the attacks released by the Sun Altar are mostly sun flames. This kind of attack is obviously unable to deal with the Sun Elves. We were only able to injure her once by luck. An old man said, every day we need to consume a large amount of immortal jade beads to maintain the barrier. If this goes on, no matter how many immortal jade beads there are, it won't be enough. Xiao Tianxu cursed in a low voice, if we remove the barrier and the Sun Elves suddenly attack, Great Desert Holy City will be finished. A middle-aged man said to Xiao Tianxu, Master Xiao, I have an idea. Let's let the Sun Elves go. Let me out? Sell it? To whom? Even if we can't get the Sun Elves, we can't let anyone else get them. Xiao Tianxu snorted, those bastards from the Purple Ice Sacred City, they must be laughing at us right now. If we transfer it to them, what can they do about the Sun Elves? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for us? Master Xiao, let's hold a martial arts competition. Whoever obtained the final victory would obtain the Sun Elf. At that time, our people will also participate and ensure that we can get first place. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, if you want to participate in the martial arts competition, you have to pay 1 billion immortal jade beads to register. There will definitely be many people signing up. Xiao Tianxu rolled his eyes and asked, 1 billion immortal jade beads? Isn't this a little too much? Do they believe us? What's more, if we're caught playing tricks, the reputation that we've just built up will be ruined. Also, the Purple Ice Sacred City will definitely send people to participate. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, Master Xiao, we will fight fair and square. We can decide the rules of every match according to the situation. For example, if the opponent is very strong and we suddenly allow them to use equipment, then Purple Ice Holy City will definitely not be our match. In the end, not only will we be able to win first place, we will also be able to obtain a large amount of immortal jade beads to maintain the operation of the barrier. We will also be able to display our strength through this competition. Xiao Tianxu's eyes lit up, but he was a little worried. He said, I'm afraid that not many people will participate. After all, the registration fee of 1 billion immortal jade beads is too much. Should I reduce it a little? How about 500 million? Those who can fork out 500 million in registration fees don't mind spending 1 billion. The middle-aged man said with treacherous smile, when the time comes, we will also propose to give some rewards to the top 8. This way people will feel that even if they don't get first place, they will not suffer a loss. Then, even more people will sign up. Xiao Tianxu nodded and said, if our 10 great battle kings participate, they will definitely get a very high ranking. Let's do it this way, we want even more immortal jade beads. Qin Yun, who is in secluded cultivation, suddenly sensed that old Fox Huang has returned. He opened his eyes and continued absorbing the energy released by the holy infant fruit. When old Fox Huang saw Mo and the holy infant fruit in Qin Yun's palm, he is slightly alarmed. He promptly said respectfully, greetings High Priest. Old Grandpa, after your runes evolved, did you become stronger? Mo asked sweetly. I've become a lot stronger, old Fox Huang said with smile, meeting High Priest is truly a rare opportunity for me. He is not surprised to see Mo happily playing with the holy infant fruit. Back then, Old Fox Huang was the one who gave the holy infant fruit to Mo Xiaoqin. I just received an important news. Because Great Desert Holy City can't do anything to the Sun Fairies, they are now in a hurry to get rid of them. They are holding a martial arts competition. As long as they can get first place, they will be able to obtain the Sun Fairies. However, they will have to pay 1 billion registration fee, Old Fox Huang said. After Qin heard this, he said with sneer, Xiao Tianxiu and others' barrier needs to consume a lot of immortal jade beads to maintain every day, right? They want to fish out a lot of immortal jade beads to maintain the barrier. So long as they have enough immortal jade beads to maintain the barrier, Xiao Tianxiu and others will have a way to break through the Sun Fairies' defense. That's right. However, do Xiao Tianxiu and others really have the confidence to keep first place? If they can't, they will open the barrier and let people take away the Sun Fairies. Moreover, the process of taking them away will be very troublesome. Xiao Tianxiu said, from what I see, only Purple Ice Holy City has the chance to get first place. Qin shook his head and said, not necessarily, all the powerful factions feel that their 9th stage upper immortals have the confidence to get first place. There are many hidden geniuses in the Immortal Desolate. Xiaoqin, what about you? Do you want to participate? Old Fox Huang laughed. If I were a 9th stage upper immortal, I would also want to give it a try. Of course I want to participate. Qin said with smile, I am very confident in my own strength. When will it begin? Old Fox Huang said, the registration will end in 10 days. Great Desert Holy City will give all the factions enough time to consider. Qin nodded, 10 days is enough for me to gather enough immortal jade beads. What I am worried about is that they will recognize me and won't be able to proceed smoothly. Old Fox Huang walked back and forth a few times and said, when you go to participate, you don't need to hide your identity, I will go with you to register. You should hide your cultivation, make others think that you are just a little upper immortal. Since the Sun Altar is used to trap the Sun Fairies, it can't be used for the time being. Xiao Tianxiu and others won't dare to act recklessly against me. That's right, they won't dare to fight us head-on. Qin nodded and said with smile, otherwise they will suffer great losses. Oh that's right, if you enter top 8, you will get an inner core fragment, Old Fox Huang said. Qin only has 4 inner core fragments, it is very little to him. Alright, go contact Old Luo and others, tell them not to participate, it will only waste immortal jade beads. Qin said. Maybe they want to enter top 8 and get an inner core fragment? Old Fox Huang said with smile, it seems like it won't be easy. After all, Purple Ice Sacred City and Great Desert Holy City's 9th stage upper immortals are participating. Moreover, there are also those geniuses and little monsters from various major factions. Qin closed his eyes and said, 10 days is enough for me to become even stronger. Old Fox Huang also left and sent voice transmission to Shimanda Zhuang, telling them not to disturb Qin. Great Desert Holy City wants to send out the Sun Fairies. This matter very quickly caused a commotion in the Immortal Desolate. Every faction's big shots sent out instructions and arranged for their disciples to go to Great Desert Holy City. Every faction's higher-ups can see that Great Desert Holy City wants to fish for immortal jade beads. However, every faction has confidence in their sect's 9th stage upper immortals. They believe that even if they can't fight for first place, they can still fight for top 8 and get an inner core fragment. This way, they will not suffer a loss, they will even make a profit. After Purple Ice Sacred City's Elder Wu heard this news, he immediately gathered 10 youngsters, 7 men and 3 women. They are all handsome and beautiful, wearing purple and white robes. You are the strongest 9th stage upper immortals in my Purple Ice Sacred City. As long as you can win first place and let our Purple Ice Sacred City obtain the Sun Fairies, I guarantee that after you return to Sacred Desolate, you will be able to achieve meteoric success. Elder Wu said, for the 10 of you, I will help you pay the registration fee of 10 billion. It is up to you. Elder Wu is a Xian immortal, he can't enter the immortal Xian desert, he can only watch through the devil mirror. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked in, his aura is very strong. City Master. Elder Wu and those youngsters bowed and said, you can go to Great Desert Holy City and participate in the competition without worry. If Xiao Tianxiu dares to act shamelessly, I will control the Sun Altar and destroy his Great Desert Holy City. The Purple Ice City Lord said coldly, I will remind Xianxia. You don't have to worry about them playing tricks. Yes, City Lord. The 10 young men replied in unison. In order to obtain the mysterious Sun Elf, the various forces sent their strongest ninth ascendant immortals to the holy city of Great Desert. By then, everyone knew that only a few of the so-called 10 great exalted immortals were truly capable. The rest were all fake goods. This time, the Great Desert Sacred City's 10 great battle kings were participating. Yuzuikuan was very clear about the strength of the 10 great battle kings. Therefore, it was impossible for him to enter the top 8. However, Yuzuikuan wanted to prove that he was not a fake from the 10 exalted immortal rankings, so he also signed up. He had tried his best to bluff the higher-ups of the Yu family, saying that it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 8. At the very least, he would be able to obtain a core fragment, which was definitely not a loss. Upon learning that Qin Yun was participating, Luo Weizhuang, Shangyuan Wanzi, and Shangyuan Yefeng did not register. This was because they were very clear about their own strength. If they were to face someone with a sacred body or sacred soul, they would definitely lose. Only Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan had the strength to fight. Now, many people feel that other than the people from Purple Ice Holy City and Great Desert Holy City, Xiao Yuelan has the highest possibility of obtaining first place. Because Xiao Yuelan and the Sun Elf fought a great battle before, they were evenly matched. In the end, both sides suffered heavy injuries. Everyone thought that Xiao Yuelan was healing, but they didn't know that Xiao Yuelan was healing together with the Sun Elf. In just a few days, Great Desert Holy City has gathered powerful 9th stage exalted immortals. The people of Immortal Desolate never knew that there were so many powerful 9th stage exalted immortals. Many of them were never heard of, but they gave people a very strong feeling. 1374 Chapter 1374 Strongest Exalted Immortals gather in just a few days. More than 100 people have signed up. Xiao Tianxiu and the others are grinning from ear to ear because they have already obtained more than 100 billion immortal jade beads. The registration period is 10 days. 8 days passed. What surprised Xiao Tianxiu and the others is that Guanghan Palace's Xiao Yuelan did not appear. Everyone knows that Xiao Yuelan is very strong. She can kill Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's Xian Immortal. Xiao Yuelan did not appear. Purple Ice Sacred City, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, these 9th stage exalted immortals from powerful factions all felt a lot more at ease. Now it is also being spread that Xiao Yuelan was seriously injured by the Sun Elf and will not be able to recover in a short period of time. Guanghan Palace did not send any disciples. This made many factions feel that it is not normal. After all, Guanghan Palace can be considered a powerful faction. They can cultivate a crazy female devil like Xiao Yuelan. Guanghan Palace's disciples did not come, but Shimin family's disciples came. Only 5 people came to sign up. For great hidden inscription families, Shimin family, Qin family, Xiao family, and Qi family, each sent a few people. Many great factions in Immortal Desolate, after careful consideration, only sent 1 or 2 people. Because the competition is too great, if they cannot enter the top 8, it would be a great loss. Qin Yun, who is hiding deep underground, has already stepped into the 9th level of Upper Immortal Realm. He is still absorbing the Sacred Infant Fruit's power. He wants to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of Upper Immortal Realm. The Dragon of Heavenly Dao's proud force has finally taken form. Qin Yun looked at the Heavenly Lion, Fire Hammer, and Dragon revolving outside the Nether Sun. That dragon is white, which surprised Qin Yun. He thought it would be black. They are all a bit small, next I should make them bigger. That should be a matter of Xian Immortal Realm. Qin Yun is currently working hard to make these 3 Heavenly Dao's power stronger and reach the peak. He did not immediately sign up. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that his cultivation is enough to strengthen his martial skills. On the last day, Qin Yun left the underground stone room with Old Fox Huang. Shimin Dazhuang and Pippi Pig have already followed the Shimin family people into the Great Desert Sacred City. Xiao Tianxiu said before that everyone is welcome to participate in the competition, even his enemies can sign up. Qin Yun and Old Fox Huang walked towards Great Desert Holy City. Qin Yun wore clean and tidy white clothes, and there was a faint smile on his handsome face. He had retracted his aura, and it was impossible to tell that he was a very strong 9th layer ascendant immortal. Old Fox Huang was dressed in gray and bent over like a small old man. He had a gentle smile on his face and did not look very strong. However, Old Fox Huang is a powerful old fox. He is also a legend in the immortal Xian desert. Everyone knows that he is a very strong inscription beast. Seeing Old Fox Huang arrive, the majestic golden gates of the great desert sacred city immediately closed. The guards at the city gate were all on high alert, their hearts filled with fear. Everyone knew that Old Fox Huang was a mystic immortal beast, while the people in the city were only 9th-tier ascendant immortals. Even though Qiao Tianxiu and the rest were Xian immortals, they could only stay inside the altar. The Sun Altar was the great desert holy city's strongest fortress. It originally had a very strong attack power, but because it had to trap the Sun Elf, it could not be used for the time being. Qiao Tianxiu was shocked to learn that Old Fox Huang was outside the city. What caused him to be even more shocked is that Qin Yun is still alive and his relationship with Old Fox Huang is so good. Qin Yun arrived at this kind of time together with Old Fox Huang. This caused Qiao Tianxiu to be very worried. Qin Yun and Old Fox Huang discussed before to attack the Sun Altar together. However, they were worried that the Sun Altar's defense is very strong. Moreover, they would have to face the attacks of many formidable 9th-tier ascendant immortals. Therefore, they gave up on this idea. As long as he can get first place, he can take away the Sun Elf fair and square. This is the safest method. Qiao Tianxiu, you said that even your enemies can participate in the martial arts competition. Qin Yun's voice reverberated in the sky above the great desert holy city. Everyone is shocked. Qin Yun is actually still alive. Everyone knows that Qin Yun hid inside a pagoda and then was blasted away by the Sun Altar. Luo Weizhuang and the others who have good relationship with Qin Yun released this news, confirming that Qin Yun is dead. Qin Yun, are you sincerely participating in the martial arts competition? Or are you here to cause trouble? Is that old fox the inscription beast you subdued? During the martial arts competition, you are not allowed to use inscription beasts. Qiao Tianxiu's voice came from the Sun Altar. If we were here to cause trouble, Great Desert Holy City would have already been breached by me. Old Fox Huang chuckled. Originally, I wanted to directly break the door and enter, but my lord said to be a bit more polite. Hearing Old Fox Huang's words, the people inside the city cannot help but shiver. Qin Yun has truly subdued an inscription beast, moreover it is a Xian immortal beast. This caused many of Qin Yun's enemies to be secretly afraid. Because Xian immortal beasts are very formidable existences inside the immortal Xian desert. Qiao Tianxiu's tone is very strict. He warned Qin Yun, you sincerely came to participate in the martial arts competition, of course I welcome you. If you cause trouble in the city, don't blame us for being unreasonable. Although you subdued a formidable inscription beast, we are not afraid of you. You were lucky enough to survive before, but if you cause trouble in the city, you won't be so lucky. Qiao Tianxiu said he is not afraid of Old Fox Huang. That is a lie. What made them feel at ease is that Great Desert Holy City has many 9th-stage ascendant immortals from powerful factions. These 9th-stage ascendant immortals have already paid the registration fee. They will certainly not allow others to cause trouble. Many disciples of famous sects who are participating in the martial arts competition released fierce words on the Devil Mirror. If Qin Yun dares to cause trouble, they will join hands and kill him. After the city gate opened, there is a spacious street. At the end of it is the 18-layer Sun Altar. Qin Yun brought Old Fox Huang with his hands behind his back and slowly walked in. His eyes are filled with fierce might. The people on the street quickly moved to the side. They are not afraid of Qin Yun, they are afraid of Old Fox Huang. Many people have seen Old Fox Huang's strength before, it is very dreadful. A few hundred meters in front of the Sun Altar, there is a golden battle platform. That golden battle platform is the one of Purple Ice Sacred City. They are also worried that Great Desert Holy City will cheat, that is why they propose to use their Purple Ice Sacred City's battle platform. Qin Yun was wearing a smiling face mask before. Because he hid it very well, no one could see through his identity. Of course, the legend of the masked uncle also caused many people to sigh in admiration. Because he is a very young and very powerful inscription mysterious sect. Qin Yun raised his head and puffed out his chest. His face has a faint smile as he walked to the battle platform. 1 billion immortal jade beads. Qin Yun took out a storage pouch and handed it over to an old man on the battle platform. These immortal jade beads were sent over by Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. He also knows that Qin Yin wants to participate in this martial arts competition. You are the 146th to sign up, the old man said, and then made a token for Qin Yin. Yuzhuakuan is below. After seeing Qin Yin, he said with sneer, "This guy is just a little exalted immortal. He was lucky enough to subdue a powerful inscription beast. What is there to be cocky about? The reason he came to sign up is to give the immortal jade beads to Master Qiao." Hearing his words, Old Fox Huang turned his head and looked over. When Yuzhuakuan saw Old Fox Huang's seemingly very kind expression, he cannot help but step back again and again. Fear arose in his heart and he doesn't dare to speak anymore. Everyone, the martial arts competition will begin as soon as possible. Before the martial arts competition begins, we will conduct a test and select the number of people to 80. Xiao Tianxu's voice came over. He did not announce the specific rules and details of the martial arts competition in advance. The main reason is to make changes in the future and make changes that are beneficial to them. The people who came to participate in the martial arts competition felt that as long as they have enough strength, if Xiao Tianxu played any tricks, Purple Ice Sacred City would not let them off. Qin Yin looked around and did not see Shimen Dazhuang. After he walked down from the battle platform, he followed Old Fox Huang and walked towards Luo Weizhuang. Luo Weizhuang and others entered the city very early. They are also waiting for Qin Yin. At this moment, they brought Qin Yin and Old Fox Huang to their residence. After Qin Yin left, everyone immediately started discussing. They are all guessing Qin Yin's cultivation. Many people felt that Qin Yin is only at the 4th or 5th level of the upper immortal realm and that he came to participate in the martial arts competition to prove that he is still alive. Xiao Tianxu was originally worried that Qin Yin's cultivation is extremely high. Qin Yin killed Lan Bufan and Jing Shuangzi before. But when he saw Old Fox Huang following Qin Yin, he believed that it was Old Fox Huang who did it. "Master Qiao, Qin Yin has our compass in his hands, we must snatch it back," a middle-aged man said while gnashing his teeth. "Snatch it back? How are we going to snatch it back? Did this guy really come to participate in the martial arts competition just to join in the fun? Did he waste 1 billion immortal jade beads to join in the fun?" Xiao Tianxu shook his head and said with sigh, "I really did not expect that he could subdue such a good inscription beast. How did he do it? Don't tell me that we should just endure it like this? That compass is very precious." The middle-aged man said very unwillingly. "If that fox goes all out, we will have to think it over." Xiao Tianxu waved his hand. "Don't think about Qin Yin for now, the most important thing for us is to secure first place. Xiao Yuelan is not here, our first place should be secured," the middle-aged man said with smile. "No. According to our secret investigation, there are many powerful 9th-stage upper immortals here. This immortal desolate is much stronger than we imagined." The strength that Xiao Yuelan displayed before caused the 9th-stage upper immortals of Purple Ice Sacred City to feel endless fear. Xiao Tianxu sighed, "I hope everything goes smoothly for us." Master Qiao, although only a few people from Shimen family came to participate, the others who came to watch the show are also very strong. They must have secretly brought inscription beasts with them, we must guard against them. The middle-aged man cursed in low voice, "I saw Shimen Dazhuang, this bastard is holding a little pig in his arms." Qin Yin followed Luo Weizhuang and company to a house. This is their rented residence, it is very spacious and can accommodate many people. As soon as he entered, Qin Yin saw Shimen Dazhuang run out, he is holding a little white pig in his arms. "Is this Pippi Pig?" Qin Yin looked at the little pig and said with smile, "After becoming small, it is really cute. Even if it becomes small, it can still fart." Shimen Dazhuang grinned and said, "I can hide Pippi Pig in my wide sleeves," and then ha 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 ha. Everyone immediately dispersed, they are worried that Shimen Dazhuang would act recklessly. Shimen Dazhuang laughed evilly at Qin Yin in low voice, "Uncle, my Shimen family's #1 beauty is here. She was originally a Xian immortal, I don't know what secret technique she used but she can actually enter the immortal Xian Great Desert." "She signed up?" Qin Yin's brows twitched, he is also very astonished in his heart. One-armed sword deity Shimen Dazhuang pulled Qin Yin's arm and said with smile, "Let's go, I will take you to meet big cousin's sister. I guarantee that you will definitely fall in love with her. Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to bring you two together." If I can't, I'll knock her out and let you two have sex. Qin quickly retracted his hand and retreated to the side. He scolded jokingly, "De Zhuang, you can't force this kind of thing. Don't mess things up for me." "Uncle, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of your first wife? What's there to be afraid of? I'll help you take care of her at that time." Shimin Dazhuang laughed. Qin rolled his eyes at Shimin Dazhuang and followed old Luo into the inner hall. "Brother Qin, last time you gave Brother Chuan some powder, he went back to find those old inscription profound sects. In the end, those two inscription profound sects almost fought, wanting to help Brother Chuan repair his axe. Brother Chuan was overjoyed. This is enough for him to brag for a while, ha ha ha." Luo Weizhuang laughed. Qin felt that he had used a little bit of divine iron powder to exchange for the Yang Emperor inscription spirit. This made him feel somewhat apologetic. He felt that he should have given Luo Dongchuan more divine iron powder back then. "Next time I see him, I will give him some," Qin said with smile. "Then I will first thank Brother Qin on behalf of Brother Chuan. In the future, if there is anything we can help you with, Brother Chuan and I will definitely not refuse," Luo Weizhuang said with a smile. His relationship with Luo Dongchuan was very good. In the future, he would also follow Luo Dongchuan. Luo Dongchuan was the city lord of Luo Tian City in Dusk Province. It could be said that he was the head of the Luo family in Dusk Province. If Qin were to build a good relationship with Luo Dongchuan, it would be very convenient for him to ask for help in the future. Old Fox Huang ate some fruits and said with a smile, "Old Luo, your Luo family is also a relatively strong family in the Immortal Desolate. How much do you know about the people participating in this competition?" "I know that Brother Qin is participating, so I did a simple investigation." Luo Weizhuang's expression is somewhat grave. He looked at Qin and said, "Brother Qin, your opponents this time are very strong. I hope you can consider the overall situation and don't go all out." Qin nodded and said, "I know, you don't have to worry." "That's good." Luo Weizhuang laughed and said, "This time, the strongest opponents are the Purple Ice Holy City and the Great Desert Holy City. Each of them had 10 ninth-tier exalted immortals under them. Amongst them, Grand Desert City's 9th Ascendant Immortal was the strongest. Purple Ice City's 9th Heaven Exalted Immortal is slightly weaker." "Why are Purple Ice Holy City's 9th Heaven Exalted Immortals slightly weaker?" Shimin Dazhuang placed Pippi on the table and let it eat some pastries. "The Mystic Immortal Desert restricts the movement of Mystic Immortals. That's why the Mystic Immortals summoned by the Great Desert Holy City are the strongest," Luo Weizhuang said, "and the Purple Ice Mountain Range where the Purple Ice Sacred City is located, is a sacred land of the Xian Immortal level. They pay more attention to the Xian Immortal." Old Fox Huang looked at Shimin Dazhuang and said with a smile, "Dazhuang, it seems your Shimin clan has also sent a few youngsters. How is their strength?" "Well, the 9th Heaven Celestial of the Shimin family is definitely very strong, but I support Uncle." Shimin Dazhuang looked at Qin and said with smile, "Uncle, even if you lose to my Shimin family, don't be sad, I will help you teach them a lesson in the future." Qin curled his lips and said, "Dazhuang, do you think I can't defeat your Shimin family's 9th Heaven Celestial?" Shimin Dazhuang nodded his head, "Uncle, although I admire you very much, my Shimin family has a very powerful secret technique. They refine their bodies like magic treasures and immortal tools. They carve many runes on their bodies and can combine them into very powerful abilities." Qin and Old Fox Huang looked at each other in amazement. Carving runes on their bodies and combining them into a kind of ability, isn't that the same as inscription beasts? The people who came this time grew up together with inscription beasts. Through the inscription beasts, they have mastered many inscription powers. They are called inscription warriors. Their bodies have many runes and totems carved into their bones and soul. Shimin Dazhuang said with a serious expression, "They are not inscription masters, but the runes on their bodies can evolve on their own and even strengthen their bodies." This caused Qin and Luo Weizhuang to be amazed and exclaim in admiration. Shimin Dazhuang laughed and said, "As for me, although I am not made to become an inscription warrior, my talent in inscription is the highest in the history of the Shimin family. Moreover, I am also the most handsome person in the history of the Shimin family. Ha ha ha, those inscription warriors are all very ashamed in front of me." bragging Shiman, it is not easy for you to live in Shiman family for so long. If you were in my Luo family, you would have already been beaten to death. Luo Weizhuang said with smile. Old Luo, I know you are jealous of me. Shiman Dazhuang very shamelessly stroked his hair, then hugged Pippi Pig and said, I will go back and gather some information, then I will come back and report to Uncle. Dazhuang, don't speak nonsense. Uncle Masked is here, you will bring trouble to him. Old Fox Huang warned with smile. I know. I, Shiman Dazhuang, am not a 3-year-old child. Whatever you can think of, I can also think of. Shiman Dazhuang waved his hand with smile, then swaggered out as if he is asking for a beating. Shiman Dazhuang and Pippi Pig can walk sideways in Great Desert Sacred City. Everyone knows that his farting pig is very dreadful. If Pippi Pig farts him, he won't be able to do anything to Shiman Dazhuang. After all, he won't be seriously injured. Old Fox Huang said, Qin, Xiao and Qi family are all inscription aristocratic families, they must also have inscription warriors. We must pay more attention. As for those people from Sacred Desolate, they are not that dreadful. Qin Yan came into contact with the Sacred Body Sacred Spirit Immortal from Sacred Desolate, so he has some understanding of him. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family's 9th stage immortals must also be careful. I have never seen or heard of any of the 9th stage immortals they sent this time. They must have been secretly nurtured by them. Luo Weizhuang said. At this time, Shan Yuanyefeng walked in, cupped his hands towards Qin Yun and Old Fox Huang and said, another very strong guy has come to register. Moreover, he is from some nether sect. He is a sword immortal with only one arm, his name is Xiao Wufeng. He is releasing a very strong sword aura, it is very scary. After Qin Yun heard this, he abruptly stood up, he is extremely stunned. Xiao Wufeng has actually appeared here, moreover, he was sent by Nether sect. This means that his foster father, Netherworld Great Emperor, has already led many experts from Nether sect to Immortal Desolate. What made Qin Yun depressed is that Xiao Wufeng certainly doesn't remember him. Back then, Xiao Wufeng made many friends in Nether sect, they must have forgotten him. Brother Qin, do you know this Xiao Wufeng? Shan Yuanyefeng asked. He is very strong, very dreadful. Qin Yun laughed, he is worried that he will have to face Xiao Wufeng in the end. What made him happy is that Netherworld Great Emperor's Nether sect has arrived in Immortal Desolate, it means that Netherworld Great Emperor has enough formidable strength. Xiao Wufeng is the last person to register. Nobody has heard of him before, but he has attracted the attention of many 9th stage immortals. After the registration ended, Xiao Tianxiu announced that the test will begin tomorrow morning. The goal is to filter out most of the people. Only 80 people will remain and then they will fight in groups. At night, Qin Yin received news from many people. Little Black Donkey, Xian Tiger King, Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor, Qin Long, Xia Qiru, Yang Shuriwei and many others are all his friends. Because they found out that he will be participating in the competition, they are all very worried. They don't know the situation of the Sun Elf, they also don't know that Xiao Yuan is inside. Little Black Donkey found out that Qin Yun has 9th level Upper Immortal Realm Cultivation. Then he discussed with Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor and set up a very big bet. They bet on Qin Yun's victory and then let Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor arrange people to spread the news and slander Qin Yun. Who will the Sun Elf end up in the end? This is something that everyone is looking forward to. Next morning, many people woke up very early. All the participants are on the incomparably spacious battle stage. After Qin Yun arrived, other people only glanced at him a few times and did not pay much attention to him. Because they all feel that Qin Yun's cultivation is not high. Most people are paying attention to the 9th level Exalted Immortals of Immortal Family, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Purple Ice Sacred City and Great Desert Sacred City. Each of them has 10, making up a total of 40 people. After the test and screening, there are only 80 people left. That means these few great factions have taken up half of the participants. In addition, the 4 great inscription clans have each sent a few people. Their strength is not to be underestimated. On the battle stage, the one that most 9th level Exalted Immortals are paying attention to is the one-armed sword immortal, Xiao Wufeng. Xiao Wufeng was the first person to arrive on the battle stage. It can be said that he has been standing here since last night. He is like a sword, steadily standing there for the whole night. Even now, his eyes are still closed. He is wearing white clothes, his hair is disheveled, his eyebrows are slightly wrinkled like swords, his handsome face is somewhat dark, his body is releasing a sharp and aloof sword aura that makes people not dare to approach him. All the 9th level exalted immortals here are from famous sections. They are very clear that this is a very dreadful and very rare sword immortal. Suddenly, Xiao Wufeng opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with cold light as if a sharp sword was unsheathed. He looked at Qin Yun, who was not far away. The people on the battle stage shivered in their hearts and retreated again and again. This kind of mental pressure is like sword energy dancing chaotically on the battle stage. Xiao Wufeng glanced at Qin Yun and then closed his eyes again. Everyone is very shocked, they all feel that Qin Yun is out of luck. Boss Xia. Qin Yun secretly sighed in his heart. Just now, he was constantly sending sound transmission to Xiao Wufeng. And Xiao Wufeng only opened his eyes and glanced at him. Xiao Tianxu's voice came from the sun altar. The test is about to begin. First is mental power test, elderly will be in charge. In this test, the worst 20 people will be eliminated. After elderly walked on the battle stage, he took out a 10-meter wide large gong and placed it in the middle of the stage. The large gong is flickering with sacred light, there are many runes flowing on its surface. With a glance, one can tell that it is a sacred tool from Sacred Desolate. Elderly has short white hair, bald head, thin and small body, he is wearing luxurious clothes that are lingering with golden splendor. Although he is thin and small, his voice is very clear. He said in loud voice, "Go according to the order of registration, your tokens have numbers. Number 1, come here." Qin Yun's token is 146, Xiao Wufeng's is 147. Mental Power Wave, Chapter 1376, Mental Power Wave. Qin Yun walked towards Xiao Wufeng and stood beside him. Then he looked at the large gong at the center of the stage. The one taking the test is a long-faced youth from Great Desert Sacred City. 1st to 10th are all 9th layer exalted immortals from Great Desert Sacred City. That youth is about 10 meters away from the large gong. He condensed his mental power and attacked the large gong. After the large gong was hit by the mental power energy, it did not make any sound, it only shook a bit. Faint golden ripples appeared on the surface of the large gong, it looks like water ripples. From far away, it looks like the growth rings of a large tree. First, 75 circles of mental power wave. Elderly shouted loudly. This is Sacred Desolate's mental power test, people from Immortal Desolate don't know what it means. But those 9th layer exalted immortals from Sacred Desolate are all shocked, especially those from Purple Ice Sacred City, their expression became grave. Yuzhuakuan said in alarm, 75 circles of mental power wave. I risked my life before but I could only make 20-something circles. It must be known that Yuzhuakuan is not a weak 9th layer exalted immortal, moreover he is also an inscription master, his mental power is not weak at all. Yet he only made 20-something circles, this disparity is very shocking. After hearing Yuzhuakuan's words, everyone got an idea of what mental power test means. 2nd to 10th are all 9th layer exalted immortals from Great Desert Sacred City. The strongest is a middle-aged man, he reached 86 circles. The lowest is a woman, she reached 72 circles. None of them are weak. And next is Yuzhuakuan. Yuzhuakuan condensed his mental power, his face turned red, he suddenly shouted and attacked the large gong with his mental power. Sparse ripples slowly appeared on the surface of the large gong, there are only 27 circles. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Compared to the 9th layer exalted immortals from Great Desert Sacred City, Yuzhuakuan is simply too lacking. Yuzhuakuan shouted loudly, what are you laughing at? None of you laughing below can surpass 30. This is the disparity between our Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate. Old Fox Huang chuckled and said, I guarantee that I can surpass 30. You are not human, you don't count. Yuzhuakuan knows that Old Fox Huang's mental power is very strong. I can pass 30. What about you? A woman wearing a white rabbit mask said with a soft and pleasant voice. Everyone immediately looked over and saw that the woman is wearing a plain white dress. However, there are many runes engraved on her dress. This is the symbol of an inscription master. Moreover, this woman is also in Shiman Dazhuang's group. This person came from the Shiman clan, moreover, she was a woman. Shiman Dazhuang laughed and said, "This is my incomparably beautiful eldest cousin, the number one beauty of the Shiman family, Shiman Chuqian. She is a very talented female inscription master of our Shiman family, only a little bit inferior to me." Shiman Chuqian gently stepped on Shiman Dazhuang's foot and said, "I am the most talented female inscription master in the Shiman family." "Dazhuang, don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll let you have it." Shiman Dazhuang laughed. Yuzhuakuan looked at Shiman Chuqian and said, "Your Shiman family's inscription technique is indeed brilliant, but your mental power is definitely incomparable to the experts from the Sacred Desolate. If you can surpass them, I will do whatever you want me to do. If you lose, give me your Yu family's Vigor God Totem. Do you dare to come?" Xiao Tianxiu did not stop Yuzhuakuan because they knew that if Yuzhuakuan obtained the Vigor God Totem, he would definitely hand it over to their great desert sacred city. Qinyan felt that Yuzhuakuan is out of luck. Shiman Chuqian is a Xian immortal. He is also very curious, what kind of method did this Xian immortal use to enter the immortal Xian desert? If Dazhuang is not bragging, Shiman Chuqian is really quite awesome. Ling Yunna laughed tenderly and said, "From her voice, she must be very beautiful." "Not necessarily, she is wearing a mask, maybe she is ugly?" Qinyan looked at Shiman Chuqian who was walking over and said in his heart, "Don't you often wear a mask?" Ling Yunna laughed mischievously and said, "Xiao Yun, you should let Dazhuang repay your kindness and accept this incomparably beautiful eldest cousin. This Shiman Chuqian must have the strange habits of the Shiman family." "I don't want it. Qin Yan has come into contact with several people from the Shiman family and they are all abnormal." Shiman Chuqian walked over and said to Yuzhuakuan with a smile, "As long as I surpass 86 laps, I can win against you, right? I promise you, let's sign a soul contract." 86 laps? You won't be able to do it even in your dreams. "Come." Yuzhuakuan said very proudly. Because even if he used all his strength, he could only hit 20 laps. He felt that even if a Xian immortal from the immortal desolate came, it would not exceed 50. After Shiman Chuqian and Yuzhuakuan signed the soul contract, she walked towards the large gong, condensed her mental power and rushed out. What is shocking is that her mental power actually has color. It brought with it a light blue light and rushed towards the large gong. The large gong slightly trembled and actually produced a little sound. It must be known that none of the 10 great battle kings of the great desert sacred city were able to hit the large gong. Yuzhuakuan's expression immediately became incomparably ugly. He has been in the great desert sacred city for so long, he also knows what it means to hit the large gong. Sure enough, mental power ripples appeared on the surface of the large gong and reached 105 laps. This immediately caused everyone present to be shocked. Xiao Tianxiu and several other Xian immortals inside the altar are also emotionally moved. The expression of Great Desert Sacred City and Purple Ice Sacred City's 9th stage exalted immortals suddenly changed. They opened their eyes wide looking at this Shiman family woman. What made them curious is why such a powerful woman did not sign up with other Shiman family people to participate in the martial arts competition. Could it be that the 5 Shiman family people who signed up are even more dreadful than this woman? Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family's 9th stage exalted. Immortals are now re-evaluating Shiman family's strength. I still haven't used my full strength. Shiman Chuqian's sweet and gentle voice carried a trace of arrogance. Then she looked at Yuzhuakuan and said with smile, "You want me to do whatever you want me to do, right?" Shiman Chuqian still hasn't used her full strength, yet she was able to release such a powerful mental power wave. This once again caused people to be emotionally moved. Then what do you want me to do? When we signed the contract, you can't let me die, you can't let me be injured. Moreover, what I can do is within the scope of my ability." Yuzhuakuan said. "As long as he doesn't die, it's fine." Shiman Chuqian looked at Shiman Dazhuang below the stage and shouted, "Dazhuang, bring your pig up here and let him eat a pig fart." Holy shit! After being startled for a moment, everyone let out a burst of exclamation. Many people have a joyful smile on their faces, they are looking forward to it. Some people have already taken out their magic mirrors to record this wonderful moment. "I will die." Yuzhuakuan's face immediately turned green as he shouted loudly. It's just eating a fart, you won't die, you won't be injured. Shimin Chuqian is already shaking with laughter, everyone also laughed along with her. Shimin Dazhuang said with smile, Yuzhuekuan, do you want to wait for the backlash of the contract? Brother Dazhuang, don't agree with her. I will give you 1 billion immortal jade beads. Yuzhuekuan saw Shimin Dazhuang coming up with a small pig and quickly begged in a soft voice. Shimin Dazhuang shook his head with smile and yelled, quickly open your mouth. Yuzhuekuan wants to die, this is even worse than being cuckolded and crawling into crotch. He promptly took out his magic mirror and contacted his elders. After some communication, Shimin Chuqian and Yuzhuekuan's elders reached an agreement and asked for Yu family's runes and totem runes. The test continued, Yuzhuekuan no longer dared to speak carelessly. Shimin Chuqian is indeed very strong, moreover, she also obtained many runes and totem runes from Yu family. In the following test, some 9th stage immortal from Immortal Desolate can't even reach 25 laps of mental power. Of course, 9th stage immortal from Inscription aristocratic families, as well as Immortal families and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, all of them can reach 60+, some even reached 70+, especially those from Inscription aristocratic families, most of them can reach 65+, some even reached 70+. They are not the least bit weaker than Great Desert Sacred City's 10 Battle Kings. This kind of test is deliberately arranged by Qiao Tianxiu and others to observe the strength of their opponents. This way, they will know the strength of the 9th stage immortals participating in the competition. Next, they will be able to formulate the competition rules that are beneficial to them. After Purple Ice Sacred City's 10 9th stage immortals finished the test, 4 of them can reach 65+, the other 6 can reach 70+, the highest is 80+, they are inferior to Great Desert Sacred City's 10 Battle Kings. After Qiao Tianxiu saw the strength of Purple Ice Sacred City's immortals, he felt a lot more relieved. And now it is Qin Yan's turn. Qin Yan once competed with Yuzhuekuan in inscription competition and even defeated him, making Yuzhuekuan crawl into his crotch. This is also known by everyone, so everyone thinks that his mental power is not weak. Earlier, he secretly sent voice transmission to Old Fox Huang, discussing whether or not he should hide part of his strength or display his strongest strength. The advice that Old Fox Huang gave him was that he just had to follow the rules and pass this test. If his performance was too strong, he would definitely be given special treatment by the rules of the Great Desert Holy City. Qin Yan walked over and released his mental power to bombard the large gong. The mental power wave that appeared only reached 45 laps, although it is far from those 60 or 70 laps, it still surprised many people. This is much more powerful than those 20 or 30 laps. Yuzhuekuan gritted his teeth, looked at Qin Yan and said with low groan, so what if it's 45 laps? If your strength is low, you won't be able to enter top 8. Seeing that Qin Yan's mental power is not high, Qiao Tianxiu let out a long sigh of relief. It is the same for Great Desert Sacred Cities people. And the last to be tested is Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng opened his eyes and walked over. Suddenly a black sword condensed in front of him, it is formed from mental power. This immediately shocked everyone present. Qiao Tianxiu, who was inside the altar, suddenly shouted, "You passed the test." However, the sword condensed by Xia Wufeng still flew out. Boom, the large gong suddenly exploded, a hole was pierced through it, mental power transformed into a sword and pierced through the sacred tool used for the test. Such powerful mental power caused everyone around the battle stage to be dumbstruck. Qin Yan is not surprised at all, only he knows Xia Wufeng's strength. Purple Ice Sacred City and Great Desert Sacred City's 9th stage exalted immortals' eyes are filled with fear as they looked at the expressionless Xia Wufeng. The test is over, next we will announce the list of top 80. Qiao Tianxiu shouted. Everyone regained their senses and burst into an uproar. What? Didn't they say 20 people would be eliminated? How come they are in top 80 now? More than 140 people, almost half of them have been eliminated, someone said in dissatisfaction. Everyone, you also saw that we damaged a sacred tool. If we continue the test, our sacred tools will continue to be destroyed. Qiao Tianxiu said, please understand. 1377 Chapter 1377 Strongest Arena Lord Qiao Tianxiu did not set any specific rules from the beginning. This is also to make it easier for them to operate. This is something that all the major powers can see. As long as Xiao Tianxiu does not cheat, they will not say anything. Soon, it was determined that the top 80 people would be divided into 8 groups. Qin Yan smoothly entered top 80, and the groups are not decided by drawing lots, they are decided by Great Desert Sacred City. This gives them a lot of room to maneuver. Very soon, the groups came out. After the groups were announced, everyone burst into an uproar. Qin Yan is in the 7th group. In this group, most of the people have the weakest mental power wave. Those with 30 to 40 mental power wave are in this group. In this group, there is a 9th stage ascendant immortal from Great Desert Sacred City. He is the middle-aged man with 86 rings mental power wave, his name is Su Deli. Everyone can see that Great Desert Sacred City's arrangement is to let Su Deli enter top 8 unscathed. Xia Wufeng is in the 8th group. In this 8th group, there are 3 from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, 3 from Immortals and 3 from Purple Ice Sacred City. This is the strongest group. The result can be imagined, it will be very miserable. The reason for that was so that Xia Wufeng, who was very strong, could kill off the formidable 9th level Ascendant Immortals. That way, Xia Wufeng's strength would be exhausted as well. Great Desert Sacred City's 10 Battle Kings are divided into 5 groups. Qin Yan's group only has 1 from Great Desert Sacred City. If Great Desert Sacred City can enter top 5, they won't need to give so many core fragments. Many major powers are very dissatisfied with this kind of grouping and want to use the method of drawing lots to decide. Xiao Tianxiu does not agree, he said with sneer, only weaklings complain about unfair grouping. Look at Xia Wufeng, he did not say a single word, this is the demeanor of a strong expert. The 7th group is the weakling group. Su Deli's mental power wave reached 86 rings, he will definitely get first place. Indeed, this is not fair at all. If only I was in the 7th group. You are in the 7th group, can you beat Su Deli? The 8th group is the most dreadful, this sword immortal Xia Wufeng will definitely get first place. The inscription family people are divided into groups 1 to 6. Qin Yan is glad that he listened to old Fox Huang's words. If he displayed a very powerful mental power wave, he would definitely be assigned to Xia Wufeng's group. The 9th tier exalted immortals in that group were the ones with the highest psychic power, excluding those from Grand Desert Sacred City. In this group, Qin Yan only needs to face Su Deli. In order to not waste everyone's precious time, we're using the defending method. Everyone can only fight once, starting from the 8th group. Xiao Tianxiu said, I appoint Xia Wufeng as the ringmaster of the 8th group. It was actually a defending method, this meant that it would be very complicated. If they worked together in the team, getting first place wouldn't be a problem at all. There was only one battle platform, so they had to come in groups, everyone else walked down the platform, leaving only Xia Wufeng on it. The people from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Xian family, and Purple Ice Sacred City had all paid a registration fee of 1 billion. They all had to go up and fight seriously, otherwise they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the higher-ups. Even if they had to face the powerful Xia Wufeng, they still had to give it a try. Sword Immortal? Perhaps it was just his powerful mental strength. He lost an arm, he should be easy to deal with. Right? A middle-aged man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate jumped up. After the barrier around the battle platform opened, the middle-aged man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate shouted and rushed over. A black sword suddenly appeared in Xia Wufeng's hand, it is carved with sword totems. Seeing those sword totems, the people from the Inscription Aristocrat clan opened their eyes wide, they are secretly astonished. Those are the sword totems carved by Qin Yan, but now they have evolved to become even stronger. Sword immortals have origin swords, they have absolute superiority on the battle platform. The battle platform is very wide, it looks like a very large plaza. After the 9th tier exalted immortal from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate jumped up, he arrived in front of Xia Wufeng in the blink of an eye. His fist released dense evil devil baleful aura and attacked Xia Wufeng's head. Xia Wufeng suddenly disappeared, the middle-aged man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate hit empty air. Cold light suddenly flashed, the middle-aged man's head was pierced by a black sword, the black sword can actually flicker with cold light, it is very strange. This kind of light is like the light of death. Hua, the sword pierced through the middle-aged man's head, a large amount of black blood floated out, it is as if it is drawing out the black blood. In the blink of an eye, all the black blood inside the middle-aged man's body has been drawn out. Shua shua shua, Xia Wufeng suddenly appeared. He held the sword and slashed at the middle-aged man several times, chopping him into pieces. Dead, the middle-aged man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate is not weak. He was actually killed in an instant. Xia Wufeng's strength caused Xiao Tianxiu to be secretly worried that Xia Wufeng would snatch first place. They really did not expect that such a powerful sword immortal would suddenly appear. 8th group, 1 person eliminated. There are 8 people left. Please continue to challenge Xia Wufeng. Xiao Tianxiu shouted. No one went up, because the middle-aged man who just died, his strength is more or less the same as the other people in the 8th group. They won't be any better off if they go up. They all used their devil mirrors to contact the powers behind them and explain the situation to see if they can give up or not. The powers behind them will not allow them to give up, however, they are all very afraid of death. After all, it is not easy to cultivate to 9th stage upper immortal. Moreover, this is the great era. As long as there is a fortuitous opportunity, their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. It is even possible for them to become immortal kings. Therefore, they all disobeyed the order and did not go up to challenge. They all gave up. 8th group, Xia Wufeng is the arena master. He entered top 8. Xiao Tianxiu shouted. He is very unhappy in his heart. Xia Wufeng did not consume much of his power and the other 3 factions people also did not suffer many casualties. Next is the 7th group. The arena master is Qin Yun. Xiao Tianxiu's voice caused everyone to cry out in alarm. Everyone knows that Qin Yun was appointed as the arena master to deliberately let him go up and be beaten. Xiao Tianxiu said again, Qin Yun, please go up and defend the arena. You can also forfeit. Qin Yun naturally won't forfeit. After the barrier closed, he jumped onto the stage. Xia Wufeng also quickly walked down. Dazhuang, you said before that you would introduce me to Qin Yun as his little wife. What's so special about him? Shimen Chuqian asked. You always randomly introduce me to others, you don't even ask if I'm willing or not. Big cousin, this Qin Yun is very powerful. If you become his little wife, you won't lose out at all. On the contrary, you will even gain a lot. Shimen Dazhuang laughed and said, this guy is very afraid of his big wife. I wanted to bring him to see you but he didn't dare to go. Moreover, he said that he has no interest in you at all. Shimen Chuqian did not say anything because she is already used to Shimen Dazhuang. He often secretly betrayed her. Big cousin, look at old Fox Huang, he is Qin Yun's follower. Shimen Dazhuang said again, don't look down on Qin Yun, this guy is very secretive. I am sure that he will be able to successfully defend the arena. This guy's mental power wave is only 45 circles, right? If he can successfully defend and enter top 8, I will be his little wife. Shimen Chuqian giggled and said, Dazhuang, if he can't defend, give me Pippi Pig. Pippi Pig, who had turned into a small pig, immediately grunted a few times and quickly shrank into Shimen Dazhuang's embrace. It seems to be very afraid of Shimen Chuqian. All right. Shimen Dazhuang nodded and said with a smile, Qin Yun is my benefactor. I promised him that I would give you to him. You bastard, I don't know how many times you have sent me out. Not once have you succeeded. Shimen Chuqian laughed tenderly and said, this time, you will definitely not succeed. Big cousin, I wanted to knock you out. Now, after we sign the soul contract, you will be Qin Yun's little wife. Ha ha ha. Shimen Dazhuang laughed and said. The conversation between the siblings was heard by many people. When everyone looked over, they saw that they were indeed signing a soul contract. They are actually serious. In everyone's eyes, Qin Yun defending the arena is a joke. Yuzhukuan cannot enter the top 80, he can only watch from below. Qin Yun stood in the middle of the battle platform, his expression indifferent as he waited. Great Desert Sacred City's Su Deli laughed and jumped up. Su Deli's appearance is relatively ordinary, his body is tall and sturdy, his face is full of confidence. He is the strongest in the weakling group. Everyone felt that even if the other 9 people went up, they would not be able to fight against Su Deli. Other than Xia Wufeng, Su Deli has the highest mental power wave. As for Xia Wufeng's mental power wave, no one knows. Below the battle platform, many people from the major powers saw Su Deli's face full of laughter and felt very unhappy. Shimen Dazhuang laughed loudly and shouted, Qin Yun, as long as you win against that stupid big guy, my incomparably beautiful big cousin will be your little wife. She has signed a soul contract with you, you must work hard and seize this opportunity. This immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Xianxia shook her head because she felt that Qin Yun has no chance of winning. Yuzhuakuan said, Miss Chu Qian is incomparably beautiful, strong, and talented. She already knew that Qin Yun would not be able to defend the arena successfully, that's why she agreed to sign the soul contract. On the battle platform, Su Deli laughed loudly and said, Miss Chu Qian, don't worry, you will definitely not marry this little weakling. I will turn him into a meat patty on the spot. If I kill him, will you marry me? I'd rather marry Qin Yun than marry a stupid big guy like you. Do you see how handsome Qin Yun is? I like men with this kind of face type. Xianxia chuckled and said, even if Qin Yun is beaten into a meat patty, he will still be a very good-looking meat patty. This caused Su Deli to immediately become furious. He looked at Qin Yun and shouted, I will smash your stinky face. Qin Yun cursed Shiman Dazhuang in his heart for causing trouble for him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't want to win against Su Deli. Because if he won against Su Deli, he would be pestered by Shiman Dazhuang to hand over his big cousin's sister. Hurry up and smash my face. Qin Yun smiled indifferently, don't waste time. Su Deli said angrily, you're about to die and you're still smiling? Be serious for me. After the barrier opened, Su Deli is like a mad bull, his entire body surged with fiery red anger. He roared loudly and charged at Qin Yun. Demonstrate one's strength. Qin Yun took a deep breath and said in his heart, Yuner, a formidable enemy is coming. Just in time to test your current strength. Ling Yuner said. Boom, when Su Deli flew over, the nether sun fiercely erupted with supergravity. The supergravity released by Qin Yun's ninth firmament exalted immortal cultivation suddenly smashed onto Su Deli's body. Su Deli, who was rushing over, suddenly felt his body being pressed down by something heavy. As expected of the strongest ninth-tier ascendant immortal of Grand Desert Holy City, he immediately burst forth with even greater power. Due to that, he did not fall to the ground. However, he felt that his body had suddenly become extremely heavy. As he sprinted forward, his heavy footsteps caused the stage to rumble. Everyone thought that it was because Su Deli had erupted with a very strong power, which was why the contest ring was shaking non-stop. However, they did not know that it was because Su Deli was enduring a gravity that was several times heavier than before. Qin Yun moved and suddenly appeared behind Su Deli. But Su Deli's sudden explosive punch missed and hit the ground, exploding with a fiery red flash. Qin Yun arrived behind Su Deli, then pressed his two fingers together and unleashed piercing mountain and splitting earth finger. The little lion that is revolving around the nether sun let out a deep roar. The finger power is accompanied by the heavenly Tao's ferocious aura. Only Su Deli could feel the ferocious aura, and he was secretly shocked. Bang, Qin Yun's finger strike landed on Su Deli's head, creating an incomparably violent astral wind. A small hole appeared in Su Deli's head as blood flowed out. Tens of thousands of people cried out in surprise. Su Deli's head was pierced through. Qin Yun's strength was not as weak as everyone imagined. Instead, he was very strong. Su Deli was also very strong. His body's defense shocked Qin Yun. Being hit in the head by such a powerful piercing mountain-splitting earth finger would only result in bleeding. His head would not explode. He's a ninth-layer ascendant immortal. Su Deli let out a furious roar, and a fiery gale erupted from his body, shaking off the supergravity on his body. Everyone knows that Qin Yun was nearly killed by the Sun Altar. Back then, he had only been an ascendant immortal. It hadn't been that long since then. And yet, he was already a ninth-layer ascendant immortal. Thunderous cheers erupted around the fighting ring. Xiao Tianxiu immediately cursed in a low voice, I was too careless. This fellow Qin Yun is truly unfathomable. The one who feels the most uncomfortable is Yuzhuakuan. Back then, Qin Yun was just a minor immortal in his eyes. But now, he is a ninth firmament exalted immortal. Die. Su Deli's body suddenly swelled up. His skin turned red like a piece of red-hot iron. His eyes spewed flames of anger as he attacked Qin Yun. Sizzle, the two beams of red light shot out from Su Deli's eyes suddenly turned into two bolts of lightning. Qin Yun dodged and charged over again. He released supergravity to suppress Su Deli and slow his movements. The lightning shot out from Su Deli's eyes was very strange. When it touched the ground, it actually bounced back. Furthermore, the speed at which it rebounded was very fast as it charged towards Qin Yun's back. Qin Yun thought that after he dodged the lightning, the two lightning bolts would explode when they hit the ground. He never expected them to rebound so fiercely. Ah! He let out a painful scream. The power within his body seems to have been blocked by something and he is unable to release it. Su Deli laughed nastily and rushed over and shouted, "You are finished." In the blink of an eye, Su Deli arrived beside Qin Yun. His basin-sized fist brought along a firm and fierce flame as it charged towards Qin Yun's face. Boom! Qin Yun's face was hit and burst into fiery red sparks. His body was also sent flying, his head is burning with flames. Ha ha ha. Miss Chuqian, look at his face, I must have smashed it. Su Deli laughed proudly and rushed towards Qin Yun, who was sent flying to the edge of the battle stage. Shimin Chuqian is now seriously looking at the battle stage. She suddenly felt that Qin Yun is not simple. Because Qin Yun suffered a punch just now, his injury is not too serious. When Su Deli rushed over, Qin Yun, who was lying on the ground, suddenly flipped over and jumped up, dodging Su Deli's powerful stomp. The entire battle stage trembled from Su Deli's stomp. Qin Yun's face is completely fine, it is just a bit red. Too careless. This guy's lightning is very strange, he must have sacred eye or something. Qin Yun said in his heart. Fortunately he was able to absorb the strange lightning into his nether sun, otherwise he would not be able to use any power. Su Deli is very amazed to see that Qin Yun can break free from his lightning. The people below the fighting ring were watching quietly at this moment. Because Qin Yun's strength is very strong, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Deli. If Qin Yun can defeat Su Deli, he will be the strongest in the weakling group and will be able to enter top 8. Eldest cousin's sister, you will become his little wife. Shimin Dazhuang said with grin. Shimin Chuqian did not say anything. If Qin Yun wins, she and Shimin Dazhuang signed a soul contract, she will become Qin Yun's little wife. Su Deli's eyes suddenly shot out lightning continuously. On the battle stage, many strange lightning jumped and bounced, filling more than half of the stage in a short while. That is sacred eye. The power released by the lightning is like a chain, it can imprison a person's body, it can imprison all kinds of power. Shimin Chuqian said in grave voice, that lightning seems to have runes. Su Deli's sacred pupil has evolved into runes. Everyone was amazed when they heard this. Someone said, as the lightning increases, it will be difficult to avoid them. They will definitely be hit, and they will definitely lose. Shimin Chuqian nodded and said, that's right. If it were me, I might have to expend a lot of effort to break through this lightning attack. The battle platform was huge and Qin Yun constantly retreated to dodge. However, more and more lightning bolts shot out of Su Deli's eyes. It didn't take long for the barrier of the entire fighting ring to spread out. It would be filled with that strange kind of lightning jumping around, bouncing around. The strange lightning was very active. After colliding with the ground or the barrier, it would quickly jump. Yuner, can you devour that much lightning? Asked Qin Yun. You can't, your body needs to come in contact with lightning to slowly devour the nether sun. Xiao Yun, use the tree totem to release tree vines. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun immediately did as he was told. Suddenly, many pale golden tree vines emerged from the ground. After those tree vines appeared, they were wrapped up by many lightning bolts. Qin Yun controlled the tree vines and randomly danced on the battle platform. In a short while, he attracted a large amount of lightning bolts. Seeing Qin Yun use this kind of technique, everyone is very surprised. Many people looked at Shimin Chuqian, who is wearing the rabbit mask. Qin Yun has a tree totem inside his body, moreover it is an immortal tier tree totem. Those tree vines are the ability of a tree, he must have comprehended a tree totem cultivation method. Shimin Chuqian said. After everyone heard this, they all nodded in understanding and praised her for being knowledgeable. I will burn all of you. Su Deli is very angry, he let out a loud roar and spewed out a large amount of red flame from his mouth. It is filled with dense saint power and in the blink of an eye, a large amount of tree vines were burned. Xiao Yun, take advantage of this moment. Ling Yuner shouted. Qin Yan immediately rushed over. He is inside the flame, he is not affected at all. Ling Yuner released her strongest super gravity, causing Su Deli's knees to bend. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. And when Qin Yan rushed over, he saw a black moon suddenly appear in the sky. Mind transformed into nether moon? Shimen Chuqian involuntarily cried out in alarm, her body slightly trembled. The people of Immortal Desolate can clearly see what this nether moon that is releasing powerful mental power signifies, mind transforming into nether moon. This is a very rare mental power cultivation. After Qiao Tianqiu and a few Xian immortals saw this from the altar, they are all dumbfounded and stunned. Old Fox Huang has a smile on his face, he is not the least bit surprised. Nether moon suddenly shot down a black lightning. Qin Yan used his strongest mental power attack and hit Su Deli's head. Ah! Su Deli screamed miserably after being hit. This is an incomparably powerful mental power attack. Moreover, Qin Yan has also cultivated the one-thought Imperial Heaven art, a divine cultivation technique, so his mental power has become even more terrifying. In a short while, Su Deli's mind became chaotic. Qin Yan jumped over and slapped down with his palm. Angry Dragon's lament and Heavenly Lion's angry roar resounded simultaneously. It is Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon Palm, boom boom boom, the palm fell, tearing apart the space and producing bursts of explosive sounds. The most terrifying thing is the black Heavenly Might Dao Dipper, the Heavenly Dao's Heavenly Lion's Heavenly Dao Ferocious Aura and Dragon's Heavenly Dao Arrogant Aura fused together. Together with the Heavenly Might Dao Dipper, Qin Yan unleashed the most terrifying Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon Palm in history. Ah! Su Deli screamed miserably as if he wants to tear apart the sky dome. His head has also been split open. The power of the palm penetrated the battle stage's barrier and spread out in all directions, causing a large number of people to retreat. Even Xia Wufeng had to summon his origin sword to block in front of him to stand still. As for Xian Immortal Shimen Chuqian and Old Fox Huang, they can also stand still. They are extremely shocked in their hearts. Die. Qin Yan's palm is still on Su Deli's head. A fierce shockwave rushed out, bringing with it the Heavenly Dao Flame's violent power. A large area of flame seems like it can destroy the world. It transformed into a furious dragon and poured into Su Deli's body. Hoo, the ferocious flame is like a monstrous wave, sweeping across the entire battle stage in a flash. It looks like the fire of the sun. Su Deli. Xiao Tianqiu's angry shout is also filled with extreme shock. Qin Yan's flame covered the battle stage. No one can see what is happening inside. Qin Yan took advantage of the chaos to devour Su Deli's sacred pupil. Rumble. Rumble, the battle stage rumbled unceasingly. Qin Yan repeatedly struck with his palm and secretly released the black nether sun flame to destroy Su Deli's sacred body. Everyone is dumbfounded as they looked at the burning battle stage. The battle between Ninth Firmament Exalted Immortals is as powerful as the battle between Xian Immortals. Many Ninth Firmament Exalted Immortals shivered. Qin Yan's strength is extremely terrifying. Whoosh, the ferocious flame on the battle stage seems to have a mind of its own. In just a few seconds, it entered Qin Yan's body. Only Qin Yan is left on the battle stage. Su Deli has disappeared, Su Deli is dead, not even his ashes are left. Sacred Tool Battle, Chapter 1379, Battle Great Desert Sacred City's strongest 9th level Ascendant Immortal. He thought that he could easily get first place in the weakling group. But now, he has been completely annihilated. The spectators below the battle stage found it hard to believe, especially the disciples of Great Desert Sacred City. They know very well how strong Su Deli is, yet he died so thoroughly. The 9th level Ascendant Immortals of the other major powers are secretly happy to see Su Deli die. But they are even more worried. The main reason is that Qin Yan is too strong. Xia Wufeng already gave them a lot of pressure. Now that Qin Yan has joined the fray, it will be even more difficult for them to get first place. Those 9th level Ascendant Immortals secretly hope that the next fight will be between Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng, that both of them will be seriously injured. Su Deli's death has enraged all the upper echelons of Great Desert Sacred City. They want to kill Qin Yan but they don't dare to. Moreover, they may not be able to kill Qin Yan because Old Fox Huang is here. Moreover, the other major powers are also watching. If they kill the winner, What will the others think? Now they can only endure and plan to take revenge in the next fight. Qin Yan stood on the battle stage and shouted, "Who else wants to challenge me? Don't waste time, hurry up and come up." Most of the 9th level Ascendant Immortals in Qin Yan's group are very weak. The only ones who can fight are Qin Yan and Su Deli. Now that Su Deli has been killed by Qin Yan, no matter how much courage they have, they don't dare to go up. Others have given up one after another. What makes them feel better is that Su Deli has been killed, they won't be laughed at if they give up. Moreover, they were originally very dissatisfied with Great Desert Sacred City's arrangement of Su Deli to bully noobs here. Now that Su Deli has been killed, these rookies feel very satisfied. Qin Yan walked down the battle stage. Next is the 6th group. Qin Yan is also very interested in the 6th group because there are people from Shiman family and other inscription families in this group. He can see what kind of inscription abilities they have mastered. After Qin Yan came down, Shiman Dazhuang ran over while laughing. He pulled Qin Yan's arm and walked towards Shiman Chuqian. "Cousin, I helped you find such a strong man. Aren't you going to thank me?" Shiman Dazhuang laughed. Qin Yan shook off Shiman Dazhuang and immediately glanced at the rabbit-masked Shiman Chuqian. He curled his lips and said, "I don't want her." Everyone was very shocked. The number 1 beauty of Shiman clan, with such powerful spirit power, was actually being despised by someone. Qin Yan's mental power is definitely not weak. To be able to cultivate his mental power to the Nether Moon transformation realm is extremely heaven-defying. She had the right to despise Shiman Chuqian. Others only think that the Nether Moon Qin Yan released is a mental power spirit. However, Shiman Chuqian can tell that it is a real Nether Moon. It is impossible to cultivate it. The only way is to find a Nether Moon in the natural world and subdue it. Qin Yan's mental Nether Moon was obtained from the Nether Moon Desolate Domain. It can give him very strong mental power. Shiman Chuqian immediately walked towards Qin Yan and held his arm. She said with a charming smile, "Husband, I have already signed a soul contract with Dezhuang. I will definitely be your concubine. Otherwise, I will die." Qin Yan retracted his hand. He is very frightened. He is very clear that Shiman Chuqian must have some other purpose for throwing herself at him so eagerly. He immediately flashed to Old Fox Huang and said in a low voice, "Old Fox, help me block her." Shiman Chuqian stomped her feet in anger. She never expected that a man would actually reject her. "Big cousin, this guy has a very fierce wife, so he temporarily doesn't dare to accept you." Shiman Dazhuang chuckled and said, "I already said that he is very afraid of his wife." Shiman Chuqian lightly snorted and wanted to charge towards Qin Yan, but she was stopped by Old Fox Huang. "Husband, aren't you making things difficult for me? I am doing this to fulfill the soul contract. If you don't accept me, I will die." Shiman Chuqian said coquettishly, "Quickly let me hug you." Qin Yan knows that there are not many normal people in the Shiman family. He immediately shouted at Shiman Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, quickly remove the soul contract with her. I don't want any concubine. I have too many concubines, I don't even remember how many I have." Shiman Dazhuang laughed and said, "Brother-in-law, I said that I would repay you for saving my life. Regarding the matter of matchmaking you and big cousin, my words carry enormous weight, I will do as I say. Besides, my Shiman family will definitely agree to this marriage. Whoever doesn't agree, I will use Pippi Pig to kill them." Shiman Chuqian giggled and said, "Husband, come. You are so tired from the battle just now, go take a bath or something. I will accompany you and use a secret technique to massage you so that you can recover to your peak." When everyone heard this, their imaginations immediately began to run wild, their minds filled with erotic scenes. Although Shiman Chuqian is wearing a mask, her voice is very soft and charming. She is definitely a very coquettish and charming woman. Qin Yan knows that there is a big problem with Shiman Dazhuang's aesthetics. Shiman family's number 1 beauty is definitely not good, maybe she is a big hole, otherwise she would not wear a mask. This. Wait until I see my first wife, if she agrees, then do as you wish. Qin Yan said. He plans to let Xiao Yuan drive away Shiman Chuqian. This is a brilliant plan. Brother-in-law, where is your first wife? Shiman Dazhuang promptly asked. Wait until I get first place, she will appear. Qin Yan said with smile. He is speaking the truth. After getting first place, Xiao Yuelan will not need to be together with the Sun Elf. Shimen Chuqian said with gentle smile, husband, no matter what, my body and heart are yours. She is mainly curious about Qin Yan's nether moon. Furthermore, she can see that Qin Yan has mastered many totem runes. In her eyes, Qin Yan is simply a great treasure. She cannot go over now because old Fox Huang is protecting Qin Yan. She doesn't dare to act recklessly. The sixth group battle has begun. The one defending the stage is Shimen family's ninth stage exalted immortal. His name is Shimen Feilong. Everyone is watching. Now someone discovered that Qin Yan's information cannot be sent to the magic mirror. Qin Yan's nether moon is very astonishing. It is enough to shake the entire immortal desolate, but it cannot be sent to the magic mirror. Even if it is sent to someone else, it is also not possible. While everyone is feeling puzzled, they suddenly recalled that Qin Yan is Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's brilliant disciple. They suddenly realized that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror has specially sealed it. What they don't know is that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror is Qin Yan's brilliant disciple. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, take Shimen Chuqian. Isn't your inscription gate lacking inscription masters? Your inscription gate can recruit many beautiful female inscription masters. The battle on the stage is very intense. Everyone can now see how powerful the inscription warriors of Shimen family are. When they are attacking, they can see that their energy contains many runes. Qin Yan is watching with frown. He discovered that the inscription warriors of Shimen family are very strong. This caused him to be somewhat worried. If he runs into them, even if he goes all out, he might not be able to defeat them. The ninth stage exalted immortals of Great Desert Sacred City and Purple Ice Sacred City also have grave expression. Apart from Qin Yan and Xiao Wufeng, the ninth stage exalted immortals of Shimen family are also very strong. Many people from the Immortal Desolate suddenly felt that the ninth layer exalted immortals of the Immortal Desolate were also very strong. Qin Yan, Xiao Wufeng and Shimen Feilong were all very strong ninth layer exalted immortals. They could easily defeat most of the ninth layer exalted immortals of the Sacred Desolate. Very soon, the other groups have also decided their first place. Qin Yan, Xiao Wufeng and Shimen Feilong only fought one match and the others forfeited. As for the other 5 groups, they all fought many matches. Among the other 5 groups, 2 of them are from Great Desert Sacred City. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Purple Ice Sacred City and Xian family each have 1 spot. Among the top 8, Great Desert Sacred City did not occupy 5 spots, they only obtained 2 spots. This is something that Xiao Tianxu did not expect. The following battles between the 8 of them were also very exciting. Everyone thinks that the following matches will be arranged by Xiao Tianxu again. That way, Qin Yan and Xiao Wufeng, who are very strong, will be arranged to fight together. If both sides suffer, it will be very beneficial to Great Desert Sacred City. Xiao Tianxu loudly said, in order to save time, everyone should first rest for half an hour. Next, I will arrange your opponents. First match, Qin Yan and Immortal Senior Lian. Qin Yan's opponent is not Xiao Wufeng but Xian family. This caused many people to be surprised. Second match, Xiao Wufeng and Lu Yeming. Xiao Wufeng's match with Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate is not with Shimen Feilong. Third match, Shimen Feilong and Wang Tianling. Shimen Feilong's opponent is actually Great Desert Sacred City's Wang Tianling. Fourth match, Li Xuanlu and Bai Shuangyan. Li Xuanlu is from Great Desert Sacred City and Bai Shuangyan is from Purple Ice Sacred City. This kind of arrangement caused many people to be unable to understand. Because Xiao Tianxu actually arranged for his own disciple to fight against the very strong Shimen Feilong and not against the weaker Lu Yeming and Immortal Senior Lian. Soon after, Xiao Tianxu said, in order to increase the viewing pleasure, the following matches can use weapons and defensive equipment. As for talismans and talisman tools, they are still prohibited. To actually be able to use weapons and defensive equipment, this caused the people present to whisper to each other and discuss. This is truly unexpected. Many people are cursing Xiao Tianxu because Xiao Tianxu will definitely let his people use the strongest Saint tier equipment. Even the Shimen family doesn't have Saint tier equipment, the Immortal family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate do have them but they are very few. They definitely wouldn't let a 9th stage upper immortal carry them. Purple Ice Sacred City has many saint tools, but they didn't let their disciples bring them over. Because everyone thinks that in battle, equipment is definitely not allowed to be used. In this way, the chances of the two disciples of Great Desert Sacred City winning has greatly increased. Even if they fight against the Ximen family, they have a high chance of winning. Great Desert Sacred City is truly despicable. Ximen Chuqian cursed in a low voice, their saint tools are all from Sacred Desolate. How can our Immortal Desolate's strongest immortal tools compare to them? Is Brother Filong going to lose for sure? Ximen Dazhuang sighed and said, don't worry, brother-in-law will definitely win. Brother-in-law should have a lot of good things in his hands. Equipment War, Chapter 1380, many people are puzzled by Xiao Tianxu's arrangement. Xiao Tianxu's two disciples are facing Ximen Filong and Bai Xuanyan. One is from the Ximen family and the other is from the Purple Ice Sacred City. Even if the disciples of the Great Desert Sacred City have powerful sacred tools, Xiao Tianxu should not have arranged for these two powerful opponents for his own disciples. Ximen Chuqian said, among the 8, the weakest are Immortal Elder Lian and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates Lu Yeming. Xiao Tianxu did not arrange for his own disciples to fight them because the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family are very close to the Great Desert Sacred City and have an extremely good relationship. Xiao Tianxu is also worried that his own disciples will accidentally kill someone and anger the Xian family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Because the Xian family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are very powerful forces in the Immortal Desolate. Ximen Chuqian said again, also, if Qinyan kills Immortal Elder Lian, he will also anger the Xian family. At that time, the Great Desert Sacred City will be able to join hands with the Xian family to deal with Qinyan. Old Fox Huang said with a smile, the disciples of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate must have some very evil methods. In order to win, if they use it, even if the disciples of the Great Desert Sacred City have sacred tools, they would still have to be on guard. That's why Xiao Tianxu arranged for Lu Yeming, a disciple of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, to fight against Xiao Wufeng. Everyone understood that Xiao Tianxu's arrangement was also carefully thought out. If their own disciples were to lose against Ximen Filong and Bai Xuanyan, there would be no need to fight in the following battles. Qinyan suddenly shouted, I entered the top 8, quickly give me the core fragment. This is what Xiao Tianxu promised before. It won't be too late to give it after it's over. Xiao Tianxu smiled and said, don't be in such a hurry, our Great Desert Sacred City will keep our word. If we die in battle, you guys will definitely go back on your word. Qinyan said again, give it to us first. If we can touch the core fragment, we will have even more motivation to fight. Although Qinyan is a formidable opponent, the other people who entered the top 8 all began clamoring, telling Xiao Tianxu to take out the core fragment. If he died in battle, who knew if Xiao Tianxu would go back on his word? Xiao Tianxu really hoped that a few people would die so that he could take the opportunity to renege on the core fragment. However, it was impossible now. He could only curse Qinyan in his heart as he handed the core fragment to Elder Li and asked him to deliver it. Qinyan obtained the core fragment and felt very happy in his heart. He had used up one before and now he has replenished it. The others who had entered the top 8 were also very happy. They felt that even if they could not obtain first place, the powers behind them would not blame them. As for the others, they suffered a huge loss, especially those who were filtered out during the mental power test. They wasted 1 billion immortal jade beads for nothing. Half an hour later, Qinyan walked onto the stage. In the first match, Qinyan and the Immortal Elder from the Immortal Clan fought consecutively. Immortal Elder Lian was wearing a set of white armor. His face was handsome and somewhat feminine. To be able to enter the top 8 meant that he had a certain level of strength. Supreme Great Immortal Armor? Very good. Ximen Dazhuang said in a low voice, brother-in-law should have a good battle armor, right? Qinyan did not have any battle armor, he only took out a set of loose gray beast skin clothes and casually put it on. The main function of this set of clothes is to assist in healing injuries, this is enough for him. Immortal Elder Lian walked up and took out an immortal sword. With a glance, one can tell that it is a very good top-grade immortal sword. Qinyan did not have anything in his hand. He felt that only when facing a keen-grade immortal tool would he feel a bit of pressure. If he was facing a sacred tool, he would need to use 9 Sun Divine Hammer. Even if your mental power Nethermoon's mental power attack is very strong, you still won't be able to defeat me. Immortal Elder Lien said with sneer, my top-grade immortal armor can withstand formidable mental power attack. If you are tactful, then obediently scram off the stage. You want me to concede? Xianxia laughed. That's right. I don't want to waste time on you. You do have some strength, but your equipment is definitely inferior to mine. Immortal Elder Lien is very confident. After all, he had this set of equipment for a long time and refined it for many years. Just a set of lousy equipment and you are so cocky. Xianxia curled his lips and said, youngster, relying too much on equipment is not good. Equipment is strength. The reason why I can possess such powerful equipment is because I obtained it through my own strength. Immortal Elder Lien proudly laughed, it is still not too late for you to concede now. If the battle starts, then the battle will be under my control. You will not have the chance to concede. Xianxia looked at Elderly, he is still fiddling with the barrier and will soon be able to open it. Immortal Elder Lien wants to kill Xianxia, his eyes are filled with killing intent. The main reason is because of Xianxia's great fame. If one wants to become famous quickly, not only must one have sufficient strength, one must also defeat many famous people. After killing Xianxia, Immortal Elder Lien's fame will definitely soar. Everyone feels that Xianxia does not have any defensive equipment. Previously, he had a very powerful pagoda, but it has already been destroyed by the Sun Altar. Now, he can only go up wearing beast skin. The barrier opened. Xiao Tianshu is inside the altar, he is fiercely looking at Xianxia. He really hopes that Xianxia will be killed. Immortal Elder Lien is wearing white armor. When he is moving, his speed is not affected. Instead, it is much faster. Could it be that his immortal armor can increase his movement speed? It is truly a good thing, someone cried out in alarm. At the beginning, Immortal Elder Lien was running back and forth on the spacious battle stage. His silhouette flashed here and there, it looks like there are many Immortal Elder Liens on the battle stage. Xianxia is standing in place, constantly turning his body. Because Immortal Elder Lien is quickly moving around him, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Although Immortal Elder Lien was very cocky earlier, he is very afraid of Xianxia in his heart. He knows that Nethermoon's mental power is very dreadful, so he must be on guard. Xianxia suddenly released a large number of tree vines, all of them leaped out from thin air like many nimble snakes. After they appeared, they all leaped towards Immortal Elder Lien. Immortal Elder Lien's best quality immortal armor is indeed very strong. When those tree vines leaped over and touched the immortal armor, they were all bounced back by a power and turned into white ash. Although the tree vines did not cause any harm to Immortal Elder Lien, they affected his rhythm. I'll let you be unrestrained. Xianxia suddenly released a very strong supergravity that enveloped the surrounding area. Immortal Elder Lien, who was leaping back and forth, suddenly slowed down a lot. If he was not wearing the best quality immortal armor, he would have been suppressed to the point that it would be difficult for him to move. After seeing Immortal Elder Lien appear, Xianxia immediately rushed over. Xiao, seeing Xianxia attack, Immortal Elder Lien hastily waved the best quality immortal sword in his hand and swept out a large amount of white ice crystals. Those ice crystals are many small needles, they are carrying a burst of white mist. Poison! Xianxia cursed in his heart. He pushed his palm forward and released a shockwave that brought along a gale and scattered all the ice crystals. Soon after, he used 9 extinction steps, 1,000 transformation steps. On the battle stage, many Xianxias suddenly appeared, as well as all kinds of beasts. This caused people to be endlessly shocked and burst into exclamations. Xianxia suddenly appeared beside Immortal Elder Lien, the distance between them is only a few steps. Then he pushed his palm forward. The palm wind brought along the roar of Heavenly Lion and Berserk Dragon. It is a very strong Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon palm, boom. The palm energy landed on Immortal Elder Lien's body but was blocked by his best quality immortal armor. What caused Xianxia to be most alarmed is that he felt a rebounding power, his body was jolted back. Earlier, Xianxia used a very strong power to beat Su Deli until he screamed. But now, Immortal Elder Lien's best quality immortal armor was able to block Xianxia's terrifying palm energy. This defensive power is truly terrifying. Immortal Elder Lien became even more pleased with himself. He knew that Qin Yun could not do anything to him, so he did not have any misgivings and rushed forward with his sword in hand. After being sent flying for a short distance, Qin Yun stabilized his body, used passing shadow extinction breath steps and suddenly disappeared. "Quickly look up," someone shouted. "The nether moon has appeared." Shimen Chuqian is very envious as she looked at the small black moon. Boom, after the nether moon appeared, under Qin Yun's control, a large amount of black lightning enveloped Immortal Elder Lien. "Ha ha ha, it's useless." Immortal Elder Lien laughed loudly, then jumped up and stabbed at the nether moon. "Hoo hoo." The sword energy rushed over like a gale. Qin Yun quickly retrieved the nether moon. He is secretly alarmed. He did not expect that the defense of Immortal Elder Lien's armor would be so terrifying. The two ninth firmament exalted immortals from the great desert sacred city felt a lot more at ease. They could tell that even someone as powerful as Qin Yun could not do anything to a supreme-grade immortal armor, let alone a saint-tier equipment. Tens of thousands of spectators also realized that a good equipment can greatly increase one's power and defense. This made people yearn for sacred-tier equipment from Sacred Desolate even more. Otherwise, they would not dare to deal with those formidable inscription beasts. Shimen Dazhuang cursed in low voice, "Brother-in-law is an inscription master, how come he doesn't have any good stuff?" Shimen Chuqian is also somewhat anxious, she sighed and said, "Although husband is an inscription master, his cultivation is not very high. Even if he has good materials and runes, it will be very difficult to refine powerful equipment." It is not that Qin Yun doesn't need equipment, rather, he doesn't want to use them for now. If people see his good equipment now, they will surely be guarded against him. Moreover, he feels that defeating Immortal Elder Lien without equipment will be an interesting challenge. Immortal Elder Lien was cowering before because he is afraid of Qin Yun. Moreover, he was not confident in his equipment. Now that he can see that Qin Yun is unable to break his defense, he is extremely happy in his heart and let loose to attack. Whether it is speed or attack power, they are much stronger than before. The main thing is that he is no longer focusing on defense, he is going all out to attack. Qin Yun used several powerful big moves, but at most he could only send Immortal Elder Lien flying. Immortal Elder Lien was not injured at all. This best quality immortal armor, it should be close to king grade. Qin Yun cursed in his heart, it seems like those sacred tools are even stronger. When facing sacred tools, I have no choice but to use my equipment. Immortal Elder Lien said with smile, "Qin Yun, have you given up all hope?" After he finished speaking, the immortal sword in his hand suddenly flew out and transformed into many white silk cloths that quickly wrapped around Qin Yun. Qin Yun released flame from his body but was unable to burn the white silk cloths. Very quickly, Qin Yun's body was wrapped up by the white cloth. His body was tightly bound, only his eyes were exposed. Blood Soul Break Seal. Why is Immortal Senior Lien's immortal sword so strange? It suddenly turned into cloth. Shimen Dazhuang said in shock. "Oh no, my husband is in danger. A supreme-grade immortal artifact is stronger than a human's body." Shimen Chuqian is very anxious, she shouted from below, "Husband, quickly release your strongest blood spirit power and destroy the runes inside his immortal tool." Hearing Shimen Chuqian's shout, everyone was slightly alarmed. They immediately recalled that Qin Yun was an inscription master. If powerful blood soul power was used, it was possible to destroy the runes inside the immortal artifact. He's not the inscription profound sect, how strong can his blood soul power be? How can you destroy my supreme great immortal artifact? The immortal immediately looked at Qin Yun and struck out with his palm. Qin Yun was wrapped up like a dumpling, revealing only his eyes. Furthermore, he was unable to release the power in his body. At this moment, after being hit by the senior immortal's palm, it rolled on the ground like a short pillar. "Husband. You are an inscription master, your mental power is very strong. If you release your blood soul power with all your strength, even if you can't destroy the runes on that top-grade immortal tool, you can still influence the rune's energy circulation." Shimen Chuqian shouted again, "Quickly release your blood soul power." Qin Yun's body was tightened even more. The elder immortal laughed and said, "You bastard. You have such a good concubine and you don't want it. I'm so jealous. I'll cripple you, bastard." With that said, the immortal elder kicked Qin Yun with great force, boom, That kick's power is very strong, but the white cloth wrapped around Qin Yun's body withstood most of the power. Qin Yun, quickly agree to give me the core fragment, otherwise I will control my immortal tool and strangle you to death. Senior Immortal Lien felt that it would be very difficult for him to get first place, but if he could get one more core fragment now, he would be able to get a reward when he returned. Qin Yun's mouth and nose were tightly shut. Only his eyes could be seen on his face. He was unable to speak at all. Furthermore, he was unable to release his physical strength. Shimin Chuqian was very anxious. She grabbed Shimin Dazhuang's shoulder tightly and squeezed it so hard that Shimin Dazhuang screamed. At this moment, Qin Yun is also releasing a large amount of blood soul power to influence the runes inside the cloth strips on his body. Tighten. The immortal immediately tightened the cloth. Qin Yun's body suddenly shrunk. It was easy to imagine that if his body continued to be tightened, his bones would definitely break and he would suffer severe injuries. Everyone felt that Qin Yun was currently enduring incomparable pain. However, he was unable to scream because his mouth was being strangled. What they don't know is that Qin Yun is not suffering because he has a powerful immortal devil sacred body. When the immortal senior immortal tried to tighten his grip, he found it very difficult to continue. This made him very surprised. He thought that Qin Yun was wearing armor. The blood soul power released by Qin Yun is getting stronger and stronger. Blood soul power is the energy used to carve runes. If it is strong enough, it can affect the energy circulation inside the runes. The main reason why Immortal Senior Lian's immortal tool is so outstanding is because there are very good runes carved on it. Moreover, there is tool spirit inside the immortal tool. Quickly agree and give me the core fragment. The Immortal Senior shouted angrily and kicked Qin Yun into the air. Immortal Senior Lian, if you dare to hit my husband again, I will tear you to shreds and feed you to the dogs. Shimin Chuqian, who has always had a gentle and sweet voice, now spoke with an ice-cold voice filled with killing intent. Immortal Senior Lian is not afraid of Shimin Chuqian. He feels that their immortal family is strong enough to not be afraid of Shimin family. You don't want to give? Then I will let you suffer a bit. Immortal Senior Lian laughed nastily and charged at Qin Yun. Suddenly, the white cloth wrapping around Qin Yun loosened. Huu, a black energy rushed out from Qin Yun's body. It is unknown what kind of power it is. It is the blood soul power released by Qin Yun. Moreover, it also contains some devil power. Immortal Senior Lian's immortal tool is refined from pure immortal power. And Qin Yun's immortal devil body can also release devil power, which can corrode the pure power inside the immortal tool. Seeing Qin Yun struggle free, everyone immediately let out a cheer. Husband, well done. Shimin Chuqian delicately laughed and shouted. Immortal Senior Lian turned pale with fright. He waved his hand and called back the cloth immortal sword. Those cloth strips have been greatly affected. They are temporarily unable to turn into immortal swords. Moreover, they are completely black. Immortal Senior Lian quickly put away the cloth strips and took out a relatively short sword. Xiao Tianshu did not limit the number of weapons he can use. As long as he has enough, he can use them as he pleases. So what if you can struggle free? I have such a powerful top-grade immortal armor. You can't defeat me. Immortal Senior Lian noticed that Qin Yun's attack is unable to break through his defense. Therefore, he is very confident and fiercely attacked Qin Yun. The short sword in Immortal Senior Lian's hand is also very powerful. It flickered with cold light and emitted a cold killing intent. When it stabbed forward, it produced a tearing sound and a sharp hissing sound. Qin Yun quickly dodged. He pressed his two fingers together and condensed a formidable power. You want to use that finger technique? It's useless. You can't break through my top-grade immortal armor. Immortal Senior Lian sneered and fiercely stabbed with his sword. Qin Yun previously used piercing mountain splitting earth finger slashing mountains and rivers, heaven exploding finger. These are all piercing heaven finger techniques. And now, he is using the void piercing finger that he just mastered not long ago. Void piercing finger can break through space and send a formidable power through space. The reason why Qin Yun took so long to master it is because he wanted to comprehend the profound mysteries of space. The finger technique did not clearly explain how to travel through space. Therefore, he used a very long time to comprehend the mysteries of space shattering through various channels. As long as it involves space, it requires a lot of power. Qin Yan has no other method now. Therefore, he can only use most of his power to use void-piercing finger. Suddenly, a huge tree claw appeared on the ground and firmly grabbed Immortal Senior Lien. Qin Yan used a sacred eye and instantly appeared in front of Immortal Senior Lien. Two fingers jabbed at Immortal Senior Lien's heart. Boom, a muffled sound came from inside Immortal Senior Lien's armor. Immortal Senior Lien suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. His face is filled with fear and shock. Qin Yan just shattered Immortal Senior Lien's heart through the armor. Immortal Senior Lien's internal injuries are very serious. Everyone let out a burst of low exclamation filled with doubt. They feel that it is very strange. Qin Yan's seemingly normal finger actually caused Immortal Senior Lien to suffer such serious injuries. Bang! Qin Yan immediately punched Immortal Senior Lien's mouth. Ah! Immortal Senior Lien screamed miserably, flew out and lied on the ground. Qin Yan closely chased after him, jumped over and chopped Immortal Senior Lien's neck with his palm like a knife. Although Immortal Senior Lien has an immortal armor to protect his body is injured and energy cannot be transferred to the immortal armor. The immortal armor's defense also drops substantially. Qin Yan beat Immortal Senior Lien through the immortal armor, making him unable to speak. Do you want to die? If you don't want to die, give me the core fragment. Qin Yan took out the ninth heaven mysterious king saber and said with smile. Immortal Senior Lien doesn't want to die, he also doesn't want to give the core fragment to Qin Yan. But now he has no other choice, his life is more precious than the core fragment. The seriously injured Immortal Senior Lien doesn't dare to resist. He is worried that Qin Yan will use that strange finger technique again and smash his head. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock as they watched Immortal Senior Lien slowly take out a light golden core fragment and hand it over to Qin Yan. After Qin Yan received it, he slightly loosened Immortal Senior Lien's neck. I concede. I concede. Immortal Senior Lien is extremely scared. He secretly rejoiced that Qin Yan only smashed his heart. If his head was smashed, he would be dead for sure. Qin Yan did not kill Immortal Senior Lien because of the core fragment. Now, Qin Yan has a total of 6 core fragments. After the battle stage's barrier closed, immortal family people quickly rushed up. Although they are blaming Immortal Senior Lien, they have no choice but to heal his injuries. Everyone can see that after Immortal Senior Lien's armor was taken off, a big hole appeared on his chest. Many cracks appeared on the surface of his body and his upper body almost completely exploded. When Qin Yan walked down, his complexion is somewhat weak. With one look, it is clear that he consumed a lot of energy. He used a large amount of blood soul power to break free from the cloth and used more than half of his power to use void-piercing finger. Shimin Chuqian and Old Fox Huang were the first to rush up to protect Qin Yan. Shimin Chuqian grabbed Qin Yan's wrist and quickly transferred her Xian immortal power into him. She said softly, I am helping you, don't reject me. Qin Yan felt the Xian immortal power transferred by Shimin Chuqian and was secretly shocked. He thought that Shimin Chuqian was only a first firmament Xian immortal. Now it seems that she is very likely to be a very high-level Xian immortal. How can a powerful Xian immortal sneak into the immortal Xian desert? Qin Yan is very curious and decided to find an opportunity to ask this mysterious Shimin family's #1 beauty. The immortal family could have earned a core fragment, but now they gave it away. This is very funny. If Immortal Senior Lien did not treat Qin Yan this way, Qin Yan would not have stolen the core fragment. The immortal family suffered a great loss. They spent 10 billion immortal jade beads to arrange for 10 ninth firmament exalted immortals to come in, but they did not get anything. The second match is between Xia Wufeng and Lu Yeming. Xia Wufeng has his origin sword, but he does not have any advantage because other people can also use weapons. Qin Yan is sitting on a chair below the stage. Shimin Chuqian deliberately squeezed into the chair with him. She placed her lily-white hands on his thighs and transferred her Xian immortal power to help Qin Yan recover. Now it seems that Qin Yan is the one enjoying it the most. He is sitting comfortably with a gentle beauty beside him. Brother-in-law, let me massage your shoulders. Shimin Dazhuang walked over and said with a chuckle, look, eldest cousin's sister is so good to you. Where can you find such a concubine? Qin Yan did not say anything. He really wants to tear off Shimin Chuqian's mask, but he does not dare to. He is afraid of being scared. Old Fox Huang asked in low voice, Xiao Qin, do you think Xia Wufeng can win? Lu Yeming is an expert from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. His weapon should be very evil, right? Xia Wufeng will definitely win. Qin Yan knows Xia Wufeng's strength very well. 1382 Chapter 1382 Too strong fighting Qin Yan can only temporarily accept Shimin Chuqian. When he sees Xiao Yuelan, he will ask her to help him take Shimin Chuqian away. Of course he can see that Shimin Chuqian threw herself into his embrace, she has her own little scheme. Xia Wufeng might win very soon. Qin Yan said again. On the fighting platform, Xia Wufeng summoned his natal sword. He summoned it once before. It was a black origin sword, but now it is flickering with cold light. His origin sword seems to have many different forms. Lu Yaming is a disciple of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Xia Wufeng killed a disciple of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate in an instant, causing the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate to be extremely furious. Lu Yaming has the appearance of a middle-aged man. His appearance is ordinary, but he has a somewhat sinister aura. The weapon in his hand is very strange, it is a black flute. He is wearing a robe with many black bells hanging on it. When he moves, the bells will ring unceasingly. The equipment of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate is indeed very evil, it looks very abnormal. After beginning, Lu Yaming shook his body, causing the bells to ring unceasingly. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling, the bells started ringing chaotically. Many people below heard those sounds and their bodies cannot help but tremble, they are currently shivering. Soon after, Lu Yaming blew his flute again. After the flute sound spread out, many people below the battle stage started stamping their feet. Many of them even have crooked mouths and evil eyes. Luo Weizhuang, who is near Qin Yan, is constantly stamping his feet. His mouth is crooked and his eyes are slanted, his body is constantly trembling. Even Qin Yan doesn't know why, but his body is inexplicably trembling. He can only feel an inexplicable power entering his body, wanting to control his body to move chaotically. Humph. Shimin Chuqian lightly snorted and Qin Yan immediately sobered up. Husband, that is a very special kind of power released by mental runes. It should be a fusion of mental runes and sound wave runes. It can confuse people's minds. Shimin Chuqian said softly, then grabbed Qin Yan's hand and tightly clasped their fingers. Very powerful. Qin Yan looked at the battle platform and said with a smile, I can't even resist it. That's because you've released too much blood soul power, and your spirit is still very weak, so you can't resist. Shimin Chuqian laughed tenderly, even so, you still resisted, look at Dezhuang. Shimin Dazhuang's mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. He even danced with joy, his body shaking and his buttocks twisting. He looked very funny. Qin Yan hurriedly took out the magic mirror to record it. Old Fox Huang was a person with powerful psyche, so he was completely fine. On the stage, Xia Wufeng did not move at all, watching Lu Yeming play the flute and dance. Seeing that Xia Wufeng had no reaction, Lu Yeming blew even louder and danced even more happily. Very unpleasant to hear, after Xia Wufeng finished speaking, he suddenly thrusted his sword forward. Xia Wufeng's origin sword pierced through the flute and pierced into Lu Yeming's mouth. Give me your core fragment. Xia Wufeng's voice was slow and emotionless, but it gave off a mental pressure. At this moment, everyone recovered from the confusion caused by the sound wave. After knowing the situation, they all cursed Lu Yeming. Lu Yeming's entire body trembled in fear from Xia Wufeng's terrifying sword aura. He immediately took out the core fragment. Xia Wufeng took the core fragment and vigorously thrusted it. The origin sword surged out a kind of black sword aura and poured into Lu Yeming's mouth. Ah! Lu Yeming screamed miserably, his body was torn apart from the inside by the violent sword energy, turning into many pieces of black blood that slowly fell to the ground. Lu Yeming is dead, another disciple of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate has died, everyone is so scared that they don't dare to make a sound. They originally thought that Xia Wufeng would not kill anyone after taking the core fragment. They never expected that he would still kill Lu Yeming, Qin Yan said with a smile, Xia Wufeng did not promise not to kill. When everyone heard this, they all felt that it was reasonable. Xia Wufeng only asked Lu Yeming to hand over the core fragment. He did not say that he would not kill anyone after handing it over. The people of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate looked at Xia Wufeng with faces full of anger and then rushed over. Xiao Tianxu's voice came from afar, "Don't fight in my territory." After Xia Wufeng walked down the stage, he looked at the dozen or so people from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and said coldly, "After this is over, I will wait for you outside the city. All of you people from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate must die." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood that Xia Wufeng and the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate have a blood feud. Shimin Chuqian suddenly felt somewhat worried. She tightly squeezed Qin Yan's hand and said softly, "Husband, that Xia Wufeng is very strong. You will definitely have to fight him in the next battle. Don't fight him anymore. You have obtained 2 core fragments, you have already recovered your capital. I want to continue fighting." Qin Yan looked at the golden flame ball on top of the altar in the distance. Xiao Yuelan and the Sun Fairy are waiting for him to save them. "You want that Sun Fairy?" Shimin Chuqian said in low voice. "And, that is very important to me." Qin Yan nodded. "I can help you snatch it." Shimin Chuqian smiled lightly, "No matter what, I will help you. If I can't get it in the end, you can help me snatch it." Qin Yan laughed mischievously and lightly patted the back of Shimin Chuqian's hand. He also believes in Shimin Chuqian's strength. Next is Shimin Filong against Wang Tianling. Wang Tianling represents the Great Desert Sacred City. He is a 9th stage upper immortal from the Sacred Desolate. He has sacred spirit, sacred body, and also uses a sacred tool. Everyone is looking forward to it. They want to see what kind of powerful sacred tool it is. Wang Tianling is wearing light yellow leather clothes. It is not armor. He is holding a silver spear in his hand. It looks very ordinary. It is hard for people to believe that it is a sacred tool. Can little brother Filong win? Shimin Dazhuang spoke and took Qin Yan's magic mirror. He saw his crooked mouth and slanted eyes dancing randomly like an idiot. He can't help but curse Lu Yeming. Qin Yan already sent the recording to Shimin Qinglian and Shimin Chongtian. This caused Shimin Dazhuang to go crazy. "Filong, be careful. It doesn't matter if you can't win, you have already obtained a core fragment." Shimin Chuqian lightly shouted. If he wants to get first place, he will definitely have to fight against monsters like Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng. Just now, Shimin Chuqian secretly probed Qin Yan's power. It gave her a feeling of unfathomable depth. Qin Yan is earnestly looking at the battle stage. He wants to see how powerful Wang Tianling's sacred tool is. The battle has begun. Shimin Feilong's weapon is a large axe with a strange shape. It is carved with a dragon totem. After Shimin Feilong has a very strong inscription group inside his body, the power he can display is very formidable. However, it is very difficult to break through Wang Tianling's defense. Even if Wang Tianling just stands there motionlessly, Shimin Feilong will still find it difficult to defeat him. Wang Tianling's silver spear is very strong. When it is stabbed, it can burst out with very strong sacred power. This kind of power is as strong as Xian immortal power. Not long after, Shimin Feilong admitted defeat. He is very clear that continuing to fight is meaningless. In the end, he will still lose. Next is Li Xuanlu and Bai Xuanyan. Everyone is very optimistic about Li Xuanlu in this battle because he is from the Great Desert Sacred City and also has sacred tier equipment. Bai Xuanyan came from the Purple Ice Sacred City. She certainly did not expect to use sacred tier equipment to fight, so she did not bring it with her. However, when Bai Xuanyan went on stage, she put on a furry white coat, wrapping herself up like a white bear. "Is that the fur of a sacred beast?" Shimin Chuqian asked in amazement. "It is indeed the fur of a sacred beast." Old Fox Huang nodded. Bai Xuanyan has sacred tier equipment. What people did not expect is that Bai Xuanyan actually went on stage with 2 long swords. Both of them are sacred tools. Xiao Tianxu miscalculated again. Even if Li Xuanlu defeated Bai Xuanyan, his energy consumption will not be small. Now is a battle between sacred tools. Many people want to see the clash of sacred tools. The battle has begun. The battle is very intense. Both sides are not giving way. Moreover, both of their equipment are sacred tools. It is very difficult for them to injure each other. The collision of sacred tools also released all kinds of violent power, causing the battle stage to tremble with rumbling sounds. This battle lasted for more than half an hour and in the end, Bai Xuanyan won. Although Li Xuanlu lost, His body did not suffer any injuries, it was only because he ran out of energy that he had no choice but to admit defeat. Although Bai Xuanyan won, she consumed a lot of energy. After the battle ended, she quickly took out some pills and ate them to restore her strength. Next is the semi-final battle. First match, Qin Yan against Xiao Wufeng. Second match, Wang Tianling against Bai Xuanyan. Begin immediately. Xiao Tianxiu shouted. Immediately starting is to not let Bai Xuanyan have enough time to recover. In this way, Wang Tianling against Bai Xuanyan will be assured of victory. Qin Yan finally faced off against Xiao Wufeng. The audience below the stage immediately boiled up. Because these two people are very violent and dreadful ninth-layer upper immortals, moreover, they are not from Sacred Desolate, all the ninth-layer upper immortals present, as well as Xiao Tianxiu and the other Xian immortals hiding inside the altar, are also looking forward to the battle between these two. They all want to see the appearance of both of them suffering heavy losses, Xiao Tianxiu said with a smile. If they fight, no matter who wins, they will be seriously injured and will definitely lose in the final battle. A middle-aged man said with smile, Master Qiao, it seems like we are the biggest winner, we have fished up more than 100 billion immortal jade beads. Shimin Shuqian grabbed Qin Yan's hand, she doesn't want him to go up and fight Xiao Wufeng to the death. In the end, she can only reluctantly let Qin Yan go up. Old Fox Huang's expression is grave as he warned Qin Yan. Qin Yan's friends are very nervous now because Xiao Wufeng is a very strong sword immortal who kills people without blinking an eye. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family people all want Qin Yan and Xiao Wufeng to fight to the death. It would be best if both of them perished together. They all know these two people very well. Great Desert Sacred City's ninth-layer upper immortals are also the same. Only when both Qin Yan and Xiao Wufeng suffer heavy losses will their Great Desert Sacred City have the last laugh. Qin Yan and Xiao Wufeng are looking at each other on the stage, their expression is very calm, it doesn't look like they want to fight to the death. Many people hope that both of us will suffer heavy losses. Qin Yan faintly smiled at Xiao Wufeng and said slowly. That's right. And the result will be the same. No matter who wins, both of us will suffer heavy injuries, it will be very difficult for us to continue the final battle. Xiao Wufeng nodded and said. Then we won't fight, how about it? Qin Yan said with smile. Will you let me win? Xiao Wufeng said. If you let me win, I will give you a core fragment. Qin Yan said. I will give you 2 core fragments. Will you let me win? Xiao Wufeng said with smile. 1383 Chapter 1383 Purple Ice Fury. Qin Yan and Xiao Wufeng did not start fighting, Xiao Tianxiu and the others are extremely anxious. Especially Great Desert Sacred City's Wang Tianling, because his final opponent is either Qin Yan or Xiao Wufeng. He very much hopes that the two of them will fight until both of them are seriously injured. At that time, he won't have to bear so much pressure. Xiao Wufeng, quickly stab Qin Yan to death with your sword. That guy is much more handsome than you, if you kill him, you will be the most handsome, someone shouted from below, it is obvious that they are from Great Desert Sacred City. Look, Qin Yan is looking at Xiao Wufeng with eyes filled with contempt. That bastard Qin Yan must be looking down on Xiao Wufeng in his heart, someone followed and shouted. It is very normal for an arrogant and conceited person like Qin Yan to look down on Xiao Wufeng. What's more, he is more handsome than Xiao Wufeng, so he looks down on Xiao Wufeng even more. Wang Tingsheng laughed loudly and said, Xiao Wufeng, kill Qin Yan and his little wife will be yours. Many people from Great Desert Sacred City are provoking Xiao Wufeng, they want to sow discord between Qin Yan and Xiao Wufeng. Qin Yan smiled at Xiao Wufeng and said, you see, they want us to fight to the death. We are all smart people, we can't let them have their way. I will give you 2 core fragments, you admit defeat, this is good for both of us. Xiao Wufeng shook his head, I also have a core fragment in my hand, why don't you let me win? I can give you the core fragment. Someone shouted from below, because Qin Yan looks down on you. Quickly stab his head with your sword. Many people who are watching the show can't wait to see the great battle between these two experts. What they can't understand is that Xiao Wufeng spoke very little before and killed people very decisively. But now facing Qin Yan, he actually said so many words. Xiao Wufeng, why are you so afraid of Qin Yan? No matter how you look at it, that guy's strength is inferior to yours. You can kill him with a few sword strikes. Wang Tingxing shouted again. Xia Wufeng did not pay attention to the people below. He looked at Qin Yun and said, "How important is it to you to get first place?" Qin Yun thought for a moment and secretly transmitted his voice to Xia Wufeng. "Boss Xia, you might have forgotten me, but I know you must find me very familiar." Xia Wufeng did not say anything after receiving Qin Yun's voice transmission. Qin Yun had sent him voice transmissions many times before. Yu Lan is in the fireball above the sun altar with the sun spirits. If I get first place, the sun fairy will be mine. Yu Lan will also be able to leave safely with me. Qin Yun continued to transmit his voice to Xia Wufeng. After Xia Wufeng heard Qin Yun's voice transmission, he nodded and said, "All right, we will use the simplest method to decide the victor. Rock, paper, scissors." Rock, paper, scissors. The large group of people below seemed to have heard wrongly. Even Qin Yun widened his eyes in shock. "What do you think?" Xia Wufeng smiled faintly. "Isn't this method very simple? Furthermore, we won't both suffer losses." Qin Yun looked at Xia Wufeng, unsure what he was thinking. "All right." Qin Yun nodded after being stunned for a moment. Xiao Tianxiu is also dumbfounded. In order to avoid both sides suffering losses, Qin Yun and Xia Wufeng actually came up with this kind of result. Many people are greatly disappointed. The two experts did not fight until their heads bled. This is not satisfying at all. Xia Wufeng suddenly said, "I will take out stones." "Do you believe me?" Qin Yun looked at Xia Wufeng's eyes and suddenly felt a very familiar feeling. He nodded and said, "I believe you." "All right, rock, paper, scissors." Qin Yun took out paper and Xia Wufeng indeed took out stones. Qin Yun won. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Playing rock, paper, scissors is one thing, but Xia Wufeng actually told others in advance that he would take out stones, and he really took out stones. "I concede, congratulations." Xia Wufeng faintly smiled and then transmitted his voice to Qin Yun. "Brother Yun, you will definitely be able to save Yu Lan." When Qin Yun heard Xia Wufeng's words, his body trembled. Xia Wufeng actually did not forget him. He suddenly recalled that Xia Wufeng obtained a mysterious inheritance. His cultivation method is very different. Furthermore, he was later nurtured by the Netherworld Great Emperor. Maybe he has already cultivated a saint-level soul. Xia Wufeng walked down the stage. Qin Yun looked at Xia Wufeng's proud and aloof back and secretly felt excited in his heart. After Xia Wufeng walked down the stage, he walked towards the city gate. He knew that Qin Yun would definitely get first place, and he also has his own things to do. This mysterious and aloof sword immortal actually admitted defeat so straightforwardly and left very straightforwardly. This made many people unable to figure out what Xia Wufeng is thinking. After Xia Wufeng quickly left, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people also chased after him. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiao Yun, Boss Xia's mental power is so strong, he should have cultivated a saint-level soul." When Qin Yun walked down the stage, Shimen Chuqian and Old Fox Huang let out a long sigh of relief. They thought of all kinds of results, but they never thought that Qin Yun would win like this. Everyone present is the same. Even Qin Yun himself did not expect the result to be like this. Second match, Wang Tianling and Bai Shuangyan, please go up the stage. Xiao Tianxiu shouted, his voice is filled with displeasure. Bai Shuangyan walked up, her ice-cold jade face is filled with seriousness and her eyes are filled with anger. Originally, if she could rest and recover, defeating Wang Tianling would not be a problem. But Xiao Tianxiu did not give her time to rest. Facing this kind of injustice, it is impossible for her not to be angry. Qin Yun used Extinction Spirit Eye to look at Bai Shuangyan but did not discover anything. Saint Martial Spirit and Immortal Martial Spirit have all fused into the body, it is impossible to see. Qin Yun said in his heart. In the past, martial spirits were in the Dantian and could be seen at a glance. After coming to the Immortal Desolate, martial spirits have fused with the body and it is very difficult to see. Moreover, most people keep the situation of their martial spirits a secret. Because after becoming an immortal, martial spirits will evolve. Some people can evolve into very mysterious and very powerful martial spirits. If they are targeted by others, it will be more dangerous. In the Immortal Desolate, powers that plunder other people's martial spirits and totems can be found everywhere. The biggest power is the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Therefore, in the immortal desolate, everyone keeps their martial spirits a secret and will not easily tell others. Bai Shuangyan's delicate body is wrapped in thick white fur and she is holding two sharp holy swords that flickered with cold light. After she walked onto the battle stage, her beautiful face is filled with anger. She gnashed her teeth and looked at Wang Tianling. Although Wang Tianling's light yellow leather clothes and the silver spear in his hand are Saint-tier equipment, they are not as good as Bai Shuangyan's. Bai Shuangyan, there is no point in us fighting. Wang Tianling faintly smiled, why don't you let me win? Humph. Wang Tianling, you usually squat to pee, right? You don't look like a man at all. You actually want me, a woman, to let you win, I feel ashamed for you. Bai Shuangyan sneered and spoke very loudly. After the people under the battle stage heard this, they all burst into laughter. Shimin Dazhuang laughed and said, Wang Tianling, my pippy pig stands to pee, you are not even as good as my pippy pig. This caused another burst of laughter. Luo Weizhuang laughed and said, a big man actually has the face to ask a woman to let him win, this is indeed not like a man. Xian Yuan Yefeng sneered and said, the men of the great desert holy city are all like this. Each and every one of them is a coward, if not for the rules they set, how could they have reached this step? During the group battle, they would have already been annihilated. Shimin Feilong said, the great desert holy city's good-for-nothings can only run amok in the immortal Xian desert. If they leave the immortal Xian desert, they won't even know how they died. Many people ridiculed the great desert holy city one after another. Because the great desert holy city set all kinds of unfair rules in this competition, it caused a lot of resentment and anger among the people. Xiao Tianxiu previously thought that his family's 9th-layer upper immortals would be able to smoothly fight to the end. But later, because of the appearance of Qin Yun and Xia Wufeng, they had no choice but to set those shameless rules, which caused public anger. Bai Shuangyan said in cold voice, Wang Tianling, even if I don't want my life, I will fight you to the end. She has upgraded equipment on her body, so she can endure for a period of time. This is also very fatal for Wang Tianling. Then come. Wang Tianling is very angry and anxious. After the barrier opened, Bai Shuangyan angrily rushed towards Wang Tianling and attacked first. At this time, in addition to the great desert holy city and their allies, everyone else is cheering for Bai Shuangyan. Because the great desert holy city has a sacred tool, Shimin Feilong was defeated. At this time, the Shimin family people on the scene are constantly cursing Wang Tianling. Especially two Shimin family people, their voice is the sharpest, using all kinds of vulgar and obscene words, they cursed Wang Tianling's 18 generations of ancestors. Qin Yan knew that the Shimin family's style of doing things is very unique. Wang Tianling, who is fighting on the battle stage, has a belly full of anger from the cursing. And everyone who heard it laughed again and again, they also learned all kinds of cursing words from it. Many people never knew that people could actually curse people like this. On the battle stage, the fight is not very fierce. Because Bai Shuangyan consumed a lot of energy before, she has no time to recover. Now that she is facing a strong opponent, she can only resist and dodge. Wang Tianling is also a bit afraid that Bai Shuangyan will go all out. Moreover, the opponent is from Purple Ice Holy City, he can't be ruthless and can only endure. Soon, an hour passed. Bai Shuangyan fought until she was exhausted, she lightly shouted, I admit defeat. Wang Tianling is not much better. Although it looks like nothing, everyone knows that he has consumed a lot of energy. Xiao Tianxiu loudly said, the final battle will be held tomorrow morning. Everyone suddenly burst into curses. Xiao Tianxiu before in order not to let people rest, he said not to waste everyone's precious time. The people who cursed the most fiercely are the people of Purple Ice Holy City. Xiao Tianxiu did not give Bai Shuangyan a rest, but let Wang Tianling rest for such a long time. Xiao Tianxiu threw caution to the wind, he doesn't care about face or not, in any case, their face has long been gone. After Bai Shuangyan was supported down, she is panting, mainly because of anger. Originally, Bai Shuangyan has a beautiful face as white as jade, but now she is so angry that her face is red and her liver is almost exploding. She let people help her to walk in front of Qin Yun. Qin Yun, I can lend you my sacred level equipment. Although I have not refined it, it is still very useful. Bai Shuangyan said very loudly, deliberately letting the people of Great Desert Holy City hear. 1384 Chapter 1384 Divine Hammer in Hand Bai Xuanyan was willing to lend Saint Tier equipment to Qin Yun. It must have been approved by the upper echelons of Purple Ice Sacred City. Qin Yun did not need it because those Saint Tier equipment, if not refined, would not be convenient to use and would not be able to display the strongest power. If the opponent did not have Saint Tier equipment, it would be reasonable, but the Saint Tier equipment in Wan Tianling's hands has been refined for a long time and its power is extremely strong. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Qin Yun smiled. Shimin Chuqian thought that Qin Yun would accept it. It was a Saint Tier equipment, it was like sending charcoal in the snow. And Qin Yun did not have any good things in his hands. Don't worry, our Purple Ice Sacred City doesn't need anything from you and we don't need you to sign any contract. Just use it. Bai Xuanyan said and handed the two swords to Qin Yun. I don't use swords. Qin Yun smiled and said, and your clothes are not very flexible. Bai Xuanyan looked at the people of Purple Ice Sacred City around her. They all looked at each other in dismay. Someone actually refused their Saint Tier equipment. Everyone was greatly surprised. Most of the people present wanted to use Saint Tier equipment. This was a very rare opportunity. What's more, Qin Yan's next battle with Wang Tianling would definitely need these equipment. There was no reason to refuse. Do you really not want it? Bai Xuanyan asked again. Thank you, Miss Bai, I really don't need it. Qin Yan declined with a smile on his face. Alright. I hope you must defeat Wang Tianling. If you win against that bastard, I will give you a core fragment. Bai Xuanyan said. Directly give a core fragment. This is much more sincere than lending Saint Tier equipment. Saint Tier equipment can be taken back when it is lent. And when the core fragment is given out, there is no more. Is this true? I lack this kind of thing. Qin Yan said with a smile, Miss Bai, can you make a decision by yourself? Of course I can. As long as you defeat Wang Tianling, I will definitely give it to you. If you don't believe me, you can sign a soul contract. After Bai Xuanyan finished speaking, she fiercely looked at Wang Tianling. She is very angry with Great Desert Sacred City. Qin Yan said with a smile, there is no need to sign a soul contract, I believe you. I'm going to rest first. You should rest well too. Make sure you're at your peak condition. Bai Xuanyan nodded. Qin Yan was the only one who could defeat Wang Tianling. As long as she could vent her anger, she would support him. Shimin Dazhuang laughed, Miss Bai, if my brother-in-law wins against Wang Tianling, you can also marry him and be his concubine. In a split second, Qin Yun, Shimin Chuqian, and Bai Xuanyan all looked at Shimin Dazhuang with murderous intent. This scared Shimin Dazhuang so much that he immediately hugged Pippi Pig tightly. If anything happened, he would be able to quickly kick Pippi Pig's butt out. Young Miss Bai, quickly go back and rest. Take care of yourself, tomorrow you will see how I will torture Wang Tianling. Qin Yan said with a smile. Bai Xuanyan nodded and led her people away from the battle platform. Shimin Chuqian ruthlessly stepped on Shimin Dazhuang's foot and cursed in a low voice, Dazhuang, are you courting death? Bai Xuanyan has 2 Saint Tier equipment, moreover, she can freely control the core fragment in her hand, she is not an ordinary woman. I was wrong, I just wanted to help you find a partner. Later, when you 2 concubines join hands, you won't be afraid of being bullied by that fierce big wife. Shimin Dazhuang said in low voice. Qin Yan really wants to send Shimin Dazhuang flying with a palm strike, he always gives him this kind of trouble. Everyone around the battle platform also went back to rest, at the same time they spread the news to their friends. At night, everyone learned a shocking news. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people went out of the city to kill Xia Wufeng, but they were all killed miserably. This time, Nether Sect and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are completely at odds. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate sent 10 people, all of them were decided by the highest level. Now all of them are dead, this is undoubtedly a slap in the face. Qin Yan is not surprised by this, Xia Wufeng came from Nether Sect and Nether Sect's sect leader is Netherworld Great Emperor. Netherworld Great Emperor has enmity with Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. At night, Qin Yan is quietly resting in his room, he is not harassed by Shimin Chuqian. All parties are very concerned about the final battle because it is related to the ownership of the Sun Elves. Now some people are worried that Great Desert Sacred City will act shamelessly after losing. However, Purple Ice Sacred City has issued ruthless words. If Great Desert Sacred City doesn't abide by their promise and act shamelessly, they will become enemies with Purple Ice Sacred City. Those major powers have spent a large number of immortal jade beads and sent their own disciples to compete. Although they did not obtain the final victory, if Great Desert Sacred City acts shamelessly, it means that this competition is a big scam. They will feel that they have been cheated. Therefore, Great Desert Sacred City is facing this kind of pressure. They don't dare to act recklessly. This made Qin Yun and others feel a lot more relieved. The night passed very quickly. Before daybreak, the battle platform is already filled with people. They came very early to occupy the seats. Qin Yun is in very good spirits. He is wearing white clothes. He is not even wearing beast skin. This is very puzzling. Everyone is very curious. Is his white clothes a very strong sacred tool? Bai Shuangyan arrived very early and she is still next to Shimen Chuqian. She is not together with the people of Purple Ice Sacred City. Yesterday, when Shimen Dazhuang called her a concubine, Bai Shuangyan and Shimen Chuqian were very angry, but today they are together. It also makes people's imagination run wild. In fact, Bai Shuangyan wants to take this opportunity to improve the relationship between Purple Ice Sacred City and Shimen family. Their Purple Ice Sacred City, because of the mysterious masked uncle, had a very unpleasant relationship with the Shimen family. Qin Yan came very early and he has already integrated a core fragment into the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer, but now he did not take out the Divine Hammer. Wang Tianling is here. Suddenly someone shouted. Wang Tianling is the same as yesterday, wearing a set of light yellow leather clothes that does not look very eye-catching. His weapon is still the silver spear. In his other hand, there is a golden ox-head square shield. At a glance, it is obvious that the ox-head square shield is a very strong sacred tool. Wang Tianling walked on the battle platform even more confidently, as if he has already won. After all, he has 3 sacred equipment in his hands and Qin Yun has none. Seeing Wang Tianling's equipment, everyone felt that Qin Yun is going to lose. Bai Shuangyan snorted and said, "What's going on with this guy Qin Yun? He actually rejected my equipment. Could it be that he despises women for using it? Or does he not want women to help him? I don't know. I also advised him to accept it but he didn't want it." Shimen Chuqian shook her head. Brother-in-law will definitely win. If he wins against that guy, he will get a sun fairy. Legend has it that she is a great beauty. Shimen Dazhuang laughed and said, "Also, Miss Bai will give him a core fragment." Shimen Chuqian curled her lips and said, "Dazhuang, your brother-in-law doesn't seem to like any great beauty." "Oh right, who is his first wife? Have you seen her?" "I have never seen her." Shimen Dazhuang quickly shook his head. In fact, he can guess that it is Xiao Yuelan but he is not sure. After Wang Tianling arrived, the barrier slowly opened. Qin Yun looked at the golden fireball on the altar. Last night, he also contacted Xiao Yuelan and told her about the matter here, telling her to prepare. Although Xiao Yuelan and Sun Fairy's injuries have not completely healed, their strength is not weak. Qin Yun, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. Back then, you caused trouble in front of Master Qiao, causing our entire Great Desert Sacred City to lose face. Today, you came looking for trouble. I will also take this opportunity to take revenge. Wang Tianling laughed proudly. Revenge? You destroyed my pagoda. I will settle this debt with you today. Qin Yun groaned. What is that broken pagoda of yours? Is that broken pagoda a good thing in your eyes? Do you see the Saint Tier equipment on my body? These things are the real good things. You have never touched this kind of Saint Tier equipment, you won't understand. Wang Tianling said with sneer. With 3 Saint Tier equipment on him, Wang Tianling felt that it would not be a problem for him to kill Xian immortals. Begin. Qiao Tianxu suddenly shouted, his voice is filled with confidence. Everyone feels that Qin Yun has no chance of winning against Wang Tianling. After all, it is a very powerful saint tool. Of course, if he doesn't use it, everyone is very sure that Qin Yun will definitely win and it will be very easy. The battle has finally begun. Everyone immediately focused their attention and looked at the battle stage. From the beginning, Qin Yun used passing shadow extinction breath step and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Wang Tianling is startled. He has seen Qin Yan's strange footwork before. But he believes that even if Qin Yan is hiding, he will still have some aura. However, Qin Yan's aura is not leaking out at all. Wang Tianling has a very powerful Saint Tool treasure robe on his body. Even if he is sneak attacked, he can still resist. Suddenly, something flew out in a flash. It is the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. The Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet did not become very big, it is only the size of a bucket. Under Qin Yan's mental power control, it accurately covered Wang Tianling's head. Wang Tianling's head is covered by the small Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. He is very apprehensive and it is very difficult to get rid of it. You can only cover my head. Wang Tianling's head is covered by a transparent goblet. The Saint Tier treasure robe on his body released defense to resist the attack of the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. Qin Yan originally wanted to control the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet to shrink and attack, but he did not succeed. The Saint Tier treasure robe on Wang Tianling's body is indeed very strong. When everyone saw Qin Yan take out his equipment, they knew that Qin Yan is finally no longer fighting empty-handed. However, compared to Wang Tianling's Saint Tool, the transparent small goblet is very lacking. Come and attack me, don't hide. Only by defeating me can you obtain Bai Xuanyan's core fragment and obtain the Sun Fairy. Wang Tianling looked at Qin Yan and shouted, "Didn't you want to take revenge for that broken pagoda? Hurry up and come." Wang Tianling also doesn't dare to go over because he knows that Qin Yan has a lot of tricks. He is afraid of being tricked. A hammer suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's hand. It is emitting flames and the runes on the surface of the hammer cannot be seen. Although the entire hammer is spewing out intense energy flames, this kind of weapon is very common. Many inscription masters forging hammers are like this. 1385 Chapter 1385 Divine Tool crushed the 9 Sun Divine Hammer in Qin Yan's hand emitted a raging flame aura, making it impossible for him to hide. That kind of aura is very intimidating. When Qin Yan rushed over, Wang Tianling felt that aura and immediately raised the ox head square shield in his hand in fright. Qin Yan raised the divine hammer high and smashed it towards Wang Tianling. When everyone saw him raise the hammer, their hearts trembled. Because Qin Yan's hammer strike was very smooth, as if it contained a kind of Dao power. Seeing Qin Yan's giant hammer attack, everyone felt that the hammer was going to fall on their heads. It was very scary. When the divine hammer landed on Wang Tianling's ox head square shield, it produced a thunderous sound accompanied by a very fierce roar of flames. The might produced by this hammer strike contained the violent power of heavenly Dao fire. Although it was impossible to sense it through the barrier, the people below the stage could see that the hammer strike was very terrifying. Wang Tianling's heart was filled with extreme fear. He was surrounded by flames. His arm that was tightly holding the square shield was burning with pain. He could clearly feel that the inside of the square shield in his hand had received a very strong impact just now. It was simply unable to resist that kind of burning power. That hammer strike just now was like a furious thunder. It was precisely forging Dragon's thunder tremor style. Wang Tianling stood in a bow stance and raised his shield to block. His head was covered by the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. Through the transparent wall of the goblet, he looked at Qin Yan who was covered in flames and felt very shocked. Qin Yan immediately followed up with another hammer strike. Although the speed was not fast, the power was very strong. Wang Tianling could only clench his teeth and raise his shield to block. The divine hammer fell, bringing along a roaring roar. This is forging Dragon's roaring roar style. It hit the square shield and caused sparks to burst out. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. The Saint Tier square shield was actually smashed to the point that some small fragments flew out. That is a Saint Tier equipment. Being smashed into pieces means that the hammer in Qin Yan's hand is at least a Saint Tool. Qin Yan also has a Saint Tool. This made Xiao Tianxiu unable to sit still. He looked at the distant battle stage with incomparable worry. Wang Tianling now knows that the divine hammer in Qin Yan's hand is incomparably terrifying. His arm that was holding the shield is trembling and in pain. He knows that his square shield won't be able to hold for long. Boom! Qin Yan quickly and violently swung the hammer. The hammer fell like a flowing light and struck the center of the square shield. Forging Dragon's flowing light form, a dent appeared on the bull's head on the square shield. Bai Xuanyan was stunned because she clearly saw the power of the bull-headed square shield, but now it was dented by someone. She finally understood why Qin Yan didn't want her Saint Tier equipment. It was because Qin Yan had something better in his hands. Hurry up and stab him. What is that silver spear in your hand for? Xiao Tianxu shouted angrily. Wang Tianling was so scared that he didn't dare to retaliate because he had to focus all of his power on defense. After being yelled at by Xiao Tianxu, the silver spear in his other hand stabbed out. Qin Yan snorted coldly and hurriedly brandished the nine-sun divine hammer. Using the ferocious might of the heavenly Tao, he executed the forging dragon mountain collapse style and swept it across, striking the tip of the silver spear. Dang, a burst of flames flickered, followed by a crisp sound. Everyone only saw a ball of flame suddenly fly out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the spearhead of that silver spear. That silver spear was a saint artifact. Previously, it had clashed with Bai Xuanyan's pair of holy swords many times, but not a single mark was left. But now, the spearhead was sent flying by Qin Yan's hammer. Qin Yan hurriedly raised the nine-sun divine hammer high. The head of the hammer was burning with raging flames, like a flaming meteor falling. This is the forging dragon falling star style. Boom, the hammer smashed down and hit Wang Tianling's ox head square shield, causing violent flames to splatter in all directions. What made everyone dumbfounded was that several cracks appeared on the ox head square shield. It was actually cracked. Everyone found it hard to believe that the hammer in Qin Yan's hand had destroyed two saint artifacts in a row. It could be seen that it was an extraordinary weapon. Even Xiao Tianxu stared blankly at the battle platform. Looking at the damaged saint artifact, he felt heartache and shock, as well as incomparable anger. The last hammer strike. Qin Yan's hammer fell and the aura that surged out was like the sky collapsing. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The energy was like a violent fire and thunder that landed on the square shield. The explosion shook the sky in all directions and the entire battle platform shook violently. The flames roared and attacked in all directions. Countless fragments splashed and the Saint Tier shield was actually shattered. One of Wang Tianling's arms also exploded and was shattered into sparks by the fierce flames. Boom, the fire hammer in Qin Yan's hand swept horizontally and quickly struck towards Wang Tianling's chest. Wang Tianling still has a Saint Tier treasure robe on his body. It produced a very strong defensive barrier, but it was destroyed by the nine-sun divine hammer. Ah! Wang Tianling let out a blood-curdling scream. His chest was pierced by the flame energy released by the hammer and a pillar of fire came out from his back. The last of Wang Tianling's Saint Tier equipment was also destroyed. At this moment, the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet covering Wang Tianling's head suddenly shrank and tightened around his head. Even if Wang Tianling wanted to admit defeat, he couldn't say anything. The audience is incomparably quiet, everyone is so shocked that they can't make a sound. The incomparably powerful Saint Tool was destroyed by the fire hammer in Qin Yan's hand in 2 or 3 strikes. They looked at the big hole in Wang Tianling's chest and knew that the outcome was already decided. Release him. Xiao Tianxu suddenly shouted, I will give you the core fragment, not releasing. Qin Yan coldly shouted, the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet suddenly shrank, causing Wang Tianling to roll on the ground in pain. Qin Yan rushed over, the divine hammer swept horizontally, energy surged and actually hammered Wang Tianling's body into 2. This caused everyone to shiver in fear. After Qin Yan took back the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, he jumped up and fiercely hammered the ground. The flame burst out with extremely high temperature. It burned the 2 halves of the body into ashes, leaving behind only fragments of upgraded equipment. The nine-sun divine hammer can release all kinds of power by several times. Qin Yan's power as a 9th stage ascendant immortal is already comparable to a Xian immortal. After being amplified by the nine-sun divine hammer, his power became even more dreadful. Wang Tianling has been killed, his 3 Saint Tier equipment have been destroyed. Originally, everyone thought that Wang Tianling would definitely win since he has 3 Saint Tier equipment. Even if he can't win, nothing bad will happen to him, but now, not only is he dead, his Saint Tier equipment has also been destroyed. Brother-in-law is awesome. Shimen Dazhuang suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at Qin Yan in a daze. They looked at the hammer with fiery eyes. That is the most dreadful weapon. Now, everyone understands why Qin Yan did not accept Purple Ice Sacred City's Saint Tier equipment. Because he simply does not fancy those things. Bai Xuanyan is surprised and also somewhat embarrassed. Qin Yan put away the 9-sun divine hammer to prevent others from sensing his aura after the barrier closes. I won. Qin Yan looked at the entrance of the altar. Xiao Tianxiu and other Shan immortals are standing at the entrance of the altar. You. Xiao Tianxiu is so angry that he doesn't know what to say. He really wants to kill Qin Yan. Old Fox Huang's mental pressure suddenly burst out because many 9th stage ascendant immortals of Great Desert Sacred City are surrounding the battle stage. Bai Shuangyan shouted, Xiao Tianxiu, Qin Yan is the final winner, do you want to renege on the debt? Xiao Tianxiu calculated thousands of times, he never expected Qin Yan to have such a powerful item. He is now even more curious about Qin Yan's identity. Of course, everyone knows that Qin Yan is Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's brilliant disciple. Shiman Philon furiously shouted, Great Desert Sacred City, if you renege on the debt, I will raze your city to the ground. Many of the participants have been miserably tricked by Xiao Tianxiu's rules. Xiao Tianxiu made all kinds of rules but he still did not win. These victims are very happy to see this. And now, Xiao Tianxiu wants to act shamelessly, these victims are very unhappy. I did not say I want to renege on the debt. Qin Yan, we don't know the situation with the Sun Elf. We have no choice but to use the altar's barrier to seal it. If we open the barrier, you won't be able to resist the angry Sun Elf. What will we do then? Xiao Tianxiu indeed does not want to give up the Sun Elf. They also never thought that they would lose. But now they have lost. If the seal is opened, their sun altar will be in great danger. I have won the final victory. You close the barrier and I will take away the Sun Elf. Qin Yan said. With Old Fox Huang and Shiman Chuqian here, Qin Yan doesn't need to be afraid of Great Desert Sacred City's Shan immortals. Alright, Great Desert Sacred City's disciples, quickly enter the altar. Xiao Tianxiu suddenly shouted, everyone else, leave the city, otherwise you will have to bear the consequences of death or injury. Everyone knows that the Sun Elf's strength is very valiant. Previously they broke through Great Desert Sacred City and injured a large number of Great Desert Sacred City's disciples. A large group of people left the altar one after another. They ran to the city wall and looked at the altar from a distance. Purple Ice Sacred City's people also withdrew their battle stage and left. There are only Qin Yan, Old Fox Huang and Shiman Chuqian in front of the altar. After Bai Shuangyan gave Qin Yan an inner core fragment, she also wanted to stay but was persuaded by Purple Ice Sacred City's people to leave. Many people are standing on the Great Desert Sacred City's city wall. They all want to see how Qin Yan will take away the Sun Elf. Xiao Tianxiu and others are inside the altar. It is also the safest because the altar's defense is very strong, it is very difficult to break in. Xiao Qin, I don't think that Xiao Tianxiu will let this go so easily. Old Fox Huang said in low voice. Husband, you destroyed a few pieces of their saint-grade equipment and killed Wan Tianling to obtain first place. Given the Great Desert Holy City's style, they definitely won't let you off so easily. Shiman Chuqian, who was wearing a rabbit mask, said in a low voice. Shiman Chuqian is actually not afraid of Xiao Tianxiu because she is a very strong Shan immortal. She is only worried about the Sun Elf. The main reason she came here this time is to study the Sun Elf. Qin Yan, go up the altar. After you go up, we will undo the barrier. Xiao Tianxiu shouted. Qin Yan said to Old Fox Huang and Shiman Chuqian, wait for me here, I will go myself. Old Fox Huang nodded, he knows that the Sun Elf and Xiao Yuelan are inside, they will definitely not harm Qin Yan. 1386 Chapter 1386 Breaking through the altar. At the top of the sun altar, a large fireball is floating. Through the fireball, one can see a pair of wrapped fairy wings inside. The Sun Elf is wrapped inside the wings. Qin Yan quickly walked up the 17th step of the altar and looked at the top platform, waiting for Xiao Tianxiu and others to open the barrier. The people on the city wall are all using telescope tools to look. Bai Shuangyan said in a low voice, Qin Yan, this person is really hidden. He actually has such a powerful sacred tool. Even in Sacred Desolate, the sacred tool in his hand is rare. Where did he get it from? Senior Bai, this Qin Yan is indeed very mysterious. He is very strong, he even cultivated a powerful spirit Nether Moon. A person from Purple Ice Sacred City said in low voice. Bai Shuangyan looked at Shiman Dazhuang, who was not far away, and suddenly shouted, "Young Master Shiman, come here for a moment." Shiman Dazhuang quickly walked over and said with mischievous smile, "Young Master Shiman, why are you looking for me? Your brother-in-law is now in danger, don't tell me you are not worried?" Bai Shuangyan asked. She also wants to probe Shiman Dazhuang's words. "What's the use of me worrying? Besides, my brother-in-law is very awesome." Shiman Dazhuang said with smile, "Young lady Bai, being his concubine is definitely not a bad thing. Where can you find a man like my brother-in-law?" A youth said, "Senior Bai has a good relationship with our Purple Ice Sacred City's youngest inscription grandmaster. Don't mess around." "Inscription grandmaster is nothing." Shiman Dazhuang curled his lips and said, "Qin Yun is the inscription profound sect." Bai Shuangyan did not say anything. She used a telescope tool to look at Qin Yun. She also feels that Shiman Dazhuang is right, a man with such high talent like him is very rare even in Sacred Desolate. Xiao Tianqiu and others need some time to open the barrier. This caused everyone to be extremely anxious. Shiman Chuqian, who was beside Old Fox Huang, suddenly became nervous. "Old Fox, how strong is that Sun Elf? I heard that you fought with Sun Elf at close range." Shiman Chuqian asked in low voice, "Tell me about that Sun Elf's strength, I might have to fight her later." "Little girl, your opponents are those guys inside the altar. Sun Elf will not attack Qin Yun." Old Fox Huang's voice is solemn, he has always been looking at the door of the Sun altar. Shiman Chuqian is somewhat doubtful, she also does not know why Old Fox Huang is so sure. Old Fox Huang said again, "Little Qin met the Sun Elf before, their relationship is very good, he came this time to save the Sun Elf." Shiman Chuqian was startled and asked in a low voice, "That Sun Elf, could she be husband's wife?" "No," Old Fox Huang said. Xiao Tianqiu suddenly shouted, "Qin Yun, are you ready?" Xiao suddenly shouted, Qin. "Hurry up." Qin Yun urged. The barrier at the top of the altar suddenly disappeared. Down. Old Fox, Xiao Tianqiu and the others immediately went on high alert. They felt that Qin Yun might fight with the Sun Elves, but what surprised them is that the flame is actually very calm. Qin Yun released his mental power and guided the flame. Then he slowly walked down the Sun altar. Everyone is tongue-tied. Flamestar Heaven Elf slowly moved along with Qin Yun, floating towards Great Desert Holy City's gate. However, at this moment, a small sun condensed at the top of the Sun altar. "Kill!" Xiao Tianqiu furiously shouted, he is suppressing his anger. He originally thought that Qin Yun would definitely be eliminated when he signed up for the competition, but Qin Yun was able to enter the top 80. He originally thought that Qin Yun would be killed by Su Deli in the group stage, but in the end, Su Deli was the one who was killed. And later, when Qin Yun fought Wan Tianling, not only did he kill Wan Tianling, he also destroyed 3 of their Saint tier equipment. What made Xiao Tianqiu most furious is that Qin Yun was not attacked by the Sun Elf. This made him think that Qin Yun knew the Sun Elf and ordered him to attack Great Desert Holy City. Xiao Tianqiu is unable to suppress his anger. He promptly controlled the altar and condensed formidable power to attack Qin Yun and the Sun Elf. Sun Altar's attack this time is very fast, so its power is not very strong. In the blink of an eye, it attacked. The Sun Elf, who had turned into a ball of fire, seemed to have sensed it and immediately blocked in front of Qin Yun. Rumble. After the small sun attacked, all the buildings in the city were destroyed by the flame shockwave. The surroundings of the altar turned into a sea of fire. The city walls were also torn apart by the flame shockwave. The spectators can only madly run through the flames to the distant sand dunes and continue watching in astonishment. No one is surprised that Xiao Tianqiu attacked because this is the style of the Great Desert Holy City. If Xiao Tianqiu did not attack, that would be very abnormal. The Sun Elf, who has turned into a ball of fire, immediately absorbed the sun fire. Hoo! The ball of fire suddenly exploded and a strong light appeared in the sky. The Sun Elf has appeared, opening the pair of beautiful and huge elf wings. One could immediately see the Sun Elf's fiery hot body. Only a few pieces of cloth covered the important parts. Her skin was creamy, her looks were natural, and her ears were pointed. Her flowing golden hair and beautiful blue eyes gave her a different kind of wild charm. And the most shocking thing is that there is also a beautiful and arrogant woman wearing a white tight dress with a ponytail on the ground. It is Guanghan Palace's Xiao Yuelan. Everyone knows that Xiao Yuelan had fought with the Sun Elf before and injured him. Xiao Yuelan did not come to participate in the martial arts competition. Everyone thought that she was healing her injuries. Who would have thought that she was actually with the Sun Elf? Qin Yan immediately flashed to old Fox Huang's side. Shimin Chuqian hurriedly asked, "Husband, are you the masked uncle? Xiao Yuelan is your first wife?" The mysterious masked uncle is someone that Xiao Yuelan cares a lot about, and the reason why Qin Yan suddenly appeared here is mainly to save Xiao Yuelan. Shimin Chuqian immediately figured it out. This made her find it hard to believe that Qin Yan, this inscription profound sect, not only is his inscription technique outstanding, his strength is also very terrifying. She finally felt that Shimin Dazhuang had done the right thing. He had finally found a very reliable husband for her. Xiao Tianqiu is also dumbfounded. He was most worried about Xiao Yuelan. He never expected that she would be healing together with the Sun Elf. The Sun Elf was attacked and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Qin Yan suddenly took out the mysterious golden red divine bow and placed a core fragment inside. The divine bow suddenly flickered with an intense golden red light. Shimin Chuqian, who was at the side, immediately realized that it is a very terrifying weapon. "Catch!" Qin Yun shouted. The Sun Elf also sensed that the divine bow has awakened. She immediately waved her hand and the divine bow appeared in her hand. This made her extremely happy. She thought that the divine bow would be taken away. After the Sun Elf took the divine bow, she immediately pulled the bow and aimed it at the entrance of the Sun Altar's first floor. A golden arrow suddenly condensed on the divine bow, the bowstring trembled and produced an explosive sound. An arrow condensed from flame shot towards the entrance of the Sun Altar. Boom, with a loud explosion, the Sun Altar trembled from the attack. "If you have the guts, come out," the Sun Elf coldly shouted. That arrow just now was unable to break the barrier of the entrance. "All of you must die," Xiao Tianqiu furiously shouted. He promptly controlled the Sun Altar and continued to condense energy, preparing to attack. Xiao Tianqiu and the others are hiding inside the altar, not daring to come out. They are very clear that once they come out, they will be exterminated by the Sun Elf. Qin Yan sent a voice transmission to Xiao Yuelan, telling her and the Sun Elf to continue attacking the entrance below the Sun Altar and attract Xiao Tianqiu's attention. "Chuqian, you and Old Fox watch from the side. Protect Yuelan and the others," Qin Yan said. "What about you?" Shimin Chuqian asked. "I have something to do." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Old Fox Huang promptly waved his hand, controlling a large amount of yellow sand to flutter and surround the Sun Altar, blocking Xiao Tianqiu and the others' line of sight. Shimin Chuqian promptly arrived beside Xiao Yuelan and said in low voice, "I will protect you." "All right." Xiao Yuelan nodded. She is still injured and she can sense the formidable power coming from Shimin Chuqian's body. The Sun Elf continuously pulled the bow and frantically attacked the Sun Altar. After Qin Yan disappeared, he quietly moved to the other side and climbed up the Sun Altar. "Sun Altar? Let's see if you are harder or my 9-sun divine hammer is harder." Qin Yan took out the 9-sun divine hammer and controlled it to become very large. The hammerhead is like a huge mountain. "What is that bastard doing?" Through the magic tool, Xiao Tianqiu saw a huge hammer on the altar and immediately became extremely flustered. "That is Sun Soul." The Sun Elf saw the 9-sun divine hammer and felt astonished. Qin Yan used his strongest mental power to control the enlarged 9-sun divine hammer. At the same time, he channeled a very formidable power into the divine hammer. The hammerhead smashed down and hit the small sun at the top of the altar. After the small sun that has not yet condensed was hit by the 9-sun divine hammer, it seems like it was swallowed. The small sun's power was swallowed by the 9-sun divine hammer and the power released by the hammer became even stronger. Boom, the top of the Sun Altar's 18th layer has actually been smashed to pieces. The fragments flew out in all directions along with a violent flaming storm. The spectators in the distance are all boiling with excitement. One after another they cried out in alarm. Bai Xuanyan and the other people from Purple Ice Sacred City are incomparably terrified. They are very clear about how formidable the Sun Altar is, but now one layer has been smashed to pieces. Xiao Tianqiu and the others are extremely terrified because the Sun Altar's defense has been broken. Qin Yan also did not expect that releasing the 9 Sun Divine Hammer's full power would consume such a huge amount of energy. After the 9 Sun Divine Hammer finished attacking, it entered a dormant state. Its surface is still very hot. Kill your way in. Xiao Yuelan suddenly shouted. The Sun Elf can fly, his speed is the fastest. He immediately rushed towards the entrance of the bottom layer, pulled his bow and shot an arrow. You are all dead. Xiao Tianxu roared in anger. He took out a large white fan and promptly placed it in front of him. At this moment, Old Fox Huang and Shimin Chuqian also madly rushed over. Roar roar roar, beast roars suddenly came from all directions. The formidable inscription beasts hiding in the vicinity have been waiting for an opportunity. 1387 Chapter 1387 Unbridled Might. There are many core fragments inside the sun altar. These core fragments are the energy source to maintain the altar's operation. Even Xiao Tianxu and the others are unable to take away these core fragments. They can only obtain one every once in a while. However, if the sun altar is breached and further destroyed, they can obtain all the core fragments inside. More than 10 formidable inscription beasts rushed over from all directions. The spectators from the distance saw the inscription beasts suddenly rush over and are covered in cold sweat. If the inscription beasts attack them, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Xiao Tianxu is scared out of his wits. Facing the Sun Elf's ferocious attack, it is already very strenuous for him to resist. Not to mention there are still so many inscription beasts rushing over. After the top layer of the sun altar was destroyed by Qin Yan, the entire sun altar has been greatly affected. A portion of the barrier can no longer operate, causing the entrance to lose its defense and can be easily entered. Qin Yan is still on top of the sun altar. What is shocking is that he is dismantling the sun altar layer by layer. The sun altar is stacked on top of each other. Although each layer is very thick and heavy, Qin Yan is still tearing them apart layer by layer. In the distance, one can clearly see layer after layer of huge golden stone slabs. After being lifted up, they suddenly disappeared. All of them have been absorbed into Qin Yan's 9 Sun Divine Soul. The Sun Elf is currently fiercely attacking Xiao Tianxu and the few Xian immortals. They have some sacred tools in their hands and the Sun Elf has not completely recovered from his injuries. His battle strength is also limited. It is very difficult to break their defense in a short period of time. As for Xiao Yuelan, Old Fox Huang and Shimin Chuqian, they are attacking the ferocious inscription beasts that are rushing over. Old Fox Huang, quickly get out of the way, a golden bear roared, you are actually helping humans. When did you become a lackey of humans? Humans saved me, helped me. And you bunch of bastards, all day long you want to kill me, eat my bones and obtain my runes. Old Fox Huang spoke. He controlled a very strong mental power, condensed it into a huge sword and stabbed towards the golden bear. After Old Fox Huang's runes were evolved by Momo, his mental power became even stronger. It stabbed the golden bear until it roared in anger. Shimin Chuqian used some talisman tools and controlled them to attack several inscription beasts. She still has to pay attention to Xiao Yuelan and protect her. Xiao Yuelan is currently holding a saber and fighting a large black ape at close range. The rest of the inscription beasts were hiding and watching from the outside. From time to time, the Sun Elves would shoot arrows at the inscription beasts, making them not dare to approach. Qin Yan, you have already angered the Divine Desolate's 9 Suns sect by destroying this altar. You will die a horrible death. Xiao Tianxu shouted angrily. The pressure on him is immense because the sun altar is being torn apart layer by Qin Yan. Qin Yan is not afraid of the 9 Sun sects of the Divine Desolate, he only wants to destroy the altar and take revenge for Star-Traveling Pagoda. You brought this upon yourselves. Qin Yan has already peeled off many layers, now only the bottom 3 layers are left. The bottom 3 floors contained powerful spirit power. The only reason the barrier could be maintained was because of the energy released by the core fragment inside the altar. Qin Yan looked all around and saw that those inscription beasts want a share of the loot. He knows that it will not be easy to attack inside the altar. Xiao Tianxu and other Xian immortals are using sacred tools to block inside the altar. The Sun Elves are also injured and are consuming a lot of energy. They are using Divine Bow to condense formidable energy arrows to attack Xiao Tianxu and others, but the effect is not obvious. Only by killing those inscription beasts can we join hands to attack the altar. Qin Yan took out 9 Sun Divine Hammer again and let it absorb another core fragment. What made him depressed is that one core fragment is not enough to awaken 9 Sun Divine Hammer. Could it be that it was damaged before? Qin Yan can only take out another core fragment. Although 9 Sun Divine Hammer has awakened, after absorbing his energy, it did not become much stronger. What the hell is going on? Is 9 Sun Divine Hammer becoming more and more greedy? Qin Yan has no choice but to let 9 Sun Divine Hammer absorb the remaining core fragments. Now 9 Sun Divine Hammer has returned to its strongest state. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, as your cultivation increases, 9 Sun Divine Hammer will need to consume even more core fragment energy to transform power, so it can't be like before. Previously, one core fragment could be used for a very long time. Now it needs several to awaken the Divine Hammer. Qin Yan tightly gripped the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and suddenly rushed towards Old Fox Huang. He leaped over and smashed the golden bear's head with the hammer. The Divine Hammer fell down, a loud sound reverberated in all directions. It is as if the sky is collapsing. The most dreadful thing is the ferocious aura of the heavenly Tao. It can make people feel that it is a ruthlessness that can destroy the heaven and extinguish the earth. Roar. The golden bear is indeed a powerful inscription beast. Even after being hit by the hammer, it only caved in. The golden bear, who has fallen into a berserk rage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden light beam at Qin Yan. Qin Yan has already dodged and arrived at the golden bear's side. He once again smashed the hammer towards the golden bear's mouth. Boom! The 9 Sun Divine Hammer smashed over and directly shattered the sharp teeth in the golden bear's mouth. The heavenly Tao fire's berserk power brought along a ferocious flame. Through the 9 Sun Divine Hammer, it can erupt with even stronger power and charge into the golden bear's mouth. The golden bear's body exploded due to the ferocious fire power that charged in. Old Fox Huang is incomparably alarmed when he saw this. He immediately used his strongest mental power and condensed it to attack the golden bear's head, causing the golden bear to scream miserably again and again. Soon after, Qin Yan ran to Xiao Yuelan's side and used the 6-style forging dragon to frantically attack the black ape. Xiao Yuelan is injured. It is very strenuous for her to deal with the black ape. If not for Shimin Chuqian's talisman tool, she might have already been injured. After Qin Yan went over, Xiao Yuelan immediately felt relaxed. Boom boom boom, 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers, a set of 6-style forging dragon fell continuously. The black ape's body also exploded. Its entire body is covered in blood. The spectators from afar are secretly alarmed by the terrifying hammer. Even Wang Tianling, who possesses an extremely powerful defensive sacred tool, was beaten by the hammer to the point that he was unable to resist, let alone those inscription beasts. Old Fox Huang and Xiao Yuelan quickly dealt with the 2 inscription beasts they were dealing with and then went over to help Shimin Chuqian. Those inscription beasts are also not stupid. Seeing how terrifying Qin Yan's divine hammer is and how they are being besieged by a group of people, they immediately ran away. I can't hold on any longer. Xiao Tianqiu suddenly shouted to the people behind him, you guys better pray for your own good. There are many people inside the altar. Some of them are from Sacred Desolate, some are from Immortal Desolate's various great powers. Hearing Xiao Tianqiu's words, they knew that Xiao Tianqiu wants to run away. Xiao Tianqiu and a few Xian immortals blocked the Sun Elf's attack and suddenly flew out. They want to rush out of the altar. Once these few Xian immortals leave the altar, they will be ejected out of the immortal Xian desert by a power. Xiao Tianqiu is holding a large fan in his hand. He is constantly fanning himself. He is wearing thick black leather clothes. They are all sacred tier equipment. After Qin Yan saw this, he immediately used his sacred eye to stare at Xiao Tianqiu. Then he unleashed the power of his sacred eye and transformed his body into a white light. In a flash, he arrived in front of Xiao Tianqiu. Don't even think of running. After Qin Yan arrived, he directly smashed his hammer twice. Moreover, he used Heavenly Might Dao Dipper. After the Heavenly Might Dao Dipper entered the 9 Sun Divine Hammer, its power increased by several times and then exploded out from the hammerhead. It is like black heavenly thunder that directly penetrated Xiao Tianqiu's body. Master Qiao. A group of 9th-layer upper immortals inside the altar cried out involuntarily. You are the main culprit behind the destruction of my star-traveling pagoda. Qin Yan furiously shouted. Heavenly Dao's ferocious aura burst out. This ferocious aura enveloped the hearts of everyone nearby. Boom boom, forging dragon 6 style ferociously attacked in succession. It is as if the heaven is falling and the earth is splitting apart. Thunder roared, violent thunder spread all over. Endless ferocious fire thunder brought along arrogant power and crazed might, like a gale, and stormed Xiao Tianqiu's body. All the people and inscription beasts are dumbstruck looking at this scene. Xiao Tianqiu is a formidable Xian immortal with sacred tier equipment, yet he is being beaten up by Qin Yun without any power to retaliate. Xiao Tianqiu is like a lump of mud, he is being crazily hammered by Qin Yun, his body is burning with flames. Qin Yun's ferocious hammer caused people to feel endless fear in their hearts. A heaven collapsing sound echoed, accompanied by flame wave rushing all over. Xiao Tianqiu, a Xian immortal from Sacred Desolate, the city master of Great Desert Holy City, has been killed until not even his ashes remain. The people on the sand dune in the distance burst into screams of fear. Bai Shuangyan opened her eyes wide, her eyelashes slightly trembled as she muttered, "This guy Qin Yun is truly insane. He has thoroughly angered Sacred Desolate and Divine Desolate factions. As expected of my brother-in-law, he is the enemy of Heavenly Tao, so what if he becomes enemies with Sacred Desolate and Divine Desolate factions?" Shiman Dazhuang burst into loud laughter and said, "Kill our way in," the Sun Elf shouted towards the entrance of the Sun Altar after being startled. Qin Yun is running at the very front, he is rushing towards the entrance. Because he wants to seize the time, take advantage of the fact that the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer has not fallen into slumber to sweep away all the obstacles and enter the core area of the altar. Yuzhuekuan was the first to run out. When he saw Qin Yun rushing towards him, he screamed in fear. He did not even have the time to beg for mercy before he was smashed into pieces by Qin Yun's hammer. This caused the tens of thousands of spectators to cry out in alarm. Yuzhuekuan is one of the 10 great ninth stage exalted immortals. Earlier, when he crawled into Qin Yun's crotch, his strength was far greater than Qin Yun's, but now he was killed by Qin Yun's hammer. Soon after, Chu Yilin, Yao Qinshuang and Wang Tingxing were all killed by Qin Yun with one hammer strike. These young geniuses of the 10 great exalted immortals could not even block a single strike from the crazy Qin Yun. What caused people to be most alarmed is that not long after those exalted immortals from Sacred Desolate rushed out of the altar, they were all killed by Qin Yun, Xiaoyuan, Sun Elf and Old Fox Huang. All the factions of Great Desert Holy City have been uprooted by Qin Yun and company, and the most shocking thing is that the altar has been destroyed. Everyone knows that Qin Yun had a very good pagoda destroyed by Xiao Tianqiu. And now Qin Yun has killed Xiao Tianqiu. That mysterious and powerful sun altar has been destroyed to the point that only 3 layers remain. Finally, they entered the entrance of the altar. Qin Yun took out the Heaven and Earth Devil sealing goblet and blocked the entrance, not letting anyone or the inscription beasts in. Tear down the altar. Xiaoyuan entered the altar once before, but she only went to a hall inside the altar. She did not go to the true core area. Let's enter the hall first and find a stone door in the hall. We should be able to reach the core of the altar. Xiaoyuan suddenly shouted. Although she looked very calm, she was secretly excited because they had finally taken down this altar. Qin Yun, Old Fox Huang, Sun Elf and Shiman Chuqian are equally excited. They have done something big, just thinking about it makes them feel proud. They had indeed caused a huge commotion that shook the entire Immortal Desolate. However, the major figures of the various factions only knew that the sun altar in the sacred desert city had been destroyed by someone. On the magic mirror, it was said that the sun altar had been torn down, but it was unknown who did it. This was because Qin Yun's name and any news related to him could not appear on the magic mirror's platform, nor could it be transmitted back and forth between the magic mirrors. Demonic Mirror Mortal Emperor was also dealing with the relevant information and was extremely shocked. He knew that it was Qin Yun who had destroyed the sun altar. He felt a lingering fear and rejoiced that he was able to resolve the conflict with Qin Yun in time. As expected of Master, he's really awesome. Demonic Mirror Mortal Emperor took a step further in dealing with this news. He didn't let it spread too quickly and even blocked it from spreading. Not long after, the matter of the sun altar being dismantled disappeared from the magic mirror. There was also the matter of Xiao Tianqiu, Yuzhuekuan and the others being killed. In the Purple Ice Sacred City, the Purple Ice City Lord, Elder Wu and other higher-ups sat together. The Purple Ice City Lord's expression was solemn as he looked at the others and said, Xianxia used the space communication sacred talisman to send back shocking news from far away. Elder Wu exclaimed, what kind of message is it that requires a spatial communication sacred talisman? Why not use the magic mirror? Using the space communication sacred talisman consumes a lot of energy and mental strength. The altar of the Great Desert Holy City has been destroyed. The person who destroyed the altar is called Qin Yun. Xianxia was killed by Qin Yun. Purple Ice City Master said, Qin Yun is the disciple of Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, so news regarding Qin Yun cannot be transmitted through the magic mirror. Elder Wu and the others were in disbelief after hearing the news. How is this possible? What's the specific situation? Elder Wu quickly asked. Because of the space communication sacred talisman, Xianxia didn't have time to tell us in detail. She only told us this news. The Purple Ice City Master said, I will contact the higher-ups and ask about the situation. If one of the sun altars were to be destroyed, it would be a huge matter. Elder Wu was still in disbelief. He shook his head and said, this is not real. The sun altar was so sturdy, how could it be destroyed? That is something that can only be achieved with a divine artifact. We can only wait for Xianxia and the others to come back before we can figure out the situation. I'll contact the higher-ups first. After the Purple Ice City Lord finished speaking, he quickly left. Outside the sun altar's entrance, there are a few powerful inscription beasts walking back and forth. From time to time, they would attack the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, wanting to enter the sun altar. Bai Shuangyan tightly gripped her holy sword and said in a deep voice, we must be careful, don't let those powerful inscription beasts attack us. Here, only Bai Shuangyan's strength was the strongest because she had saint-grade equipment. Young Lady Bai, what kind of things are inside the sun altar? Shiman Dazhuang deliberately walked over while carrying a small pig. He also knows that staying together with Bai Shuangyan is the safest. There should be a lot of core fragments. The most important thing is the God Altar Origin Crystal. Qin Yun has caused a great disaster. Now that the sun altar has been destroyed, the 9 sun sects of Divine Desolate will not let him off. Bai Shuangyan stared at the altar that only has 3 layers left. She is filled with admiration towards Qin Yun. After all, to be able to attack an altar with the strength of a 9th layer upper immortal, this is very extraordinary. She now secretly suspects that Qin Yun is that masked uncle. The relationship between the mysterious masked uncle and Xiao Yuelan is very good. And Shiman family and Luo Weizhuang's people are also very close to the masked uncle. The more Bai Shuangyan thought about it, the more she feels that Qin Yun is that young inscription profound sect masked uncle. Qin Yun walked in the front, the sun elf walked side by side, his hand tightly gripping the golden red divine bow. Does this divine bow have a name? Qin Yun asked. Flame Sound Divine Bow. The sun elf glanced at Qin Yun and said. Is it as awesome as my hammer? Qin Yun thought it was called 9 Sun Divine Bow or something like that. Of course not, the sun elf is very fond of this divine bow, she knew it from the moment she received it. This is also something she has always been protecting. Qin Yun turned his head to look at Xiao Yuelan behind him and said with smile, Yuelan, you have been staying with her these past few days, did she not take advantage of you? The sun elf snorted and said, what are you talking about? What kind of advantage does she have? Xiao Yuelan only faintly smiled, she did not say anything. Shiman Chuqian followed beside Xiao Yuelan, calmly looking at the sun elf in front of them, looking at that pair of beautiful fairy wings. Old Fox Huang walked at the very back, from time to time he would look back. Not long after, they arrived at the spacious hall. There is a door over there. When I came in, Xiao Tianqiu came out from there. Xiao Yuelan pointed at a stone wall. Qin Yan and Old Fox Huang walked over and pushed with great force. Then, a large stone door opened. No one is inside, it's safe, Old Fox Huang said. I'll go in first. Qin Yan tightly gripped the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and quickly walked in. After entering, there is a staircase that leads to the 2nd floor. They walked up the stairs and arrived at the 2nd floor. There is also a very spacious hall here. And in the middle, there is a floating crystal, it is releasing a formidable divine power, it is filled with a faint golden light mist. This is the God Altar Origin Crystal. Qin Yun is very excited, he promptly rushed over. When he went over, the God Altar Origin crystal released a very strong power that bounced Qin Yun away. Xiaoyun. Xiao Yuan promptly caught Qin Yun, who was sent flying. Who are you people? How dare you destroy my Daoyang divine sex altar? The God Altar Origin crystal let out an aged angry shout. Your altar almost killed me, I am here for revenge. Qin Yun raised the 9-sun divine hammer and smashed it forward. The voice is filled with might and anger, it shouted, you are dead for sure. Boom, the power of the 9-sun divine hammer smashed through the defense of the God Altar Origin crystal. After Qin Yun rushed over, he grabbed the randomly flying God Altar Origin crystal and stored it inside the 9-sun divine spirit. Where are the core fragments? Shimin Chuqian said in low voice, there should be core fragments inside, right? Why don't I see them? On the upper floor, the Sun Elf walked over and looked up. The bottom 3 floors of the Sun Altar cannot be dismantled mainly because there is space inside. They searched the 4 walls of the square hall for a while and quickly found a stone door. After pushing open the stone door, they discovered a staircase leading to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor also has a large hall. In the middle there is a chest flickering with faint golden light. The chest is not big, there are not many core fragments inside. Qin Yun walked over and scanned with his mental power to determine the number of core fragments. Only 1,000, why are there so few? Qin Yun is greatly disappointed. Quite a few. Xiao Yuan said, only you have a lot of crafty ideas, you can get a few. It is very difficult for us to obtain core fragments normally. The Sun Elf nodded and said, only by using core fragments can we temporarily awaken the flame sound divine bow. Alright, then let's split it. Qin Yun said with smile, since we can take down this altar, everyone will have a share. We will each take 200. Xiao Qin, I only need 100, Old Fox Huang feels that Qin Yun's contribution is the greatest, so he doesn't want more. Shimin Chuqian said with charming smile, I didn't do much, I don't want it. The Sun Elf looked at Qin Yun and said, your hammer also consumed a lot of core fragments, right? Qin Yun nodded, my guess is that 10 core fragments can last for 2 hours. Then I don't want it, I'll give it all to you. Core fragments are also useless to me. Xiao Yuan said. Qin Yun said with smile, that won't do, I have to take some of them. Even if they are useless, it is also good to use them to defend myself. Qin Yun took 500, Sun Elf 300, Old Fox Huang 100, Xiao Yuan and Shimin Chuqian 50 each. Old Fox Huang wants core fragments to cultivate sacred spirit, sacred body. Originally, Qin Yun wanted to give him 200 but he said 100 is enough. There should be many inscription beasts outside. Qin Yun very excitedly said, my divine hammer can still last for a period of time. I want to quickly go out and use up the last bit of power. Finished speaking, he ran out. The Sun Elf followed closely behind Qin Yun, she also wants to quickly use up the power of the flame sound divine bow. Very soon, Qin Yun and the others ran outside. After coming out, the group of people in the distance started shouting one after another. They came out. What did they get inside? They must have gotten a lot of core fragments. This guy Qin Yun can get so many things, he definitely won't be able to live for long. Who told him to offend so many people? The 9-sun sect behind the Sun Altar will definitely find him for revenge. Many people are jealous, they all hope that Qin Yun will be quickly avenged. After coming out, the inscription beasts at the entrance all attacked one after another, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Qin Yun and the Sun Elf are both holding divine tools, they immediately beat up the inscription beasts and made them flee in a sorry state. 2 of the inscription beasts had been seriously injured. After driving away the inscription beasts, Qin Yun promptly took away the last 3 layers of the altar and placed them inside the 9-sun divine spirit. Success, let's go. Old Fox, bring us to a safe place. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. At this time, Shimin Dazhuang also ran over with Pippi Pig in his arms. The Sun Altar was taken away by Qin Yun and the Great Desert Sacred City was also annihilated in the previous battle. There is no place for humans to gather in the immortal Xian Desert. Purple Ice Sacred City, Purple Ice City Master, Elder Wu, and other Xian immortals are inside a secret room. It's confirmed, the Great Desert Sacred City's Sun Altar has been destroyed. Divine Desolate's Daoyang Divine Gate entrusted us to investigate this matter. Purple Ice City Master said, they are offering generous rewards for us to capture the person who destroyed the altar. What reward? Elder Wu's expression is filled with shock as he promptly asked. 1389 Chapter 1389 Yu Lan's memory. When Elder Wu and the others heard the words Divine Rune, their expressions immediately changed and their eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. That person called Qin Yun, Xiao Tianxiu, once used the Sun Altar to destroy a pagoda. The main reason he destroyed the Sun Altar was to take revenge on Xiao Tianxiu. Purple Ice City Master's voice was solemn as he said, if we want to deal with Qin Yun, we have to consider the consequences. Elder Wu frowned and nodded slightly. Then what is the meaning of the higher-ups? The meaning of the higher-ups is that they want us to investigate Qin Yun's situation and then decide whether or not to make a move. If Qin Yun is a ruthless character, then it's best if we don't get involved. Purple Ice City Master said. At this moment, he took out a talisman that flickered with light and shouted in alarm, it's news from Shuangyan. It seems to be very urgent. After he received the message, his expression suddenly turned grave. What important news did Shuangyan send back? Elder Wu quickly asked. Do you remember the masked uncle from before? It's that mysterious inscription, mysterious sect. Purple Ice City Master finished speaking and paused. Elder Wu and the rest of the elders were confused, but they nodded their heads and said, yes. Shuangyan suspects that Qin Yun is the masked uncle. Xiao Yuelan and Sun Fairy are together with Qin Yun. Purple Ice City Master clenched his fists and let out a long sigh. It seems like we shouldn't provoke Qin Yun. Elder Wu is stunned. He understood the masked uncle better. That mysterious masked uncle was unable to join their Purple Ice Sacred City because his cultivation was insufficient. But now, he is a very powerful 9th stage upper immortal, and he even destroyed the entire Great Desert Sacred City. This is the Immortal Desolate, not the Sacred Desolate. We are weak in the Immortal Desolate, and our main mission is to subdue the inscription beasts and teleport to the Divine Desolate. It's best not to complicate matters. The Great Desert Sacred City is our precedent. Purple Ice City Master said again. The other elders nodded slightly. At night, Qin Yun and company followed Old Fox Huang and arrived at an area filled with huge rocks in the immortal Xian Desert. The rocks here all fell along with the Sun God Stone and don't have any energy. Some rocks are as big as a small mountain, some are only as tall as a person, and they are scattered in a large area. Qin Yun and company are currently in a small mountain formed from a large rock. This small mountain has many caves. They were sitting in one of the caves, leaning against the wall of the cave. The few of us should be the strongest in the immortal profound desert. There's nothing to worry about. Old Fox Huang smiled and said, I'll go rest first. You guys take your time and chat. After Old Fox Huang left, Shiman Dazhuang looked at Xiao Yuelan and said in a low voice, Yuelan, so you are brother-in-law's wife. Dazhuang, what did you call him? Brother-in-law? Xiao Yuelan frowned slightly and asked. On the way here, Qin Yun had secretly sent a voice transmission to Shiman Dazhuang, warning him not to casually call him brother-in-law and not to casually talk about first wife and second wife. Dazhuang, what nonsense are you spouting? Qin Yun gave Shiman Dazhuang a very fierce look. Shiman Dazhuang immediately hugged the little pig and threw its butt at Qin Yun. He was afraid that Qin Yun would hammer it to death. Shiman Chuqian is still wearing the rabbit mask, she said with a charming smile. Yuelan, it's like this. This is mainly a bet between me and Dazhuang, it has nothing to do with Xiao Yun. After that, Shiman Chuqian hurriedly explained what had happened. After Xiao Yuelan finished listening, she chuckled a few times and said, Dazhuang, am I really that fierce? Of course. Shiman Dazhuang said, I've heard a lot of legends about you. If I had known that you were brother-in-law's wife, I wouldn't have helped him find a concubine. Qin Yun saw that Xiao Yuelan is not angry and felt a lot more at ease. Xiao Yuelan said with a chuckle, because of the contract, Chu Qian has decided to become Xiao Yun's concubine? Of course. Shiman Dazhuang said with a smile, Yuelan, my eldest cousin's sister is very beautiful. Moreover, she is a very strong Xian immortal and has mastered many runes. Shiman. Chu Qian lightly snorted. Chu Qian, take off your mask. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, Xiao Yun is hiding from you. He must think that you are an ugly monster. After Shimin Chuqian took off her rabbit mask, her delicate and pretty oval face is filled with coquettish pout. She lightly bit her lips, her beautiful eyes flickered with a kind of blurred expression. Her delicate and pretty face is filled with a kind of amorous and charming charm. She is indeed a great beauty. Qin Yan can't help but look at her a few more times. Then he curled his lips and said, just SOSO, just SOSO. Shimin Chuqian really wants to beat Qin Yan to death. He actually said she is SOSO. Liar. Shimin Dazhuang said with a smile, brother-in-law, you must be afraid of Yuelan, that's why you don't dare to praise eldest cousin's sister for her good looks. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, Chu Qian, you are indeed a great beauty. Alright, I agree to let you be Xiao Yan's concubine. Qin Yan is immediately stunned, he looked at Xiao Yuelan in a daze. Shimin Dazhuang is also very astonished. He nudged Qin Yan and said in low voice, brother-in-law, what's wrong with Yuelan? After Shimin Chuqian recovered from her astonishment, she immediately pulled Xiao Yuelan's lily-white hand and said with a charming smile, Yuelan, you are my big sister from now on, I will listen to everything you say. Chu Qian, you should just call me Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan said with a chuckle. Yuelan. Xiao Yun must have many women by his side, right? Is Shuiru his woman? Shimin Chuqian asked curiously. N. He has many women by his side, I don't even know how many. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, Chu Qian, you will follow me from now on. I will bring you back to the Guanhan Palace. With your conditions, you will definitely be able to become a disciple of the Guanhan Palace. Qin Yan understood that Xiao Yuelan is taking the opportunity to rope in Shimin Chuqian to enter the Guanhan Palace. Alright. Shimin Chuqian's eyes moved about, she looked at the silent beautiful sun elf and said in a low voice, this elf sister, are you also going to the Guanhan Palace? Qin Yan looked at the sun elf and asked, hey, why did you capture me as your partner? You scared me to death. I'm not interested in you anymore, don't think too highly of yourself. The sun elf coldly snorted and said, I want to capture you because I can see that you have cultivated a rather strong sacred body and you also have. Xiao Yuelan promptly interrupted the sun elf and said with a smile, she has been subdued by me. Now she is called you Xiaoling and she is my personal elf. The reason why the sun elf wanted to capture Qin Yan is because she sensed that Qin Yan has nether sun in his body. When she was with Xiao Yuelan, she also mentioned this matter to Xiao Yuelan. Shimin Dazhuang said in low voice, brother-in-law, your concubine has been abducted by Yuelan. I promised you that eldest cousin's sister would be your concubine. Now that eldest cousin's sister has been abducted by Yuelan, it's none of my business that you can't get her. This is a conflict between you husband and wife, anyway, my matter has already been completed. Qin Yan curled his lips and looked at Shimin Chuqian. Shimin Chuqian giggled, she hugged Xiao Yuelan's arm and playfully stuck out her tongue, husband, I only listen to Yuelan. I am hers now. Yuelan, have you slept with him? Yu Xiaoling asked. Not at the moment, no rush. Xiao Yuelan smiled. Hearing this, Shimin Chuqian giggled again and again. She looked at Qin Yan with disdain, as if she is mocking Qin Yan. After so long, he still hasn't succeeded with his wife. Then why don't you hurry up? If you don't want to, let me do it. Yu Xiaoling stared fixedly at Qin Yan, making Qin Yan feel like he is being stared at by a hungry wolf. Alright, quickly go and sleep with him. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. Qin Yan looked at the three beautiful women speechlessly. Seeing that the powerful fairy Yu Xiaoling is about to pounce on him, he got up and leaped out. Brother-in-law, why are you running? Wait for me. Shimin Dazhuang promptly chased after him while carrying Pippi Pig. The three beauties in the cave saw Qin Yan flee in defeat and giggled non-stop. Qin Yan arrived at the cave entrance and looked at the sky. He kicked the mud and said with a low snort, Yuelan is really something, she actually casually agreed to Chu Qian. I was planning to let her drive Chu Qian away. Brother-in-law, congratulations. Shimin Dazhuang arrived at the cave entrance and said with a smile, eldest cousin is yours from now on. We are also family, ha ha ha. Qin Yan lightly kicked Shimin Dazhuang and scolded with a smile, didn't you see that Chu Qian is about to be abducted to the Guanhan Palace by Yuelan? It has nothing to do with me. Shimin Dazhuang laughed, how about, there's also that girl Qing Lian. Although she's a lot weaker, you can get closer, Qing Lian? This girl is even more strange. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Qin Yan found a cave to rest in. As for Shiman Dazhuang, he brought Pippi Pig and found a cave to hide in. Qin Yan, who was resting, suddenly sensed Xiao Yuelan enter. Yuelan, are your injuries better? When Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuelan walk in, he immediately got up and went over. It's much better. Xiao Yuelan smiled gently. Yuelan, what's going on between you and Yu Xiaoling? Did you really subdue her? Qin Yan asked. I beat her, so she's willing to follow me. Chu Qian just said that although Xiaoling is an elf, she is the same as inscription beasts and can be together with humans. Therefore, Xiaoling is willing to follow me. Xiao Yuelan said with a very happy smile, this time, I've gained a lot from entering the immortal Xian desert. I've subdued Yu Xiaoling, this powerful sun elf, and Chu Qian, this little sister from the Shiman family. Qin Yan looked at Xiao Yuelan with a strange expression and asked, Yuelan, have you recovered your memories? About this, not yet. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. You lied to me. Qin Yan immediately poked Xiao Yuelan's navel and tickled her. No. I really haven't recovered my memories. Xiao Yuelan smiled charmingly as she hugged Qin Yan. Don't try to lie to me, you've recovered your memories, I can feel it. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan played on the ground. In the end, the two of them hugged each other tightly. Their eyes gazed deeply at each other and then kissed. This kiss made Qin Yan even more certain that Xiao Yuelan has recovered her memories. After the two of them kissed passionately for a moment, they suddenly sensed someone beside them. Yu Xiaoling and Shiman Chuqian watched from the side. You guys continue. Shiman Chuqian smiled charmingly and said, we came here to protect you. After all, this immortal Xian desert is still very dangerous. Xiao Yuelan scolded with a smile, hurry up and leave, don't disturb us from talking about love. Tattooed beast Qin Yan hugged Xiao Yuelan and rubbed her lily-white hands. From time to time, he would caress her beautiful face. Yuelan, when did you recover your memories? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, you actually plan to hide it from me. Are you pretending to have amnesia to tease me? You saw through it. Xiao Yuelan smiled mischievously, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Qin Yan pinched Xiao Yuelan's face and said with a smile, you know you can't hide it from me, yet you still want to hide it from me. Xiao Yuelan leaned into Qin Yan's embrace and said softly, Xiao Yun, after I recovered my memories, I felt really guilty. I actually forgot about you. You are so important to me, I shouldn't have forgotten you. As she spoke, her eyes became slightly moist and tears flowed down. Then, she could not help but sob in Qin Yan's embrace due to the sadness in her heart. This usually arrogant and domineering female demon god was actually crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She recalled everything, especially the pain Qin Yan had endured to save her when he was young. She felt even more upset. Because when she thought of how Qin Yan was once forgotten by her and became a stranger, she felt sad for Qin Yan. It's fine. I'm very happy that you can recover your memories. Qin Yan sighed softly and wiped the tears off Xiao Yuelan's face. It was Yu Xiaoling who helped me recover my memories. I was wrapped up in her wings. We healed together, and she and I signed a very strange soul contract. Our souls fused together. Xiao Yuelan said, her soul is very strong, it's a sacred tear soul. After I performed that ceremony with her, my soul also became a sacred tear soul. Qin Yan nodded. He finally understood. Why did Yu Xiaoling capture me to be her man? Qin Yan said with a smile, you walked with her for so long, aren't you afraid that she would secretly eat me? She wants to capture you because she likes your nether son, so she wants. Xiao Yuelan said with gentle smile, if she wants to secretly eat you, would you dare to let her eat you? Qin Yan pinched Xiao Yuelan's waist and scolded with a smile, Yuelan, you have become bad. Did Yu Xiaoling teach you bad things? This sun elf looks like a bad guy. Xiao Yuelan smiled and pinched Qin Yan's arm. She said softly, Xiao Yun, has big sister Yang recovered her memories? Qin Yan told Xiao Yuelan about his meeting with Yang Shiyu. When sister Yang regains her memory, she will definitely be as sad as I am. I can understand her feelings. Xiao Yuelan smiled sweetly at Qin Yan, there's also sister Bing Xing. She hasn't cultivated a sacred spirit yet. Qin Yan has been taken advantage of by Bing Xing many times. Xiao Yuelan also knows about this matter. Yulan, your great palace master Yu, what is the situation now? When I met her before, she was trapped in the remote Moon Mountain range and she hated me very much. Qin Yan said later on, she came to the immortal desolate, does she still hate me that much? She hasn't cultivated a saint soul yet, but it won't take long. I don't know what she thinks about you. In short, she did not forget you. Previously, I asked her a few times but she deliberately avoided talking about your past life. Xiao Yuelan sighed, it seems like her feelings for you are very complicated. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud divine needle and the compass used to search for the floating cloud heavenly seal. Floating cloud divine needle. After Xiao Yuelan saw it, her eyes are immediately filled with memories. Because that is what Qin Yan used to carve runes in his past life. Qin Yan nodded and said, this compass is used to search for the floating cloud heavenly seal. I know this. You entered the heavenly law altar with me and met Tian Daozi. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, you found the sealed spirit, this is very good. Very soon, you will be able to find the floating cloud heavenly seal. Outside the cave entrance, a faint golden light flickered. It is Yu Xiaoling's fairy wings shining. Shimen Chuqian is now curiously studying it. Qin Yan looked at the cave entrance and asked in low voice, Yuelan, can you let Yu Xiaoling help other people's souls become sacred spirit? Let them recover their memories. That won't do. Xiao Yuelan shook her head, Yu Xiaoling and I will sign a special contract to let my soul become sacred spirit. Qin Yan sighed and took out his immortal graveyard diagram. After Xiao Yuelan saw this, she promptly took out the diagram in her hand and softly muttered, Sister Kiru, she also knows that Xia Kiru turned into a little girl and changed her name to Nianyan. Qin Yan told her about this just now. Soon after, Qin Yan told Xiao Yuelan about his father's encounter. Xiao Yun, Dad will be fine. You don't need to worry, they must have experienced something in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Xiao Yuelan knows that Qin Yun is worried about Qin Long and promptly comforted him. Qin Yun nodded. Yuemei has already returned to the Guanghan Palace. She also doesn't remember you. This is also good, so that this little girl won't impatiently look for you to swindle people. Xiao Yuelan said with smile. Yuelan, do you know my past life's relationship with Netherworld Great Emperor? Qin Yun asked. I don't know. Xiao Yuelan shook her head, but I know that your relationship with Netherworld Great Emperor is pretty good. He is my foster father. Qin Yan told Xiao Yuelan about his encounter with Netherworld Great Emperor. Xiao Yuelan now knows that the Nether sect Xia Wufeng came from was founded by Netherworld Great Emperor. Why didn't you leave behind your contact information with Boss Xie? That way you could have found Netherworld Great Emperor and the friends you made in the ancient domain. Xiao Yuelan said. Boss Xia left in a hurry. He didn't leave behind any contact information, it must be because he doesn't want me to get involved in their revenge plan. Qin Yan also thought about this issue. Xiao Yuelan's eyes wandered about, she thought of something and said, Netherworld Great Emperor and the others must be plotting something big, he stayed in the ancient domain for so many years and came back at this time, it is definitely not a coincidence. I can only ask him when I see him in the future. Qin Yan hugged Xiao Yuelan's delicate body and said with smile, Yuelan, can I enter the Guanghan Palace in the future? There are so many beauties in the Guanghan Palace, what do you want to do there? Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. Wasn't I able to enter in my past life? Qin Yan said with smile. Because you could enter in your past life, you hooked up with many of our Guanghan Palace's female disciples. You were a heartless person in your past life. You made us great beauties do all kinds of menial work for you. Xiao Yuelan lightly punched Qin Yan's chest and said with slight anger. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I was punished by heaven in my past life, I can't be intimate with women, serves you right. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, you won't also be punished by heaven in this life, right? Do you want me to give it a try? Qin Yan's heart stirred, he said with smile, all right. Finished speaking, they hugged and passionately kissed. However, Shimen Dazhuang's shout suddenly came from outside. Enemy! Enemy! Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are startled, they promptly tidied up their clothes and rushed into the cave. Shimin Chuqian and Yu Xiaoling, who are at the entrance of the cave, saw Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan coming out in a panic. They knew that their business had been ruined. Shimin Dazhuang ran out while holding Pippi and shouted loudly, "Enemy! Enemy!" Old Fox Huang ran out of the cave and asked, "Dazhuang, what kind of enemy is there?" Pippi yelled, "A very strong inscription beast is coming. Let's run." Old Fox Huang looked at Yu Xiaoling and asked, "Elf girl, can you sense the inscription beast?" Yu Xiaoling flapped her wings, closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. The Pippi in Shimin Dazhuang's bosom suddenly turned into a big white pig. "We'll be leaving first." Shimin Dazhuang shouted, "Pippi, let's leave the immortal Xian desert." Qin Yan took out a red compass. This compass was used by the Great Desert Sacred City to detect inscription beasts. The red compass's needle reacted greatly. Qin Yan immediately shouted, "Let's go quickly. There's something very strong approaching." "What is it?" Shimin Chuqian asked, "With the strength of so many of us, can't we defeat it? If we can avoid fighting, then don't fight. Who knows how many powerful things are hidden in the immortal Xian desert?" Qin Yan said. "The 9-sun divine hammer is already asleep. It needs 5 core fragments to wake it up for an hour. Although Yu Xiaoling and Xiao Yuan are strong, they have not fully recovered yet. Furthermore, Yu Xiaoling's flame sound divine bow has also fallen asleep. The only ones who can fight are Shimin Chuqian and Old Fox Huang. Although Shimin Chuqian's cultivation is extremely high, Qin Yan could tell that she is not a warrior type. She is only an inscription master. When she participated in the battle, she used some talisman tools and equipment. They all listened to Qin Yun, so they immediately left the area of rubble. Daybreak, they are still madly running. Shimin Dazhuang, who was running at the front, shouted, "That thing is chasing us." From time to time, Qin Yun would take out the red compass. The needle pointed behind them. Indeed, there is something very strong chasing them. What made them most alarmed was that the thing did not make any movement at all. It was silently chasing after them. "Is it an inscription beast?" Qin Yan looked at Yu Xiaoling and asked, "Or is it a sun elf similar to you?" "I don't know, I can't sense any aura." Yu Xiaoling's snow-white beautiful face is also filled with seriousness. She has been flying beside Xiao Yuan to protect her. Furthermore, she has already used a core fragment to activate the flame sound divine bow. She is fully prepared for battle. "Pippi Pig, what is that thing?" Qin Yan asked. Pippi Pig is very sensitive to all kinds of dangers. It's an inscription beast. Divine inscription beast, a divine inscription beast that can transform into a human. Pippi Pig shouted, "Why would there be a divine inscription beast in this godforsaken place?" When Old Fox Huang heard this, he let out a terrified cry and shouted, "Is this true?" "It's true, it's true. It's a divine inscription beast, I can feel it. If the few of us were to face that divine inscription beast, we would definitely die. We will definitely die." Pippi Pig shouted as he ran. Yu Xiaoling gripped her divine bow even tighter, her dark green eyes are filled with seriousness. 1391 Chapter 1391 Evil God's ancestor. As Qin Yun ran, he cursed in a low voice, "This damned divine rune beast, it didn't come earlier or later, it came at this time." After Xiao Yuan heard this, she gently smiled. Shimin Chuqian and the Sun Elf also know why Qin Yun is complaining. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. "Xiao Yun, you must find a good place to talk about love in the future. It's too dangerous outside. Originally, you were talking excitedly, but suddenly something like this came. You will be scared to death." Ling Yuner giggled and said. Qin Yun cursed the divine rune beast in his heart. He wished he could awaken the 9-sun divine hammer and fight to his heart's content. As they were running, a very strong aura suddenly came from behind them. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a series of beastly roars came from all directions. "There are inscription beasts approaching, what's going on? The divine rune beast is summoning other inscription beasts?" Qin Yan turned his head and looked at Old Fox Huang behind him. "That divine rune beast is very strong. It is sending a signal towards the immortal Xian desert to become the king of the immortal Xian desert." Old Fox Huang nodded and said, "Those who are willing to follow the divine rune beast are all rushing over now." "Is that guy still chasing us?" Qin Yan asked. No, but we should hurry up and leave the immortal Xian desert. Yu Xiaoling said, the divine rune beast is very smart. When we attacked the sun altar, it did not participate in the attack. Instead, it secretly followed us. Taking advantage of our rest, it wants to sneak attack us? Qin Yan cursed in low voice, damn guy. It should be to scare us away. To establish their might. The immortal Xian desert no longer has the sun altar and we are no longer in the immortal Xian desert. It is the world of the divine rune beasts. Yu Xiaoling said. Old Fox Huang nodded and said, we don't have anything to leave in the immortal Xian desert. Let's go. Yu Xiaoling held the flame sound divine bow and followed Xiaoyuan on. This is what she wanted to protect. Originally, she had decided to give up on the sleeping flame sound divine bow. On one hand, she could not take it out from the crystal. On the other hand, she did not have the core fragment to awaken the bow. She saw that Xiaoyuan wanted to save her when she was in danger. Plus she was defeated by Xiaoyuan, so she was willing to follow Xiaoyuan. What she did not expect was that Qin Yun was able to take out the flame sound divine bow from the crystal and even let her obtain quite a few core fragments. Therefore, for Yu Xiaoling, this was the perfect result. She has no nostalgia for the immortal Xian desert and is willing to follow Xiaoyuan. Xiaoling, I heard that sun elves will die if they leave the sun. Will you be fine in the future? Qin Yun asked. Yu Xiaoling looked at Xiaoyuan and said, as long as I find a trustworthy person and entrust my soul to her, I won't die. Originally, I wanted to find you, but then I met Yuan, so I chose her. Shimin Chuqian said with smile, Xiaoling, you previously fought with Yuan over a man, now you're fighting with Xiaoyun over a woman. Qin Yan curled his lips and cursed the divine rune beast in his heart. 2 days later, they finally left the profound immortal desert along the profound immortal river. Xiaoyun, I need to hurry back to the moon palace to break through. I will soon become a Xian immortal, you should also quickly break through. Xiaoyuan touched Qin Yan's face and said with a smile. Alright, you guys pay attention on the road. Qin Yan nodded and kissed Xiaoyuan's red lips. With the protection of Shimin Chuqian and Yu Xiaoling, 2 powerful sun elves, Qin Yan is very relieved. Just like this, Qin Yan watched as the 3 of them flew away. Brother-in-law, Yuan is really awesome. She's much more awesome than you, she's so good at flirting with girls. Look at her, she immediately flirted with big cousin's sister and sun elf. Shimin Dazhuang looked at Qin Yan with disdain and said, in comparison, you're too weak. You can only flirt with a little ugly girl like Qing Lian. Dazhuang, after I see Qing Lian, I will convey your evaluation of her to her without reservation. Qin Yan chuckled and said, you're finished. I have Pippi Pig, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Shimin Dazhuang is still sitting on Pippi Pig's back. He patted Pippi Pig's head and said with a smile, even if my father wants to teach me a lesson, I'll make him suffer the consequences. Shimin Dazhuang's father, Shimin Taigan, said that he was slapped in the face by Pippi Pig's fart. Then where are you going now? Are you going back to the heavenly law altar? Qin Yan asked. I'm not going back. I want to roam the world with Pippi Pig. Shimin Dazhuang laughed boldly and said, Pippi Pig, let's go. Finished speaking, Pippi Pig carried Shimin Dazhuang and ran away without a trace. Old Fox, what about you? Qin Yan asked. I plan to walk around, I'll contact you later. I want to go to Earth Province to take a look. Old Fox Huang said with smile. Qin Yan will stay in Xian Province for a period of time. After saying goodbye to Old Fox Huang, he left for Luotian City. On the road, he found a cave to rest in and took out the great golden devil horn. Evil God, did anything big happen in Divine Desolate? Qin Yan asked. Big matter? Nothing big, but there are many small matters. Evil God's languid voice came over and said, what about Immortal Desolate, did anything big happen? What about the sun-suppressing divine arrow? 3 of the sun-suppressing divine arrow were pulled out. Qin Yan said. What? 3 were pulled out? How did they get taken away? Evil God immediately shouted. Qin Yan did not say anything because he knew the 3 people who pulled out the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Evil God, have you heard of sun elves? Qin Yan asked. Of course I have, did you? Meet one? Is it a female elf? Evil God laughed and said, quickly tell me about the sun elf. Every time you contact me, you give me all kind of big pleasant surprises. It was a female elf, I was almost taken away by her as some kind of companion. Xianxia curled his lips and said. You bastard, how did you meet such a good thing? Did you submit to her? What happened after that? Evil God said with jealousy. I rejected her. Is it a good thing to be taken fancy by a sun elf? Evil God let out a few strange screams and then loudly cursed. Idiot, of course it's a good thing. Sun elves are the most powerful elves in the Nine Desolate. Sun elves entrusted their souls to humans in the Nine Desolate. Even if they leave the sun, they can still survive. You have nether sun inside your body, it's very normal for sun elves to take a fancy to you. Also, sun elves are generally very beautiful, moreover very bold and unconstrained. They can make you die from pleasure. Why did you reject them? Are you even human? Motherfucker, why can't I meet such a good thing and the people who meet such good thing don't know how to cherish it? Heavens, are your dog eyes blind? Evil God cursed and complained. Xianxia interrupted Evil God's grumbling and asked again, Evil God, if sun elves can't find a person to entrust their soul to, will they die? Evil God nodded and said, they will die, they will definitely die. Most of the sun elves who fall to the ground can't find a satisfactory human companion to entrust their soul to, so they would rather die. You bastard, rejecting a beautiful sun elf will cause her death. How can you be so stupid? Subduing a beautiful sun elf is a very good thing. Evil God let out a long sigh, his sigh is filled with all kinds of grievances and asked, oh that's right, what happened to that sun elf? Did she die? If she took a fancy to you, even if she had to risk her life, she would still take you. You are not as strong as the sun elf, right? Didn't you get raped by the sun elf? Xianxia thought of the Tao spirit in the illusory space. Ling Yuner is a very special nether sun elf, she is also an extremely filthy elf. He feels that the sun elves should have the same virtue as Ling Yuner. No, that female elf wanted to capture me but my wife ran into her. My wife fought with her and then she was subdued by my wife. Xianxia said. Hey, good thing. Evil God laughed evilly and said, you brat, your luck with women is really not shallow. Xianxia secretly despised Evil God and said again, Evil God, I have one more thing to tell you, I will give you a big surprise. Evil God said with smile, quickly say it. What surprise? Xianxia asked, are you standing or sitting right now? I am standing, what's wrong? Evil God doubtfully asked. Stand firm, it is best to find something to support you with. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Cough. What kind of wind and waves have I not seen? How can I be scared by your surprise? Hurry up and say it. Evil God urged. I destroyed a sun altar, it belongs to some Daoyang spirit gate. Xianxia said with smile, that 18-layer sun altar, I destroyed the top layer and took away the other 17 layers. I want to transform them into Evil God altar. Bang, Xianxia heard a muffled sound coming from the large golden devil horn, it is as if something dropped on the ground. Evil God. Evil God. Did you hear what I said just now? Xianxia promptly shouted. Little ancestor Qin, is what you said true? Don't scare me, you will scare me to death. Evil God's trembling voice came through. Of course it's true. Strange, such a big matter yet Divine Desolate doesn't know about it. Xianxia doubtfully said. Little ancestor Qin, do you want to King kill me? The voice of the evil god had a sobbing tone. Other people worship their gods as servants, but I, the evil god, worship an ancestor. Little ancestor Qin, what did I do wrong? Why do you want to harm me? Evil God is scared to death. Xianxia is speechless, his voice is filled with disdain. Evil God, aren't you too cowardly? Think about it, very soon you will have an 18-layer sun altar, moreover it will be transformed from sun altar. If Daoyang Spirit Gate Sect Master finds out, he will chew my flesh piece by piece. Evil God very dejectedly said, Little ancestor Qin, please don't casually transform it into Evil God altar. Don't tell others that you are related to me in the future. Also, from today onwards, you are my ancestor. Ancestor, don't act recklessly in the future, alright? I will be toyed to death by you. I am just a bottom feeder, I can't afford to offend those big shots from Daoyang Spirit Gate. Alright, then how should I use the sun altar that I dismantled? Asked Qin. You better pray for your own good. Daoyang Spirit Gate will surely think of a way to retaliate against you. Evil God sighed and said, I will go inquire about the news. If there is any wind or grass movement in Daoyang Spirit Gate, I will immediately inform you. Find another high god. Chapter 1392. Find another high god. Qin originally wanted to change the sun altar into 18-layer evil god altar and obtain even more good things. He did not expect evil god to be so useless and not dare to accept such a great surprise. A3, it was not easy to get rid of this uncle title. Now it's great, someone is calling me ancestor. Am I really that old? Qin feels very helpless. He took out the devil mirror and contacted the little black donkey. Little Black, did you hear about what happened in Great Desert Holy City? Qin asked. I heard that a stupid dog that doesn't care about his life destroyed Great Desert Holy City's sun altar. A3. This stupid dog is dead for sure, the little black donkey said. In his eyes, Qin does not have the strength to destroy sun altar. He did not connect the dots, he only knows that Qin won the martial arts competition and obtained the Sun Fairy. Everything that happened after that has been sealed. Fuck you, I am the one who destroyed Sun Altar. Qin unhappily said, Great God Xian Wu, do you think I am stupid for destroying Sun Altar? After the little black donkey found out, it became stunned for a while and then shouted in alarm, Holy shit. That stupid dog was actually you. Little mortal, how did you destroy the Sun Altar? You have caused a great disaster, the power that owns that altar is very strong and divine desolate. Qin secretly praised Devil Mirror Mortal Emperor for being very efficient in handling matters. This matter has been sealed up and not many people know that he did it, even the little black donkey doesn't know. But sooner or later, this matter will spread out. I am not afraid. Who told Xiao Tianshu to destroy my pagoda? Qin cursed in low voice. He suddenly thought that if star-traveling pagoda was still here, he would be able to safely talk about love with Xiao Yuelan inside and enjoy the intimate world of two people. The little black donkey sighed and said, Little mortal, you are facing a great disaster yet you are still thinking about that broken pagoda? 9 sun sects will surely come down to kill you, don't tell them you know me, Great God Xian Wu. You better take care of yourself. Do you still want to eat divine fruits? Qin yelled, if I die, you won't be able to eat divine fruits. I still have more than 10 golden grapes in my hands. Fuck. How dare you threaten me? Don't be in such a hurry to die. The black donkey cursed. You bastard, why are you courting death all the time when you have so many divine fruits in your hands? It won't be too late to cook after I eat it. Qin said with a smile, Little Black, I will be able to find even more divine fruits in the future. Don't even think about eating it. The little black donkey shouted, Bro, let's talk this out. Don't worry, the Black Tortoise God, will definitely protect you and let you live peacefully for several million years. Scram. Didn't you just tell me to behave myself? Qin curled his lips and said, I'm about to face a calamity. When that happens, don't abandon me. Otherwise, when I get divine fruits in the future, I'll only let you look at them and never let you eat them. How ruthless, alright, I'll provide you with the greatest support, spiritual support, said the little black donkey. Great God Xian Wu, you're really useless. You're actually afraid of the Divine Desolate's 9 Suns sect. Qin said with a mocking smile, you usually brag so much but you're scared at the critical moment. The little black donkey laughed hollowly and said, Bro, my current strength is still very weak. I advise you to hide and wait for the 9 suns to exterminate the world. Then run to the starry sky and never come back. Alright, I will run to the depths of the starry sky and never come back. Qin said with smile. Don't. Give me the divine fruits before you leave. I still have the black tortoise totem on me, don't you want it? The little black donkey promptly yelled. Qin feels that the little black donkey still has some other awesome things in its grasp. He wants to dig them out bit by bit. You bunch of idiots, you came to watch the sun-suppressing divine arrow being taken away by someone else, how do you feel? Qin asked. Who knows how rare the sun-suppressing divine arrow is, everyone is the same, we are all here to watch. I won't talk to you anymore, you must give me the divine fruits before you leave, the little black donkey said. After cutting off the connection, Xianxia looked at the fifth pearl of the nine-sun divine soul. He still can't open it and doesn't know what's inside. Soon after, Xianxia contacted Xianrujing. His devil mirror is specially made, so the information it can transmit is not restricted. Divine Desolate's most beautiful ice and snow goddess, how are you doing recently? Xianxia asked. I am doing very well. Little brother Yun, how can your mouth be so sweet? Is there something you need big sister's help with? Xianrujing said with gentle smile, your big sister Yang is with me, I will give her pointers on how to cultivate and become stronger. Big sister Rujing, sun altar has been destroyed by me. Please give me some pointers on how to live a more comfortable life. Xianxia said. What? The sun altar was destroyed by you? Xianrujing cried out in alarm. She also heard about it before, she thought it was done by inscription beast or some heaven-defying thing. Many people only know that Great Desert Sacred City's sun altar has been destroyed and Great Desert Sacred City has been destroyed, other things are not clear. As for the specific situation, they will have to wait for Great Desert Sacred City's people to return and report. It will take a few days for them to know. Xianxia simply explained the situation and said with sigh, that evil god guy is scared to death, he wanted to cut off all relations with me, truly vexing. To think that I even planned to transform his evil god altar into an awesome 18-layered altar. Xianrujing calmly thought about Xianxia's words and said, Xiaoyun. You don't need to be afraid of Daoyang Divine Sect, no matter how awesome they are, they can only do whatever they want in Divine Desolate. Even if they send people from Divine Desolate, their strength will be within the range of Immortal Desolate's strongest. The strongest in Immortal Desolate are those great Emperor-level people. Sister Rujing, you are worthy of being my goddess. You are not scared at all, not like that trash evil god, he is so scared that he is crying for his father and mother, calling me ancestor. Xianxia said with smile, this is the difference between a great god and a trash god. Xianrujing proudly smiled and said, of course. Even though I, ice and snow goddess, am not the strongest in Divine Desolate, when have I ever been scared? Xianxia said with mischievous smile, I truly regret using Dragon Claw Hand on you before, I scratched you so hard, I am truly sorry. Shut up. Xianrujing cursed in low voice, you have profaned this great god's pure as ice and pure as jade body, I will settle this debt later. Sister Rujing, please give me some pointers, how should I fight against the people sent by Daoyang Divine Sect? Xianxia said with firm expression. How about this? First you cut off all relations with evil god, don't let people know that you are his accomplice, otherwise he will be killed by Daoyang Divine Sect and Divine Desolate. This trash can live for so long, he has some ability. Keep in touch with him, let him gather information in Divine Desolate. Xianrujing said. If evil god knew that Xianrujing treated him as an errand boy, he would definitely sigh with low self-esteem. Evil god is very good at gathering information in Divine Desolate. This guy even calls me ancestor, he should be willing to listen to me. Xianxia said with smile. After cutting off contact with evil god, I will think of a way to contact other formidable gods. Xianrujing said. Xianxia asked, oh that's right, does Divine Desolate also have moon? Is there a moon god? Divine Desolate and Immortal Desolate's moon are not the same, that moon is very strange, it turns into nether moon during the day and becomes normal moon during the night. There is no person on it but according to legend, there was a moon god in ancient times. Then moon god died and reincarnated, his whereabouts are unknown. He has not appeared in Divine Desolate for many years. Xianxia is secretly amazed, Divine Desolate actually has another moon. I will help you find a formidable god. Of course, you can also find one yourself. Xianrujing said with smile. How can I find one myself? Xianxia curled his lips and said, he doesn't know anything about Divine Desolate. Yu is looking for me for an urgent matter, let's leave it at that. Xianrujing said and then cut off contact. Xianxia took out the large golden devil horn again and contacted evil god. He directly said to evil god, Snow Goddess suggested that I cut off my cooperation with you, don't let people know that I am supporting you. As expected of Snow Goddess, she is very intelligent, her suggestion is very good. Ancestor, let's begin now. Evil God said with smile, take out the altar, then we will begin, don't resist me. Qin Yan took out the small evil god altar and placed the large golden devil horn on top of it. Evil God began cancelling the soul contract with Qin Yan. After cancelling the soul contract, Evil God said with smile, you will still be my ancestor in the future, remember, don't go around saying that we cooperated before. Oh, that's right, if you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Evil God, I want to cooperate with an even stronger God, can you help me contact him? Qin Yan said. I can't contact such an awesome guy. Little ancestor Qin, truth be told, even an awesome god would not dare to use the sun altar as his own altar, he would be exterminated by the 9 sun sects. Evil God said with sigh. Qin Yan doesn't believe it because he feels that Xian Rujing can help him find a very strong god. He stored away the large golden devil horn and the evil god altar, arrived at the cave entrance and looked at the starry sky. I cannot ask evil God for things in the future. Qin Yan took out a box containing divine iron powder. If he can cooperate with a god, he will be able to obtain many good things from divine desolate. Even if he goes to sacred desolate later, it will be very useful. Sister Rujing said that star god is a slut, moreover, I am not allowed to follow her. It seems like there is no hope for star god. Qin Yan shook his head, he feels that if he can find the star fairy princess Xu Shudian, he will be able to contact star god. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiao Yun, the strongest gods of divine desolate are not necessarily on the rankings. Those rankings are not reliable at all. Look at those 10 ninth layer upper immortals, most of them are trash. Qin Yan also feels that this is the case because there are many rich and powerful people on those rankings, they are not even on them. Late at night, Qin Yan is still sitting at the cave entrance, countless thoughts running through his mind. At this time, Luo Weizhuang suddenly contacted him. Brother Qin, Brother Chuan has an important matter to discuss with you. It's inside Luotian City, can you come? Luo Weizhuang asked. What is it? Qin Yan asked. After Luo Weizhuang returned, he did not mention anything about the altar to Qin Yan. It's about the altar. Brother Qin, you are from Inscription Mysterious Sect, moreover you are so awesome, you must be very experienced and knowledgeable, why do you think there is an altar inside a divine mountain? Luo Weizhuang said again, Brother Chuan and the others are exploring the divine mountain and discovered a damaged altar inside. Sun God Mountain is formed from sun divine stones and sun divine stones come from inside sun, although 9 sun sects altars are called sun altars, they came from divine desolate later on. The damaged altar inside sun divine stones must have come from inside sun. Cliff altar in a small hall of purple ice sacred city, Bai Shuangyan is standing in the middle of the hall, 2 Xian immortal elders are sitting on both sides. Bai Shuangyan is currently narrating about Qin Yan. After the purple ice city master and several elders finished listening, their faces are filled with shock. Qin Yan should be the masked uncle's Inscription Mysterious Sect. Elder Wu sighed and said, it must be him, there is no mistake. Bai Shuangyan nodded and said, I am also sure. This guy, what kind of background does he have? He can actually destroy a sun altar. So you are saying that Sun Elf followed Xiao Yuelan back to Guanghan Palace? Purple Ice City Master said, Guanghan Palace is also a very strong faction, their relationship with Qin Yan is not bad. City Master, one of the sun altar was destroyed, Divine Desolate's reaction is very big, right? Bai Shuangyan asked. Very big. Daoyang Divine Sect entrusted us to investigate this matter clearly and also asked us to help capture Qin Yan. Purple Eye City Master sighed and said, in this kind of situation, do you think we should capture Qin Yan? The elders present were all looking at Bai Shuangyan. City Master, I advise you not to become enemies with Qin Yan, the consequences are very serious. His cultivation can increase very quickly, there must be a god supporting him from behind. Bai Shuangyan said with worry, if we want to capture him and become enemies with him, in the end we can't capture him, when he becomes a 9th layer Xian immortal, our Purple Eye Sacred City will also be destroyed. That guy Qin Yan still has very strong friends, even Xiao Tianxiu can't stop them. I suspect that Sword Immortal Xiao Wufeng from Nether Sect is Qin Yan's friend. Purple Ice City Master nodded and said, we also heard about Xiao Wufeng's matter, if this guy becomes a Xian immortal, he will definitely be very terrifying. Elder Wu asked, Qin Yin controls Inscription Spirit and he is also from Inscription Mysterious Sect. His strength is so formidable, should we express goodwill to him? Purple Eye City Master shook his head and sighed, don't act rashly for the time being. We will not befriend Qin Yun, we will also not be enemies with him. If we befriend Qin Yun and this matter spreads to the Daoyang Divine Sect, we will all be in trouble. City Master, will Daoyang Divine Sect send people down? Bai Shuangyan asked. 8 altars, 1 was destroyed. In addition to our Purple Ice Sacred City's altar, there are 6 other altars. The Purple Ice City Lord said, those 6 altars belong to the other 6 Nine Sun sects. I don't know where they are. These fellows should be hiding and not wanting others to know about them. Those 6 altars are scattered all over the Immortal Desolate. I guess that the Daoyang Divine Sect will definitely communicate with the other 9 Sun sects and send people down from the Divine Desolate. Bai Shuangyan and the other elders were slightly surprised. Elder Wu asked, what kind of people will they send down? There are also immortals in the Divine Wilderness? There shouldn't be any immortals in the Divine Wilderness, but they have avatars or puppets. The Purple Ice City Lord walked out of his seat and came to Bai Shuangyan's side and said, it is also possible that powerful immortals will be sent from Sacred Desolate. The puppets refined by the Divine Wasteland must be very strong. If there are a large number of puppets from Divine Desolate, it will be very troublesome for Qin Yun. Bai Shuangyan said with a frown. I don't know. We can only wait and see. In short, let's not come into contact with Qin Yun for the time being. Purple Ice City Master said, I will try my best to cover up the matter of lending him Saint-Tier equipment. Bai Shuangyan nodded. When Qin Yin arrived at Luotian City, it was already dawn. Just like last time, he came to Luotian City's Luo family villa. In a hall, he sat with Luo Weizhuang and waited for Luo Dongchuan. Not long after, a big man with a dragon beard hurriedly walked in. City Lord Luo. Qin Yin quickly got up and said with a smile. Uncle Qin, don't be polite with me. Luo Dongchuan laughed and said, you are a big shot now. City Lord Luo, tell me about the altar. Did you bring it back? Qin Yin directly asked about the matter. I can't bring it back. But I used the magic mirror to record the situation at that time. Take a look. Luo Dongchuan handed the magic mirror to Qin Yin. Qin Yin took it and carefully looked at it. In the magic mirror, there was a large mountain wall with a broken square stone embedded in it. If one did not look carefully, they would think that the huge stone and the mountain wall were one. From this, it can be seen that the huge square stone is very ancient. It has been connected with the Sun God Stone for a long time. The Sun God Stone fell into the Immortal Desolate and turned into a huge divine mountain, only then was it discovered. Because we can't fly, we can only crawl over. Luo Dongchuan said again, we recorded a lot of things at close range. Qin Yin enlarged the image in the magic mirror and saw many runes on the surface of the huge stone. He is sure that it is an altar. That should be the top of the altar. I wonder how many layers are hidden inside the mountain. Qin Yin immediately became very interested. The altar has many layers. The top layer is the smallest and the bottom layer is the largest. That's why it looks like there are many steps. Some are round, some are square, some are rectangular and some are triangular. Generally, most of them are square and round. Luo Dongchuan discovered that only the top layer of the altar is exposed. There must be other parts buried inside the mountain. And the exposed top layer has been severely damaged and there are many gaps around it. City Lord Luo, I want to go take a look at this altar. Qin Yin said. Uncle Qin, after I found out that you dismantled the sun altar, I guessed that you know a lot about it. That's why I told you about it. Luo Dongchuan revealed a difficult expression and said, it is very dangerous to go to the location of this altar. I am willing to go with you but I need some time to recruit more people. Is that so? Then I am not in a hurry, I will wait for you. Qin Yin said with smile. All right. Luo Dongchuan returned from that divine mountain, many of his subordinates were injured. Even he himself is filled with fear towards that divine mountain. But Qin Yin wants to go. So even if he has to risk his life, Luo Dongchuan will bring Qin Yin there. Moreover, he will guarantee Qin Yin's safety. City Lord, what kind of danger is inside that divine mountain? Qin Yan suddenly decided to go out by himself. Beasts, as well as all kinds of things that can confuse one's mind. Aside from beasts, there is also a very mysterious ghost, as well as all kinds of natural killing formations. Luo Dongchuan said. I will go by myself. Qin Yan feels that going to the Divine Mountain by himself will be relatively safer. No, it is too dangerous. Luo Dongchuan promptly shook his head. I can even destroy the altar, there is nothing to be afraid of. Wait until I break through to Xian Immortal, then I will immediately set off. Qin Yan said with smile. Luo Dongchuan also knows that Qin Yan is very strong, so he can only agree and said, Uncle, I will help you draw a map so that you can smoothly reach there. All right. Qin Yan nodded. Soon after, Luo Weizhuang invited Qin Yan to stay in a luxurious room in Luo family manor. Qin Yan properly rested for the whole day. At daybreak, the devil mirror suddenly trembled. Nangong Shuiru sent a message. Xiaoyun. Little Phoenix has become a disciple of Guanghan Palace. Nangong Shuiru said with smile. She doesn't know that Qin Yan destroyed the altar. Let her cultivate properly. Qin Yan said with smile. He mentioned Little Phoenix to Yang Shuriwe before. Yang Shuriwe did not even ask anything and directly agreed to let Little Phoenix become a disciple of Guanghan Palace. She even said that as long as Qin Yan recommends her, she will make an exception and accept her. Xiaoyun, where are you? Nangong Shuiru asked. Luo Tian City. Qin Yan said. Sister Yalan is in Luo Tian City, if you need any help, you can go find her. Nangong Shuiru said with smile, Xiaoyun, did you have any conflict with Sister Yalan before? She is very sensitive to you, I don't know why. No. Qin Yan said. That's good. She is a bit angry because you hit people in Yalan Tavern and didn't give her any face. So she is a bit angry and said some bad things about you. Nangong Shuiru said with smile. What did she say about me? Qin Yan hastily asked. Nothing. Nangong Shuiru said with smile. Xiaoyun, chief family of inscription aristocrat clan wants to exchange totem runes with us at Yalan Tavern. Go find Sister Yalan and ask her to bring you there, don't get cheated by others. Nangong Shuiru said. Did she ask you to bring me there? Qin Yan also wants to know what kind of totem runes they want to exchange. No, it was my idea. Although Sister Yalan is a venerable inscription master, Chief family is an old inscription aristocrat clan, they are very crafty. I am worried that Sister Yalan will be cheated by them. Nangong Shuiru said someone told us before that we must be very careful when dealing with Chief family. Qin Yan nodded and said, I will go find Xian Yalan now. After resting, Qin Yan recovered his spirit and promptly left Luo family manor. There are not many people who have seen him before. Moreover, the magic mirror doesn't have his portrait, so he doesn't need to wear a mask now. After leaving Luo family manor, Qin Yan headed towards Yalan Tavern. Just as he was about to arrive at the entrance of Yalan Tavern, a large carriage suddenly rushed towards him. Qin Yan promptly dodged and cursed in his heart. What caused him to be amazed is that he saw a round-faced beautiful woman inside the carriage. That woman's face is filled with mischievousness, she is eating fruits in a carefree manner. Qinglian. Qin Yan promptly took out the magic mirror and contacted Shiman Qinglian. He yelled, Qinglian, you almost bumped into me. Qinglian didn't know that Qin Yan would casually walk on the road. After finding out, she immediately stopped the carriage and opened the door. Qin Yan ran over and entered the carriage. He saw Shiman Qinglian who was wearing white skirt, she handed over a fruit. Uncle, why did you come to Yalan Tavern? Shiman Qinglian said with smile. I calculated with my fingers and guessed that you would come, so I came. Qin Yan laughed, took the green fruit and asked, then what do you think I came here for? There are so many beauties in Yalan Tavern, of course you came here to flirt with women. Shiman Qinglian mischievously laughed and said, Uncle, you are from Inscription Profound Sect, only Sister Yalan is worthy of you. Shiman Qinglian still doesn't know that Qin Yan destroyed the altar. Totem Exchange Shiman Qinglian was originally in a very good mood when she saw Qin Yan. But after hearing Shiman Dazhuang's evaluation of her, she flew into a rage and loudly cursed, that idiot Dazhuang, I want to roast his pippy pig and eat it. Pippi Pig's fart is so stinky, maybe its whole body is stinky. Qin Yan said with smile. That's right. Damn that Dazhuang. Shimin Qinglian bit her lips, she is very angry and kept scratching her head. Oh that's right, Qinglian, do you know Shimin family's #1 beauty? She is Shimin Chuqian, Dazhuang said she is the most beautiful in Shimin family. Qin Yan asked. She is my big sister, she has the same father but different mother. Shimin Chuqian pouted and said, Big sister is indeed very beautiful, moreover she is very good to me. Her talent is very high, I am far inferior to her. Qin Yan did not expect that Shimin Chuqian is Shimin Chongtian's daughter. Shimin Chongtian looks just like that, he actually gave birth to such a powerful daughter, it is beyond his expectation. Dazhuang said that he wants to introduce Shimin Chuqian to me. Qin Yan said. Oh. Shimin Qinglian said. Why? Are you not surprised? Qin Yan asked. What's there to be surprised about? Dazhuang has introduced Big Sister to so many people, not once did he succeed, I am already used to it. If Dazhuang was not the family head son, who knows how many times he would have been beaten to death. Shimin Qinglian said with charming smile, that idiot Dazhuang will sooner or later provoke Big Sister. Qin Yan also did not talk about Shimin Chuqian anymore. He is now certain that Shimin Qinglian does not know that Shimin Chuqian and Xiao Yuelan have returned to Guanghan Palace. Qinglian, why did you come to Yalan Tavern? Qin Yan asked. Shimin Qinglian mysteriously smiled, Uncle, calculate with your fingers what I came here for. Qin Yan pretended to calculate with his fingers and said with smile, I am guessing that you came to participate in totem rune exchange. Xiang Yalan asked you to appraise. She is afraid that Qi family will cheat her. Uncle, you are so awesome. Shimin Qinglian immediately hugged Qin Yan. And happily shouted. Shimin Qinglian's chest is indeed not small, no wonder Shimin Dazhuang always says that she has big chest and no brain. Ling Yinar charmingly laughed and said. Qin Yan pushed away Shimin Qinglian who was leaning on him. Shimin Qinglian smiled and said, Uncle, with you by the side, those Qi family bastards won't dare to act recklessly even more. The Qi family is famous for swindling people. All the disciples of the inscription family know that our Shimin family, Xiao family, and Qin family have been swindled by them many times before. Not many people knew about the exchange of totem carvings between the Guanghan Palace and the Qi clan, mainly to keep it a secret. This was because many great powers wanted to keep the totem runes they possessed a secret. How does the Qi family cheat people? Asked Qin Yan. They use some very poor quality totem runes to trade with others. It is very hard to see if these totem runes are good or bad, in addition to them blowing it up like heavenly flowers, if one is a bit careless, they will be cheated. Shimin Qinglian said, it is the same when exchanging runes. This Qi family's inscription technique is indeed outstanding, especially when it comes to counterfeiting. That group of bastards can develop some trash totem runes and then package them up to confuse others. There is such a thing? Qin Yan's eyes lit up, he feels that this kind of swindling technique is very good, he can use it as a reference. Sister Yalan said that if I can help her appraise, she will agree to bathe with me. At that time I will be able to enjoy this beauty. Shimin Qinglian said with naughty smile, Uncle, do you want me to use the magic mirror to secretly record her bathing process and then send it to you to enjoy? Qin Yan has never seen such a wretched woman before. This Shimin Qinglian's degree of weirdness is not inferior to Shimin Dazhuang's. No need, I am a gentleman. Qin Yan said. Shimin Qinglian curled her lips, her expression is filled with disbelief. Shimin Qinglian's carriage slowly drove towards a small manor on the east side of Yalan Tavern. Xiang Yalan is staying there. Doesn't Xiang Yalan live in the main building? Qin Yan asked. She lives everywhere, but her most private residence is that small manor. Usually, only she can enter it. She said. But I am different, she gives me preferential treatment. Shimin Qinglian said with smile. Qin Yan followed Shimin Qinglian to the small manor on the east side of Yalan Tavern. This place is filled with many flowers, even the 3-story tall small building is covered with flower vines. Flowers of all different colors are in full bloom, there are many flower butterflies and birds flying here and there. After getting off the carriage, Qin Yan smelled a burst of flower fragrance, it is somewhat familiar to him. It is a bit similar to the fragrance of Xiangyalin flower totem when it blooms. Qin Yan wrinkled his nose, then followed Shiman Qinglian into the small building covered with flowers. After entering, Shiman Qinglian lightly shouted, "Sister Yalin, I am here. I have brought an esteemed guest." "Little Qinglian, what esteemed guest are you bringing? Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Xiang Yalin walked out of the house. She is wearing loose clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders, as well as her enchanting and beautiful collarbone. After Xiang Yalin came out and saw Qin Yun, she can't help but let out a delicate shout. She promptly took out a robe and put it on. A trace of shyness appeared on her peerlessly beautiful jade-like face, her eyes are filled with hidden bitterness. "Qinglian, why did you bring a man here?" Xiang Yalin looked at Qin Yun and said in light anger. "Sister Yalin, he is the famous masked uncle, he is that inscription mysterious sect." Shiman Qinglian said with charming smile, "Isn't he very handsome?" "Average." Xiang Yalin said in low voice, she doesn't dare to look straight at Qin Yun. Because she recalled the awkward and shameful things that happened between her and Qin Yun before. At that time, she thought that she would never meet Qin Yun again. Who would have thought that not only did she meet him, he also has a very good background and has a very good relationship with her friends. "Sister Yalin, what's wrong?" Shiman Qinglian can see that Xiang Yalin is shy. She said with smile, "Don't worry, uncle is very good, he is not fierce at all. I am an honest person." Qin Yun said with smile, "Miss Yalin doesn't need to be afraid of me. I am only fierce when dealing with enemies." Shiman Qinglian secretly despised Qin Yun. She doesn't think that Qin Yun is an honest person. However, Xiang Yalin believes that Qin Yun is an honest person. Because when Qin Yun was with her, he was indeed very honest and did not even spare her a glance. "Young Master Qin, I heard Shuiru talk about you. Please take a seat." Xiang Yalin secretly gritted her teeth and said softly. She pretended not to know Qin Yun and quickly walked over. She politely greeted him with a sweet and tender voice and a smile. After Qin Yun sat down, his expression became natural as he said with a smile, "I met Qinglian on the road and she brought me here. I didn't have the time to inform you in advance and trespassed into Miss Yalin's room. I have offended you, please forgive me." "It's fine. Young Master Qin, you are a rare guest of the inscription mysterious sect. This little girl is deeply honored that young Master Qin is here." Xiang Yalin is also much more natural now. Her delicate and tender face has a gentle and sweet smile. She also felt that Qin Yun acted as if he didn't know her. This way, the awkwardness in her heart was resolved. "Sister Yalin, when will the Qi family's group of swindlers come? With uncle here, they definitely won't succeed." Shiman Qinglian said with a smile and patted Qin Yun's shoulder. "They will arrive later. They said that they want to trade late at night." Xiang Yalin also knows Qin Yun's level of inscription and secretly felt relieved. Late at night? After so many years, they are still playing the same trick. Boring. Shiman Qinglian finished drinking a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Sister Yalin, I'm going to find those little sisters to play. You are an inscription master, so you must have something to ask uncle. I won't disturb you anymore." After speaking, Shiman Qinglian ran out. Before leaving, she gave Qin Yun a very ambiguous look. She also wanted to create an opportunity for Qin Yun and Xiang Yalin to be alone. Shiman Qinglian ran away and disappeared without a trace. After Xiang Yalin saw Shiman Qinglian leave, she lightly pouted and stamped her feet. She said in a low voice, "This girl. Miss Yalin, is the poison in your body cured?" Qin Yun asked. "I'm completely cured, thank you." Xiang Yalin sat down and slightly lowered her head. Her beautiful eyes looked around, showing a very shy appearance. "Shuiru told me that you spoke ill of me behind my back." Qin Yun looked at Xiang Yalin and said with smile, "Miss Yalin, I don't think I did anything to you, right? Why did you speak ill of me?" Xiang Yalin's jade-like face immediately turned as red as sunset. Her jade-like fingers pinched her clothes and tightly gritted her teeth. She felt extremely embarrassed. She secretly blamed Nangong Shuiru for saying such things to Qin Yun. "What did you say about me?" Qin Yun asked. Xiang Yalin's current appearance is very interesting to him. I didn't say anything. I just grumbled a little." Xiangyalin wished that she could find a hole to hide in. She bit her lower lip and raised her head to look at Qin Yun. She discovered that Qin Yun is staring at her and immediately lowered her head in fright. Xiangyalin is extremely ashamed in her heart. Because Qin Yun saved her and because of some strange feeling, she said that Qin Yun used a secret technique to bewitch a woman. Young Master Qin, I was wrong. Xiangyalin said in low voice, I shouldn't have said that you used a secret technique to bewitch a woman. It's fine, Shuiru said that you were just joking. Qin Yun waved his hand and said with smile, Shuiru told me to come find you and help you complete the transaction with Qi family. Ah. Why didn't Shuiru tell me in advance? She is really something. Xiangyalin let out a sigh of relief. She was very worried that Qin Yun would continue to question her. What kind of totem do you want to exchange with them? Qin Yun asked. Arrow totem, this kind of totem has moon rune inside, it is a very powerful totem of our Guanghan palace. It is an immortal totem. Xiangyalin said. Did you tell them it was an arrow totem? Qin Yun's eyes turned and asked. No. Xiangyalin shook her head and said, we will talk about it when we meet. Alright, when the time comes, don't be in a rush to exchange with them. Let's first see what kind of totems they have. Qin Yun said, those guys are definitely trying to swindle your totems. Xiangyalin nodded and said, young Master Qin, when the time comes, please help me appraise them. 1395 Chapter 1395 Dragon Thunder and Thunder Emperor Qin Yun asked Xiangyalin for a room. Inside the room, he took out a beast skin and started pondering over the creation of a totem with MOMO. The created totem must look very powerful, but in fact it is not much. Dragon totem and thunder totem mixed together. Qin Yun mischievously laughed, then used the floating cloud divine needle, released blood spirit power and began carving the totem. Those were dragon and thunder totems that he had simplified. Only the bright lines and a few dark lines were left. They were not complete, but they looked very powerful. After he finished carving, Qin Yun nodded his head in satisfaction. Now it is already dark. Xiangyalin and Xianxia are already in the hall. After Qin Yun went out, he saw Xiangyalin wearing black clothes, her hair is tied up in a long braid, she is not wearing any formal attire. Xianxia is also dressed similarly, she is also wearing clothes and her hair is tied up in a simple manner. Qi family people should also be considered honored guests. Is there anything special about your clothes? Qin Yun said with smile. We are only exchanging totems, not holding a banquet. It is useless to dress nicely. Xianxia said with smile, our clothes are specially made by my Ximan family. It can prevent others from using some kind of power to spy on us. Xiangyalin said, I heard that Qi family has inscription masters who can spy on other people's totem runes. We are doing this to prevent them from spying on us. Xiangyalin has a flower totem, moreover it is a saint tier totem, so she naturally has to be cautious. Qin Yun nodded, he also has a totem on his body but it is very well hidden by Nether Sun, so he is not afraid of being spied on. Where are we exchanging? Qin Yun asked. At the main building of the Yalan Tavern, in a secret underground hall. Xiangyalin said, it is dark now, let's go to the main building first. Qin Yun got on Xiangyalin's car and directly entered the tall building in the middle of the Yalan Tavern. Then through a special entrance, they arrived at an underground hall. The hall is more than 20 meters long and wide, it is surrounded by thick stone walls. There are many runes on the stone walls, releasing white light that illuminated the hall. Qin Yun looked at those runes and immediately realized that the power released by those runes has a very strong defensive power and can also absorb a lot of aura. Don't tell me I have to fight? Qin Yun walked in the hall and looked at the stone wall. Choosing to carry out the exchange here is to prevent them from running away after playing any tricks. Xiangyalin said, Qinglian, wait for me here with young Master Qin. I'll go out and welcome them in. After Xiangyalin quickly walked out of the hall, Xianxia immediately came to Qin Yun's side and said with a charming smile, Uncle, if everything goes smoothly, I will be able to bathe with her tonight. Do you want to come along? Ha 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 ha, Qin Yun looked at the runes on the wall and curled his lips, female rogue. Not long after, Xiao Yuelan walked in with a few people. Among the Qi family members, there are 3 middle-aged and 2 young men. They are all wearing the Qi family's gray rune long robe with a large Qi character on the back. Although they looked stupid, when they walked on the street, anyone could tell that they were descendants of an inscription family. They had to give way. These 5 people all had very ordinary appearances. However, traces of arrogance could be seen on their faces. "It's Uncle Qi who? I thought it was someone from the Qi family." When Xianxia saw those people walk in, she immediately said with smile, "Hello Uncle Qi who, is this your team?" "Little girl Qinglian, I really didn't expect to meet you here." Qihu promptly said with smile. Although he is middle-aged, when he smiled, his forehead wrinkled a lot. Since everyone knows each other, it's even more convenient. Xiangyalin said with smile, "Grandmaster Qihu, what kind of totem did you bring this time?" Qihu glanced at Qin Yun and asked, "This person? Who is he?" "Your Guanghan Palace doesn't have male disciples, right?" "This young master is my friend, he is also an inscription master." Xiangyalin faintly smiled, "I asked him to come here to increase his knowledge." Qihu is a Xian immortal. He sensed that Qin Yun's immortal power is still at upper immortal realm. He felt disdain in his heart, but on the surface he said with smile, "Then let's begin the exchange. Miss Yalin, please show us your Guanghan Palace's totem first." This? Xiang Yalin originally wanted to see the other party's totem first. Qin Yun promptly sent voice transmission to Xiang Yalin, asking her to show him the Guanghan Palace's runes. Xiang Yalin took out a very long table and then took out a scroll. The scroll is very long. After opening it, it is several meters long. There are many runes carved on it. These long runes look like arrows. "This is our arrow totem, immortal tier totem," Xiang Yalin said. The people of the Qi family quickly gathered around and looked at him seriously. They also know that the reason why Xiang Yalin brought Shimen Qinglian here is to guard against them. Of course, they feel that Shimen Qinglian is still too inexperienced, so they don't put her in their eyes. While looking, Qihu sometimes nodded, sometimes shook his head, from time to time he frowned and sighed regretfully. Xiang Yalin also doesn't know what the Qi family people can see, this caused her to feel somewhat anxious. Qin Yun is also looking at the arrow totem, he can see many things. The arrow totem contains several kinds of moon runes and more than 10 kinds of star runes. They are all immortal tier star and moon runes. What surprised him is that the area where these star and moon runes converge naturally forms sun runes, the area where they converge is at the position of the arrow. The arrow totem looks like a long arrow. The arrowhead should be the most important part, naturally forming sun runes, it is indeed very powerful. The arrow totem should be self-created. Ling Yun'er said, "Some totem runes are not naturally formed. The main reason I created this totem is to refine even stronger arrows." Qin Yan recalled that his cannon arrows are lacking this kind of core totem. He plans to exchange with Xiang Yalin later. Although Qin Yan can't see the dark runes, from the bright runes, he can see that this is a very outstanding tool totem. 2 hours later, Qihu said, "Miss Yalin, does your Guanghan Palace plan to use this kind of thing to exchange with us?" The other Qi family people shook their heads, their faces are filled with disdain. This arrow totem is one of the more powerful totem runes in our Guanghan Palace. Xiang Yalin's eyebrows are slightly knitted as she promptly said. "But in our opinion, it is very ordinary." Qihu shook his head and smiled, "We brought one of the 10 great totems of the Qi family, the Thunder Emperor totem." "Thunder Emperor totem?" Xiang Yalin looked at Shimen Qinglian. Shimen Qinglian said, "Uncle Qihu, I have never heard of the Qi family having 10 great totems, nor have I heard of the Thunder Emperor totem." "Little girl Qinglian, of course you don't know many things about our Qi family. Even your father Shimen Chongtian might not know all of them." Qihu chuckled and said, "Our Thunder Emperor totem is very powerful. Even if you use 2 things similar to the arrow totem to exchange with us, we won't exchange. Qi family is an inscription aristocratic family, they definitely have good totems. Guanghan Palace also wants to obtain them. Although they know that Qi family is swindling people, Guanghan Palace still wants to give it a try. Therefore, they sent Xiang Yalin to handle this matter." Xiang Yalin is a great inscription master, but compared to the Qi family, a hidden inscription aristocratic family, she is still too inexperienced. Shimen Qinglian said, "Uncle Qihu, take out your Thunder Emperor totem and let us see it first." Chihu took out a round table that was 3 meters wide and laid out his animal skin. The beast skin is round and there are many runes carved on it. Look at these few sets of runes, they are all sun runes. And this one, there are at least 10 sets of moon runes and 60 kinds of star runes. These are all formed from all kinds of thunder attribute star, moon and sun runes. Therefore, our Thunder Emperor totem is in existence like an emperor, that's why it is named Thunder Emperor totem. Chihu said with a proud smile. Xianxia looked at the round beast skin and felt very amazed. Because from the bright lines, he can see that the runes on it are all immortal tier star, moon and sun runes. They are indeed very complex and powerful. Xianxia and Xianxia are seriously looking at it. The more they look, the more astonished they feel. They repeatedly praised. Xianxia suppressed the astonishment in his heart and continued to earnestly look at it. Then he combined it with the large number of star and moon runes he has mastered. Not long after, he discovered many clues. Xianxia said in his heart, these guys mixed many trash immortal tier star and moon runes together. There are not many thunder attribute runes among them. Moreover, they can carve one type of star rune into many different types. Xianxia has mastered many star and moon runes, so he can directly see the essence of those runes from the bright lines. Our Thunder Emperor totem is very powerful, right? Chihu said with smile, Miss Yalan, if you want to exchange for our Thunder Emperor totem, please show some sincerity. The Guanghan Palace only allows me to use the arrow totem to exchange with you. If I want to use other totems, I need the consent of a palace master. Xianxia sighed. Why don't you contact those palace masters and ask them to agree? Our Qi family is full of sincerity. Chihu said with smile. They don't have magic mirrors, so we can't contact them. Xianxia shook her head and said. Chihu let out a long sigh and said, all right then, your Guanghan Palace is full of women, it is not easy for you to live in the immortal desolate. Our Qi family will be generous this time. If we lose, then lose. We are willing to exchange with you. However, you must agree to sign a contract with us and never tell anyone about this matter. Otherwise, other powers will scold us and say that we give preferential treatment to women. Seeing Chihu readily agree, Xianxia and Xianxia felt that there is something fishy. However, they can't tell what the problem is. Sister Yalan, I also want this arrow totem. How about we exchange it? Xianxia suddenly said, my totem is not inferior to the Thunder Emperor totem. Xianxia also received Xianxia's mental voice transmission, telling her to cooperate. Little brother, your tone is really big. What totem is that in your hand? It is actually not inferior to my Qi family's Thunder Emperor totem? Chihu said with sneer. A youth from the Qi family said with smile, little brother, words alone are no proof. Show us your totem. Xianxia took out a very small beast skin and unfolded it. It is the totem he created with MOMO. The people from the Qi clan couldn't help but laugh because the beast skin was really too small. Chihu also walked over to take a look. Just as he was about to ridicule, he saw the totem on the beast skin. It is like a fierce dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws in a sea of thunder and lightning. 1396 Chapter 1396 Sacred Fire Totem Qi who held the beast skin with both hands. His eyes almost popped out and his hands trembled slightly. Then, the other Qi family members walked over one after another. They came over to take a look and were also dumbstruck, as if they had received a great shock. Xianxia grabbed the beast skin and pulled it back. He said with a smile, I want to exchange arrow totem with Sister Yalan. After saying that, he handed the beast skin to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and looked at it. She is also very astonished. She never expected Xianxia to have mastered such a good totem rune. Xianxia, who was at the side, came over to take a look and shouted in alarm, what totem is this? Xianxia thought that Xianxia deliberately took it out to save the situation. Thunder God totem. Xianxia said, my elder gave it to me. I don't know why, but inside this thunder attribute totem, there is actually a dragon totem. As for how powerful it is, I don't know. Xianxia said, young Master Qin, this thunder god totem is too precious. If you only use it to exchange for our arrow totem, it will definitely be a loss. Xianxia waved his hand and smiled, not at all, not at all. As long as Sister Yalan agrees not to spread this Thunder God totem and not to exchange arrow totem with others, it will be fine. I don't want the arrow totem to be spread all over the streets. No problem. Xianxia nodded with a smile. She is also cooperating with Qin Yun. Young Master Qin? Are you from the Qin family? Qihu quickly asked. No. Qin Yun shook his head. Young Master Qin, the arrow totem is really not worthy of your Thunder God totem. You should exchange with us. My Thunder Emperor totem is very strong. I don't know how much stronger it is than the arrow totem. Qihu chuckled and said, Young Master Qin, you must be someone who knows what's good and bad, don't suffer a great loss. When Xianxia heard this, she became somewhat unhappy but she did not say anything. I have mastered the Thunder God totem, I don't need a Thunder attribute totem. Qin Yun shook his head and said, what I need now is the arrow totem. I will only pass it to Sister Yalan. I won't lose anything, I will still be able to use it in the future. Qihu hurriedly said, then young Master Qin, you can also pass the Thunder God totem to our Qi family. There's no rule that says it can't be passed on to the other two families, right? You exchanged one totem twice, this is a big profit, and you didn't lose anything. That won't do. The rarer something is, the greater its value. My elders have warned me that it can only be passed down once every 100 years. Grandmaster Qihu, if you really want it, it won't be too late to trade in the next 100 years, said Qin Yun. When exchanging totems, some people would make the other party sign a soul contract, and only after a few years would they be able to pass it on. This was to ensure that the same totem would not fall into the hands of too many people. Seeing how anxious Qihu is, Qin Yun knows that he has taken the bait. Venerable Master Qihu, if you want my Thunder God totem, then take out some other powerful totem. If I am satisfied, I will trade with you. Qin Yun said. After discussing with the others, Qihu immediately agreed. He then took out a large piece of animal skin and spread it out. Qin Yun can tell with a glance that it is a scam. He shook his head and said, I don't like this, let's exchange for another one. Xiangyalin and Shimen Qinglian are watching from the side without saying anything. They can already tell what Qin Yun wants to do, he wants Qi family to take out their best totem to trade. Qihu took out a few more totem in succession, all of them are swindling totem. Qin Yun can see that they all refused with the reason that they don't like them. Venerable Master Qihu, you are not sincere enough. Qin Yun let out a disappointed sigh, then looked at Xiangyalin and said, Sister Yalan, I will exchange with you. I can exchange with you anytime. Xiangyalin sweetly smiled and promptly walked over. After Qihu saw this, he hastily sent voice transmission to the other two middle-aged men. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Young Master Qin, take a look at this. After saying this, Qihu took out a large square piece of animal skin. What totem is this? Qin Yun said with frown. Actually, he can see that it is a very good totem. Even though it is self-created, he is secretly moved. This is our Qi family's sacred flame totem. Qihu proudly smiled, it can release sacred flame. Young Master Qin is an inscription master, you must know the use of sacred flame, right? Sacred flame? As long as one cultivates sacred body and sacred spirit, they should be able to release it, right? Qin Yun said indifferently. Of course not. It is not easy for us to obtain true sacred flame in the immortal desolate, we can only rely on totems. If we can enter the sacred desolate in the future, we can indeed casually condense sacred flame, but who knows how long it will take. Qihu said. Qin Yun looked at Xiangyalin and said, Sister Yalan, is it like this? Xiangyalin nodded and said, it is indeed like this. This sacred flame totem is much better than our arrow totem. Sister Yalan, I am in a very difficult situation right now. I really want to exchange with you for the arrow totem. Qin Yun deliberately said in a very conflicted manner. No need to feel awkward. If you exchange with me, I will also feel very apologetic in my heart. Xiangyalin lightly smiled and said. Qihu said with a smile, Young Master Qin, just agree. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, Grandmaster Qihu, can I use your sacred flame totem to exchange with Sister Yalan for the arrow totem? Of course not. Our sacred flame totem can only be exchanged once every 1,000 years. Qihu promptly shook his head. The other people from the Qi family are speechless. They never expected that Qin Yun would actually want to exchange their most powerful sacred flame totem for the arrow totem. The Qi family people all believe that Qin Yun is trying to win Xiang Yalan's favor. After all, Xiang Yalan is a very famous beauty, it is normal for young people to like her. Alright, I agree. Qin Yun nodded. Qi Hu said with a smile, young Master Qin, I still want to take a closer look. After all, this is a very important exchange, so we must be cautious. Qin Yun handed over the beast skin for Qi Hu to take a closer look. A middle-aged man beside Qi Hu said in a low voice, Master Hu, Totem Pavilion's Grandmaster He Lin is in the city. Do you want him to come over and take a look? He is from Totem Pavilion, he has seen more totems than us. Alright, let Grandmaster He Lin come over and appraise it. Qi Hu hurriedly said. Master Hu, Grandmaster He Lin said that the name Thunder God Totem sounds a bit fake. He wants us to be careful. The middle-aged man held the magic mirror in his hand and suddenly said. Qi Hu became vigilant. He looked at Qin Yun and said, Young Master Qin, where did you get this totem? What power do you come from? The totem was given to me by my elders. I come from the Inscription Gate, a small sect. Qin Yun said. Inscription Gate? I have never heard of it. Qi Hu frowned and said, Young Master Qin, what is so powerful about the Thunder God Totem? I don't know. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Grandmaster Qi Hu, if you are not willing to exchange, then forget it. No, wait, Totem Pavilion's Grandmaster He Lin is on the way, let's wait for him to appraise it first. Qi Hu immediately smiled apologetically and continued to look at the inscriptions on the beast skin. He praised, these inscriptions are really great, the finesse should be at the 12th level. This dragon-shaped totem seems to be naturally formed. Just looking at it gives people a very strong aura. Knowing that He Lin was coming, Qin Yun felt very relieved. Xiang Yalan also hurriedly went out to welcome He Lin. He Lin was wearing a black robe of Totem Pavilion. After entering, he chuckled and said, Qi Hu, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were doing a big deal? Where's that Thunder God Totem? Such a bluff name, I can tell that it's a scam. The moment He Lin entered, he saw Shiman Qinglian and Qin Yun. Seeing the smiling Qin Yun, He Lin's heart skipped a beat and he almost lost his balance. Grandmaster He Lin? I've heard a lot about you. To be able to meet the famous Grandmaster He Lin today, little Qin is truly honored. When Qin Yun saw He Lin, he immediately cupped his hands and said with a smile. He Lin looked at Qi Hu and immediately knew that Qi Hu had fallen into Qin Yun's trap. He Lin knew very well who Qin Yun was. That was the Inscription Profound sect. Furthermore, he also thought that the Qin Yun who destroyed the altar was this young Master Qin. Originally, when He Lin heard about the Thunder God Totem, he knew that it was a scam. But seeing that Qin Yun was tricking Qi Hu, He Lin could only cooperate with Qin Yun. From his point of view, he would rather offend Qi family than offend Qin Yun, acting as a common thing for an old fox like He Lin. He Lin chuckled and said, Young man, where is your Thunder God Totem? You are so young yet you have such a scary totem, this is indeed very suspicious. I suspect that you are tricking people, this is a very reasonable thing, I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. Grandmaster He Lin is Grandmaster Qi Hu's good friend, it is very normal for you to keep an eye on him for your friend's benefit. Qin Yun said with smile. He Lin took the beast skin from Qi Hu and carefully looked at it. His face immediately revealed a shocked expression and he shouted in alarm, This. There is actually such a dreadful totem in this world. Just looking at these runes is an eye-opener for me. These runes can also give me great inspiration and make me suddenly see the light. Grandmaster He Lin's reaction is not an act, he is truly shocked. In his heart, he praised Qin Yun for being much more brilliant than Qi family. Even if he is faking it, it is very realistic. Seeing He Lin's reaction, Qi Hu and others immediately became extremely excited. Grandmaster Qi Hu, you have made a huge profit. He Lin chuckled and said. Grandmaster He Lin, then. There is no problem with these runes? Qi Hu asked in low voice. He Lin said with smile, Grandmaster Qi Hu, I also want to exchange for this Thunder God Totem, you don't mind if I steal your business, right? Chihu became anxious and promptly said, "Of course I mind." "Old he, don't act recklessly." Qin activated the runes on the beast skin and rolled them up. He said, "I have already made the runes appear, now it is your turn." Chihu also took out the runes of the sacred fire totem and exchanged with Qin. They also signed a contract, stipulating that they are not allowed to exchange with other people for a certain period of time. But they can pass it on to their descendants and disciples. "Grandmaster Chihu, you have made a huge profit, you must treat me to a meal. Let's eat at Yalan Inn. I will patronize Miss Yalan's business." Heilin said with mischievous smile. The Moon of Poems Chihu smiled at Xiang Yalan and said, "Miss Yalan, let's exchange now." He was still thinking about the Moon Palace's arrow totem. "Sister Yalan, don't be in such a hurry to trade with him. Wait for me for a few more months, I will go back and get other totem, I also want arrow totem." Qin looked at Chihu and said with smile, "Venerable Master Chihu, please let me have it." "Young Master Qin." "All right." Chihu felt that Qin was pursuing Xiang Yalan and said with a smile, "Then I'll take my leave." Heilin left with Chihu. In this underground hall, only Qin, Xiang Yalan, and Qinglian were left. "Uncle, your lightning god totem is very awesome, but if you exchange it for sacred fire totem, won't you suffer a loss?" Qinglian feels that there is no problem with Qin's lightning god totem and feels somewhat unhappy. "Young Master Qin, did you notice that there was something wrong with the Thunder Emperor totem in Chihu's hand? Is that why you had no choice but to take out the Thunder God totem to block Chihu?" Xiang Yalan asked. "Of course not." Qin looked at the beast skin and said with smile, "I only wanted to swindle the Qi family's best totem, that sacred flame totem is truly very good." Qinglian frowned and said, "Uncle, is there a problem with your lightning god totem? Why can't I see it? And what's wrong with the Thunder Emperor totem?" She looked at Xiang Yalan. Xiang Yalan shook her head as well. She looked at Qin with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Young Master Qin, what's wrong with the Lightning Emperor totem? I really can't tell. The star, moon and sun runes used by the Thunder Emperor totem are all trash." When he said that there were dozens of star runes, it was actually a combination of a few star runes. After one star rune was modified, it could become more than a dozen. The moon rune is the same. Qin cursed in low voice, "Those bastards from Qi family, their counterfeiting skills are truly first class, I was almost fooled." When Xiang Yalan heard this, she was very angry. These people from the Qi family are so hateful. If not for young Master Qin being around, I would definitely be deceived too. Qinglian smiled tenderly and said, "Sister Yalan, hurry up and thank uncle." "Thank you young Master Qin." Xiang Yalan gently thanked Qin. "You're welcome." Qin said with smile, "Sister Yalan, I want to exchange for your arrow totem." "This? I am willing to exchange with you, but I have to go back and ask a palace master." Xiang Yalan smiled and said, "As long as it's a good totem, the palace master and the others will definitely be willing." Qin thought about it and discovered that he doesn't have any totems to take out. Because the totems he mastered, Jian Linglong and the other inscription gates people must also have mastered some totems. Jian Linglong, Lan Fengjin and the others are disciples of Qin's inscription gate. They have inscription spirits refined by Qin. Therefore, they have very high status in Guanghan Palace. Yang Shuriwei also took a fancy to this point and brought them to Guanghan Palace. Qinglian said with a smile, "Sister Yalan, uncle. You guys talk in private, I'll leave first." She was also giving Qin and Xiang Yalan a chance to be alone. As for Qin, he had wanted to chase Qinglian away. After Qinglian left, Qin immediately let Momo come out. When Xiang Yalan saw Momo, she is extremely happy. She immediately extended her hand and let Momo fly into her palm. "Young Master Qin, do you want to use this fairy to exchange for my arrow totem?" Xiang Yalan said with a chuckle. "Of course not." Qin curled his lips and said. He spread out the beast skin of the sacred fire totem. Momo flew on it and quickly memorized it. Qin said with a smile, "Sister Yalan, give me the arrow totem. I'll let Momo pass the sacred fire totem to you. This way, I won't violate the contract." Momo can quickly memorize the totem and also use a special method to pass it on to others, perfectly avoiding the contract. Young Master Qin, are you really in a hurry? Wait for 2 days, I'll immediately go to Guanghan Palace to ask the palace master. Xianxia said. The flower totem is her own, so she can give it to Qin Yun. However, she can't give the arrow totem, it belongs to the Guanghan Palace. Xianxia is a disciple of the Guanghan Palace, so she abides by the rules. No need. Qin Yun immediately took out the magic mirror and contacted Yang Shuriwei. Yang Shuriwei is also a palace master of the Guanghan Palace and she has great authority. Among the 3 palace masters of the Guanghan Palace, only Yang Shuriwei has a magic mirror. It was refined by Qin Yun for her, so she can use it with ease. Sister Yang, I have something to discuss with you. Qin Yun told Yang Shuriwei about the matter of him wanting to exchange the arrow totem. After Yang Shuriwei heard this, she asked Qin Yun to hand the magic mirror to Xianxia. Xianxia is somewhat puzzled. She took the magic mirror and heard Yang Shuriwei's voice. Yalan? I am Palace Master Yuji. Yang Shuriwei said, I agree to you and Xiaoyan exchanging runes. You. Palace Master Yuji. Xianxia is extremely alarmed as she looked at the smiling beautiful woman in the magic mirror. In her previous life, Yang Shuriwei was called Yuji in the Guanghan Palace. And now, only the core disciples of the Guanghan Palace know of the existence of Palace Master Yuji. Xianxia is also a core disciple, so she knows. Yalan, it's me. Yang Shuriwei sweetly smiled, quickly exchanged with Xiaoyun, I approve. After Yang Shuriwei cut off the connection, Xianxia looked at Qin Yun with astonishment. She thought that Qin Yun only knows Nangong Shuiru and Xian Rujing, she did not expect that he also knows Palace Master Yuji. Young Master Qin, how do you know Palace Master Yuji? She actually used the magic mirror. Xianxia doesn't dare to believe this. I used a secret technique to confuse her. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Xianxia suddenly feels that Qin Yun has very good relationship with some of the important disciples of the Guanghan Palace. For example, Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru. They are all disciples with very special position in the Guanghan Palace. Soon after, Qin Yun asked Momo to hand over the sacred fire totem to Xianxia. And Xianxia also activated the dark runes of the arrow totem and handed it over to Qin Yun. After the exchange, Xianxia's jade-like face is filled with doubt. She asked in low voice, Young Master Qin, what exactly is your identity? Why does Palace Master Yuji know you and moreover have very good relationship with you? She never uses the magic mirror but now she is using it. She is my big sister Yang. If you were bullied in the Guanghan Palace, I would have asked her to help you. Qin Yun said with smile. Young Master Qin, this time I really have to thank you. Xianxia's face revealed a gentle and beautiful smile. Our Guanghan Palace has profited greatly by exchanging the arrow totem for your sacred fire totem. Is it because of Palace Master Yuji that you let us take advantage of you so much? It can be considered so. Qin Yun faintly smiled, alright, we will return to Luo family manor. Stay at Yalan Tavern for a few days. Xianxia promptly said. No need, I have other important things to do. Qin Yun said with smile, next time. You must bring me to eat a lot of delicious food. No problem, I will send you out. Xianxia tenderly smiled and promptly walked to the front to open the door. Qin Yun stored away Momo and followed Xianxia out of the stone room. After he left Yalan Tavern, he promptly returned to Luo family manor. Although it is dark, he is full of energy. He promptly studied the sacred fire totem and arrow totem. I still have some divine iron powder, should I refine some powerful cannon arrows? Qin Yun has used up most of the cannon arrows and they are not strong enough. If he added a large amount of divine iron powder and carved sacred fire totem and arrow totem, the cannon arrows would be even stronger. Xiaoyun, your Lion King cannon can't keep up. Ling Yun'er said with smile, you need to modify it. Qin Yun is preparing to go to that dangerous divine mountain, his equipment must keep up. Although 9 Sun Divine Hammer is very powerful, it consumes a large amount of core fragments, it is used in an emergency. In the future, the higher his cultivation, the more core fragments the 9 Sun Divine Hammer will consume. He must use it sparingly. Qin Yun is in his room, memorizing the totems. Xianxia suddenly contacted Qin Yun with the magic mirror. Xiao Yun, have you finished exchanging with Yalan? You used the sacred fire totem to exchange with us, we took advantage of you greatly. Xianxia gently laughed a few times. How do you want me to thank you? The exchange is complete. Qin Yun said with smile, Big Sister Yang, you should remember that I am the sect master of the inscription gate. You kidnapped my inscription gate. You must treat the disciples of my inscription gate a bit better. I know. They all have inscription spirits refined by you, and now they are very important disciples of the Guanghan Palace. Whatever resources we have, we will first cultivate them. Xianxia said, although they have forgotten you now, they still remember the runes you taught them. That's good. Qin Yun nodded. Xiao Yun, Yalan has a flower totem and it's a sacred tear totem. Do you want it? Xianxia said with smile. I got it. Qin Yun immediately let Momo come out. Xianxia also knows about Qin Yun's Momo. After seeing Momo, she immediately greeted her. Qin Yun asked Momo to tell Xianxia about the process of obtaining the flower totem. Xianxia listened and said with smile, Xiao Yun, don't bully the girls of my Guanghan Palace. Otherwise, I, the palace master, will teach you a lesson. How could I dare to bully them? Qin Yun curled his lips and said with smile. I have something to tell you. Xianxia's voice became somewhat solemn as she said, Yu has cultivated a sacred spirit. It was Rujing who guided her to cultivate it. Then, she remembers about me? Qin Yun asked. I talked to her alone. She knows that you were the one who destroyed the altar. She also knows that she forgot about you. Xianxia sighed and said, Yu seems to be more worried about you, but she didn't say anything. Sister Yang, can you let me meet Yu once? Qin Yun asked. She's still with the sun-suppressing divine arrow. If you come over, you should be able to see her. She wants to obtain a sun-suppressing divine arrow, so she won't leave for the time being. Xianxia said, I will return to the Guanghan Palace in a few days to meet Yu Shaoling and Chu Qian. I heard from Yuan that Chu Qian is your concubine. And Yu Shaoling almost captured you and made you her companion. When Qin Yun heard Xianxia's mocking laughter, he felt very helpless. Xiao Yun, I'll let Shuiru go to Luo Tian City to find you and bring you a divine fruit so that you can quickly break through to Xian Immortal. Then, come to the sun-suppressing divine arrow and meet Yu. I feel that she doesn't hate you that much. Xianxia said. Dragon Wolf Black Cavalry. Xianxia was one of the palace masters of the Moon God Palace. She had the right to distribute the divine fruits on the Moon God Mountain. She had long wanted to give it to Qin Yun, but it was mainly because she had reserved it for other outstanding disciples. Now that one had just grown, she decided to give it to Qin Yun. Because Qin Yun allowed them to obtain the sacred fire totem, it can be considered as a form of thanks. You're welcome, I will definitely do my best to help you become stronger. Xianxia smiled. Big Sister Yang, I'm still using the 6-style Wind Slayer and 6-style Forging Dragon that you taught me. Qin Yun suddenly said. Ah? That's a very low-level one. Xianxia was a little surprised. You just need to learn the techniques of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Don't use the 6-style Wind Slayer and the 6-style Forging Dragon. Although you can still use it very strongly now, it's not enough to unleash your full strength. Don't worry, I still feel very strong. Moreover, there will be feelings when using it. Qin Yun said with smile. Alright, when I get back, I'll immediately help you improve it and make the 6-style Wind Slayer and 6-style Forging Dragon even stronger. Xianxia faintly sighed. She also knew that this was Qin Yun's longing for her. After Qin Yun heard this, he became even happier. Rest well, Shuiru should be here tomorrow morning. Xianxia said. Qin Yun disconnected from Xianxia and continued studying the totems. Xiao Yun, why didn't you kiss Big Sister Yang the last time you saw her? Ling Yun lightly snorted, what a good opportunity, when you kiss her, you can touch her body, how wonderful. Qin Yun was already used to this hooligan pixie. He said unhappily, it's rare to see Big Sister Yang. It's not good to be like this, right? Besides, it was Big Sister Yang who took the initiative to kiss me. Let's wait for her to take the initiative. You only dare to take the initiative to kiss Yuan. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, such a good big sister Yang, but you don't know how to cherish her. Late at night, Qin Yan's magic mirror suddenly vibrated. It belonged to Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror. Master, I can't hide the fact that you destroyed the altar. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror shouted, more and more Immortal Emperors know about this, what should we do? It's fine. Qin Yin said with smile, so what if I dismantle it? What can they do to me? Master, you're awesome. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror said with smile, Master, let me tell you a piece of good news. I have the whereabouts of the 9 Extinction Sect Master. Where is the 9 Extinction Sect Master? Qin Yin asked immediately. I only know that he appeared in the Earth Province and used the sun-suppressing divine arrow to attack a divine mountain. He is looking for something in that divine mountain. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said, his speed is extremely fast, no one can catch up to him. I thought you contacted the 9 Extinction Sect Master. Qin Yin curled his lips and said. He didn't use the Demon Mirror, I can't contact him. Demon Mirror Mortal Emperor is also very helpless. I will go take a look at the rest of the sun-suppressing divine arrows after a period of time. Qin Yin said again, when the time comes, arrange to receive me. Master, are you coming to take the sun-suppressing divine arrow? If you can destroy the altar, you can definitely take the sun-suppressing divine arrow, right? Immortal Emperor Demon Mirror shouted in shock, Master is awesome, I'll wait for you. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror knew that Qin Yin knew the 3 people who took the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yin cut off the connection with Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror and continued studying the sacred flame totem and arrow totem. He wants to fuse these 2 totems together and then combine them with other totems to refine even better cannon arrows. Nangong Shuiru contacted Qin Yin at daybreak. Xiao Yun, I ran into some trouble outside the city. I was blocked by a group of people at the east gate of Luotian City. They are not letting me enter the city. Nangong Shuiru said. Who are they? Why are they not letting you enter the city? Qin Yin asked in anger. I don't know, but they are very strong, they are all Xian immortals. I am wearing a veil and not revealing my identity as a disciple of Guanghan Palace. They didn't stop anyone but me from entering. They are saying that they are from Luo family. How preposterous. I will immediately bring my people out. Qin Yin immediately contacted Luo Weizhuang and Luo Dongchuan. Luo Dongchuan and Luo Weizhuang immediately rushed to Qin Yin's place and flew towards the east gate. Motherfucker. Which son of a bitch is pretending to be from my Luo family and blocking people in Luotian City? Moreover, he is blocking uncle's friend. Luo Dongchuan is very angry. He told the higher-ups of Luo family about Qin Yin. The upper echelons of the Luo family praised Luo Weizhuang and Luo Dongchuan for befriending an inscription profound sect and giving them great support, allowing them to obtain higher authority in Luotian City. At the east gate of Luotian City, Nangong Shuiru is wearing a white skirt, her long hair reaches her waist and her face is covered with a white veil. Although her face cannot be seen, from her eyes and forehead, it is clear that she is a very beautiful woman. There are also several large men in black armor riding ferocious beasts at the city gate. Nangong Shuiru was blocked by those large men. Many people are watching from the sidelines, they want to see why those large men are blocking that woman. Qin Yin and the others arrived at the east gate very quickly. Luo Dongchuan arrived at the gate and cursed in low voice, Dragon Wolf Xin Cavalry. 5 large men wearing thick and heavy black armor are riding black dragon wolves. Dragon wolves have dragon claws on their feet and dragon scales on their body. Everything else looks like a wolf. Only dragon claws and dragon scales are characteristic of a dragon, but they still have dragon blood running through their veins. I am Luotian City's City Master Luo Dongchuan, why are you blocking this young lady? Luo Dongchuan's expression is filled with dignity as he loudly shouted. The surrounding people burst into an uproar. They did not expect that the city master of Luotian City would appear, moreover, he is a middle-aged man with a large beard. Who do you think you are? A large man riding a dragon wolf furiously shouted, we are from Earth Province's Luo family. Xian Province's Luo family has to obey our orders. Luo Dongchuan is secretly angry, he raised his voice and yelled, why are you blocking this young lady? It's none of your business. You are just a small city master, don't you know who I, Luo Meng, am? That large man should be the captain, he furiously shouted again, then pointed his spear at Luo Dongchuan. Qin walked over, pulled Nangong Shuiru's hand and said in low voice, "Let's go, we won't enter the city." "Wait." Luo Meng loudly shouted, "That woman has divine fruit aura, she touched divine fruit before, we must take her away." Qin furiously looked at Luo Dongchuan, "City Master Luo, this is my friend, even if she has divine fruit, it has nothing to do with other people." Luo Dongchuan promptly arrived beside Qin, took out the devil mirror and contacted the Luo family's higher-ups. Luo Meng walked down from his dragon wolf, pointed his spear at Qin and furiously said, "I, Luo Meng, am collecting divine fruit for Luo family, I am taking her to inquire about divine fruit, why does it have nothing to do with me?" Now everyone is discussing about the Luo family's dragon wolf Xian cavalry. They are a group of very strong Xian immortals, they are very strong and have a special mission. Moreover, their strongest mount is the dragon wolf. Normally, they are very arrogant, even when fighting against other Luo family members. Qin promptly took out his ninth heaven mysterious king saber and ferociously slashed at Luo Meng's spear. Clang, the spear in Luo Meng's hand was immediately cut into two pieces. Luo Meng is a very high cultivation Xian immortal, he did not expect that a previous ascendant immortal would dare to fight him head-on. Luo Dongchuan does not find it strange at all, Qin even dared to destroy the sun altar. "Bastard!" Luo Meng furiously shouted and immediately released his formidable Xian immortal power. Luo Dongchuan also loudly shouted, rushed over, grabbed Luo Meng and pushed him far away. "Little bastard, I will kill you." Luo Meng furiously shouted at Qin but he is unable to rush over. "If not for giving face to Luo family, you would have already died." Qin stood beside Nangong Shuiru, waved his hand and sent out a wave of power through the air. Boom, he condensed a very large palm and slapped Luo Meng's face from a few meters away. Luo Meng's mouth started bleeding, this caused his fury to soar to the sky. He is the captain of the Dragon Wolf Xian cavalry, yet he was slapped by a ascendant immortal. "Bullshit city master, I will kill you first." Luo Meng took out a dagger and fiercely stabbed at Luo Dongchuan's head. A barrier suddenly appeared around Luo Dongchuan's body and sent Luo Meng's dagger flying. 17th Squad, listen to my order. Quickly kill this bullshit city master. Luo Meng furiously shouted. The Xian immortals of the 17th Squad got down from their Dragon Wolf Xian cavalry and rushed towards Luo Meng. Qin's expression became cold, just as he was about to take out his nine-sun divine hammer, he suddenly sensed a very strong aura arriving. Shoo. He saw a few light dots arrive and land on the bodies of the Dragon Wolf Xian cavalry. They are all white talismans. Ah! Luo Meng suddenly screamed miserably. The other Dragon Wolf Xian cavalry also fell down and rolled on the ground. Luo Dongchuan let out a sigh of relief, then looked at a bald old man who was slowly floating over and yelled, "Master Luo-san, you finally arrived." When Luo Meng heard the words, "Master Luo-san," he immediately shouted, "Master Luo-san, why did you attack us? From now on, you are no longer part of the Dragon Wolf Xian cavalry." After speaking, Master Luo-san took out a small white pagoda and stored those rolling and screaming men inside, leaving only Luo Meng behind. Master Luo-san looked at Luo Meng and coldly said, "You want to kill Dongchuan, that means you want to kill Luo family members. No matter who you are, as long as you kill Luo family members, you will become an enemy of the Luo family." "Master Luo-san, I don't dare. Please spare my life." Luo Meng shouted in pain. "Since you are still a member of the Luo family, I won't kill you," Master Luo-san said and hit Luo Meng's body with his palm. Luo Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, a very strong Xian immortal power burst out from his body and formed a gale that blew everywhere. "He has been seriously injured. Quickly apologize to this friend." Master Luo-san looked at Qin and nodded his head. Qin guessed that this Master Luo-san must be an inscription master because the talisman and small pagoda he used earlier are very powerful things and he is very familiar with them. Only now did Luo Meng realize that the person in front of him has very high status, that's why Master Luo-san suddenly appeared here. 1399 Teleportation Talisman Chapter 1399, Teleportation Talisman. After apologizing, Luo Meng's body. is shivering because he can sense Luo-san's killing intent. Luo-san looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. After all, Luo family elders have personally taught Luo Meng a lesson. Luo-san waved his hand and stored Luo Meng inside a small pagoda. After this matter is settled, Qin Yun and Nangong Shuiru followed Luo Weizhuang, Luo Dongchuan, and Luo-san to Luo family manor. On the road, Nangong Shuiru sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, that Luo-san should be the famous Luo family's Luo Chuanzhong. He is a mysterious inscription sect. I don't know what his cultivation is, but he has a very high position in Luo family. Shuiru, did Luo Chuanzhong suddenly arrive? Or is he nearby? Qin Yun asked. I don't know. Nangong Shuiru held Qin Yun's hand and landed in front of a house in Luo family manor. Please. Luo Chuanzhong said with smile. Although Luo Chuanzhong is a bald old man, his face is very kind, especially when he smiles. He looks very amiable. Many thanks, Senior, for coming to help me just now. Qin Yun said with smile. What are you talking about? This is all our Luo family's fault. I'm here to apologize to you. Luo Chuanzhong's expression is filled with shame. He cupped his hands towards Qin Yun and said again, Brother Qin, you and I are both from mysterious inscription sect. We are of the same generation. Don't call me Senior, I don't deserve it. Just call me Luo Laosan. Luo Dongchuan said with smile, Uncle Qin, Luo-san used a teleportation talisman to rush over. Our Luo family attaches great importance to this matter. Those Dragon Wolf Xian cavalry will be punished. I hope you can forgive us. It's all in the past, me and my friends are safe and sound. Moreover, City Master Luo risked his life to stop those guys. I still have to thank you. Qin Yun said with smile. Luo Chuanzhong repeatedly praised Qin Yun in his heart and let out a sigh of relief. Brother Qin, the divine iron powder you gave little Dongchuan is of very good quality. Although the divine iron ore we found in the divine mountain has been refined many times, it has never been able to become true divine iron. At most, it can only be forged into holy iron. Luo Chuanzhong said. Qin Yun heard that after Luo Dongchuan took some divine metal powder back, the Luo family's inscription mysterious sect rushed to help Luo Dongchuan repair his weapon. Thinking of this, Qin Yun hurriedly took out a small amount of divine iron powder and placed it on a piece of beast skin. He handed it over to Luo Chuanzhong and said with a smile, Third brother Luo, this is a small gift from me. Although Qin Yun could carve level 12 inscriptions with finesse, he felt that he was not a true profound inscription master. As for a powerful immortal like Luo Chuanzhong, he has mastered superb inscription techniques. Only then can he be considered a true inscription profound sect. If he can establish a good relationship with him, it will be convenient for him to consult him in the future. Luo Chuanzhong is very alarmed. He never expected Qin Yun to directly give him divine iron powder. I can't. Although Luo Chuanzhong really wanted it, he still quickly refused. Third Master Luo, why don't you just take out something and exchange it with Uncle? Luo Dongchuan said with a smile. That's right. I wonder what Brother Qin needs. Luo Chuanzhong secretly rejoiced that Luo Dongchuan had called him over. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have had the chance to obtain this kind of divine iron powder. Third brother Luo, is your Luo family's strongest Luo Tian city in the Heavenly Province or the Earth Province? Qin Yun asked. Of course it's in the Heavenly Province. Luo Chuanzhong said, Brother Qin, you want to go to the Heavenly Province? No problem, I can take you there and then choose some things from my Luo family's treasure vault. No, I plan to go to the Earth Province in a while. It will take a lot of time to go to the Earth Province. Just now, City Lord Luo said that you used a teleportation talisman to come over. Do you have a teleportation talisman to take me to the Earth Province? Qin Yun asked. Luo Chuanzhong immediately took out a golden talisman and handed it to Qin Yun. Brother Qin, this is a teleportation talisman. After you use it, you can teleport to the Earth Province's Luo Tian city. It can only be used once. I only have one on me. I'll make a few more for you when I get back. Qin Yun is very interested in crafting this kind of talisman, but he can't ask Luo Chuanzhong to give him the complete set of talisman runes. After all, this is the family's secret. If he wants to exchange it, he will need the approval of the family elders. Xiao Yun, this kind of talisman is very expensive. The materials used to craft it are all King-grade immortal tier. Moreover, it needs to be carved with very complex space totem runes and also needs to pour in a lot of immortal power. Nangong Shuiru looked at the talisman and exclaimed in admiration. Qin Yun managed to decipher the space totem runes from the Devil Mirror, but they are not complete. He wants to find the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor for a more complete set. Many thanks, Master Luo-san. Qin Yun said with smile. You're welcome, you're welcome. Courtesy demands reciprocation. Luo Chuanzhong said with smile. Then he very happily stored away the small amount of divine iron powder. After obtaining the divine iron powder, Luo Chuanzhong very impatiently returned to the heavenly province. He wants to use the divine iron powder to refine tools. He established a connection with Qin Yun's Devil Mirror and promptly took his leave. He still has a teleportation talisman to return to the heavenly province, but he is not willing to use it. Instead, he flew back. It can be seen how precious these talismans are. Soon after, Qin Yun and Nangong Shuiru left the Luo family manor and arrived at a small building inside the Yalan Tavern. After learning that Nangong Shuiru has arrived, Xiang Yalan hastily rushed over. She spent the whole night carving sacred flame totems and is very tired now. Sister Yalan, you have been tired for the whole night, you should quickly go and rest. Nangong Shuiru saw that Xiang Yalan is very listless and promptly urged her with smile. Shuiru, are you trying to send me away so that you can talk about love? Xiang Yalan said with smile. Don't talk nonsense. Nangong Shuiru said with hidden bitterness. Xiang Yalan is indeed very tired. She found a room in Nangong Shuiru's small building to rest. Nangong Shuiru and Qin Yun are inside the living room. Xiao Yun, here. Nangong Shuiru took out a jade box and said with smile, Big Sister Yang asked me to give this to you. Qin Yun opened the jade box and saw a golden apple inside. I really did not expect that your relationship with Big Sister Yang would be so good. Nangong Shuiru touched the golden apple and said with smile, Big Sister Yang seems to be very concerned about you. Big Sister Yang should not have lost her memory. I really want to recover my memory. Shuiru, did you see Yu Xiaoling? Qin Yun asked. I saw her. Our Guanghan Palace's inscription masters are always around her to study the runes on her wings. Nangong Shuiru said with smile, she is very beautiful. Yume is always pestering her to fly with her. Oh, that's right, our Guanghan Palace also has a beautiful star fairy. She also has a pair of very beautiful and large fairy wings. Nangong Shuiru also knew Yu Shedian back in ancient domain, but she doesn't remember the relationship between them. Yu Shedian also followed Xiao Yuemei and the others to the Guanghan Palace. After Nangong Shuiru handed over the divine fruit to Qin Yun, she went to rest. Qin Yun took the divine fruit and arrived at a secret room. He did not eat it immediately, instead he let Momo come out and take a look at the teleportation talisman. After Momo finished looking, she stood on Qin Yun's shoulder and said in low voice, there is a space totem inside. It is similar to the space totem inside the magic mirror, but it is not complete enough. It seems like many people have mastered space totem. It is just that the way they use them is different and they have different abilities. Qin Yun said. Space totem can be combined with other runes to have different abilities. Momo said. Momo, record down all the runes on this talisman, I want to make this talisman. Qin Yun feels that this talisman is very useful. If he can make a lot of them, he will be able to travel back and forth very quickly. Momo took the talisman and returned to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Qin Yun took out the sacred eye he devoured earlier. This is the sacred eye he obtained from Su Deli. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei each obtained a sacred eye that can transform their body into white light and move very quickly. In other words, he can now use another sacred eye. Xiao Yun, you already have a light transformation sacred eye, let's call this one Lightning Lock Sacred Eye. You obtained a pair of Lightning Lock Sacred Eyes, one should be enough. Ling Yuner said. Sacred Eye is also a soul body, so Qin Yun placed the Lightning Lock Sacred Eye into his own eye. After feeling a burst of pain in his eye, the fusion succeeded very quickly. Lightning Lock Sacred Eye? Qin Yun controlled the sacred eye and shot out a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt throbbed like a chain, binding a table and firmly locking it down. Qin Yan was bound by this kind of lightning chain before, it was very difficult for him to break free. There is one more, I will give it to someone. Qin Yan stored the remaining one. Qin Yan is about to eat the divine fruit when he saw Xiao Yuan is contacting him. Yuan, I am going to eat the divine fruit. Have you eaten it? Qin Yan asked. I am a Xian immortal. Xiao Yuan said with smile. Ah? So fast. Then I will also quickly become a Xian immortal. Qin Yan took out a senseless immortal pill and ate it. Xiao Yun, I want to subdue inscription beasts with Shaoling, you can't go. Xiao Yuan said with charming smile. You two be careful. Qin Yun nodded. Yu Shaoling is a sun elf and Shiman Chu Qian is from Shiman family, they understand inscription beasts very well. With them, Guanghan Palace will be able to subdue many inscription beasts. Xiao Yuan said, Xiao Yun, Yu Shudian is with Yume, her relationship with you is very good. She actually remembers you. Yu Shudian is a star elf, this kind of elf soul is very special, she did not forget Qin Yun. Really? That's great. Qin Yun is very happy. I will go find you next time, I will bring her with me. Xiao Yuan said with smile. Qin Yun stored the devil mirror, his mood became a lot better. Yu Shudian is also a member of his inscription gate, she is very knowledgeable about star runes. Moreover, she can capture many star spirits. He ate the divine fruit and began cultivating. 2 days passed by, he refined the divine fruit. The small heavenly lion revolving around his nether sun has undergone a great change. Many black runes appeared on the heavenly lion's body but they are not complete. What kind of runes are those? Why have I never seen them before? Qin Yan is now certain that he is a Xian immortal but the mysterious black runes on the heavenly lion's body are very strange. Ling Yuner yelled in pleasant surprise, it is nether sun totem but it is not complete. I have nether moon totem but I don't have nether sun totem. How can a heavenly lion grow a nether sun totem? Qin Yan cried out in alarm. 20-layer altar, Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and saw that Nangong Shuiru has sent him a message saying that she has returned to Guanghan Palace. Then Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror contacted him several times, all of them are very important matters. Qin Yan was too engrossed in cultivation that he did not notice Devil Mirror. Qin Yan immediately contacted Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, thinking that he knows the whereabouts of 9 Extinction Sect Master. Master Netherworld is truly awesome, he actually took away a sun-suppressing divine arrow. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror yelled in shock. Ah? He is always so awesome. Qin Yan pretended to know about this news but he is extremely shocked in his heart. Netherworld Great Emperor has indeed returned and even took away the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Now 4 out of the 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows have been taken away. Master, what have you been doing these past 2 days? The news of you destroying the sun altar has already spread out. Many people are criticizing me, saying that I am restricting the flow of information. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror asked. I am cultivating, I am now a Xian immortal. Xiao Ding, don't worry about what these people are saying. Oh that's right, do you have space totem runes? I want a complete set. Master, come to me, I will give it to you personally. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said. I will find you after a period of time. Qin Yan also wants to take a look at the sun-suppressing divine arrow. What makes him feel that it is rather coincidental is that the people who took away the sun-suppressing divine arrow are all his acquaintances. Who will it be next? Qin Yan thought in his heart. After cutting off contact with Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, Qin Yan contacted Xian Rujing and asked whether or not she contacted those formidable gods. Xian Rujing did not make any progress on her side. She is now together with Yu, looking at the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yan looked at the news posted on the Devil Mirror and sighed endlessly. The news of Netherworld Great Emperor taking away the sun-suppressing divine arrow has already spread throughout Immortal Desolate. Now everyone knows that he established Nether Sect and Xia Wufeng is a disciple of Nether Sect. He killed many outstanding disciples of Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate before. It is clear that Nether Sect will fight against Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate in the future. Qin Yan left the secret room and took a bath. When he came out, he saw the fragrant jade-like beauty Xian Yalan sitting on a chair in the living room. Sister Yalan, why are you here? Qin Yan was surprised. You are my guest, I have to take care of you. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not a child, why would I need to be taken care of? Qin Yan smiled and said, I'm going to look for old Luo and the others. I'll be leaving Luotian City soon and heading for Earth Province. Are you going by yourself? You must be careful. Xianxia exhorted. N. Qin Yan nodded and walked out of the small building. Shiman Qinglian wasn't here, and he didn't know which girl she was messing with. Qin Yan only took out the magic mirror and sent her a text message. He informed her that he was heading to the Earth State. He went to find Luo Dongchuan and asked for a map. Then, he gave Luo Dongchuan some godly iron fans and left Luo Tian City in a hurry. That divine mountain was called the Luohun Divine Mountain. No one knew who gave it this name. Luo Dongchuan obtained the Sun Emperor inscription spirit in the Luohun Divine Mountain, and there is a very ancient and mysterious altar in the Luohun Divine Mountain, so Qin Yan wanted to take a look. The thing that seals the Sun Emperor inscription spirit is really hard. Even the 9-sun divine hammer can't open it. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, it's not easy to obtain the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. It seems that I can only spend some time to break the seal. Qin Yan thought. It is impossible to open the mysterious hexagonal disc by force. Qin Yan has the materials for the 17th layer altar. He is in a hurry to find a powerful god to cooperate with. This way, he can exchange for a large amount of god-level resources from the Divine Desolate. In this way, when he goes to the Sacred Desolate in the future, he won't have to be afraid of the powers of the Sacred Desolate. 2 days later, Qin Yan arrived at the foot of the Luohun Divine Mountain. The Luohun Divine Mountain is very large and its entire body is black-gray. It is shrouded in a very oppressive mist. On the way here, Qin Yan looked up a lot of information about the Luohun Divine Mountain. This divine mountain is a Xian-level divine mountain. There are many 9th-level Xian immortals who died on the divine mountain. What is very strange is that many people who entered the divine mountain, even if they could return alive, their soul would be seriously damaged, as if a part of their soul had been stripped away. A part of the soul has been stripped away. Could it be that the altar is offering itself? Qin Yan thought of this and secretly suspected that the altar is secretly operating. Xiaoyun, you have just become a Xian immortal. Although the power of a Xian immortal is stronger than that of the same level, you still have to be careful. Ling Yin'er warned. Qin Yan climbed the mountain, concealed himself and slowly walked up. He has the route map given by Luo Dongchuan. It is very fast to get to the vicinity of the altar. On the way here, Luo Dongchuan warned him that it is best not to wander around at night because there are many ghosts and monsters on this mountain, all of them are in the shape of soul bodies. Late at night, Qin Yan continued to climb the mountain. He wanted to reach the cliff as soon as possible. On the way, he encountered many ghosts and monsters. He released overwhelming righteous power and directly drove them away. This lost soul divine mountain is indeed filled with all kinds of dangers. For example, there are many flowers and trees that release a colorless and odorless poison gas. After Qin Yan absorbed the poison gas, it took a long time for it to flare up inside his body. Fortunately, his nether sun can refine the poison power. Furthermore, some stones could spit out a very poisonous liquid. Qin Yan concealed himself and saw a stone suddenly spray out a black liquid that melted a Xian immortal's body. That Xian immortal's body melted into a liquid and was absorbed by the stone. There are all kinds of things in the Lost Soul Divine Mountain that may contain hidden dangers. Qin Yan is also more scared than hurt along the way. Finally, he arrived at the cliff. I didn't encounter any beasts, my luck is pretty good. Qin Yan stood at the bottom of the cliff and looked at a square boulder protruding from the cliff. He carefully studied the runes on it. Suddenly, his devil mirror vibrated. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror was contacting him. Xiao Ding, what's the urgent matter in the middle of the night? Qin Yan asked. Another sun-suppressing divine arrow has been taken away. The guy who took away the sun-suppressing divine arrow this time is from the Long family. That guy is not an immortal emperor, he is just a very young Xian immortal. The 2 immortal emperors of the Long family are protecting that little demon from the side. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said in shock. Now the 2 great emperors are talking with the Long family people. They want to know how that Xianxia immortal took away the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The Long family is a very powerful faction in the Immortal Desolate. Now 5 sun-suppressing divine arrows have been taken away, only 4 remain. It seems like I have to quickly go take a look, otherwise there won't be a single one left. Xianxia put away the devil mirror and looked at the altar on the cliff. He used mysterious penetration divine ability to drill into the mountain and began exploring inside. After entering, he immediately determined that there is still a large part of the altar hidden inside. I should be able to take it out. He drilled out of the mountain, took out the 9th heaven mysterious king's saber and began hacking at the mountain wall. After one night, he finally dug out the altar. The altar is inserted into the mountain wall. It is not very big, it is only several tens of meters tall and each layer is the same size. After Xianxia set up the altar, he discovered that this altar is completely different from the ones he has seen before. Most altars have the smallest top layer and the largest base. And this altar before him, each layer is the same size, each layer is 3 meters tall, there are a total of 20 layers. In other words, there are 20 thick square stone slabs stacked on top of each other. 20 thick square stone slabs, each of them is more than 10 meters wide and 3 meters tall. Their surface is full of bumps and hollows, each layer looks like a huge broken square stone but these 20 broken stones can be stuck together tightly. Is this an altar? There are actually 20 layers. After Xianxia set it up, he felt that it looks like a square stone building but there are runes on it that are commonly seen on an altar. There is a stone door on the first layer of the altar. There is a crack in the middle of the stone door, it can be opened to both sides. Xianxia opened the stone door and found that it is empty and pitch black inside. After he took out a glowing stone to illuminate it, he was surprised to discover that the walls inside are like golden walls, carved with many runes that he can't understand. He also doesn't know what kind of runes they are. Because he doesn't know if there is any danger inside, he doesn't dare to let Momo come out to appraise. In a corner, there is a crystal disc that can stand several people. After Xianxia walked over, he discovered that the surface of the crystal disc has space totem runes and they are very complicated. He stood on the disc and looked at the wall. There are 2 rows of words written on it, 1, 2, 3, all the way to 20. Xianxia placed his finger on the 2 and in a flash, he arrived at the second layer. So cool? He is currently in the corner of the second layer and there is also a crystal disc under his feet. The 2 rows of words on the cliff, the 2 is glowing. He used his finger to press 3 and arrived at the 3rd layer, then, he pressed on them one by one until he reached the 20th layer, each layer is empty. Although it looks sealed from the outside, the 4 walls of each layer have special spatial windows that allow one to see the outside from the inside. Is this really an altar? Xianxia doesn't dare to believe it. When he entered the sun altar before, only the 1st, 2nd and 3rd layer had space inside. But this altar has space inside every layer. Ling Yun'er said, Xiaoyun, didn't you get a god altar origin crystal from the sun altar? Take it out and let me see. Xianxia promptly released it from the 9 sun divine soul. What surprised him is that the moment the god altar origin crystal appeared, it actually entered the wall. Soon after, the walls inside began to emit golden light rays. He doesn't need a glowing stone to illuminate the place, every layer is completely bright. Hello. Is anyone here? Xianxia shouted, he is now on the 20th floor. In the middle of the 20th floor, a golden square table suddenly appeared from the ground, it looks like an altar. On the altar, there is a very small golden statue. He can pick it up with his hand. What surprised Xianxia is that the small statue looks exactly like him. Moreover, it is holding a hammer in its hand, it is the 9 sun divine hammer. This. Xianxia grabbed the statue and carefully looked at it. It was carved according to him. Chapter 1401, Floating Cloud Pagoda Rod. Xianxia believes that something is deliberately making fun of him and turned the statue into his appearance. Quickly come out, if you don't come out, I will smash this altar. Xianxia shouted. After he finished shouting, he can only hear his own voice reverberating. Soon after, he shouted a few more times but did not get any response. Motherfucker, I am truly seeing a ghost. Xianxia looked at the statue on the altar and suddenly trembled with fear. He promptly rushed to the crystal disc at the corner, pressed 1 on it and arrived at the 1st floor. He walked over and smoothly opened the door. After arriving outside, Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that he would be trapped inside. What the hell is this thing? Isn't it an altar? But the runes on the surface are very similar to an altar. Xianxia looked at the 20th floor thing and felt extremely doubtful in his heart. Ling Yun'er said, Xiaoyun, don't you find it strange? That statue that looks like you, why does it have a 9-sun divine hammer in its hand? Even if something is making fun of you, at most it can make a statue that looks like you. How can it make a 9-sun divine hammer? Yun'er, you mean that the statue inside the altar pagoda already existed? The statues inside the altar pagoda already existed? Xianxia looked at the altar pagoda and felt extremely shocked. Indeed. Moreover, this altar pagoda has always been inside the sun. I think it is related to you. Ling Yun'er said again. Xianxia promptly shook his head, impossible. My past life immortal King Fu Yun could not even go to Sacred Desolate, how could he go inside the sun? Only in Divine Desolate can one go inside the sun. Xiaoyun, I think immortal King Fu Yun was only one of your incarnations. Ling Yun'er suddenly said, my guess is that you have reincarnated several times, mainly because you have always been fighting against Heavenly Tao, so you have reincarnated several times. This? Xianxia looked at the 9-sun divine spirit on his wrist. Xianxia once said that the 9-sun divine spirit originally belonged to him. This is a very powerful divine tool. If it truly belonged to him, it means that he was once a very powerful god. Could it be that Sister Kiru is the same as me? She reincarnated a few times and later reunited with me in the Immortal Desolate? Xianxia scratched his head. He only hopes that he can quickly recover immortal King Fu Yun's memories. Xiaoyun, don't think too much. Just treat this altar tower as your own. Let's see if you can control it. Ling Yun'er laughed, if you can control it, then it proves that my speculation is correct. Xianxia looked at the door of the altar tower and injected his mental power into it. Under the control of his mental power, the door suddenly closed. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He could control the altar pagoda. Can you make it smaller? Xianxia released his mental power and the pagoda suddenly shrunk. You can really control this altar tower, great. Ling Yun'er smiled and said, Xiaoyun, this belongs to you. Xianxia continued to control the altar pagoda and turned it into a long square stick. He also doesn't know why he wanted to turn the pagoda into a long stick, it was just a sudden thought but he succeeded. This seems to be a very good weapon. Xianxia firmly held the somewhat worn-out stone stick and hit a piece of stone. Boom, the stone was smashed into pieces. Soon after, Xianxia took out a rather poor quality middle-grade immortal sword. He knocked on the sword's body and actually broke the immortal sword. Very strong thing. Xianxia is ecstatic in his heart. Xiaoyun, it seems like you have been inside the sun before. Wait until Sister Kiru recovers her memory, you can go ask her. Sister Kiru might have been a goddess of Divine Desolate. Xianxia feels that Xia Kiru is hiding many secrets but now she has lost her memory. I always wanted to refine something as awesome as the star-traveling pagoda. Now that I have this altar tower, I don't need to painstakingly refine it. Xianxia looked at the long stick in his hand and said with mischievous smile, this is a very handy weapon. Something that can be inside the sun and even fall with the sun divine stone, it is definitely not ordinary. Ling Yun'er said with smile, Xiaoyun, quickly find a beast and beat it up. Let's test the might of this stick. Xianxia also has the same idea. He promptly flew down the mountain and no longer hid his aura. Give that pagoda a name. Do you want me to give it a name? Ling Yun'er said. What do you think? Xianxia asked. Let's call it Floating Cloud Pagoda. After it turns into a stick, let's call it Floating Cloud Stick. Ling Yun'er said with charming smile. Whatever. Xianxia held the floating cloud stick and madly rushed all the way. What made him pleasantly surprised is that the floating cloud stick has God Altar Origin crystal inside it. After absorbing his Xian immortal power, he can condense it inside the stick. If he attacks with it, the condensed power can burst out. After storing my Xian immortal power, I can attack with the floating cloud stick and burst out with very formidable power. Xianxia can also accumulate immortal power inside his body and then burst out with it, but it is limited by his body. As for the floating cloud stick, it doesn't have that many restrictions. The explosive power is also very strong and it won't harm the body. In addition, the floating cloud stick is very hard. If it explodes with power, the power will definitely be very terrifying. The floating cloud stick can at most become more than 10 meters long. Now Xianxia has made it more than 1 meter long. He rushed down the mountain and constantly shouted, trying to attract beasts to attack him. What made him depressed is that no beasts appeared. This is really strange. When I went up the mountain, I concealed my aura and hid myself. I could still encounter many powerful Xian immortal beasts. How come I can't even see a hair of them now? Xianxia shouted, "Stupid Xian immortal beast, hurry up and come out." He slowed down his speed and walked down the mountain, constantly shouting, "Xian immortal beast, hurry up and come out." There are also many exploration teams on the mountain. When they first heard him shouting, they all thought that he was going to commit suicide. But after a long time, his voice still reverberated in the mountain and he was not attacked by the Xian immortal beasts. F***ck, are all the Xian immortal beasts dead? Xianxia cursed in a low voice. Xiaoyun, maybe the floating cloud stick in your hand scared away the nearby Xian immortal beasts. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, previously, there were no traces of beasts near the cliff where the floating cloud pagoda is located. Maybe they are afraid of something. So that's how it is. Xianxia quickly stored the floating cloud stick in his hand into the 9-sun divine spirit. After he put away the floating cloud stick, he continued to run and his body released a lot of aura. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of a Xian immortal beast. It really came. Xianxia was delighted. He quickly took out the floating cloud stick and rushed in the direction of the Xian immortal beast's aura. The Xian immortal beast originally wanted to rush over but now it turned around and ran. What kind of power does the floating cloud stick have? Beasts are actually so afraid. Xianxia used the light transformation sacred pupil, turned his body into a white light and shot out. In just a moment, he caught up to the Xian immortal beast. It is a grizzly bear with thorns on its back and a human thigh in its mouth. Don't run. Xianxia rushed over and smashed down with the stick. He has already poured a very strong Xian immortal power into the floating cloud stick. After it landed on the back of the grizzly bear, the floating cloud stick burst out with a violent power filled with vibration. Roar, the grizzly bear screamed miserably. It put down the bloody thigh in its mouth and the thorns on its back were also broken. Very strong. Xianxia smashed down again. After a few more strikes, the grizzly bear's backbones were smashed. It lay motionless on the ground, as if it was dead. What made Xianxia alarmed is that the grizzly bear's soul was actually taken away by the floating cloud stick. What the hell is this thing? Xianxia suddenly felt that the floating cloud stick is not simple. When it turns into a pagoda, it is very safe inside. When it turns into a long stick, it can be used as a very strong weapon and it can also absorb souls. The most peculiar thing is that many of the runes are very similar to the runes on many altars. Don't worry about it, as long as it can be used. Ling Yin'er said, quickly go down the mountain. After leaving this Luohan divine mountain, take a rest and head to Earth Province's Luotian city. Xianxia has a teleportation talisman in his hand. As long as he activates it, he can immediately head to Earth Province's Luotian city. During the teleportation, there is a high possibility of accidents happening, so he has to ensure that he has enough strength to proceed. After Xianxia went down the mountain, he found a place and turned the floating cloud stick into a floating cloud pagoda. He entered the pagoda, closed the door and let Momo out. Momo, do you know what the runes on the wall are? Xianxia asked. The walls are golden and the runes are very clear. Momo flew around, she looked at the runes on the wall very seriously, her small and beautiful eyebrows are tightly knitted. I only know that they are all god-tier runes. Ling Yin'er shook her head, I can't see through the dark runes of god-tier runes. They are all god-tier runes. Xianxia is greatly surprised. This pagoda is even more terrifying than he imagined. He let Momo enter the 9-sun divine spirit and seriously looked at the runes. Because it is impossible to see the dark runes, just looking at the bright runes is not very useful. After Xianxia looked for a while, he lay down in the middle of the first floor and closed his eyes. Through the 9-sun divine spirit, he absorbed the power of the sun between heaven and earth. Although he can still absorb the power of 9 suns, the power of 6 suns is relatively weak, mainly because the 6 suns have fallen and only some power remains. The other 3 suns are still in the sky, so their power is still very strong. After resting for a night, Xianxia walked out of the floating cloud pagoda, shrunk the pagoda and stored it inside the 9 sun divine spirit. He took out the magic mirror and looked at the various news. There are still 4 sun-suppressing divine arrows. Who will get them? How did the Xian immortal of the Long family get the sun-suppressing divine arrow? Isn't it necessary to have the sun core? Xianxia is very curious. Xiaoyun, you should also quickly go to the earth state. Think of a way to get a sun-suppressing divine arrow. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. There is a sun totem on the sun-suppressing divine arrow. If he can get one, he might be able to obtain the sun totem inside. Xianxia took out the teleportation talisman and after activating it, he felt his body being wrapped by a spatial power. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside a city full of golden walls. The teleportation talisman did not teleport to the city, mainly because the city has a very strong barrier, so it was blocked outside. Green Dragon seizes arrow. Xianxia circled the city walls and came to the north gate. He confirmed that this was Earth Prefecture's Luotian city. He wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he took out the magic mirror and contacted Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. Xiao Ding, I've arrived at the Earth Province. I'm just outside Luotian city. Xianxia said, I plan to look for you first. Luotian city? It was a little far from the sun-suppressing divine arrow, and it would take a day to get there. Master, come and find me. I can't leave now, I have to keep an eye on the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror said. Why are you staring at the sun-suppressing divine arrow? You can't get it. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Maybe my luck is good and the sun-suppressing divine arrow will suddenly fly out by itself? Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror laughed and said, this will depend on fate, so I have to guard it. Many experts guarding near the arrow had the same thought as Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror. Xianxia then contacted the little black donkey, but it didn't have the time to look for him. Xian Rujing is also the same, she wants to stay in the vicinity and wait for opportunities to descend. Bro, come find me yourself. Give me the divine fruit and run as far as you can. Don't let anyone from the Daoyang God sect find you, the black donkey said. Xianxia secretly despised the black donkey for always thinking about those divine fruits. Xianxia contacted Qin Long and Xiaqiru and asked if they are safe. They said they are safe but did not say where they are. In order not to worry them, Xianxia did not mention that he had come to the Earth Prefecture. Xianxia could only head to the vicinity of the sun-suppressing divine arrow by himself. After a day of traveling, Xianxia finally arrived in the vicinity of the sun-suppressing divine arrows. From afar, he could see the 4 sun-suppressing divine arrows that look like pillars supporting the heavens. The arrowheads are pierced into the ground and there are a few dragons coiling around the top. Goddess Rujing, I am nearby, where are you? Xianxia contacted Xian Rujing, he wants to go see you first. You're nearby? Don't come over. Xian Rujing suddenly said, there is a group of mysterious people lingering in the vicinity, I suspect they are people sent by Daoyang Divine Sect. Someone from the Daoyang Divine Sect? They don't even know me. Xianxia said with smile, besides, how do they know I am here? Maybe they calculated it. Those guys know how to do fortune-telling or something. They can probably calculate your approximate position. Xian Rujing said, they must have calculated that you will come here in a few days, that is why they appeared here. Xianxia said with a frown, divination? Is this true? Of course it is true. Xian Rujing very strictly said, Xiaoyun, you must be obedient, don't come to our side for now. The majority of the people sent by the Daoyang Divine School are probably from the sacred desolate land and their cultivation is extremely high, there are even immortal kings. There were also many immortal kings and immortal emperors near the sun-suppressing divine arrow, however, over the past few days, everyone was very familiar with the nearby immortal kings and immortal emperors. The sudden appearance of a few immortal kings aroused everyone's suspicions. Xianxia also doesn't want to cause trouble for Xian Rujing and Yu, so he can only contact Little Black Donkey. Xiaohei, I'm near the sun-suppressing divine arrow but I don't dare to go near it. Come here and don't come near me. Xianxia looked around and told the black donkey the shape of a mountain nearby. Little black donkey found out that Xianxia is in the vicinity and very happily said, "I will immediately go find you." Xianxia arrived at the peak of a mountain, released the floating cloud pagoda and waited for little black donkey to arrive. More than an hour later, little black donkey arrived and vigorously kicked the door of the floating cloud pagoda. Holy shit! How can this broken thing's door be so strong? I can't even kick it open, little black donkey said in amazement after seeing Xianxia open the door. What the hell is this thing? Xianxia said with smile, I obtained it by chance, quickly come in and help me take a look. Although little black donkey is Xianwu, it really looks like a little black donkey. Moreover, it is wearing a layer of armor on its back. Less nonsense, first give me the divine fruit to eat, little black donkey said with mischievous laugh. Xianxia closed the door and said, look at the runes on the walls, what kind of runes are these? Little black donkey can't wait to eat the divine fruit, it has no heart to look at the runes. It promptly bit Xianxia's clothes and yelled, quickly give me the divine fruit to eat. Alright. Xianxia took out a dragon tiger divine fruit and a golden grape. Why is there only one golden grape? Little black donkey drooled. Eat one first. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Little black donkey yelled, throw it into my mouth. Xianxia watched as little black donkey opened its mouth wide and threw the dragon tiger divine fruit and golden grape inside. Little black donkey chewed a few times and felt that the taste is not quite right. However, it still continued eating and swallowed. Is it delicious? Xianxia asked. Little black donkey's eyes are filled with confusion, it did not say a word. Not delicious, moreover, it seems a bit bitter and spicy. Little black donkey suddenly shouted, disgusting. Ah, so spicy and bitter, what's going on? Why is it so disgusting? The after effects of the divine fruit came. Xianxia had felt this kind of taste before. The little black donkey shouted and rushed out of the door, shouting, I want to drink water, isn't this guy half inscription beast bloodline? Why does it taste disgusting? Xianxia is puzzled. Soon after, the whole mountain reverberated with little black donkey's miserable scream, causing Xianxia to laugh loudly. 2 hours later, little black donkey returned with a bitter expression. Its eyes are filled with anger as it looked at Xianxia, you lied to me. Divine fruit is not delicious at all. Indeed it is not delicious, but inscription beasts think it is delicious. Xianxia suddenly said, I know a few inscription beasts and they all say it is delicious. Didn't you say that you were half inscription beast? You actually did not taste good. Ah, why is this? I have waited so long for this divine fruit, I have been looking forward to it for so long but it tastes so disgusting. My dream is shattered, shattered. Little black donkey rolled on the ground and shouted. Xianxia quickly dragged little black donkey to the first floor of the floating cloud pagoda and said, I have 4 golden grapes here, do you want to eat them? No, I won't eat them even if you beat me to death. Little black donkey can't help but feel fear just thinking about the taste. Fulfill your promise. You said you would give me the Xianwu totem. Xianxia said. It's on my back. I'll give you half a day to memorize it, little black donkey said and made a totem appear on the hard armor on its back. Xianxia let Momo come out. Seeing Momo's magical fairy, little black donkey shouted, this is a magical fairy, so cute. Hello. Momo said with a polite smile. Magical fairy, why are you following this little mortal? Little black donkey asked. Because Big Brother can make me full and let me eat a lot of delicious things. Momo said with a sweet smile and then went to record the runes on little black donkey's body. Little black donkey looked at Xianxia with eyes filled with displeasure. Brother, you are not kind. You give her good things to eat but not me. Momo eats mostly energy. Xianxia curled his lips and said, do you think those things are suitable for you to eat? Alright, little black donkey sighed, I will still eat dragon meat. Xianxia did not have much dragon meat on him but he did have inscription beast meat. He took out a large piece and handed it to little black donkey. Seeing the inscription beast meat, little black donkey's mood finally improved a lot. Then, it quickly put it into a storage magic tool. After Momo recorded little black donkey's Xianwu totem, she returned to the 9-sun divine soul. Brother, I will go back and wait for the opportunity. Little Black Donkey chuckled and said, "My luck is definitely not bad. Maybe I will be recognized by the sun-suppressing divine arrow?" After saying that, he walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. After going out, he saw a few people outside, all wearing white robes. Little Black Donkey shouted loudly and then quickly ran back into the floating cloud pagoda. Xianxia also sensed that those white-robed people are very strong, so he quickly closed the door of the floating cloud pagoda. It's people from Sacred Desolate, they are all immortal kings," Little Black Donkey cried out in alarm. "They must have come to capture you. Those bastards must have used some kind of secret technique to calculate that you are here." Boom boom boom, suddenly, a series of explosions came from outside. Floating Cloud Pagoda was attacked. Little Black Donkey shouted, "We are finished." Xianxia's expression became grave. He immediately transmitted his voice to Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor, telling him to quickly come over. Explosions kept coming from outside. Little Black Donkey is very afraid because his current strength is limited. He can't beat those immortal kings from Sacred Desolate. What made Little Black Donkey feel relieved is that this pagoda is very stable. Those immortal kings are actually unable to break through. Floating Cloud Pagoda was originally on a mountain, but now that mountain has been raised to the ground, the Floating Cloud Pagoda is still floating in the air. Dao Yang Divine Sect really went all out in order to send people to capture me. Xianxia stood beside a window and looked outside. They can see outside but they can't see inside. Those few white-robed people all look like old men. They use all kinds of powerful saint-tier weapons to constantly attack the Floating Cloud Pagoda. Their aura fluctuated in all directions, people far away can feel it. "Brother, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to find you. This is really a big loss." Little Black Donkey is very anxious. He came to find Xianxia to eat the divine fruit, but now he is trapped here. Roar, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out in the distance. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror promptly contacted Xianxia and shouted, "Another sun-suppressing divine arrow has been taken." It was taken by a huge azure dragon. The few immortal kings who were attacking the Floating Cloud Pagoda looked in the direction of the sun-suppressing divine arrow and hurriedly flew over. From inside the pagoda, Xianxia can see a huge azure dragon in the distance. Its body is coiled around the sun-suppressing divine arrow that looks like a pillar supporting the heavens. It is slowly being pulled out. "This sun-suppressing arrow belongs to me, Azure Dragon, ha ha ha." Azure Dragon's rough and arrogant voice filled the air. Damn that Azure Dragon. He actually became so powerful. We both ended up in the immortal wilderness. Why am I so weak? The Little Black Donkey looked at the sun-suppressing arrow in the distance with a jealous expression. After Xianxia opened the door, the Black Donkey flew out. "Those people who came to capture me, they also want the sun-suppressing divine arrow?" After Xianxia went out, he quickly put away the Floating Cloud Pagoda and rushed towards Luotian City. He didn't dare to run around now. There were immortal kings and immortal emperors in the vicinity. If he ran into them, it would be very dangerous. After Azure Dragon pulled out the sun-suppressing divine arrow, it became very small and then entered Azure Dragon's mouth. "Big brother Azure Dragon, wait for me." Little Black Donkey flew over and shouted. "Little brother Black Tortoise? You are actually still alive." Azure Dragon laughed and said, "Come, let's get together." Yu's Nether Moon Xianxia is flying towards Luotian City. Suddenly he heard a burst of intense explosion coming from behind him. He turned his head and saw all kinds of thunder and lightning and golden light flickering in the distant sky. Ling Yuner shouted in alarm, "Those immortal kings who captured you earlier are attacking Azure Dragon. They are really daring. Azure Dragon's strength is definitely not weak. Those immortal kings must think that they are from Sacred Desolate and have sacred tier equipment in their hands. That's why they dare to attack Azure Dragon." Xianxia is secretly rejoicing. If Azure Dragon did not suddenly pull out a sun-suppressing divine arrow, those immortal kings from Sacred Desolate would have definitely pestered him. "Xiao Yun, quickly leave this place and go to Luotian City." Ling Yuner said, "Azure Dragon should be able to pester those guys for some time." Xianxia flew towards Luotian City at very fast speed. Although Luotian Immortal Emperor is not in Luotian City, he is near the sun-suppressing divine arrow. If immortal kings from Sacred Desolate cause trouble in Luotian City, they would definitely alarm Luotian Immortal Emperor. Therefore, Luotian City is relatively safe for Qin Yun. On the way to Luotian City, Qin Yun took out the Devil Mirror and looked at all kinds of news. He discovered to his amazement that Azure Dragon's strength is very dreadful. Many people are very astonished because those immortal kings who attacked Azure Dragon have many powerful sacred tier equipment in their hands. Qin Yun contacted Xian Rujing and asked, Sister Rujing, did you see Azure Dragon fight those immortal kings? I saw them, those guys were sneaking around us earlier. They have very strong sacred tier equipment in their hands, they should be from Sacred Desolate. Xian Rujing said, Xiao Yun, you should quickly leave. Daoyang Divine Sect has truly sent people over, moreover they are very strong immortal kings. Are those guys from Sacred Desolate? Or Divine Desolate? Qin Yun asked. They should be from Sacred Desolate. They borrowed the sun altar of other 9 sun sects to teleport here. You better go to Luotian City and hide. Those guys are quite apprehensive about immortal desolate powers. Xian Rujing said. Yang Shuriyue has already returned to Guanghan Palace, otherwise Qin Yun would be able to communicate with Yu through her. Sister Rujing, can I have a few words with Yu? Qin Yun said, the main reason I came here is to see her. Your relationship with Yu is very good? Xian Rujing is somewhat surprised. Let me talk to her. Qin Yun said, it should be convenient now, right? All right. She is nearby, I will go find her. Xian Rujing spoke and flew towards Yu. Not long after, Qin Yun heard an ice-cold voice coming from the magic mirror. It is Yu. Who are you? Yu does not know that it is Qin Yun, but Xian Rujing said that someone wants to speak with her. I am Qin Yun. Do you still remember me? Qin Yun said. When Yu heard Qin Yun's voice, she felt somewhat surprised. After a moment of silence, she said, how could I forget you, bastard? Not necessarily, right? You must have forgotten me some time ago. Qin Yun smiled and said, I really hope you can forget me forever. Your hopes are dashed. From now on, I will never forget you again. Yu coldly groaned and said, why are you looking for me? I want to see you. Qin Yun said, there are some things I want to discuss with you face to face. Have you recovered immortal King Fu Yun's memories? Yu asked. No. Qin Yun sighed, are you willing to see me? Where are you? Yu directly asked. I am in Luotian City. Earlier, I was almost killed by those immortal kings from Sacred Desolate. I want to go to Luotian City to take refuge. Is it convenient for you to come over? If you can't leave, I can wait a bit longer. Qin Yun said. I will go over immediately. Yu said. Qin Yun did not expect that Yu would be so anxious to see him. Moreover, Yu directly took away Xian Rujing's magic mirror and asked for Qin Yun's location. Although Qin Yun has been flying, Yu is an immortal emperor, her speed is very fast and she can arrive very quickly. Originally, Qin Yun planned to meet Yu in Luotian City. But now that Yu has arrived, he can meet her in advance. Qin Yun landed on the top of a short mountain and took out the floating cloud pagoda. Then he told Yu the shape of the mountain and also told her that there is a tall building that looks like a square pillar. Because Yu is coming, Qin Yun doesn't need to be afraid of those immortal kings from Sacred Desolate. Not long after, Yu landed outside the first floor of the floating cloud pagoda. After Qin Yun opened the door, he saw a woman wearing a black robe and a white mask. This woman has white hair and her entire body is emitting a faint cold aura. Come in. Qin Yun smiled. Yu walked in, her body overflowed with a faint fragrance. She took off her mask and revealed a face as beautiful as Yang Shuriyue's. Her complexion is slightly pale and filled with a cold expression. Although her eyes are beautiful, they are filled with ruthlessness and cold arrogance. Yang Shuriyue's previous life Yuji and Yu are twin sisters. Both of them say that they are older sisters, so it is unknown who is older. Hello. Qin Yun said with a smile. Last time in the remote Moon Mountain range, I was attacked by the Devil Immortal Great Emperor's shadow slave. It was you who saved me, otherwise I might not have been able to return to the Immortal Desolate. Yu's tone is flat as she said, originally, I promised Yuji that I would bring you back from the remote Moon Mountain range. But I didn't do it, so she must have blamed me back then. I also don't know if I will awaken the memories of my previous life in the future. However, I hope that you can be like Big Sister Yang and the others, temporarily don't think of me and immortal King Fu Yun as the same person. Qin Yun said. If I really thought of you as immortal King Fu Yun, you might have already been beaten to the ground by me. Yu chuckled coldly. Although I haven't awakened the memories of my previous life, according to the clues I left behind in my previous life, I understood that I did not intentionally trap you in the remote Moon Mountain range for so many years. I mainly wanted you to obtain that mysterious nether moon and cultivate the nether moon's sacred body. Qin Yun let out a long sigh. Who knew that after being trapped for so many years, you would not obtain the nether moon? It is not that Yu has never thought of such a thing, but when she thought of how she was trapped for so many years and left the immortal desolate for so long, she felt very angry in her heart. TCH. Yu seems to already know that immortal King Fu Yun was truly thinking for her sake back then. If she could obtain the nether moon, the resentment in her heart might not be so great. Qin Yun said with a smile, it's not that I'm laughing at you, but you're really useless. You haven't obtained the nether moon for so long. You're very awesome, why don't you go and get the nether moon? If you really get the nether moon, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Yu said with a sneer. Really? Qin Yun chuckled. Of course it's true. Yu have spent so many years but I still can't subdue the nether moon. You definitely can't do it. Yu crossed her arms over her chest and said with a look of disdain. Qin Yun laughed and then released his nether moon. After the nether moon was released, it is not very big. However, it can be seen that it is a small black moon. Yu looked at the nether moon and immediately widened her eyes. She is speechless. She is the most knowledgeable in this aspect. With a glance, she can tell that this is not a nether moon spirit formed from mental cultivation but a genuine nether moon. Yu reached out her hand and touched it. She is even more certain that this is the nether moon. Fine. You're awesome. Yu gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. She faintly sighed, I'll do what I say. What do you want me to do? Quickly say it. Turn your back to me and take off your clothes. Qin Yun said. You rogue. Yu cursed loudly but did not take off her clothes. Qin Yun said with a smile, I knew you wouldn't take it off. Yu really wanted to kill Qin Yun with a palm strike but she can only turn around and take off her outer white robe. Then she slowly took off her upper clothes, revealing her jade white back. Let go of your hair. Qin Yun said again. What are you doing? I'm an immortal emperor and you're just a Xian immortal. The difference in strength between us is too great. You better not act recklessly. If you do that kind of thing, you'll only be injured. I'm not trying to scare you. Although Yu's back is facing Qin Yun, she is still very embarrassed. She also let go of her white hair to her chest. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud divine needle and began carving runes on Yu's back. What are you doing? Is that the power of blood spirit? Are you going to make a contract with me? Yu hurriedly asked. I'm carving the nether moon totem on your back. Qin Yun said, my previous life left me a letter. It said that if Yu is too stupid and can't obtain the nether moon, I'll have to refine a nether moon for you. Yu's delicate body trembled, she said in disbelief, nether moon can be refined? Then why didn't you refine one for me in your previous life? Because of some reasons in my previous life, I was unable to refine one. But I can now. Qin Yun said with a smile, let's put it this way, I now have the Moon Lady inscription spirit and I also have the nether moon, so I can refine it. Of course, the specific process is very complicated, I still need more time to carry it out. Qin Yun carved the nether moon totem very quickly. The Moon Lady inscription spirit and totem inscription spirit played a great role, allowing him to carve very high degree of finesse. Yu, don't move around carelessly. Otherwise, it will affect the finesse. If nothing unexpected happens, the totem I carve for you will reach the 12th level of finesse. Qin Yun said with a smile, this is only the first step. Wait until you are familiar with the nether moon totem, then I'll refine a nether moon for you and you'll be able to quickly fuse with it. Although Yu's back is facing Qin Yun, she can sense that Qin Yun is very excited. She groaned and said, you bastard, you are just like your previous life, so fanatical about things like inscription. To be honest, I also want to see how strong you will become after fusing with the Nethermoon spirit. Maybe you will be as strong as those two great emperors. Qin said with a smile. That's for sure. Those two bastards didn't cultivate Saint Tyr's soul, but I did. Now I only lack a sacred body. Yu thought about it and became somewhat excited. She asked, when will you be able to refine the Nether Moon? I don't know, I need to gather materials. If you help, it should be a lot faster. Qin said. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from outside. The floating cloud pagoda has been attacked. What's going on? Yu promptly asked. It should be the immortal kings of the sacred desolate. They came to capture me. Qin said. The mystery of the archery. Yu sensed the ferocious attacks outside and said with a frown, Yu, this life is the same as your previous life. You always provoke all kinds of powerful enemies. Yu, how did you and I meet in our previous life? Qin asked. He is rather curious about his relationship with Yu. I was deceived by your flowery words and became your coolie. Later on, you framed me and then besieged me. Finally, I was sealed in the Nethermoon desolate domain. Yu lightly groaned and said, You are truly a jinx. You wasted so much of my time. Otherwise, I would have already entered the sacred wasteland when I am already at the great emperor level. Yu's talent is extremely good. Back then, she used a very short period of time to become an immortal king. Adding her beauty, she was very famous in the immortal desolate back then. Recalling the past, Yu is still very angry. She grumbled, Do you know, back then, many cats and dogs were much weaker than me. But now, they are all immortal emperors, the same level as me. How infuriating. Yu, maybe it's a good thing that you did not enter the sacred desolate? Qin said with smile, otherwise, you wouldn't have met Rujing and you wouldn't have seen the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Also, if you obtain the Nether Moon, it will be of great help to you in the future. It was my good fortune to have met Rujing. She helped me a lot. She was once the ice and snow goddess and now she is stranded in the immortal desolate. It is truly a pity. Yu said, both she and I want the sun-suppressing divine arrow. We only need one. That way, our moon palace will be able to possess even greater power. Is the sun-suppressing divine arrow really that important? Qin only knew that the sun-suppressing divine arrow contained a sun totem. Furthermore, it hid the 9 desolates' greatest secret. Of course it's important. Not only is the sun-suppressing divine arrow a very strong weapon, it also hides a very big secret inside. If I can obtain it and decipher the secret inside, I can obtain very strong power. Yu picked up her clothes and covered her chest. She is worried that Qin will suddenly run to the front to see her. Now there are only 3. I also want to take one. Qin said. You can destroy a sun altar, you might really have a way to get the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Yu's heart stirred and she said, Qin, after I go out and kill those guys, I'll take you to the vicinity of the sun-suppressing divine arrow to take a look. Are the devil immortal great emperor and immortal desolate great emperor nearby? Qin asked. They are all here. But don't worry, they won't dare to attack me. Back then, it was these 2 groups of people who destroyed the Guanghan Palace. But now is different, their strength is no longer enough to kill me. Yu said, I heard from Yuji that your previous life was killed by these 2 fellows. Really? Qin also vaguely guessed that only these 2 great emperors could kill him in his previous life. Don't worry. Just wear a mask when the time comes. Don't let them see you. Yu stroked the white hair on her chest and asked, When can you help me carve the Nethermoon totem? Do you need 8 or 10 days? No need, it will be done very quickly, in about an hour. Qin said with smile. How could he be so fast? That is the Nethermoon totem. Your cultivation is not high but your inscription technique is even stronger than your previous lives. Yu is very astonished. Qin smiled and did not speak. He continued carving the Nethermoon totem. And the trembling outside continued for a moment before finally stopping. Qin, hurry up and come out. If you don't cooperate with us obediently, just wait until we destroy this broken stone building of yours. You'll have a good time, the people outside shouted. We were entrusted by the Sun God sect to come and capture you. You are just a little upper immortal, don't struggle. Even if you can hide once, you won't be able to hide a second time or a third time. Think about it, you will spend your entire life running for your life, what's the point of that? Cooperate with us and come back with us. I guarantee that you won't be killed. At most, you will be imprisoned. Since you can destroy the Sun altar, it means that you have a certain level of strength. You might even be fancied by the Daoyang divine sect and be accepted as a disciple. When the few immortal kings outside fought with Azure Dragon, many of their sacred tools were damaged and they are temporarily unusable. They are also very puzzled. They originally thought that after coming to the immortal desolate from the sacred desolate, they could rely on sacred tools and sacred body and sacred spirit to walk unhindered in the immortal desolate. When they saw Azure Dragon obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, they thought that they could easily snatch it, so they decisively attacked. They never expected that they would be taught a lesson by the Azure Dragon. Yu said with sneer, these idiots, they actually used such words to deceive you. In your previous life, you specialized in deceiving people. If you had 70% of your previous life's power, you would definitely be able to deceive those guys to death. My previous life was really awesome. Xianxia said with a smile. Isn't that so? If you didn't have some ability, you wouldn't have been able to deceive so many immortal desolate beauties to sell their lives for you. Yu looked around and said, what's going on with this stone building? Its defense is actually so powerful, did you refine it? Give me one too. No, I picked it up. Xianxia said. Don't try to deceive me. How can it be so easy to pick up such a powerful thing? Yu said with a look of disbelief, where did you get it? I really picked it up. Xianxia has no other choice but to tell you about how he obtained the floating cloud pagoda. You bastard, how can your luck be so good? Yu said with great jealousy, you seem to have a sun soul, right? Did you rely on the sun soul to tear down the sun altar? The sun soul is the 9-sun divine hammer. Because the sun fell, it needs to absorb the core fragment to awaken. Xianxia smiled, Yu, I owed you in my previous life but I know in this life that I will definitely make it up to you. When I have enough strength in the future, I will help you refine this kind of defensive building. You don't need to make it up to me. Later on, I thought about it carefully. Back then, I followed you for so long and it seems like I didn't suffer any losses. I still got a lot of benefits from you. Yu sighed softly, although you are a bastard, you still have a bottom line. Not long after, Xianxia finished carving the nether moon totem. So fast. Yu closed her eyes. She can feel the nether moon totem on her back fusing into her body bit by bit. It must be known that this nether moon totem has been evolved by MOMO. It is an immortal tier nether moon totem. My mental power should increase by a lot because of this. Looks like I have to find time to go into seclusion in the future and properly familiarize myself with the nether moon totem. I can also ask Yuji how to cultivate. Yu's mood became a lot better, her expression is no longer that ice-cold. She turned her back to Xianxia and put on her clothes. After she finished putting on her clothes, she turned around and looked at Xianxia. She smoothed the straight white hair hanging on her chest behind her back. Her beautiful eyes are filled with warmth as she asked, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll do what I say. Just now, you carved the totem for me, so it doesn't count. You still have a chance now. Yu is wearing a dress under her black robe but her tall and slender figure can still be seen. Her curves are extremely beautiful and alluring. Do you want to F***ck me? If you have the guts, come at me. My cultivation is higher than yours. When the time comes, don't blame me if I torment you to death. Yu saw Xianxia's eyes looking up and down her delicate body and then puffed out her chest. Her beautiful eyes are filled with confidence as she said, I knew you wouldn't dare. You're just like a bird in your previous life. You and big sister Yang are twins. Which one of you is the big sister? Xianxia suddenly asked. I'm the big sister. I'm older than her. What? Did she tell you that she's the big sister? That damned girl, how many times has she said that I'm older than her? Yu cursed in low voice. From today onwards, you are the little sister. Xianxia faintly smiled, You're not allowed to fight with Yuji over being the big sister. You bastard, come at me. Yu is somewhat angry and said with sneer, come. I'm not interested in you. Qinyan curled his lips and said. I don't believe it. Yu's face is filled with disdain. She really wants to kick Qinyan to death. He actually has no interest in her at all. Boom, the immortal kings outside began attacking the floating cloud pagoda again. These bastards, I want to pinch them to death. Yu spoke and took out a long black staff. At the top of the staff is a crescent moon. Open the door, let me go out and kill them. Yu walked to the door and said with murderous intent. After Qinyan opened the door, he saw a few white-robed old men outside. When they saw a cold and elegant white-haired beauty standing at the door, they immediately became anxious and angry. Qinyan, you bastard, you are actually having fun inside. You made us fight outside for so long, an old man cursed angrily. Old donkey from Sacred Desolate, what kind of filthy things are you thinking about in your head? Yu walked out and waved her staff. The black crescent moon at the top of the staff suddenly surged with black gas, giving rise to a cold gale. A black light beam fiercely shot towards the old man's head. Ahhh, the old man screamed miserably and immediately started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Qinyan is secretly alarmed. This is Yu's mental power attack. She's an immortal emperor, an old man shouted in alarm, quickly run. Run? Yu raised her staff high and a black energy barrier suddenly descended from the sky. After the energy barrier descended, the few old men collided with it and immediately screamed miserably again and again. Their bodies were penetrated by a cold mental power and strange immortal power, it is very painful. Kill, an old man took out a golden sword and was about to stab. Yu suddenly transformed into a burst of cold wind and arrived behind the old man in a flash. Her staff struck towards the old man's head. The crescent moon at the top of the staff is a very sharp scimitar, it cut open the old man's head. With your level of sacred body, you still want to dominate the immortal desolate? Courting death. Yu dealt with these immortal kings like crushing ants. After a few rounds, those immortal kings were all killed by her and they died very miserably. What caused Qinyan to be shocked is that after Yu killed those few old men, she stored their corpses. It is unknown what she wants to do. Wear the mask, I'll take you to the vicinity of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. If you help me get a sun-suppressing divine arrow, I won't treat you unfairly. Yu's ice-cold eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of charm. Don't seduce me. I won't fall for it. Qinyan curled his lips and said, I'll help you get the sun-suppressing divine arrow, you help me quickly become stronger. Your Guanghan Palace has a moon god mountain, there should be many good things on it. Sensing Yang Heartyui, Yu took out a white mask and a black robe, handed them to Qinyan and said, same as mine. Those immortal kings were killed, will they be fine? Qinyan asked, I'm worried that they have accomplices nearby. As long as it's not an immortal emperor, I'm not afraid of them. Even if the immortal emperors come, I can still hold them off for a period of time, enough for you to escape. After Yu saw that Qinyan was dressed, she pulled Qinyan and soared into the sky. She quickly flew towards the direction of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. There were only 3 sun-suppressing divine arrows left, Xianxia, Qin Long, the 9 Extinction Sect Master, the Netherworld Emperor, the young mystic immortal of the Long family, and Azure Dragon each took one. Qinyan is being pulled by Yu to quickly fly. The little black donkey suddenly contacted him. He quickly took out the magic mirror and asked, Little Black, where are you? I'll go with Big Brother Green Dragon. Little mortal, I know the secret to obtaining the sun-suppressing arrow. The black donkey laughed. Oh right, did you run far? Don't go back, or you'll be killed by those immortal kings. What's the secret? Asked Qinyan hurriedly. It's to sense the heart of the sun. As long as you're in the 9 wastelands, you'll be able to sense the heart of the sun. After successfully sensing it and obtaining the recognition of the sun's core, you will be able to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The little black donkey said, in any case, I'm done. I'll follow Brother Green Dragon to a secret place now. In order to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, you have to complete a mission. After Qinyan heard this, he thought of Xianxia and Qin Long. They have their own things to do. Little mortal, we'll meet again if fate wills it. I'm going to have some fun with Big Brother Azure Dragon, ha ha ha. The black donkey said smugly. Xianxia put away the magic mirror, his face is solemn. He used mental power to communicate with the little black donkey. Yu, who was beside him, did not hear it. What's wrong? Yu saw that Xianxia is lost in thought and immediately slowed down and asked. A friend just told me about the secret to obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Xianxia said, didn't an Azure Dragon appear before? That friend of mine knows Azure Dragon and is now with Azure Dragon. What secret technique? Yu hastily stopped and floated in the sky. Sense the sun's core and obtain its recognition. Then you can go and take the sun-suppressing divine arrow. After Xianxia finished speaking, he shook his head and said, I also don't know how to sense the sun's core. But this was a direction. Also, in order to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, you have to complete a mysterious mission. Let's head over first. Yu pulled Xianxia and continued flying quickly. She said, you have a sun spirit, you must have obtained the sun's recognition. You must have a way to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Yu placed all her hopes of obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow on Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, I will try my best. If you can obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, Guanghan Palace will not face any threat and Yulan and the others will be even safer. Yulan? What is your relationship with Yulan? This little girl doesn't hate you? Back then, you harmed her beautiful master to the point where her life and death is unknown. Yu said. Yulan is my wife. She doesn't hate me anymore. And after she reincarnated, we've known each other since we were young. Soon after, he told Yu about some of the things he and Xiao Yulan experienced. After Yu finished listening, she lightly groaned and said, You bastard, in this life, you still have an unbreakable entanglement with a woman from your previous life. Moreover, they are both from my Guanghan Palace. What kind of relationship do you have with the Guanghan Palace? In your previous life and this life, you have such a close relationship with our Guanghan Palace. I also want to know. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Forget it. As long as we can live, the truth will eventually come to light. Now focus on the sun-suppressing divine arrow. If we can obtain it, we can be at peace for a period of time. Even if immortal emperor-level people from Sacred Desolate come, we don't need to be afraid of them. Yu tightly held Xianxia's wrist and said, The matter of you destroying the altar is very big. Those big powers will definitely want to capture you. You must not expose your identity so casually. Although Yu is flying with Xianxia, her speed is still very fast. Not long after, they arrived at a large flat land. Originally, there were many mountains here but because several battles broke out, it became a flat land. In this flat land, there are many different kinds of mansions, large and small pavilions and houses. These are all immortal tools for houses. They are all powerful immortal tools that experts carry with them. They can be used to cultivate inside and they also have very strong defensive power. Yu's house is a black semicircular building. It is several tens of meters wide. It is also a rather special building here. Xianxia walked closer and realized that it is a very large spherical building. Half of it is buried underground. Who are the people? Xianxia asked. Just me and Rujing. Yu arrived in front of the semicircular building, opened a door and led Xianxia in. After entering, Xianxia saw Xian Rujing wearing white and blue tight-fitting clothes. Her hair is tied up in a ponytail. Her appearance is delicate and charming, but there is also a bit of heroic spirit. The tight-fitting clothes outlined her fiery hot body. Even though she is completely covered up, it gives people a kind of special temptation. After Xianxia entered, he took off his mask and said with smile, Goddess Rujing, I finally meet you. Bastard. Xian Rujing grinded her jade teeth, her eyes are filled with warning. She is worried that Xianxia would tell you about her forceful kiss and dragon claw hand. I did not expect your relationship to be so good. Xian Rujing saw Yu bring Xianxia back and laughed. Rujing, it seems like your relationship with this bastard is also not bad? Yu said. Of course it is, I was forcefully kissed by him. Xianxia said. What nonsense are you talking about? Xian Rujing shouted, promptly walked over and stepped on Xianxia's foot. Qin Yan promptly dodged and said with mischievous smile, Goddess Rujing, do you still want to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow? Yu poked Qin Yan's waist and said with low groan, don't provoke Rujing, she is ice and snow goddess. If I can recover my divine power, I will definitely turn this brat into a snowman. Xian Rujing gnashed her teeth in anger. Then I won't help you obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Goodbye. Qin Yan turned around to leave. Little brother Xiaoyun, don't. Xian Rujing promptly walked over and pulled Qin Yan's hand. She pouted coquettishly and said, why do you always make me angry? Would you die if you don't mention those things? Who told you to call me bastard the moment we met? It was clearly you who forcefully kissed me and even bit me a few times. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. All right, I know I was wrong. Xian Rujing gently caressed Qin Yan's handsome face. Her beautiful eyes are slightly narrowed, they are filled with dense charm as she spoke in a delicate voice. Yu is also secretly amazed looking at this. She did not expect that the relationship between Qin Yan and this ice and snow goddess would be this good. Although there are some contradictions, it gives people a kind of intimacy. Qin Yan sat on a very soft chair in the living room and said with smile, Goddess Rujing, can you help me find a relatively stronger god? I am very anxious to cooperate with God and obtain even more good things. I can only find Star God. Xian Rujing curled her lips and said, Star God is a very lascivious woman, I am worried that you will be led astray by her. It's fine. Qin Yan laughed. Yu said, Star God? Our Guanghan Palace's new disciple Yu Shedian is the Star Fairy Princess. She even brought an altar with her. Wait until we get the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Xian Rujing also knows that Qin Yan must worship a reliable god, that way he can obtain great amount of resources. Yu took out a devil mirror, handed it over to Xian Rujing and said, I will return this thing to you. Rujing, you must be careful, this devil mirror can lock onto your position and steal all kind of information. I know. Xian Rujing stored the devil mirror and said again, Immortal Mirror Emperor's chief disciple just came over and said that the devil mirrors we ordered have already been refined. Let him come over first. As long as there is no problem with the devil mirrors, it will be fine. Yu said, but it would be best to make a deal with Immortal Mirror Emperor. Xian Rujing nodded her head and ran out. Qin Yan also put on his mask at this time. Not long after, she led a few middle-aged men and walked in. These middle-aged men are wearing white long gown, there are runes on their clothes and there is a mirror on their back. This is the uniform of Devil Mirror disciples. After they came in, they did not greet Yu. Each and every one of them stood there with arrogant expression. The 100 demonic mirrors you ordered have already been refined. There won't be any problem, but they are very expensive. 50 million immortal jade beads for one, total is 5 billion immortal jade beads. The middle-aged man said. Such a big deal, let Immortal Mirror Emperor come. He is nearby. Yu said in cold voice, why didn't he come himself? This batch of devil mirrors was refined by us, of course we are the ones to make the deal. Sect Master also doesn't have time to come. What's more, it's only a few billion immortal jade beads, this is just a small deal. The middle-aged man proudly smiled, I, Han Yuping, am the chief disciple of Devil Mirror disciples. Although I just became an immortal king, I have refined devil mirrors for many years. Even other immortal emperors have to be polite to me when they see me. Qin Yan suddenly recalled that the information about Yu Zuokuan and others was deleted from the devil mirror. It is highly likely that Han Yuping received some benefits from Immortal Emperor Yu. Then go back and let Immortal Mirror Emperor come over. I want to make a deal with him. Yu said with sneer. Humph, your Guanghan Palace ordered so many devil mirrors, don't tell me you don't want them? Believe it or not, I will immediately report this matter to the devil mirror and let Immortal Desolate know that you are all unreasonable women. Han Yuping furiously said, so many people in Immortal Desolate use normal devil mirrors, only you are so picky, now you still think that devil mirrors are expensive, if you have the guts, don't use them. Xian Rujing burst into loud laughter and said, earlier it was Immortal Mirror Emperor who came to talk to us and asked us to use their devil mirrors. He also said that if we don't use them, many people in Immortal Desolate will suspect that there is a problem with the devil mirrors. He also promised to specially refine them for us. There is no problem with the devil mirrors, you are just too paranoid. Han Yuping spoke, took out a large pile of devil mirrors and said, these are custom made by you. You must buy them today no matter what. Meeting master and disciple Han Yuping sneered a few times, then took out the devil mirror and posted a message on it. He said, I want everyone in the immortal desolate to know how arrogant your Guanghan palace is. Even though I, Han Yuping, am not an immortal emperor, the other immortal emperors all respect me. Only a bunch of unreasonable women like you would think that we have tampered with the magic mirror. How unreasonable. Yu waved her hand and released a black energy that wrapped around the devil mirror in Han Yuping's hand and simply shattered it. You. Han Yuping's expression changed, he immediately brought his people and rushed out, but the door is already closed. If you dare to post negative news about the Guanghan palace on the devil mirror, I guarantee that I will chop off your dog head. Yu said coldly, hurry up and scram. Han Yuping brought his people and left the hall while suppressing a bellyful of anger. Not long after, Han Yuping returned again. Moreover, he brought a few old immortal kings, they are all devil mirror disciples. Immortal Emperor Yu, don't go too far. First, you were suspicious of our devil mirror, causing many people to suspect that there is a problem with our devil mirror. We had to pay a great price to eliminate this negative influence. Later on, we specially ordered a devil mirror for you, but you found it expensive and refused to buy it, an old man said angrily. You bunch of idiots, I already said it earlier, I want Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror to come and trade with me. I want him to sign a soul contract with me to guarantee that there is no problem with these devil mirrors. Yu said angrily, of course I can afford several billion immortal jade beads. What I want is absolute safety. Qin Yan can also see that there is a problem. Because this group of people came to trade behind the devil mirror Immortal Emperor's back. This means that there is indeed a problem with their devil mirror. What problem can there be with our devil mirror? Han Yuping said with sneer, this batch of devil mirror is made of top quality materials, it won't be damaged that easily. This is what we specially refined for you. And the specifics are the same as the other devil mirrors. I don't believe your nonsense. I want to trade with Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror face to face. Yu shouted, if you can't do it, then quickly scram. Han Yuping looked at the few elders and said, seniors, look. I am very sincere in making a deal with her, but she is not willing. Qin Yan changed his voice and made it hoarse. He said, show me the devil mirror you refined. Hearing that Qin Yan's voice is a man's voice, Han Yuping and company are very surprised. Qin Yan's body was wrapped in a black robe and he wore a mask. It was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Han Yuping and the others knew that the people of the Moon Palace were all women, but there was a man here. Xian Rujing and Yu both know that Qin Yan is from Inscription Mysterious Sect. Han Yuping took out a magic mirror and threw it to Qin Yan. After receiving it, Qin Yan used his Extinction Spirit Eye to take a look. He discovered that there are quite a few simple and concise spatial runes that the magic mirror should not have. What shocked him is that the spatial runes inside the magic mirror are actually connected to another spatial formation base. One had to know that the central array foundation of all the magic mirrors was set up by Qin Yan in his previous life. It was later improved by Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. And the Devil Mirror refined by Han Yuping and company, apart from connecting to the central array foundation of Qin Yan's previous life, it is also connected to other array foundations. There is a very big problem with this Devil Mirror. How is it? Yu asked. The problem is very big. Close the door and let Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror personally come. If he doesn't come, chop off their heads and hang them on the door. Qin Yan said, their cultivation is very high. Even if their heads are chopped off, they won't die in a short time. After Qin Yan finished speaking, Yu immediately closed the door. You bastard, what did you say? How can there be a problem with our devil mirror? Han Yuping furiously said. Let Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror come or you will all die. Yu said in cold voice. The hall is filled with cold killing intent. Han Yuping promptly took out a devil mirror and shouted, Sect Master, quickly come. Moon Palace's Immortal Emperor Yu is truly going too far. She dislikes my specially refined devil mirror for being too expensive and wants to kill me. Yu Yu immediately released her killing intent and furiously said, "If you speak nonsense again, I will kill you." "Sect Master, did you hear me?" Han Yuping shouted. "I'll go now." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror finished speaking and cut off the connection. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is nearby, and not long after, he came knocking on the door. Yu Yu controlled the door and opened it. After opening the door, she saw a thin and small middle-aged man walk in. He has 2 strands of beard and his hair is parted in the middle. He is wearing a grey robe and there is a mirror on his chest and another mirror on his back. "Sect Master, Immortal Emperor Yu Yu wants to kill us. We Devil Mirror disciples are respected by all the major powers, but this woman is completely unreasonable." Han Yuping finished speaking and pointed at Qin Yun and said, "This guy who came out of nowhere actually said that there is a big problem with our Devil Mirror." "Immortal Emperor Yu Yu, what exactly is going on?" Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror asked with a smile after entering. "Didn't you say that you would specially refine a batch of Devil Mirror for our Moon Palace? Moreover, you guaranteed that there would be no problem." Yu Yu said, "I agreed to buy, but I will only do business with you face to face. I asked you to come over, but these guys refused no matter what. It is very suspicious. To be honest, if not for giving you face, I would have already chopped them up." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror said with smile, "I indeed have some matters that I can't leave, so I let them come. Moreover, that batch of Devil Mirror was also refined by them, there is definitely no problem. Since that's the case, then sign a soul contract with me." Yu Yu said. "All right." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror said with smile, then looked at Han Yuping and shouted in low voice, "Quickly take out that batch of Devil Mirror." "Sect Master, here." Han Yuping promptly took out a storage bag and handed it over to Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. "Wait. Don't tell me you don't want to personally take a look at these Devil Mirrors?" Qin Yun suddenly said. Hearing the man's voice, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is also very surprised. He said with smile, "I don't need to look, I trust my disciple." Qin Yun changed his voice, so Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror can't hear it. Qin Yun looked at Yu Yu and said, "Close the door." Yu Yu promptly closed the door. "Immortal Emperor Yu Yu, what are you doing?" Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is somewhat worried, he is afraid of fighting with Yu Yu. Qin Yun said, "Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, carefully look at these Devil Mirrors to see if there is any problem." "All right." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror can only take out a Devil Mirror and carefully look at it. After a while, he shook his head and said, "There is no problem. These Devil Mirrors were invented by me. If there is a problem, how could I not see it?" Qin Yun slightly frowned. He suddenly felt that his disciple is very stupid. She is about to fall into someone else's trap and yet she still hasn't realized it. However, after thinking about it carefully, he also felt that the problem hidden in the Devil Mirror is very hidden. He discovered it because he is very sensitive to some of the runes inside the Devil Mirror. Suddenly seeing some spatial runes appear, he felt that there is a problem. "If there is a problem, please point it out, brother." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is very polite. In Yu Yu's territory, he must be well behaved. Qin Yun walked towards Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror and Yu Yu promptly followed. At this time, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, Han Yuping and others suddenly felt that this mysterious man is not simple. He can actually make Yu Yu accompany him. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is holding a Devil Mirror in his hand, it was refined by Han Yuping and others. After Qin Yun walked over, he said, "Turn to the back." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror did as instructed. Then, Qin Yun took out the floating cloud divine needle and pointed it at the back of the Devil Mirror. Seeing the floating cloud divine needle, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror almost lost his balance, his whole body trembled. Others may not recognize it, but he is very clear that it is Immortal King Floating Cloud's floating cloud divine needle. Not only is it a very powerful carving knife, it is also a very powerful weapon. "Look at the Devil Mirror, don't look at me," Qin Yun said in a deep voice. "Yes, yes, yes." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's forehead is immediately filled with sweat. Yu Yu and Xian Rujing glanced at each other, they feel very doubtful. They don't know that Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is Qin Yun's disciple. And Han Yuping and other disciples of Devil Mirror are even more unaware. After being pointed at by Qin Yun, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror very quickly discovered a problem. There is a set of spatial runes that the Devil Mirror should not have. They are hidden very deeply and are intertwined with other spatial runes. These spatial runes should not have appeared on the Devil Mirror. It means that this set of spatial runes is connected to other spatial formation bases and can steal any information sent or received by the Devil Mirror. After discovering this point, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is even more terrified. If he signed a soul contract with Yu, moreover it is a death contract, he would be done for. At that time, his Devil Mirror gate will be taken over by someone else. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's expression gradually turned gloomy and cold. Because he knows that the disciples behind him want to usurp his position and collude with others, he admires his master even more in his heart. Even though he doesn't have the memories of his past life, he can see through the hidden problem of the Devil Mirror. A black mace suddenly appeared in Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's hand. Seeing him take out a weapon, Yu and Xianxia are endlessly apprehensive. They think that Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror wants to start a war. Who would have thought that Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror would suddenly turn around and sweep his mace at Han Yuping's waist? Boom! Han Yuping's waist was immediately broken into pieces, blood and flesh splashed everywhere. He has been cut into 2 pieces. Sect Master, what are you doing? Han Yuping's upper body is wriggling as he screamed miserably. Hoo! Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror flickered back and forth. He brandished his mace and cut all the disciples behind him into 2 pieces. In just a few short moments, the furious Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror beat a few of his immortal kings into 2 pieces. The ground is filled with minced meat and blood, many legs are flying in all directions. Xianxia and Yu are also somewhat startled looking at this scene. Master, many thanks for the pointers, otherwise Xiaoding would have been killed by them. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror suddenly knelt down towards Xianxia and respectfully shouted. Han Yuping and the others are immortal kings, although their bodies have been cut into 2 pieces, they are not dead. Seeing Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror kowtowing to a mysterious man and calling him master, they are immediately scared silly. Xianxia knows that Xianxia once pretended to be Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's distinguished disciple, but now it seems that Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is Xianxia's distinguished disciple. Mission Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror thought that Xianxia was in Luotian City. Even if he came over, he would go find him first. He never expected Xianxia to be together with Yu. He remembered that Yu hated Immortal King Fu Yun very much. Back then, when Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor was still Immortal King Fu Yun's disciple, he knew that the reason why Yu was sealed in the Nether Moon Desolate Domain was all because of Xianxia's scheme. Yu was miserably deceived back then. But now, their relationship seemed to be pretty good. This surprised Immortal Emperor Fiend Mirror and made him secretly admire Xianxia. Xiaoding, get up. Xianxia said indifferently, those guys harbor evil intentions. Not only did they want to frame you, they also tampered with the Devil Mirror. They must have colluded with others to steal information from Guanghan Palace. The Demon Mirror Immortal Emperor picked up the bloody mace and walked towards Han Yuping. His voice was filled with anger as he roared, "You bastard, I've always treated you well and even taught you the entire refinement method of the Demon Mirror. You actually wanted to usurp my position and even colluded with other forces. Headmaster. I'm innocent." Han Yuping was so scared that his face was distorted. He only had his upper body now, and he was wriggling on the ground. Han Yuping's group tampered with the mirror and successfully fooled the Emperor, but they didn't expect for a master to appear. They had never heard of Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror having a master. Wronged? Looks like you don't want to die a quick death, do you? Is it because I'm usually too polite that you all think I'm easy to bully? Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror's expression was cold as he took out several spikes and said, "Today, I will show you my most ruthless side." Sect leader, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate made us do it. When they found out that I was going to refine a batch of magic mirrors for the Guanghan Palace, they came to find me. They want to monitor the disciples of the Guanghan Palace. Han Yuping was scared out of his wits because he had never seen such a terrifying appearance from the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. After Yu heard this, she clenched her fist and said coldly, "Those bastards from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate," Xianxia said, "it shouldn't be just the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, right? There are still immortals. I had no choice. 2 great emperors came to me and gave me great benefits. What could I do?" If I don't do it, I'll die too. Han Yuping cried out, Sect Master, don't kill me. Then why didn't you discuss it with me? You're clearly trying to kill me. If I signed a contract with Immortal Emperor Yu without knowing anything, wouldn't I be dead for sure? After Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror finished speaking, he smashed his rod towards Han Yuping's head. Yu, Qin Yan and Xian Rujing are all people who have seen wind and waves. Although it is very bloody, they do not feel anything. Those who were still alive cried and begged the emperor to let them go after seeing Han Yuping's miserable death. Demonic Mirror Immortal Emperor was not lenient at all because he was almost killed by these people. Although these disciples only had half of their bodies left, they were still beaten to death by the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. After Demonic Mirror Immortal Emperor got rid of these traitors, he quickly cleaned up the place. Master, why didn't you inform me that you were here? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with face full of smile, many thanks to Master just now, otherwise I would have been dead for sure. Master is truly awesome, you can see that there is a problem with the Devil Mirror. Qin Yan took off his mask and sat down. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror promptly bowed and walked over. He looked at Qin Yan and said with smile, Master, you are still so handsome. To be honest, ever since you died, I have never seen someone as handsome as you. Luckily you were reborn, otherwise it would be a great loss to this world. Enough, don't flatter me. Qin Yan said with smile. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror looked at Yu and is somewhat worried. Because he kept calling Yu a busybody before. If Yu finds out, he might lose a layer of skin. Master, did you come here to take the sun-suppressing divine arrow? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile, with your ability, you will definitely be able to easily obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror very much wants the sun-suppressing divine arrow, but he knows that he won't be able to obtain it. If Qin Yan can obtain it, then as his disciple, he will be able to show off his might and might even be able to touch it. Alright, go back and make the arrangements first. Don't let those two bastard great emperors know that I am here, and don't let them know that you killed Han Yuping. Qin Yan said. Yes, Master, I will go back and make the arrangements. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile and then left Yu's spherical building. Yu took off her mask and sat down. She rolled her eyes at Qin Yan and said, so that guy is your disciple? What's his name? Wu Xiaoding. This guy is very crafty. Taking advantage of the fact that I don't have my past life's memories, he actually pretended to be my master. Later I saw through him. Qin Yan said with smile. Little brother Xiaoyun, you seem to be very proficient in Devil Mirror? Can you refine Devil Mirror? Xian Rujing promptly walked to Qin Yan's side and asked with a charming smile. Of course I can refine. Sister Yang and Yuelan's Devil Mirror were refined by me. Not only is it very safe, they also don't need to pay Immortal Jade Bead. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile and took out a Devil Mirror. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly help us refine 100, our Guanghan Palace wants to use them. Yu said, these Devil Mirrors are indeed very convenient, but I was worried before. Qin Yan said with smile, truth be told, most of the Devil Mirrors have problems. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror can grasp many people's whereabouts and all kinds of information through the Devil Mirror. He can even control the Devil Mirror to explode. This damned guy. Xian Rujing promptly took out her Devil Mirror and threw it away. Qin Yan raised his hand and picked up the Devil Mirror. Then he took out the floating cloud divine needle and made some simple modifications. He said with smile, there's no problem now, you can use it however you want. Really? Xian Rujing is still somewhat worried and said, refine a new one for me. Qin Yan, I want 100. I won't take it for free, I'll give you 5 billion immortal jade beads, how about it? Yu wanted to buy a batch before. Qin Yan still has a few that he refined himself. He took them out and handed them to Yu and said, I still have a few more. When I see Shui Ru in the future, I'll pass the refining technique to her. You guys go refine it yourselves. Alright. Yu is secretly happy and nodded. Xian Rujing said, little brother Xiaoyun, when do you plan on seeing the sun-suppressing divine arrow from close range? I saw the sun-suppressing divine arrow from close range a long time ago. I will have to start from the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Qin Yan told her about how he once entered the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Xian Rujing also knows that Qin Yan knows 9 Extinction Sect Master. But now that she heard the details, she is amazed. Yu did not expect that after Qin Yan's rebirth, he would actually live even better than his past life and know all kinds of awesome people. Qin Long, who took the sun-suppressing divine arrow, is my father. Qin Yan said with smile, and Netherworld Great Emperor is my foster father. I really didn't expect that among the people who took the sun-suppressing divine arrow, I know quite a few of them. Xian Rujing said with smile, they all obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow, you should also be able to obtain it. Let's take action late at night. Qin Yan said with nod. Yu went out for a while. She wants to check if there are any immortal kings from Sacred Desolate in the vicinity so that they won't disturb Qin Yan's search for the sun-suppressing divine arrow late at night. Qin Yan also doesn't know how to sense the sun core. However, he feels that since he has the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and Nether Sun inside his body, maybe he will have a way to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Late at night, Qin Yan, Yu and Xian Rujing are all wearing black robes and white masks. In front of them are the 3 heaven-piercing pillar-like sun-suppressing divine arrow. After Qin Yan approached, the 9 Sun Divine Spirit on his wrist suddenly trembled and emerged from his flesh and blood. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit can fuse with Qin Yan's flesh and blood. Normally, it can only appear under Qin Yan's control. But now, it has appeared on its own. Qin Yan promptly concentrated his mind and followed the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to sense something. After approaching the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he suddenly heard a voice resounding in his mind. It is an illusory and indistinct voice, overlapping and overlapping. He can tell that it is a man's voice. Do you want to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow? That illusory and indistinct voice said. Yes. Qin Yan promptly responded. If you obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, you will shoulder the divine arrow's mission. If you can't accomplish it, you will die in the end, that voice said again. What mission? Qin Yan asked. If you want me to go around killing people, arson and willfully slaughter the innocent, I can't do it. Of course it's not that kind of thing, it's to protect the 9 Sun heart, that voice said. Alright, I am willing to do it. Qin Yan immediately agreed. Because his father, foster father and Xiaqiru have already done it, he feels that there shouldn't be any problem. Then I am willing to entrust 1 sun-suppressing divine arrow to you and let you complete the mission of protecting the 9 Sun heart, that mysterious voice very calmly said. I wish you success in everything. Wait a minute, can I also let my 2 friends obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow? My 2 friends have pretty good potential. Qin Yan promptly said. Hold their hands, let me see their potential, that mysterious voice said. Qin Yan suddenly pulled Xian Rujing and Yu's hands, moreover, he held them very tightly and sent his thoughts into their bodies. Just as they were about to ask Qin Yan what's wrong, that mysterious voice echoed in their minds. It's related to the mission, this is an opportunity to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, they immediately agreed. Alright, their potential is indeed astonishing. They can communicate with me through you, it is also their opportunity. That mysterious voice recalled in Qin Yan's mind, you approach the sun-suppressing divine arrow separately, as long as you touch it, it will become small and then enter your body. Senior, there are many experts in the vicinity, I am worried that after obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow, I will be killed by them. Qin Yan said again. After you obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, you will be able to obtain a lot of power for a short period of time. You can use this power to leave this place, that mysterious voice finished speaking and then disappeared. Now Xian Rujing and Yu are very excited, they did not expect to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow so easily. The might of a divine arrow. Yu first escorted Qin Yan to the nearest sun-suppressing divine arrow. Then she and Xian Rujing went to the other 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows. Late at night, although there were people near the sun-suppressing divine arrow, there were not many of them. Qin Yan arrived beside a sun-suppressing divine arrow and concealed himself, waiting for Xian Rujing and Yu. After waiting for a while, they were all near the 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows. Previously, Yu decided that she would take 1 sun-suppressing divine arrow first to attract the attention of others. Then they took away the sun-suppressing divine arrow and quickly left this place. The people near the sun-suppressing divine arrow did not understand how a weak person could successfully escape after taking the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yan had always been puzzled. Now, he finally knew that when he obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow, his strength would increase significantly. 9. Extinction Sect Master Wei Zhongxing was an immortal king. After obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he was able to escape unscathed from 2 great thearchs and a group of immortal emperors. When the Netherworld Great Emperor took the sun-suppressing divine arrow, no one dared to stop him. Although Qin Long and Xiaqiru were being chased, they were able to escape smoothly. Especially Xiaqiru, she can directly teleport the inscription beast away. Although he knew that obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow would also give him a powerful power to escape, Qin Yin could not help but feel nervous. After all, there were many immortal emperors and immortal kings near the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Xian Rujing and Yu Yu are very excited, especially Yu Yu, she is extremely excited. I am preparing to take away the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Yu Yu used the devil mirror to inform Qin Yin and Xian Rujing, telling them to prepare. Qin Yin and Xian Rujing are ready. They all looked at the sun-suppressing divine arrow where Yu Yu is. Although the distance is a little far, because the sun-suppressing divine arrow is very tall and big, even in the middle of the night, they can see a shadow standing there. Suddenly, the sun-suppressing divine arrow at Yu Yu's location emitted a burst of intense flame light. It is as if the sun is releasing light. The gigantic sun-suppressing divine arrow immediately illuminated the surroundings, causing a huge commotion. The people near the sun-suppressing divine arrow immediately became excited and hurriedly rushed over. It was especially so for those immortal emperors and immortal kings. They were the fastest and rushed over immediately. At the same time, the sun-suppressing divine arrow was also rapidly shrinking. The sun-suppressing divine arrow has been obtained by me, Yu Yu. Whoever wants to snatch it, come over immediately. Yu Yu is holding an arrow flickering with golden light in her hand. Her lily-white hands are trembling. It is unknown if she is too excited or the energy inside the arrow is very strong. The sun-suppressing divine arrow is a divine object of the 9 Desolate. Yu Yu, a woman, hand over this divine object. You don't deserve the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Suddenly, a voice floated over. Cut the crap. If any of you want to snatch it, hurry up and come over. Yu Yu laughed wildly and said, women are not worthy to possess sun-suppressing divine arrow? I think it's you idiots who don't have the right to get it, so you're jealous of me. Many of the people who obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow previously had very low cultivation. For example, Xiaqiru, Qin Long and the Long family's Xianxia immortal were able to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. This also caused many immortal emperors and immortal kings to doubt their lives. Their cultivation levels were clearly very high, but they couldn't obtain it. Yu Yu, the sun-suppressing divine arrow is mine, a coarse voice resounded and an incomparably terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped them. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates left protector? Why didn't your Devil Immortal Great Emperor come? Yu Yu said with sneer, he's afraid of death. I'm enough to destroy you. When Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates left protector charged at Yu Yu, he brought along a large amount of red energy mist, causing the night sky to look like it is shrouded in a scarlet blood mist. Destroy me? You overestimate yourself. Yu Yu also rushed out, tightly gripped the sun-suppressing divine arrow and stabbed at Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates left protector. Boom, at the same time the sun-suppressing divine arrow stabbed out, an earth-shaking explosion occurred. Incomparably majestic sun power surged out from the sun-suppressing divine arrow and transformed into an arrow image that pierced towards Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates left protector. Many people watched this astonishing scene attentively. After Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates left protector was stabbed, his body instantly exploded. This immediately caused many restless immortal emperors to be endlessly shocked. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates left protector is a famous and powerful immortal emperor. He was actually instantly killed by Yu Yu. Previously, some people guessed that after obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow, one's power would increase by several times. Now, it seems that it is indeed so. Yu Yu is an immortal emperor. With the sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand, she is invincible. Previously, 9 Extinction Sect Master was merely an immortal king. Those immortal emperors could not do anything to him, let alone Yu Yu. At the same time, the other 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows suddenly flickered with intense sunlight. The world was once again illuminated by the light released by the enormous sun-suppressing divine arrow. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. another 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows were taken away. A large group of experts watched as the 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows became smaller and fell into the hands of 2 masked people. The most shocking thing is that the 2 masked people wearing black robes are dressed the same as Yu Yu. Yu Yu is also wearing the same mask and black robes. Could it be that they are people from Guanghan Palace? Motherfucker, these women from Guanghan Palace actually took away 3 sun-suppressing divine arrows. Won't they be invincible in the future? Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor, quickly attack. If Guanghan Palace obtains 3 sun-suppressing divine arrows, they will definitely be suppressed by those women in the future. What's going on? Why did Guanghan Palace suddenly take away 3 sun-suppressing divine arrows? Did they master the secret technique? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror is also watching. He is extremely alarmed. He knew that Qin Yun would definitely be able to take away the sun-suppressing divine arrows, but he did not expect that he would be able to obtain 3 in one go. Yu Yu has been here for so long, but she has not been able to obtain any sun-suppressing divine arrows. Yet Qin Yun obtained them as soon as he arrived. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror thought about it and realized that Qin Yun helped them. As expected of Master. Truly awesome. No wonder Yu Yu doesn't hate him, this is skill. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror sighed with emotion in his heart. In just an instant, all kinds of news exploded on Devil Mirror, saying that Guanghan Palace obtained 3 sun-suppressing divine arrows. Now the happiest people are the Guanghan Palace's disciples. Xianxia knows that Qin Yun went to find Yu Yu. After seeing the news, she guessed that it was Qin Yun who helped them. After Qin Yun and Xian Rujing obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrows, their bodies became wrapped in sunlight and they felt that they have grasped a very formidable power. Very formidable defense, even an immortal emperor's attack would find it difficult to break. Qin Yun feels that this is inconceivable. This kind of power makes him feel as if he is invincible. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's left law protector was instantly killed by Yu Yu. This matter caused many immortal emperors to feel endless fear. Even the 2 hidden great emperors don't dare to come out now. 3 people from Guanghan Palace obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrows, their power sharply increased by several times. If they are all immortal emperors and immortal kings, once they join hands, even those 2 great emperors would die. Qin Yun and Xian Rujing directly flew away, their speed is very fast. Yu Yu did not leave, she wants to stay here to intimidate the other immortal emperors and immortal kings. Suddenly, an immortal emperor rushed towards Qin Yun. After Yu Yu sensed it, she teleported in a blink and shot an arrow. With a loud explosion, that immortal emperor's body turned into a field of sparks that scattered in all directions, like fireworks exploding. Another immortal emperor was instantly killed by Yu Yu. That is Yu family's immortal emperor De Yu. The people present burst into an uproar again. Yu family's immortal emperor De Yu is very strong, he is also inscription mysterious sect, his equipment is very strong, yet he was instantly killed. Qin Yun and Xian Rujing flew in 2 different directions, they are not together. Their speed is very fast, they also know that the temporary power won't last for long. Their cultivation is also not high, they don't dare to stay in that area for too long, they want to leave as soon as possible. Daybreak, Qin Yun arrived at a mountain range covered with ice and snow. Although the peak of this mountain is covered with ice and snow, under the sunlight, it is suffused with purple color. This is the Purple Ice Mountain Range. If Qin Yun normally went to the Purple Ice Mountain Range, it would take him 2 to 3 days to reach it. But now, in just one night, he arrived at the Purple Ice Mountain Range. The reason why he wants to go to the Purple Ice Mountain Range is because it is a Xian Immortal Holy Land, the strongest can only be a 9th layer Xian Immortal. This way, he won't be chased by even stronger people. Xian Rujing is also in another direction of the Purple Ice Mountain Range, she is heading to meet up with Qin Yun. Qin Yun found a place outside the Purple Ice Mountain Range and released the floating cloud pagoda. Now he has time to reply to other people's messages. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror sent him a message, "Congratulations Master for obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow. If there is an opportunity, let disciple touch it, hee." After that, the little black donkey sent him a message, saying that all the divine sun-suppressing arrows had been taken. It expressed sadness and jealousy. Finally, it was Yang Shuriwei. She had urgent matters to discuss with him. Big Sister Yang. Qin Yan contacted Yang Shiyu and said with a smile, I obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow. When Yu told me, I knew you had a way. Even Yu has no choice but to admire you. Yang Shiyu said with a smile, Yu now calls me big sister. Did you tell her to shout that? Yes. Then, he told Yang Shiyu about how he carved the nether moon totem for Yu, causing Yang Shiyu to chuckle. After that, he talked about the sun-suppressing divine arrow's mission to protect the heart of the 9 suns. When Yang Shiyu heard this, she said worriedly, Xiaoyun, you must be careful. Got it. I am also worried that the Guanghan Palace will be attacked. Qin Yan said. Don't worry, the Guanghan Palace still has Sister Bing Xing, a very strong immortal emperor. Furthermore, our Guanghan Palace also has the protection of the Moon God Mountain. It won't be so easy to break through like before. Yang Shiyu said, now that everyone outside thinks that our Guanghan Palace has obtained 3 sun-suppressing divine arrows, they won't dare to act recklessly. Yu used the sun-suppressing divine arrow to instantly kill 2 immortal emperors. This is enough to intimidate the 2 great emperors. The Guanghan Palace is now temporarily safe. Alright, I'll go study the sun-suppressing divine arrow first. Qin Yan nodded. He put away the devil mirror and took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Mission to protect the 9 suns' heart? How do I accomplish this? Qin Yan looked at the beautiful sun-suppressing divine arrow. It is golden and dazzling and can change size at will. The sun-suppressing divine arrow suddenly floated up, rotated for a moment and pointed in a certain direction. White Fox Qin Yan stored the sun-suppressing divine arrow and sat inside the floating cloud pagoda to wait for Xian Rujing. The power released by the sun-suppressing divine arrow has already disappeared. It will take some time for Xian Rujing to arrive. Yu is also on the way. When she arrives, Qin Yan will have to leave the Purple Ice Mountain range. Because Yu is an immortal emperor, she cannot enter this Xian immortal holy land. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and contacted the little black donkey. Little Black, where did you and Azure Dragon go? Asked Qin Yan. I can't tell you, it's a secret. The little black donkey chuckled. Little mortal, don't be envious of me. I'm living a carefree life now. And there's a lot of delicious food. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, don't you like eating dragon meat? Why are you on such good terms with Azure Dragon? The black donkey said proudly, we've always been good brothers. Back then, it was the Azure Dragon who brought me everywhere to kill dragons. That was how I fell in love with eating dragon meat. Little mortal, you can't be envious of such a life. By the way, will the mission that Azure Dragon is going to complete after obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow be dangerous? Qin Yan asked. I don't know about that. In any case, I have the divine sun-suppressing arrow. There's nothing to be afraid of. The black donkey chuckled. You don't have to worry about me. You should worry more about yourself. Last time, there were a few powerful immortal kings who surrounded and attacked you. They were all from the sacred wasteland. The Daoyang divine sect has already sent people over. Qin Yan said, those guys came to find me again. The little black donkey exclaimed, really? Are they still outside your broken stone building? He died a long time ago. Qin Yan chuckled and said, I found a very strong backer, an immortal emperor. Ah? Was it that coward immortal emperor demonic mirror? I don't think this guy would dare to kill those guys, would he? The black donkey was a little surprised. Of course not. Qin Yan did not tell the little black donkey that he had obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow, lest it spread the news out of jealousy. I don't think it's him either. This fellow is very cowardly. The black donkey laughed. Little mortal, let's meet again if fate wills it. I'm going to have fun with brother Azure Dragon, don't be jealous. Qin Yan curled his lips and disconnected. Ling Yan'er said, Azure Dragon's cultivation should not be very high. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill those celestial kings back then, and not just beat them back. Qin Yan felt the same way. Back then, he believed that Azure Dragon's cultivation level was very high. Later, when he saw Yu obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow and easily kill an immortal emperor, he roughly knew that the Azure Dragon was not very strong. What surprised him is that a divine beast like the Azure Dragon actually ended up in the Immortal Desolate. Just as Qin Yun was about to take out the sun-suppressing divine arrow to study, he suddenly heard a loud shout coming from outside. "Save me, save me! Good Samaritan, please save me!" A woman's cries came from outside. Qin Yun hurriedly opened the door and saw a skinny girl with tattered clothes and bloodstains all over her body. She was running on the icy ground. Her bare feet were covered in blood. Behind him, a large group of people quickly caught up. Qin Yun quickly pulled the woman in and closed the door. Rumble. Just as Qin Yun closed the door, a large group of people crazily attacked. "Who are they? Why did they beat you up like this?" Qin Yun looked at the woman whose face is filled with whip scars and asked in a low voice. I was captured by them. I quietly escaped and they chased me all the way here." The woman curled up in a corner, her face is filled with tears. Qin Yun took out some medicine and a set of clothes and draped them over her body. "This woman is also a Xian immortal." "Thank you." The woman looked at Qin Yun and said softly, "You are truly a kind-hearted person. Who are those people outside? I saved you, you should at least let me know who the enemies I'm about to face are." Qin Yun asked. "I don't know who they are, they just want to capture me." The woman used the medicine and applied it to the wounds on her body, allowing them to quickly heal. Qin Yun can see that this woman is very vigilant against him. Ling Yin'er said, "This woman is not human. She should be a beast." Qin Yun frowned and said to the woman, "Are you a beast?" "Ah," the woman immediately cried out in fear. She looked at Qin Yun with a terrified expression and shouted, "Don't come over. Don't worry, even if you are a beast, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't deal with you." Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, "Don't be afraid." When the woman saw the amiable look in Qin Yun's eyes, she gradually let down her guard. "I'm a fox. Because I have a special ability that allows me to find divine fruits, I was captured. That scoundrel often beat me and forced me to find divine fruits. It wasn't easy for me to escape." As the woman spoke, she shed sad tears and sobbed. "I've been beaten many, many times. Even though I'm a Xian immortal beast, I've never killed anyone. I've always eaten fruits to cultivate. Why did they beat me?" Sigh. Qin Yun sighed and asked, "What is your name?" My friends call me Bai Xiaohu. You saved me, I will definitely repay you in the future." Bai Xiaohu's eyes are clear, she looked at Qin Yun with gratitude. "No need to repay, saving you was just a slight effort." Qin Yun looked at her face and said, "Your self-healing speed is very fast, will you be fine very soon?" Thank you." "Good person, what is your name?" Bai Xiaohu asked. Qin Yun." Qin Yun finished speaking and arrived at the window to look at the people outside. He feels that if Xian Rujing comes, she might start fighting with those people. Bai Xiaohu lightly bit her lower lip and looked all around. She saw that those people are crazily attacking but they are unable to break through the pagoda. "Young Master Qin, I am sorry, I implicated you." Bai Xiaohu said with some guilt, "I sensed that there are people here, so I wanted to try my luck and ask for help. Your cultivation is not high, you will be trapped here for a very long time." Qin Yun said with smile, "It's fine, my friends will arrive very soon." He finished speaking and took out the devil mirror to contact Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing has obtained the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Even though the temporary power she obtained has dissipated, she can still rely on the sun-suppressing divine arrow to become very strong. The people outside are all Xian immortals but they are not very strong 9th layer upper immortals. It seems like they are just Xian immortals. If Qin Yun wants to go out, he can kill his way out with the sun-suppressing divine arrow. "Xiaohu, who among the people outside beat you?" Qin Yun asked. Bai Xiaohu slowly stood up and walked over to the window to look at the people outside. She said in a low voice, "It's that man in lavender clothes. He was the one who captured me. After I ran away, he brought a large group of people to chase after me. He even said that whoever caught me could sleep with me." Bai Xiaohu's face is filled with blood stains, she is filled with doubt. She mumbled in low voice, "Really, what is so good about sleeping with me? Can't I sleep by myself?" Qin Yun can see that this is a very pure little fox. They must be people from Purple Ice Sacred City. I will go out and teach them a lesson. Qin Yan took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and said. Young Master Qin, don't take risks, there are many of them. Bai Xiaohu promptly pulled Qin Yan. Qin Yan said with smile, I am not afraid of them. After speaking, Qin Yan opened the door and the group of people outside promptly retreated. The sun-suppressing divine arrow in Qin Yan's hand is more than 2 meters long, it looks like a golden spear. He is holding it in his hand and it is emitting a raging flame. Hurry up and release my fox. I caught it, a youth wearing light purple clothes shouted at Qin Yan. He doesn't dare to attack now. There are more than 100 people in this group and there are many 9th stage exalted immortals. They saw that the floating cloud pagoda's defense is very strong and they know that the people inside the pagoda are not weak. That little fox ran away, it is no longer yours, now it is mine. Also, you destroyed my pagoda, I want you to compensate me. Qin Yan said. What did you say? Your broken pagoda was originally like this, it was like this even before we started fighting. It seems like not only you don't want to return the fox to me, you also want to extort me. Do you know who I am? I am from Purple Ice Sacred City, I came from Sacred Desolate and cultivated Sacred Spirit Sacred Body. Oh? Qin Yan said indifferently, I heard that many people who cultivated Sacred Spirit Sacred Body died in Great Desert Sacred City. Many of them died in Great Desert Sacred City. They are all trash from Great Desert Sacred City. I, Fan Kylie, am a Xian immortal, not someone those weak chickens can compare to, the youth proudly said. Qin Yan's sun-suppressing divine arrow suddenly stabbed forward. His speed is very fast and his attack is also very unexpected. Fan Kylie is a 2nd stage Xian immortal, he is indeed worthy of being from Sacred Desolate. He sensed Qin Yan's sudden attack and promptly dodged. But he was still a bit too slow. Although Fan Kylie dodged sideways, his shoulder was still pierced by the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Fan Kylie has pretty good equipment but he is still like a piece of wood, he was pierced by the arrow. You attacked my pagoda just now and you attacked it so viciously. I won't let you off. Qin Yan said with sneer. When Fan Kylie saw how powerful Qin Yan is, he immediately panicked and shouted, they are all attacking. At this moment, he did not dare to move because he knew that Qin Yan could pierce his head at any time. Qin Yan coldly swept his gaze across the 100+ people and said slowly, those who attacked this pagoda just now, cut off one of your arms. If you want me to make a move, I will directly take your lives. We are all people who joined Purple Ice Sacred City. Right now, you are in the Purple Ice Mountain Range, which means you are in the territory of Purple Ice Sacred City. If you have the guts, wait for our Purple Ice Sacred City's reinforcements to arrive. At that time, you will have a good time. A middle-aged man from Purple Ice Sacred City shouted. When they saw that Fan Kylie is still being pierced by Qin Yan, they did not dare to step forward. Qin Yan withdrew the sun-suppressing divine arrow and Fan Kylie cried out in pain again. Alright, I will wait for your Purple Ice Sacred City's reinforcements to arrive. If they attack me at that time, I will let them have a taste of my power. Qin Yan said coldly, also, if any of you dares to run, I guarantee that I will blow your head off. As he spoke, he used piercing mountain and splitting earth finger and attacked a several thousand feet tall iceberg in the distance. Boom! The person who destroyed the altar Bai Xiaohu, who is inside the floating cloud pagoda, is also scared out of her wits. She never thought that the power of humans could be so terrifying. The most terrified one is still Fan Kylie. He came from the sacred desolate land and knew that the icebergs in the Purple Ice Mountain Range are formed from the power of the Sun Divine Stone and are extremely sturdy. Even if there is a fierce battle nearby, it might not be able to collapse the iceberg. However, Qin Yan's finger from afar was able to destroy a huge iceberg. That kind of power is much stronger than Fan Kylie's. The others are so scared that they don't dare to move. They are worried that Qin Yan's finger will explode their heads. Suddenly, someone asked in a trembling voice, Big Brother Fan, are the reinforcements from the Purple Ice Sacred City reliable? Of course they are. Even if they can't beat this guy, they won't suffer a loss. Fan Kylie said in a low voice, don't be afraid. No matter what, our Purple Ice Sacred City is the overlord of this place. We will definitely be able to suppress him. A purple figure suddenly flew over. Fan Kylie shouted in pleasant surprise, are you Uncle Hua Zhongxiang? I am Fan Kylie. Hua Zhongxiang is a middle-aged man wearing purple armor. He has a fiendish square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. After he arrived, he looked at Qin Yun with a fierce expression. I received a call for help, so I hurried over. What happened? Hua Zhongxiang looked at Qin Yun and saw the flaming rod in Qin Yun's hand. His eyes immediately turned hot. He knew that it was a very powerful weapon. We caught a little fox earlier. That little fox is very powerful. It can sense the divine fruit from afar. We relied on that little fox to find many divine trees, but we couldn't get any divine fruit. Fan Kylie paused for a moment and said with a mischievous smile, Uncle Hua, after that little fox turned into a human, she looked pretty good and she didn't lose her virginity. If you can kill this guy in front of you and get the little fox out of that pagoda, the little fox will be yours. An evil light flashed in Hua Zhongxiang's eyes as he laughed lewdly. Did you say that? At that time, the little fox demon will be mine. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he withdrew a large sword and shouted loudly to Qin Yun. I'm Violet Ice City's Hua Zhongxiang, and I'm at the 3rd level of the mysterious immortal realm. You injured the people of my Purple Ice Sacred City and even stole the fox demon that we caught. Quickly hand it over with both hands and kneel down to apologize to us. I will spare your life. Seeing that Hua Zhongxiang was full of confidence and gave off a terrifying aura as he spoke, everyone let out a sigh of relief because they did not have to cut off an arm. Uncle Hua is really powerful. He scared that guy so much that he didn't dare to move. That's right, that guy only knows how to sneak attack and injure Big Brother Fan. I'm just afraid that he's hiding in that broken stone building. The defense of that broken stone building isn't weak. Many people were whispering to each other. Hua Zhongxiang shouted at Qin Yun again, did you hear what I just said? Hurry up and do as I say, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Just as he finished speaking, he discovered that Qin Yun's body suddenly became blurry and then disappeared. It was the afterimage left behind by Qin Yun. Hua Zhongxiang immediately knew that Qin Yun had already left his original place. Because his speed was too fast, coupled with his superb movement technique, he left behind a shadow there. Xiao, a sharp whistling sound of the wind suddenly came. Everyone saw a flame penetrate Hua Zhongxiang's body. Hua Zhongxiang didn't even have time to move and his chest was penetrated by a bull-sized hole. Hiss, more than 100 people suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies trembled and they did not dare to speak. Hua Zhongxiang's body looked like a strong purple armor, but his body was still penetrated. Everyone just saw a flame shot out. And did not see Qin Yun's body. At this time, Qin Yun returned to his previous position, standing in front of the floating cloud pagoda's door. Hua Zhongxiang was terrified to the extreme. If he had been stabbed in the head just now, he would have died without a doubt. The sun-suppressing divine arrow is a very strong divine tool. Qin Yun also felt that kind of strong penetrating power just now. Uncle Hua, are you okay? Fan Kylie shouted in shock. No. I'm not dead. Hua Zhongxiang was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. The others can leave after cutting off one of their arms. The people of Purple Ice Sacred City want to cut off their legs. Qin Yun said again, Fan Kylie can't leave. No one else was willing. Cutting off an arm would require a lot of energy to grow out. After Hua Zhongxiang recovered from his shock, he said angrily, don't be arrogant. I don't think you dare to kill us because you are afraid of our Purple Ice Sacred City's revenge. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Yun suddenly threw the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Boom, the sun-suppressing divine arrow flew out and penetrated Hua Zhongxiang's head, producing a burst of explosion. Hua Zhongxiang's upper body exploded into sparks. Qin Yun waved his hand and the sun-suppressing divine arrow returned to his hand. Fan Kylie and the other core disciples of Purple Ice Sacred City looked at their trembling legs and felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, Fan Kylie's magic mirror vibrated. He quickly took it out and saw the name on the magic mirror. He quickly shouted, Young Master Bai, quickly come over. Uncle Hua has been killed. We're going over right now. A man's voice came from the magic mirror. It was filled with surprise and anger. Not long after, a handsome young man dressed in white appeared in the distance. He held a golden sword in his hand. After he arrived, he saw the lower half of Xianxia's body on the ground. It's him, the weapon in that guy's hand is very strong, it should be a king-grade immortal tool. Young Master Bai, you must be careful. Fan Kaili felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders as he pointed at Qin Yun and shouted. When everyone saw young Master Bai arrive, they all heaved a long sigh of relief. Because they all knew that the golden sword in young Master Bai's hand was a holy sword. You actually dare to kill someone from my Purple Ice Sacred City, are you courting death? Young Master Bai spoke as he charged towards Qin Yun and stabbed with his sword. Qin Yun promptly brandished the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand to block. It struck the golden sword and produced a loud bang sound. Young Master Bai was at the third level of the mysterious immortal realm. He felt that with a holy tool in his hand, he could even kill a fifth-level mysterious immortal. But just now, the holy sword was hit and it seemed like it was about to be broken. Young Master Bai thrusted his sword but it was blocked by Qin Yun. He was so scared that he quickly retreated. The hand that was holding the sword slightly trembled. This is my Purple Ice Sacred City's territory. You killed my Purple Ice Sacred City's people here, you can't escape. Young Master Bai's voice was filled with fear as he shouted. Fifth brother, what happened? On the snowy ground, a woman wearing a purple dress suddenly appeared. She treaded on the snow and looked very beautiful. The person who arrived is Bai Shuangyan. Shuangyan, quickly join hands with me and kill that person. Young Master Bai shouted. Bai Shuangyan saw that Qin Yun looked somewhat familiar from afar. When she approached, she was immediately startled. Qin Yun actually came to Purple Ice Sacred City and even had a conflict with her fifth brother. Young Master Qin, why are you here? What exactly happened? Bai Shuangyan is also a Xian immortal. She saw that Qin Yun's body is releasing Xian immortal energy and did not feel surprised. You ask them. Qin Yun pointed at them and said coldly. Shuangyan, you know him? Young Master Bai said very angrily, he is the guy who killed Xianxia. Bai Shuangyan bit her lips and said in low voice, fifth brother, he is Qin Yun. Qin Yun, hearing these two words, young Master Bai's expression immediately changed. He was originally very angry, but now his hands cannot help but tremble. As for the others, when they heard these two words, they became even more scared and their faces turned deathly pale. They almost couldn't stand steadily. The person who destroyed Great Desert Sacred City's sun altar is Qin Yun. Although these two words cannot be spread on the Devil Mirror, all the major powers already know about this matter. Not only Qin Yun destroyed the sun altar, he also has a very strong sun fairy and a fox inscription beast. The most dreadful thing is that Qin Yun's hammer destroyed many sacred tools and even smashed Xiao Tianshu to death. Kacha, cracks suddenly appeared on the sacred sword in young Master Bai's hand. It actually shattered. Fifth brother, what is going on? Bai Shuangyan's face was serious as she asked. Young Master Bai looked at Fan Kaili and shouted, what's going on? Fan Kaili was scared out of his wits. He never imagined that the person who saved the little fox was actually the amazing person who destroyed the sun altar of the Great Desert Holy City. His whole body trembled as he told Bai Shuangyan everything that had happened. Young Master Qin, this matter was our fault first. I apologize to you on their behalf. After Bai Shuangyan finished listening, she coldly looked at Fan Kaili and the others, then walked towards Qin Yun and softly apologized. Make them break their own legs and scram. Qin Yun said expressionlessly, Bai Shuangyan, I didn't kill them. I'm giving you face, right? Bai Shuangyan gritted her teeth and said, breaking their legs is not good for you. We might as well compensate you with something. What do you have? Qin Yun sneered. 5 inner core fragments. Bai Shuangyan said, although I don't have it in my hands, I can ask the city lord, he will definitely give it. Also, there are 3 divine fruits. Qin Yun said, good. Let your city lord deliver it? Yes, I will use my sacred tools as collateral. Bai Shuangyan said, took out her 2 sacred swords and handed them to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took them and said, if your city lord doesn't come, these 2 sacred swords can be exchanged for a lot of good things. He will definitely come. Bai Shuangyan said, then looked at young Master Bai and the others and lightly shouted, still not leaving. Wait, others can leave, but not Fan Kaili. Qin Yan said and used piercing mountain and splitting earth finger on Fan Kylie. Boom, Fan Kylie was terrified. After being hit, his whole body immediately exploded. Bai Xiao, who was beaten so miserably because of Fan Kylie, Qin Yan would never let him go. Young Master Bai and Bai Xuanyan were scared to the point that their hearts jumped. Others also did not dare to breathe. You can go. Qin Yan finished speaking, took the two sacred swords, returned to the floating cloud pagoda and closed the door. Bai Xuanyan sighed, took out the magic mirror and contacted the Purple Ice City Lord, then quickly returned to Purple Ice Sacred City. Changes in Purple Ice City. Xuanyan, do we need to be afraid of this bastard Qin Yan? This guy is just a dying man. He has been targeted by the Daoyang divine sect, he definitely won't live long. Young Master Bai said unhappily, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Let's go back and let father come and kill him with his own hands. Your father is the city master of Purple Ice Sacred City, he knows better than me how terrifying Qin Yan is. He was the one who warned us not to form enmity with Qin Yan. Bai Xuanyan snorted and said, don't tell me. This is not your fault? Fan Kylie caught a little fox demon and actually hit it himself. He even abused the little fox demon in all kinds of ways, he deserves to die. Young Master Bai did not speak. He indeed did not understand the ins and outs of the matter and was in a hurry to act. Bai Xuanyan said again, Fan Kylie secretly hid such a good Xian immortal beast and even abused it. This is not the style of our Purple Ice Sacred City. Your father should have told you that if you want to subdue beasts, it is best to use soft methods. Look at this, in order to capture his own little fox demon, Fan Kylie has mobilized the people recruited by our Purple Ice Sacred City. It's one thing for him to die, but Hua Zhongxiang has also died, and your holy sword has been destroyed. And now, in order to appease Qin Yan's anger, we have to compensate him. And all of this was caused by Fan Kylie to take back his little fox demon. After young Master Bai heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, this Fan Kylie is truly a bastard. But Qin Yan also deserves to die, he is just a Xian immortal of immortal desolate, we sacred desolate people should not be afraid of him. Fifth brother, your father should have told you not to be rash, to think carefully, to distinguish the pros and cons, to avoid suffering a great loss. Bai Xuanyan said. But you turned a deaf ear. Bai Xuanyan said. And this guy Qin Yan still wants to compensate us for the core fragments and divine fruits, why is he doing this? Young Master Bai is very unsatisfied, but, my holy sword was destroyed. Young Master Bai was very unconvinced, he even killed 2 of our Xian immortals. If this matter gets out, others will definitely laugh at our Purple Ice Sacred City. Bai Xuanyan sneered and said, fine, let your father bring people to capture Qin Yan. If you are afraid of being laughed at by others and want to deal with Qin Yan, then you should be prepared for his revenge. This matter was originally our Purple Ice Sacred City's fault. It was our people who attacked his stone building and provoked him first. It's already not bad that I can bring this group of people back. Young Master Bai snorted angrily, if I were father, I would bring the strongest people in Purple Ice Sacred City to kill them. Destroy that lousy stone building and capture Qin Yan alive to exchange for divine runes from the Daoyang Divine Gate. Bai Xuanyan silently shook her head and continued to rush back to the city. In a hall in Purple Ice Sacred City, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe sat in the seat of honor. As he listened to Bai Xuanyan's story, his face gradually became gloomy. Young Master Bai wanted to say something, but when he saw the anger on his father's face, he swallowed his words. After Bai Xuanyan finished speaking, the Purple Ice City Lord suddenly disappeared from the throne and appeared in front of young Master Bai in the blink of an eye. Pa, the Purple Ice City Lord slapped his son, sending him flying into a bead. Father, you. Young Master Bai's mouth is full of blood, fear and anger. You almost caused me to die. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave this villa. Purple Ice City Lord slightly gasped for breath and said coldly. Why are we afraid of that bastard? He is just a person who is about to die. If the Daoyang Divine Gate targets him, he will undoubtedly die. No matter how powerful he is, can he fight against a super sect that stands tall in the Divine Desolate? Young Master Bai shouted, why don't we take this opportunity to capture him and claim credit from the Daoyang Divine Gate? Purple Ice Sacred City Lord said angrily, what do you know? No matter how strong the Daoyang Divine Gate is, it can only be tyrannical in the Divine Desolate. Could he really send those divine generals down? At most, they can only send immortal emperors from the Sacred Desolate. But as long as Qin Yin goes to the immortal Xian Desert or the Purple Ice Sacred City to hide, what can those immortal emperors do? Also, the Sacred Desolate sent several immortal kings to capture Qin Yin. Guess what happened? They are all dead. This immortal desolate is not as weak as we thought. Otherwise, the altar in the Great Desert Sacred City would not have been torn down. Bai Shuangyan nodded and said, with the same cultivation, no one is Qin Yin's match. Moreover, this guy's growth speed is very fast. As long as he becomes a 9th level Xian immortal, it will be a piece of cake for him to tear down our Purple Ice Sacred City's altar. Purple Ice City Lord sighed and said, this is what I am worried about. Now that the world extermination is approaching, the sun is changing and all kinds of creatures in the immortal desolate are rapidly becoming stronger. This guy Qin Yin, not only is he powerful, he is also from the Inscription Profound sect. He will definitely be able to obtain a large amount of resources. Becoming a 9th level Xian immortal is only a matter of 1 or 2 years. If we become enemies with Qin Yin, we might all die here. City Lord, you should personally go and talk to Qin Yin to resolve the conflict. That day, I offered to lend him a saint tool, so he gave me face. Otherwise, we would have all been killed by him. Bai Shuangyan said. At this time, inside the Purple Ice Sacred City's sun altar, a very strong spatial fluctuation appeared. After feeling the spatial fluctuation, the Purple Ice City Lord's expression slightly changed. He said in a low voice, the altar has opened, could it be that someone has teleported over? Then, he took out the magic mirror and contacted the elders inside the altar. Soon, he learned of the situation. Elder Wu suddenly rushed in and shouted, City Lord, the higher-ups have sent people over. There are a total of 6 9th level Xian immortals, all of them are combat type. I know. Purple Ice City Lord's expression became gloomy. The higher-ups suddenly sent people over and did not discuss with us beforehand. It seems that they are dissatisfied with us and want to send people to replace us. Young Master Bai said in a low voice, that is because father is too weak and afraid of this guy Qin Yin. It is normal for you to be replaced by others. Shut up. The City Lord of Purple Ice City roared and raised his palm to hit him. Elder Wu quickly stopped him and said, City Lord, let's quickly go and welcome those 6 people. Purple Ice City Lord snorted and was about to go out when he sensed several auras. They are here. Bai Shuangyan said in a low voice. The people who walked into the hall are 6 very young men. They are all wearing battle armor and their bodies are emitting an arrogant aura. With a glance, one can tell that they are 9th level Xian immortals with very strong battle strength. Bai Wu, I heard that you are not willing to capture that Qin Yin, right? A man wearing golden battle armor said, from today onwards, this Purple Ice Sacred City will be taken over by me, Leng Wanquang. I don't accept. Bai Wu said with a frown, my Purple Ice Sacred City has just started. Moreover, when I came here, my main goal was to subdue the Inscription Beast. Sect Master and the others also said not to complicate matters. Elder Wu also said, you can capture Qin Yin but that is your business. We were sent here to subdue the Inscription Beast. Leng Wanquang looked at young Master Bai Hu's face is swollen and said, what's going on? I am just teaching my son a lesson. Bai Wu said indifferently, I am still the City Lord. If you take over this city, then I can only take the people I recruited and leave. Leng Wanquang looked at young Master Bai and said, why were you beaten? It's all because of my father. Young Master Bai did not dare to continue. Speak, I will protect you. Leng Wanquang said in a loud voice. Young Master Bai told Leng Wanquang everything that had happened. After Leng Wanquang finished listening, he laughed loudly and said, Bai Wu, you are truly a coward. Little brother, quickly take us to find Qin Yin. I really didn't expect that just as we arrived, Qin Yin would deliver himself to our doorstep. Yes, big brother Leng. You are truly wise and mighty. We are from Sacred Desolate, we should not be afraid of Qin Yin. Young Master Bai is wild with joy and said, let's go, we will capture Qin Yin and let the entire Immortal Desolate know. In this way, we will be able to recruit even more heroes. Leng Wanquang glanced at Bai Wu and the others and said with sneer, wait until I capture Qin Yun, then you can obediently abdicate. Rest assured, I will take good care of your son and make him the core of Purple Ice Sacred City. Finished speaking, these few ninth-layer Shan immortals from Sacred Desolate brought along young Master Bai and left Purple Ice Sacred City and rushed towards Qin Yun's location. Elder Wu somewhat anxiously said, City Master. What should we do? Aren't those people above too disrespecting you? Bai Wu faintly smiled, no problem, Qin Yun will help me get rid of them. Let's follow them, I want to capture that stupid son of mine. Bai Wu chased after them, Bai Shuangyan and Elder Wu followed closely behind. After they left, they saw many people leaving the city one after another, saying that they want to follow and watch a good show. Qin Yun is in the first floor of Floating Cloud Pagoda, he doesn't know that a few powerful warriors from Sacred Desolate are coming to capture him. Bai Xiaohu is lying on a soft cushion, her body is covered with a quilt, she is recuperating. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Qin Yun opened the door and saw Xian Rujing wearing a black robe and white mask. After Xian Rujing came in, she saw a woman lying in a corner and realized that she is the little fox demon Qin Yun mentioned to her before. Yu is still not here? Qin Yun asked. Not yet, she should be here soon. We will go out to meet her when the time comes. Xian Rujing took off her mask, looked at the runes on the golden wall all around and said with frown, where did this stone building come from? These runes on the wall give me a very familiar feeling. At this time, Bai Xiaohu woke up and saw Xian Rujing's elegant and exceptional face, she is completely stunned. Hello big sister. Bai Xiaohu said in low voice. Hello. Rest well and heal your injuries. Xian Rujing walked over, stroked Bai Xiaohu's head and smiled. Soon after, Qin Yun closed the door, brought Xian Rujing to another corner, stood on the round disc and teleported to 20th floor. After arriving at 20th floor, Qin Yun said, Rujing, look at the runes on the walls all around, do you know what kind of runes they are? Sacred Desolate warrior Xian Rujing looked at those runes and tried very hard to recall but she cannot remember anything. She shook her head and said with sigh, I don't remember. When I first saw these runes, I was still a young girl. I don't know how many years have passed, I only have a vague impression. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Qin Yun laughed, later when we go to Divine Desolate, we will clarify this matter. Divine Desolate? I don't know if the sun will fall or not when we go to Divine Desolate. Xian Rujing is still looking at those runes. If I cooperate with a very strong god, there should be no problem. Qin Yun said. Xian Rujing arrived at the center and looked at a table that looks like an altar. She saw a small golden statue and said with smile, did you carve it yourself? That hammer should be 9 Sun Divine Hammer, right? You are really narcissistic, you carved a small statue for yourself and even placed it here. I know you are handsome, but you don't need to look at your own statue all day, right? Besides, wouldn't it be better to make a big one? Qin Yun walked over with smile and patted Xian Rujing's butt. Xian Rujing jumped in fright, then gnashed her jade teeth and glared at Qin Yun, it looks like she wants to bite him. Where did you get this stone building? Xian Rujing touched her but that was patted by Qin Yun and asked. I picked it up. Qin Yun said with smile. Xian Rujing glared at Qin Yun, her expression is filled with disbelief. She curled her lips and said, this stone building's defense is very strong, it is not an ordinary thing. Even if you picked it up, it would not be easy for you to control it, right? I indeed picked it up. Qin Yun suddenly stopped smiling, he sat on the altar and picked up the small statue. He began narrating how he obtained Floating Cloud Pagoda. Xian Rujing found out that he obtained it from a divine mountain and it looks like an altar. Her expression is filled with amazement and she sank into contemplation. Goddess Rujing, I did not carve this statue myself, it has always been here. Qin Yun's expression gradually became solemn as he spoke. He looked at Xian Rujing and said, my past life was Immortal King Fuyun. Maybe Immortal King Fuyun had another past life, maybe it was from Divine Desolate, do you think this is possible? Yes. Xian Rujing promptly nodded her head, her elegant jade-like face is filled with doubt as she said, now we can be sure that your past life's Immortal King Fuyun also suffered heavenly punishment and it is the same for you in this life. That means that you have been punished by the heavens in every life. Perhaps you have not only experienced 2 lives, but 3 or even more. Xian Rujing hammered Qin Yan's chest and said with frown, "You bastard, why is your whole body filled with mysteries? You've made me so interested in you. If you are a very strong god in the divine wasteland, then you must be one of those ancient gods, or even from the previous era. Maybe we had a dispute in the past." Qin Yan said with smile. "Impossible, I have never met such a lowly guy like you in my memory." Xian Rujing curled her lips. Qin Yan extended his hand and pinched Xian Rujing's cheek. Xian Rujing let out a strange cry, slapped away Qin Yan's hand and cursed, "You bastard, why are you becoming more and more clumsy? I'm telling you, I'm the pure and clean ice goddess, don't you dare touch me. Don't pretend, who do you think you are to me? You even wanted to screw me before to obtain my sacred sun spirit vein." Qin Yan waved his hand with mischievous smile. "Pay." Xian Rujing stamped her foot and spat in low voice, "You bastard, don't talk nonsense about these things. Goddess Rujing, I let you obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, how can you treat me like this?" Qin Yan said in a bad mood. "Little brother Xiaoyun, I know my mistake." Xian Rujing felt that she was somewhat fierce towards Qin Yan just now and immediately became charming and gentle again. All right, you are an ice mother tigress, you won't be able to pretend to be gentle for long." Qin Yan said with smile. "It's good that you know." Xian Rujing also sat on the altar, took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and said with charming smile, "I have to say, you are truly skilled. If it were not for you, me and you would not have been able to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow." She finished speaking, pinched Qin Yan's handsome face and said with sweet smile, "As expected of my little brother Xiaoyun. If we have the opportunity to go to Divine Desolate in the future, I guarantee that I will protect you." "Oh, that's right, I let you obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Don't you have the snow goddess totem?" "I am very interested in this totem." Qin Yan said with smile. "This? I cannot give it to you now. But rest assured, I guarantee that I will give it to you, I will keep my word." Xian Rujing said. "All right, I believe you." Qin Yan said with smile, "Also, you said that you will introduce star gods to me, when will you let me contact star gods?" Xian Rujing spread out her lily-white palm, closed her eyes and released very strong mental power from her body. Not long after, a strand of faint golden thread condensed in her palm. "This is a strand of my divine soul, it can let you communicate with star gods. It is best to do it at night." Xian Rujing handed over the strand of golden thread to Qin Yan. Qin Yan took out a soul-sealing pearl and stored the strand of divine soul inside. Xian Rujing said again, "Star gods are rather flirtatious, they are that kind of perverted woman. You must pay attention to her, don't let her instigate you to do bad things. Whether you can cooperate with her or not, it all depends on you." "All right." Qin Yan stored away the soul-sealing pearl and asked, "Is Star God not afraid of Daoyang Divine Gate?" "She is afraid, but she is very courageous. Moreover, she likes to take risks, she is very rebellious, she always wants to fight against those rude and unreasonable formidable powers. I was implicated by her in Divine Desolate, luckily I was able to escape smoothly, otherwise my soul would have flown away and scattered." Xian Rujing is sitting on the altar, her head is lowered, her slender legs are swaying, she is faintly sighing. Qin Yan now understands why she is in such dire straits. "It seems like she is very similar to me." Qin Yan is suddenly looking forward to cooperating with star gods. "That's right. So I don't want you to follow her, even though evil god is a bottom feeder, he is very afraid of death, so he is very cautious. But star gods are different, maybe they will bring you even greater calamity. You have already brought a great calamity, even if you follow star gods, you will not bring any greater calamity." Xian Rujing said with helpless expression. Bang, floating cloud pagoda suddenly fiercely shook. Qin Yan said with smile, "The calamity I brought has come. I ask the most beautiful ice and snow goddess of Divine Desolate to help me deal with it." Xian Rujing rolled her eyes, sighed, then walked towards the disc at the corner and yelled, "Quickly come." After arriving at the first floor, Bai Xiaohu has already woken up. "Young Master Qin, big sister. They are here." Bai Xiaohu's face is filled with worry, she said in low voice, "It is my fault, I implicated young Master Qin." "It's fine." Xian Rujing laughed. Big sister, I will deal with those bastards. Xian Rujing is a very high-level Xian immortal, moreover she is ice and snow goddess. After cultivating all kind of divine arts, her strength has become even stronger. Even if she doesn't use sun-suppressing divine arrow, she can still deal with those formidable Xian immortals. Qin Yan promptly informed Xian Rujing about the conflict earlier. He doubtfully muttered, Bai Shuangyan still has 2 holy swords in my hands. Now that they are attacking, does it mean they don't want those 2 holy swords anymore? Xian Rujing is standing beside a window, looking at those few young men wearing battle armor and said, those 6 guys are all from Sacred Desolate. They are wearing sacred tier armor, even the weapons in their hands are sacred tools. That is Purple Ice City Master. Xian Rujing pointed at Bai Wu and said. Qin Yan looked over and saw that middle-aged man with wide face. He is wearing silver armor and is standing beside Bai Shuangyan and Elder Wu. They have a gloating expression on their face. Young Master Qin, the ones attacking the stone building are not us. Although they came from Purple Ice Sacred City's altar, they are not with us. Bai Shuangyan suddenly yelled. Boom! Floating Cloud Pagoda suffered another fierce attack. This time it is Leng Wanquang who used a fiery red meteor hammer to attack. Leng Wanquang is indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he is far from being as strong as those immortal kings from before. Qin Yan's floating cloud pagoda was attacked by those immortal kings using sacred tools earlier, but it is still intact. Qin Yan yelled from inside, Young Lady Bai, you have 2 holy swords with me. Young Master Qin, I am Purple Ice Sacred City's City Master Bai Wu. I will surely fulfill the conditions Shuangyan promised you before. I have brought the core fragments and divine fruits. Bai Wu yelled. Leng Wanquang furiously said, Shut up. I am Purple Ice Sacred City's City Master. Because he is unable to break through Qin Yan's pagoda, Leng Wanquang is very angry. On the way here, young Master Bai boasted about him. And now there are thousands of people looking at him, yet he is unable to break through a seemingly dilapidated stone building. Xian Rujing said in low voice, It seems like Sacred Desolate sent someone to replace Bai Wu. Leng Wanquang yelled towards Floating Cloud Pagoda, Qin Yan, quickly come out. What kind of man are you hiding inside? Aren't you very capable? You destroyed Great Desert Sacred City's altar? You even killed Zhao Tianxiu. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. To tell you the truth, I was entrusted by Dao Yang Divine Sect's great deity to capture you. I want to send your soul to Divine Desolate through the altar. You destroyed Dao Yang Divine Sect's altar and angered many formidable deities of Dao Yang Divine Sect. If you obediently cooperate, maybe you can avoid the punishment of having your soul scattered. Otherwise, if you are captured, your soul will be tortured for 10,000 years. Qin Yan suddenly opened the door. Boom, a flaming meteor hammer ferociously rushed over. Although the door was open, there was a spirit formation that blocked the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer was fixed on the door. Qin Yan quickly walked over, grabbed the chain on the meteor hammer and vigorously pulled it. This caused the spectators to cry out in alarm because Qin Yan wants to snatch the meteor hammer. Quickly come and help me. Leng Wanquang also did not expect that Qin Yan would actually want to snatch his sacred tool. Soon after, 5 other 9th layer Xian immortal warriors from Sacred Desolate hastily walked over, grabbed the chain of the meteor hammer and pulled it back. Xian Rujing suddenly walked over, grabbed the meteor hammer and said to Qin Yan, Let go. After Qin Yan let go, Xian Rujing's lily-white hand suddenly flickered with many electric threads. Different direction. Those people outside the door saw Qin Yan suddenly let go and a beautiful woman came to talk to them. They are very surprised. They all thought that Xian Rujing is that little fox demon, so they subconsciously thought that she is very weak. But they did not expect that after Xian Rujing grabbed the chain, she poured in frantic tribulation thunder. The chain immediately burst with electric light, causing Leng Wanquang's group to twitch violently. Fortunately, they are all wearing sacred tier armors. After they poured in their power, the sacred tier armors immediately resisted the tribulation thunder. However, they can still sense that Xian Rujing's power is very strong. She was actually pulled away by 6 of them who are 9th layer upper immortals. Those guys have very strong saint tier armor, they are not easy to deal with. Xian Rujing said in low voice. Qin Yan walked over and together with Xian Rujing pulled the chain, then released a devouring power through the chain and started absorbing the power of Leng Wanquang's group. Ling Yuner controlled the devouring power to pass through the chain and lock onto Ling Wanquang's group. This way, it will not affect Xian Rujing. The chain is a part of the meteor hammer, moreover it is a sacred tool, so the energy inside is flowing very smoothly. Qin Yun can easily absorb the energy in a short while. Xian Rujing also knows that Qin Yun has nether sun, she cannot help but feel astonished after sensing the devouring power. That bastard. He is absorbing our power. Qin Yun, quickly let go. Ling Wanquang loudly cursed, Qin Yun, quickly let go. You came to capture me, moreover you destroyed my pagoda, I will not let you off. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, didn't you come from Sacred Desolate? Didn't you think you are very awesome? Quickly destroy this pagoda and capture me. Ling Wanquang now knows how difficult it is to deal with Qin Yun, he furiously said, you son of a bitch, scram out. Why are you hiding inside like a turtle? Qin Yun took out the Lion King cannon and handed it over to Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing also knows how to use the Lion King cannon, she took it and poured in her formidable Xian immortal power. She faintly smiled at Ling Wanquang who was standing outside the door and then released the Xian immortal power. It must be known that Xian Rujing cultivates divine arts, moreover she has a secret method to obtain divine liquid. She directly cultivates divine body and divine soul, Xian immortal power contains very weak divine power. Although her divine power was weak, it was able to bring her incomparably powerful strength in the immortal desolate. Boom, the ball of ice-cold white light shot by the Lion King cannon exploded on the bodies of Ling Wanquang and the others, giving rise to a bone-chilling wind. Ling Wanquang and the others were frozen into ice sculptures. At the same time, Qin Yun also pulled the meteor hammer over. Seeing Qin Yun snatch a sacred artifact, the spectators in the distance let out exclamations. Bang, Ling Wanquang's armor exploded with a red light, knocking away the ice. He angrily said to Bai Wu, why didn't you help me earlier? It's useless even if I help. Besides, young Master Qin and I are not enemies. Bai Wu said indifferently, I've said it before. Young Master Qin is very strong. It's not wise to make an enemy out of him. Qin Yun snatched the meteor hammer, waved it in his hand and said with smile, you dare to be arrogant in front of me with just this bit of ability? Could it be that you don't know how Qiao Tianshu died? Ha ha ha. Qin Yun, don't be arrogant. Look at you, you are so scared by us that you don't dare to come out. If you have the guts, come out and take a few steps, I guarantee that I will beat you until you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Ling Wanquang laughed loudly and took out a large saber. Xian Rujing glanced at Qin Yun, then walked out. Suddenly a long rod that seems to be emitting white flame appeared in her hand. Qin Yun is somewhat startled, Xian Rujing is holding sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand but the flame is white, moreover it is bringing along cold air. And his sun-suppressing divine arrow is red flame. Qin Yun followed behind Xian Rujing, waving the meteor hammer in his hand. Seeing Qin Yun come out, Ling Wanquang immediately flew over and arrived in front of Qin Yun and Xian Rujing in a blink. He brandished his saber and swept it horizontally. Xian Rujing's expression turned cold, her lily-white hand suddenly became covered with frost and condensed into a thick layer of ice. She unexpectedly grabbed Ling Wanquang's sacred saber with her bare hands. This caused a large group of people to cry out in alarm. Hu Qi, the sun-suppressing divine arrow in Xian Rujing's hand that is emitting dense white flame fiercely stabbed towards Ling Wanquang. Ling Wanquang's armor sensed a very strong attack approaching and immediately released a very strong energy barrier. However, the sun-suppressing divine arrow in Xian Rujing's hand is even stronger, it is a divine tool. Moreover, it has absorbed a bit of divine power, its might is even more dreadful, it very easily pierced through Ling Wanquang's body. Everyone knows that Ling Wanquang's armor is sacred tier armor but now it has been easily pierced through. The sun-suppressing divine arrow in Xian Rujing's hand is covered with white flame, it is impossible to see what it is. Everyone also thinks that it is a spear. Qin Yun suddenly took out Bai Shuangyun's two sacred swords, rushed over and slashed at Ling Wanquang. After Ling Wanquang's armor was pierced, it became damaged and lost its defense. Qin Yun slashed 2 times and chopped off Ling Wanquang's head. Then he chopped off Ling Wanquang's body from his waist. Xian Rujing took back the sun-suppressing divine arrow, her ice-cold beautiful eyes looked at those people rushing over. Hoo. Suddenly 5 white-haired women who look exactly the same as Xian Rujing appeared all around. They are the Snow Woman Immortals she summoned. After the Snow Woman Immortals appeared, their bodies transformed into white snow and coiled around those 5 young men wearing sacred tier armor. Xian Rujing also rushed over, the sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand stabbed 5 times and pierced through those 5 ninth-layer Xian immortal soldiers. By Wu father and son, as well as by Xuanyan and Elder Wu who are at the side, now their faces are filled with fear, their backs are drenched in sweat, they are all worried that Xian Rujing will suddenly attack them. Is that woman the Sun Fairy? Isn't she blonde? Bai Wu asked in low voice, could it be Xiao Yuan? Or Shimin Chuqian? It is not the Sun Fairy. It is also not Xiao Yuan or Shimin Chuqian. Bai Xuanyan looked at Xian Rujing, this cold and elegant beauty whose face is as cold as frost, her heart is filled with amazement. 6 ninth-layer Xian immortal soldiers who just arrived from Sacred Desolate, they brought many sacred tier equipment with them but now they are all dead. Bai Wu promptly stored his stupid son inside a magic tool, then walked over to Qin Yun and said with smile, young Master Qin, here are 5 inner core fragments and 5 divine fruits. He directly handed over these things to Qin Yun. He also turned a blind eye to the corpses on the ground, it is as if nothing happened. These are young Lady Bai's sacred swords. Qin Yun handed over the 2 sacred swords and said. Bai Xuanyan promptly walked over and took the 2 sacred swords. Alright, we are even. We don't owe each other anything. Qin Yun said with smile, he can also see that this Purple Ice City Master is scared to death. Bai Wu is very grateful to Qin Yun in his heart, if those 6 guys were not killed, he would have to give up his position as Purple Ice City Master. Bai Wu also wants to make friends with Qin Yun but he doesn't dare. So he didn't say anything and directly left. Other people also left, they are worried that they will be killed if they stay here. Xian Rujing looked at the corpses on the ground and said with smile, that city master is scared to death, he doesn't even dare to collect these guys' corpses. Even though their armors are damaged, they were made with many sacred tier materials, they are very good for me to refine cannon arrows. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, then stripped off the armors and stored them. Divine tool is indeed divine tool, it can easily poke a hole in a sacred tool. Xian Rujing sweetly smiled and said while playing with the sun-suppressing divine arrow. My sun-suppressing divine arrow has normal red flame. Qin Yun said. Oh? Mine has white ice flame, it seems like it was influenced by me. Xian Rujing is very fond of the sun-suppressing divine arrow, she sighed and said, I have been in Divine Desolate for so many years, yet I could not find such a good divine tool. Little brother Xiao Yun, thank you so much. How are you going to thank me? After Qin Yun stripped off the armors, he released flame and burned the corpses. Little brother Xiao Yun, don't tell me you want big sister to devote her life to you? Xian Rujing said with charming smile, even though I want to, Yuan will not let me. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, Divine Desolate's most beautiful ice and snow goddess, you are wrong, Yuan will definitely agree. Xian Rujing said with slight anger, I don't believe it. At this time, she took out the magic mirror and said, Yu is outside, we should quickly go see her. Qin Yun let Bai Xiaohu continue healing inside the floating cloud pagoda. Then the floating cloud pagoda shrunk and followed Xian Rujing. They ran through this world of ice and snow and left the Purple Ice Mountain Range. After an hour, they left the Purple Ice Mountain Range and arrived at a dark green and verdant mountain outside. Yu is wearing black robe and mask, she is at the top of the mountain. Qin Yun and Xian Rujing arrived at the top of the mountain. Yu also took off her mask, revealing a cold and beautiful face. Everyone is fine, this is good. Yu's face showed a rare smile. My sun-suppressing divine arrow, guide me this way. Qin Yun took out his sun-suppressing divine arrow that is emitting flames. His sun-suppressing divine arrow is floating in the air and pointing towards a certain direction. Yu's sun-suppressing divine arrow is emitting black flames, the direction it is pointing towards is different from Qin Yun's direction. And Xian Rujing's white flame sun-suppressing divine arrow is pointing towards the same direction as Yu. Different direction? Qin Yun said with frown. How about this, we will accompany you first. Yu said, I don't feel at ease letting you go alone. Yuji contacted me before and told me to protect you. If anything happens to you, she will hate me to death. Xian Rujing said with charming smile, Yu, I see that you also want to protect little brother Xiaoyun, right? He let me obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he has done me a great favor. So what if I want to protect him? Yu curled her lips and said. No need. Divine arrow's mission should be rather special, I will go alone. You also have your own mission, you better hurry up and complete it. If you can't complete it, your life will be in danger. Qinyan smiled at Yu, I can take care of myself. Yu, this guy is not allowed to enter Immortal Desolate but he still came. We don't need to worry about him. Xian Rujing said with smile. Alright, we will keep in touch. Yu thought about it and agreed to let Qinyan go alone. Qinyan nodded and stored the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Then he released Bai Xiaohu and asked Yu to make arrangements for her. Goodbye, our devil mirror will keep in touch. Qinyan soared into the sky and quickly flew high in the sky. Yu stood at the top of the mountain, her expression is complicated as she looked at Qinyan who is far away. Only when she can no longer see him did she put on her mask and left with Xian Rujing. Star God. After flying for more than half a day, Qinyan only knew that he was still in the earth state. Then, he took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow again. After confirming that the direction was correct, he continued flying. From time to time, he would take out the compass to search for the floating cloud sky seal. He wanted to see if the other parts of the floating cloud sky seal were nearby. However, they were not nearby. They seemed to be further away. At night, Qinyan flew in the night sky and looked at the vast expanse of stars in the sky. Countless stars were like floating luminous grains of sand in the sky, covering the entire sky. Xiaoyun, try to contact Star God. Ling Yuner suddenly said. N. Qinyan quickly landed on a tall mountain below and took out the floating cloud pagoda. He sat cross-legged at the top of the floating cloud pagoda and looked at the stars in the sky. He discovered that there was also a teleportation array on the top floor of the floating cloud pagoda, which could teleport to the floors below. Can a wisp of divine soul in the soul-sealing pearl really contact the Star God? Qinyan looked at the wisp of golden thread in the soul-sealing pearl and felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, it was only a wisp of divine soul, but it had the power to communicate with the divine wilderness Star God. He held the soul-sealing bead, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into the golden thread. With his eyes closed, he did not know that many of the stars in the sky had suddenly moved rapidly. However, Ling Yuner discovered it and shouted in surprise, Xiaoyun, there are many stars moving in the starry sky, could it be that they are setting up a formation? Qinyan opened his eyes and indeed, he saw many stars forming a halo in the sky. Many of the stars within the halo were slowly moving. Seeing this scene, Qinyan was alarmed. A moving star rune? Dynamic runes? Seeing the huge star array that suddenly appeared in the sky, Qinyan suddenly received a great inspiration. In the past, most of the runes he carved would not move, as if they were dead. Only when the energy flowed through the runes would there be energy movement inside. But now that he saw runes that could move, he suddenly had a strange idea. If he could create some living runes, wouldn't their power become very strong? Just as he was deep in thought, the soul-sealing pearl in his hand suddenly trembled. Then, a light and pleasant female voice came out. It was very gentle and beautiful. Little sister Bingxue, is that you? The woman asked. No. I am Qinyan. Qinyan said. He is sure that the woman with the charming and captivating voice is the Star God. Ah? Man. You're a man? What did you do to Sister Bingxue? Star God asked hurriedly. She introduced me to you. Qinyan quickly said, I didn't do anything to her. Liar, you didn't do anything to her, so why would she trust you so much that she would let you contact me? The Star God said in a displeased tone, her voice revealing a kind of charm that could make one's bones go soft. Qinyan said, I helped her obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. In order to repay me, she recommended me to contact Lord Star God and cooperate with you. The Star God giggled and said, Little man, you are quite capable. You actually let my sister obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Quickly tell me, did she use her body to seduce you, and that's why you helped her? No. Qinyan finally understands why Xian Rujing is worried that he would collude with Star God. This Star God is truly evil. I don't believe it. The star god laughed tenderly. Ice and snow goddess is ice cold, like an ice mother tigress, she even bit me a few times. We can be considered as life and death friends, that's why we are friends with great contradiction. After Xianxia explained, he said with smile, to be honest, she is like an ice mother tigress, I am really afraid that she will eat me up until not even my bones are left. Ha ha ha, little brother, are you not afraid of telling her? Star God laughed very happily. Of course not. Xianxia said with mischievous smile, Sister Star God, you are her good sister, right? Then you must know many of her scandals, can you share them with me? No problem. But you must tell me, did she say anything bad about me in front of you? Star God feels that Xianxia is very amusing and said with gentle smile. She said you are very evil, perverted and very flirtatious. Xianxia said. I am indeed very evil, little brother, are you afraid of me? Star God's voice is very gentle and charming. Although he cannot see her, Xianxia cannot help but let his imagination run wild. No, it's not like I have never met a female rogue. Xianxia said with smile. Tell me honestly, is there really nothing going on between you and little sister? Shui shui. If you did not have good feelings, she would not have exposed her identity as ice goddess and would not have let you contact me. Star God asked. She forcefully kissed me. Xianxia sighed. Hee hee. Star God heard this and laughed incessantly, she is still the same, cold, stuffy, and flirtatious. Sister Star God, you must be very beautiful, you won't do anything bad to me, right? I am an honest person. Xianxia curled his lips and said. I'm also an honest girl, I won't harm you. The Star God laughed, besides, how can I harm you? You helping little sister Shui Shui is the same as helping me. Xianxia also knows that Xian Rujing has fallen to such a state because she was implicated by Star God. Star God said again, I have never cooperated with a man, moreover I don't want to cooperate with a man, however, you are the man who was forcefully kissed by little sister Shui Shui. Moreover, you helped her obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, it must be very interesting. I want to see what she sees in you, she actually forcefully kissed you. If you are a good man, I will snatch you away. Big Sister Star God, I cooperated with Evil God before. Xianxia suddenly said. Oh? Evil God? He is at the bottom of the God list. Then why don't you cooperate with him now? Star God asked. I destroyed the Daoyang Divine Gates altar. The evil god was afraid of being implicated by me, so we decided to part ways. Xianxia said with smile, Big Sister Star God, aren't you afraid of being implicated by me? Star God did not immediately speak, she is clearly startled. After being silent for a moment, Star God's charming voice came again and again, she said with smile, Shui Shui is indeed worthy of being my good little sister, she sent me such a clown. Good good good. Very good, Daoyang Divine Gate is my great enemy. Big Sister Star God, I still have 17-layer sun altar. Xianxia said with smile, how about I change it to Star God altar? Moreover, I have Star Lord inscription spirit, I am also an inscription master. Very good. Find a safe place and stack up the 17-layer sun altar. Then place the strand of remnant soul in your hand at the top of the altar. Star God is very happy, she said with smile, Big Sister Star God, I picked up a very special altar, I am also not sure if it is an altar or not. Xianxia thought for a moment and decided to tell Star God about Floating Cloud Pagoda. He earnestly said, Big Sister Star God, I picked up a very special altar, I am also not sure if it is an altar or not. He told Star God about Floating Cloud Pagoda in detail. After Star God finished listening, she seems to be pondering. After a while she said, Xiao Yun, take out the 17-layer sun altar first, I will transform it into Star God altar. Then I will go take a look at your Floating Cloud Pagoda. You can come over? Xianxia said in amazement. I can send a strand of divine soul over, it can also transform into my appearance but it won't last long. Star God giggled and said, when the time comes, you will be able to see me. Xianxia stored away Floating Cloud Pagoda, then flew to a distant flat area. He quickly took out the sun altar and stacked it layer by layer. After stacking, he released the strand of divine soul from the soul sealing pearl. Most of the stars in the sky are now converging on the top of the altar. Xianxia now knows how awesome gods are. They can actually easily control the stars of the immortal world and form a very large star formation in the sky. After the large star formation on the sky above the altar finished condensing, suddenly a rainbow-like light beam shot down and attacked the altar. The sun altar was originally golden, but now it was gradually turning white, and it was also gradually becoming smaller. The entire structure of the altar seems to have suddenly changed. The altar kept shrinking until it became only 1 meter tall. It is very small. Even though it still has 17 layers, it has shrunk a lot. When Xianxia ran over, he saw a woman wearing light red long skirt appear on the altar. Although this woman is very beautiful, she is not a breathtaking beauty. However, her face is intelligent and beautiful, her beautiful eyes are overflowing with charm, her face has a faint smile, making her very charming and moving. This is the illusory image of Star God's divine soul. After Xianxia clearly saw Star God's appearance, he suddenly stopped in shock. Because the appearance of the woman on the altar is exactly the same as Xianxia. However, Xianxia does not have soul-stealing charm like Star God. On the contrary, she is very pure and elegant, giving people the feeling that she is the daughter of a humble family. Hee. Xiaoyun, quickly come over. Big sister won't eat you. Star God's charming eyes are like silk, her smile is like a flower. She saw Xianxia is looking at her in a daze, she chuckled and said, "You are really something, you are so captivated by Big Sister, how will you do great things later?" Xianxia walked over and said with frown, "Big Sister Star God, you look exactly the same as my friend. Her name is Xianxia, she is the Star Fairy Princess." Xiaotian? You know her? Star God is somewhat amazed, then said with smile, "She is a strand of my divine soul, it can be considered as my avatar, she has her own consciousness." So you are saying that she is you and you are her? Xianxia also knows that this is a very peculiar existence, immortal spirit snow is like this, it is ice goddess hidden avatar. Indeed. If one day my soul is scattered in divine desolate, I can be reborn in immortal desolate through Xiaotian. Star God pouted coquettishly and said, "Did you bully Xiaotian? She can be considered as my little sister now." Of course not, she is my good friend. It was me who helped her awaken the Star Fairy inheritance. Xianxia laughed and then told Star God about how he met Xiaotian. Star God's shapely eyebrows are slightly creased, she looks very flirtatious. She muttered in low voice, "It seems like we are truly fated. This is not an ordinary coincidence, quickly take me to see your floating cloud pagoda." Xianxia took out the floating cloud pagoda, then brought the Star God altar inside and directly teleported to 20th floor. In order to clarify the mysteries of this floating cloud pagoda and his past life, Xianxia told the Star God about his son's soul and Nether Sunday. He also told the Star God about the heavenly punishment and the enemy of the heavenly Tao. The Star God had been very shocked at first, but after that charming face of hers gradually grew serious. She is staring at the statue on the altar without saying anything, clearly she has seen through something. Suddenly the image on the Star God altar gradually became indistinct. Xianxia yelled, "Big Sister Star God! What happened to you?" End of chapter 1414. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.